Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today, we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Why do some young women marry men who are significantly older than them? Rosanna Galliano's story wasn't the only one. A young college student married a man her father's age after falling in love with him. But this union's tragic demise stunned Argentina as a whole and became one of the most talked about subjects in the media. Who was Galliano? Rosanna? On November 24, 1978, Rosanna Edith Rodriguez Galliano was born in a Buenos Aires suburb. She was the youngest of Reynaldo Galliano and Graciela Rodriguez's 4 children. Rosanna grew up with her sister Monica and her older brothers Oscar and Gustavo. From their early years, the siblings had a close bond. Her father was a skilled mechanic who ran a small auto repair business. Her mother had previously taught at a nearby high school, but she chose to quit teaching after having children in order to focus on taking care of the family and raising her children. According to everyone who knew Rosanna personally, she was a happy, vivacious, and outgoing young lady. She participated actively in dance, had lots of friends at school, and was talented at drawing. One day, she hoped to pursue a career in interior design or art. After graduating, she enrolled at Argentina's National University of the Arts because she was determined to achieve her goals. If José Arce hadn't entered her life, she probably would have accomplished everything she set out to do. José Jacinto Arce brought his vintage car with a rather complex problem to Reynaldo Galliano's workshop in 2001. The skilled mechanic accepted the assignment. Rosanna stopped by her father's workshop to deliver lunch that her mother had made while they talked about the specifics and price of the repair. Rosanna immediately drew Arce's attention with her youthful beauty, big eyes, and bright smile. The man started going to the workshop every day, ostensibly to monitor the work and see how the repair was going. In the hopes of seeing Rosanna again, he always arrived during lunch. It's now necessary to give some background information about José Arce and his troubled past. Jacinto Pedro Arce and Elsa Dorotea Aguilar welcomed him into the world on November 28, 1948, in the Famela department in the northwest of the Argentine province of Tucumán. His mother's side of the family was Greek, and his father's was Italian. He spent a large portion of his early years in Naples and on the Greek island of Crete. According to some accounts, José Arce's father had strong connections to organized crime and accumulated a sizable fortune through illicit means. Jacinto's unexplained death in the middle of the 1980s suggested a targeted attack, perhaps planned by someone with a purpose. José was incarcerated for smuggling illegal substances at the time of his father's passing. José and his mother resided in the United States until 1996, but he was in danger of being deported for breaking immigration laws. But Elsa, his mother, became a citizen of the United States, purchased a house in Boston, and stayed there with her sister. José had been married twice, but he didn't stay in touch with either of his previous spouses or their kids. He disliked discussing his past and preferred to keep his marriages, criminal history, dubious family background, and the mystery surrounding his father's death a secret. José, who was over 50 at the time of the events detailed here, had 3 expensive cars, multiple properties in Buenos Aires and its suburbs, and a fashionable, opulent wardrobe. He was skilled at projecting an air of sophistication and charm that made an impression on others. Young Rosanna was soon won over by his charm. After exchanging phone numbers, Rosanna asked her out on a date a week later. Rosanna didn't fully comprehend how deeply she had fallen for a man who could have easily been her father, because their relationship developed so quickly. Rosanna's parents were initially unaware of the couple's covert relationship. Her older sister, Monica, was immediately concerned when she told her, but she also pledged to keep it a secret from their parents for the time being. José showed up at the Galliano home 6 months later to formally request Rosanna's hand in marriage. Rosanna was only 22 years old at this point, and he was 52. The proposal surprised her parents, who were unsure of how to respond. Graciela, Rosanna's mother, drew her aside and asked her bluntly if she really intended to wed this much older man. After a brief hesitancy, Rosanna informed her mother that she was prepared to marry José because she loved him, but Graciela had a feeling something wasn't quite right. Her daughter looked nervous, angry, and even afraid. José most likely exerted pressure on Rosanna to agree to his proposal. Jose, however, asserted that their 30-year age difference did not deter their love or prevent them from beginning a family. 7 months after first meeting, the couple got married at the end of 2001, and Rosanna moved in with Jose. Everything appeared to be ideal at first. Jose seemed to truly love and care for his young bride. He planned a lavish wedding reception, bought Rosanna pricey presents, and planned a romantic honeymoon by the sea. The spiral downward. Geronimo, a son, was Rosanna and Jose's first child together, born in 2002. However, significant issues started to surface in the family after the birth of their child. By controlling Rosanna's every action, Jose effectively imprisoned her in their house. He kept tabs on all of her phone conversations, and she was prohibited from communicating with her own family members as well as friends. Rosanna initially made an effort to hide her problems from her family. She hoped the problems in her marriage would be resolved and felt she could manage the situation on her own. However, the situation only got worse over time. Jose showed himself to be a controlling tyrant who was prone to violent outbursts and was jealous and cunning. In addition to verbally abusing Rosanna and disparaging her family, he even implied that she should be thankful for everything he did for her by saying that he had chosen her out of the trash. As Rosanna's fear of her husband grew, she made every effort to avoid upsetting him. In order to prevent upsetting Jose, she was prepared to forgo communication with her parents, brothers, and sister. However, he didn't really need an excuse to lose his temper or turn violent. The emotional abuse eventually became physical. Jose started using his fists to strike out nearly daily, and it was evident that he relished the authority it bestowed upon him. Rosanna was always afraid, but she was at a loss for what to do. She foolishly thought that her husband would stop torturing her, and that the issue would eventually resolve itself. However, things only got worse. Jose had a number of weapons, including 2 handguns that he liked to show off to visitors and kept loaded at all times. With these guns, he regularly threatened Rosanna, saying that if she ever tried to argue with him or leave him, he would use them. Her brother Oscar happened to be an unintentional witness to one of these scenes one day. Oscar was concerned and had dropped in without warning after failing to get through to Rosanna. He went through the front door, which was unlocked, and discovered that the couple was having a heated argument. Jose slapped Rosanna several times while insulting her and her family before drawing his gun. He held the barrel to her face, took her by the hair, and jokingly mentioned how much he would like to pull the trigger. Oscar stepped in right away to protect his sister by putting himself between her and Jose. He insisted that Rosanna gather her belongings, take the child, and accompany him to their parents' house, threatening to call the police. Rosanna surprisingly declined, insisting that he not meddle in their marital issues. She asked Oscar to leave and told him that she would remain with her husband. Despite his shock, Oscar didn't continue to argue. Though he wasn't quite ready to go, he left the house in silence. He was concerned that Jose would not carry out his violent threats and that Rosanna was safe. Oscar waited outside, out of sight, and used his phone to take a few pictures. Even though early 2000s phones had far from ideal cameras, it was evident from the photos that Jose was brandishing a gun and aiming it at his frightened wife, who was sitting on the floor. Only after Jose had locked himself in his study and put the weapon away did Oscar depart. Rosanna and Jose welcomed their second child, a son named Neuan, in 2006, despite the constant nightmares at home. In an effort to preserve their marriage and provide her sons with a 2-parent home free from poverty, Rosanna made every effort to patch up her relationship with her husband. However, things did not change. Jose remained as vicious and violent as ever. Jose and his mother, Elsa, had a very close relationship and were always there for him. Although Elsa was a resident of the United States, she regularly visited Argentina and would spend months or even weeks at her son's home. These visits were a humiliating ordeal for Rosanna, a continual trial. She had to take care of her husband's aging mother while putting up with daily taunts and criticism. Rosanna, in Elsa's opinion, was a bad housewife, a bad mother, and a bad housekeeper. She would frequently claim that Rosanna was worthless, that she lived in his home, that she was dependent on him for everything, and that she didn't deserve her son. Elsa had seen Jose's violent outbursts against Rosanna several times, but she had never stepped in to stop them. Rather, she accused Rosanna of inciting him and threatened to take away her sons and ensure she would never see them again if Rosanna ever filed for divorce. Elsa made herself known, even when she wasn't there in person. She stayed in close communication with Jose, asking about everything that went on in the home, giving him advice, and urging him to make sure Rosanna didn't get away with anything. Jose viciously assaulted Rosanna once more in the middle of 2006, when Nehuan was only 7 months old, breaking her nose and multiple ribs. Rosanna finally made the decision to report the abuse to the authorities after this violent assault, which was the tipping point for her. She requested a forensic examination after formally reporting domestic violence, and the results showed a history of systematic physical abuse, including numerous bruises and injuries at different stages of healing. Interestingly, Jose was able to persuade Rosanna to give him another chance, and the case was ultimately dismissed. She still shared a home with him, but this time she began to confide in her sister, Monica. Rosanna called Monica whenever something happened to let her know what had happened, and she even began sending her messages with the threats she had received from Jose and Elsa. For more than a year, Monica recorded these discussions in a journal. Rosanna took her 2 sons and spent days hiding out at her sister's house as she repeatedly ran away from her husband's abuse. At least 5 times during these escape attempts, she was forced to return to Jose after he threatened to kill her or take her sons away, according to close family members. Rosanna filed for divorce at the end of 2007 and was successful in getting a court order that barred Jose from being around her and their sons. Jose, however, filed a countersuit, asserting his right to see his sons. For these visits, the court set a schedule that had to be adhered to. They agreed that Jose's vacant country home would be the venue for the meetings. Rosanna was afraid of Jose and felt safer with someone who could step in if something went wrong, so she frequently went to these meetings with her brother Asgar. Rosanna became friends with Daniel Gonzalez, a local gardener, and told him about her terrifying ordeal. Daniel was sympathetic and saw multiple instances in which Jose used derogatory language to publicly humiliate Rosanna. He would subsequently testify in court regarding these incidents. Rosanna met Oscar Lugo, a young man, in August 2007. They soon developed a romantic relationship. Despite being only 3 years Rosanna's senior, Oscar was considerate, kind, and perceptive. He took to her sons right away. After her divorce from Jose was finalized, the couple even began organizing their wedding, giving the impression that she had finally found the right partner. Jose, however, persisted in keeping a close eye on his still lawful wife. When physical violence and threats failed to control her, he turned to bribery. Rosanna adamantly refused his offer of a car in exchange for her return. Jose, who remained in close contact with his mother, confided in her out of desperation that he intended to hire someone else to kill Rosanna. Elsa not only endorsed the concept but also gave her son financial support, sending him a sizable sum of money to commit the crime. Jose had to come up with a thorough plan and locate a hitman for almost 2 months. Rosanna, her sons, and her sister Monica visited Jose at the country house on January 16, 2008, as part of a planned visit. Jose left the women in the house that day to wait for the boys to return after taking them for a walk. Jose sent a message around 9 p.m. stating that he was taking Geronimo, one of the boys, to the hospital because he was feeling ill and had a fever. Rosanna became worried and texted Jose multiple times in an attempt to find out what was happening, but he didn't pick up. Hosanna gave Rosanna a call at around 10 o'clock. The phone call would prove to be a fatal trap. Rosanna would go outside to get a signal, and he knew that cell reception was bad in the house. Monica hurried to investigate after hearing 6 gunshots as soon as she left the house. On the vacant lot next door, she noticed a shadowy figure slipping behind a fence. She discovered Rosanna bleeding profusely on the ground a short while later. Monica dashed back inside to retrieve her phone, but she was unable to immediately connect to emergency services. She called her brother in a panic, told him what was happening, and urged him to call the police and emergency services right away. Rosanna had no chance of surviving after 4 of the 6 shots that were fired struck their target, striking her in the neck and chest. She had already stopped exhibiting any signs of life by the time emergency personnel arrived. Doctors were only able to confirm Rosanna's death after she bled out in a matter of minutes. Rosanna's close relatives were all certain of the person responsible for this terrible incident. When Jose was questioned that same night, he pretended to be shocked and denied any role in his wife's passing. He was released pending additional investigation because he had an alibi. Rosanna's family feared that Jose would just pay someone off and get away with it if there was no publicity, so they chose to take the case to the media. The publicity, though, could have backfired. Rosanna actively conducted interviews and engaged prestigious attorneys, damaging Rosanna's and her family's reputations. He asserted that Rosanna had cheated on him by having multiple lovers, all of whom might have desired her death. He even charged Monica with the murder, claiming that she had called their brother instead of helping her dying sister. However, Monica's potential involvement in the shooting was thoroughly investigated. Ballistic tests showed that the shots had been fired from a .45 caliber pistol, which would have been difficult for a thin woman like Monica to handle, and there were no signs of gunpowder residue on her hands or clothing. Jose went on to enumerate Rosanna's alleged suitors, which included the gardener and a number of other men from their domestic staff. At first, the investigation proceeded slowly, but with the help of multiple witnesses' testimonies, Monica's thorough diary, and images on Oscar's phone, authorities were able to prove that Jose had been physically abusing his wife for years. Subsequent inquiries turned up multiple instances in which Rosanna had reported domestic abuse to the police, accompanied by medical documentation. Jose's mother Elsa took care of the couple's sons while he was in custody, even though he was the main suspect in his wife's death. The Galliano family was not allowed to see the boys for almost half a year. Graciela and Monica were denied custody, but were given visitation rights only in the fall of 2008. Oscar, who had pictures of Jose pointing a gun at his sister on his phone, was put under witness protection and started getting anonymous threats. He was fitted with a tracking device so that authorities could keep tabs on his movements. When he was abducted by two unidentified attackers a few months later, brutally beaten and abandoned to perish in a secluded location outside the city, this gadget saved his life. He was found in time and taken to the hospital with the help of the tracking signal. A year after Rosanna's passing, Jose was taken into custody and accused of assault, abuse, and planning a crime. Despite a lot of work, the hired criminal's identity was never revealed. Paulo and Gabriel, Jose's cousins, were detained as possible accomplices, though. They were released in April 2009 after the charges against them were dropped for lack of evidence. The main suspect's trial was repeatedly postponed, raising suspicions that the case was being purposefully delayed. It was discovered during this period that Jose's mother, Elsa, had sent a sizable amount of money to her son just prior to the catastrophe. The money was allegedly intended to buy Rosanna and her sons a house to live in following the divorce. But the money vanished from the account a few weeks prior to the crime, and the property was never bought. Elsa was also taken into custody as an accomplice, but she and her son were soon freed on bond. More than 5 years after Rosanna's passing, the trial finally started in the spring of 2013. Since the identity of the offender was still a mystery, Jose and Elsa were the only defendants. Jose had a stroke and was admitted to the hospital just 1 week into the trial, and Elsa was put under house arrest. Geronimo and Nehuan stayed with the Ars family during this period. When the trial recommenced 6 months later, Jose and Elsa were both found guilty in spite of the defense team's best efforts. Jose's refusal to divide property and custody of his sons during the divorce was determined to be the main driving force. At least Elsa knew about her son's plans and encouraged him. The defendants tried to damage Rosanna's reputation during the trial by making multiple, later proven false accusations against her. Ajika and Elsa were found guilty on all counts and given a life sentence in prison in November 2013. But in 2015, Jose's sentence was reduced to house arrest after suffering another severe stroke, and Elsa's due to her advanced age. Geronimo and Nehuan were placed in the custody of Elsa's younger sister during this time. Rosanna's family, the Gallianos, did not obtain legal visitation rights with the boys until early 2017. However, by that time, both sons were teenagers who had spent years apart from their maternal relatives. The boys no longer felt a bond with Rosanna's parents, siblings, and extended family, so their reunions with them were chilly and aloof. Jose died on October 24, 2018, 1 month before his 70th birthday after suffering another stroke. When Elsa passed away the following year at the age of 91, the custody dispute was rekindled. Geronimo didn't want to move or change schools, so he stayed with Elsa's sister, since he was only a few months away from turning 18. However, a court order placed Nahuen in the custody of his Aunt Monica. After experiencing years of trauma and loss, Geronimo and Nahuen both battled persistent anxiety, depression, and other mental health issues. Geronimo decided to leave his maternal relatives, whom he considered to be strangers, and relocate to a different city as he grew older. Until he reached adulthood, Nahuen lived with his Aunt Monica, but their relationship remained formal and aloof. He separated from Monica and other family members on his mother's side after graduating high school and moving into a college dorm. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In a blueberry field in Michigan, a metal trunk containing the charred remains of an unidentified man was discovered in 2002. He was first known to investigators as Jack in the Box, a nickname that would become well known in the years that followed. Not until more than 10 years later, after countless detective efforts and revolutionary developments in forensic science, was the victim identified as Roberto Caraballo. This revelation, however, came with a terrifying twist, a web of murder, treachery, and a dark family plot. This is the tale of how the Jack in the Box case was resolved, illuminating a horrific homicide that permanently altered Michigan's past. An unusual and unsettling sight was discovered by a farmer on May 8, 2002, while working in a remote blueberry field in Ottawa County, Michigan. An old metal trunk tucked away among the bushes. The trunk had been badly burned, and it smelled awful, as if it contained something gory. The horrific reality of a body that had been mercilessly burned beyond recognition and left to decay in the trunk was what he had hoped was only an illusion. The remains of a body that had been burned beyond recognition were discovered when police arrived and forced open the charred lid. The man had been placed in the trunk, covered in gasoline, and set on fire after suffering blunt force trauma, according to detectives. Investigators couldn't make sense of the scene. Since the fire destroyed any fingerprints or distinguishing characteristics, the condition of the body made identification all but impossible. Detectives thought the murder must have occurred somewhere else before the trunk was left in the remote field, because there were no indications of a struggle at the scene. Because there were no witnesses or hints to help identify the victim, investigators had a difficult time figuring out who this man was and how he met such a terrible end, and the case ultimately went cold. Early leads in the case produced no noteworthy progress, despite the best efforts of law enforcement. In order to gather information about missing people, odd behavior, or anything that might help identify the victim, investigators canvassed the local communities. Due to the limited forensic technology available at the time, detectives were left without answers in the absence of fingerprint identification or DNA database matches. The forensic analysis, which showed that the man was probably middle-aged and had died violently, was the only information available for years. The case turned into one of the most puzzling unresolved mysteries in Michigan. After the story was reported by the media, the victim was dubbed Jack in the Box. The public and fans of true crime were enthralled, curious about the identity of this man and the reason behind his body's ruthless disposal. Detectives kept returning to the case in the hopes that new technology or a different viewpoint would reveal the truth, but the case cooled without any clear direction. The long-forgotten case received new attention in 2015, more than 13 years after the unidentified body was found in 2002. Previously, investigators had run out of leads, but they gained the momentum they required from a new tip from an unexpected source. In early 2015, Deneen Ducharme, a Texas woman, contacted law enforcement, expressing her suspicion that the unidentified man known as Jack in the Box might be her stepfather, Roberto Caraballo, who had vanished for no apparent reason years prior. Around this time, the case also gained more public attention, in part because of a documentary called Jack in the Box that was produced by a group of local students. The movie brought the unsolved murder back into the public eye, attracting more interest in the case and urging anyone with information to come forward. Together with developments in forensic technology, this spike in public involvement created new avenues for investigation. Following the Texas woman's call, investigators reopened the case, and used modern DNA testing techniques to examine the victim's remains. Detectives followed the woman's lead and compared her DNA to samples from the Texas family. The woman's suspicion was validated by the findings, which showed that Jack in the Box was in fact 37-year-old Roberto Caraballo, who had resided in Charlotte, Michigan at the time of his disappearance. This discovery changed the course of the case from an unsolved mystery to a targeted investigation, enabling detectives to concentrate their efforts on identifying the people who caused Caraballo's untimely death. Authorities now had a plethora of new information thanks to this identification, including a name and a life story to piece together. Roberto's identification shed light on his family ties and past, generating new leads and providing a novel viewpoint on potential suspects and their motivations. Let's now examine Roberto Caraballo's biography. Friends and family characterize Caraballo as a gregarious and diligent person. He shared a home with his wife, Beverly McCallum, her daughter, Deneen Ducharme, and Christopher McMillan, Deneen's friend. However, his relationship with Beverly was said to have been turbulent at the time of his death. Family conflicts, tension, and financial arguments were reported by friends and family. Detectives looked into the possibility that someone close to Caraballo was responsible for his murder, after it became clear that his life had not been peaceful. Authorities focused on Caraballo's immediate family after his identity was established, especially his wife, Beverly, her daughter, Deneen, and her friend, Chris McMillan. Prior to his body being transported to the Ottawa County field, the investigation found that Caraballo had been murdered in the basement of their Charlotte, Michigan home. Investigators believed that Beverly McCallum, driven by family strife and financial gain, had planned the murder. Witness accounts and interview reports presented a terrifying image of premeditation. The murder was thought to have been meticulously planned by McMillan, Deneen, and Beverly. Although no life insurance policy was verified, there have been rumors that Beverly might have hoped to profit monetarily from Caraballo's passing. Rather, it seemed to be a murder motivated by animosity and personal strife, with McMillan carrying out the scheme and Beverly controlling her daughter. Investigators discovered that the three suspects had enticed Caraballo into their Charlotte home's basement on the night of the murder, where they fatally wounded him with a blunt object. According to reports, they disposed of the evidence by putting Caraballo's body inside a metal trunk after he passed away. With the intention of erasing any evidence of their crime, they drove the trunk to a blueberry field in Ottawa County, doused it with gasoline, and set it on fire. The painstaking preparation and graphic method of disposal demonstrated the brutality and resolve of those involved. In order to link Beverly, Deneen, and McMillan to the crime, forensic science was essential. Traces of gasoline and accelerant on the metal trunk were consistent with attempts to destroy the body, and any forensic traces and blood evidence discovered in the basement matched Caraballo's DNA. A clear narrative that positioned the murder in the family home prior to the body's transportation to the field was established thanks, in large part, to the efforts of forensic analysts, advancements in DNA testing, and cooperation with local law enforcement. Christopher McMillan finally consented to a plea bargain in exchange for a lighter sentence after increasing pressure. He gave a thorough explanation of what transpired before Caraballo passed away. McMillan explained how Beverly had planned the murder and tricked him and Deneen into helping to carry it out. His admission that Caraballo had been murdered in the basement gave the prosecution's case more weight and provided a strong basis for Beverly and Deneen's conviction. In relation to Roberto Caraballo's murder, Deneen Ducharme was charged with both murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Ducharme made an effort to portray herself as a reluctant participant during the trial by claiming that she was coerced into committing the crime by her mother, Beverly McCallum. She asserted that her mother had manipulated her, forcing her to participate in both the actual murder and the disposal of Caraballo's body. According to her defense team, Ducharme was a victim of circumstance and had fallen victim to McCallum's web of coercion. They made an effort to portray her as obedient and passive, implying that she was motivated by a stronger personality rather than intending to actively participate in the crime. Her defense was questioned by the investigators and prosecution, who contended that the evidence refuted her allegations of manipulation. They implied that Ducharme had not only been aware of the scheme but had voluntarily taken part in it, taking important steps to hide the crime. From the physical attack on Caraballo to the actions taken to destroy his body and obfuscate evidence, the evidence showed that she was not merely a passive bystander, but was actively involved. When Beverly McCallum found out that the investigation was refocusing on her, she left the country in 2015. After evading authorities by moving to different countries, she was eventually found in Rome, Italy in 2019. The case became more complicated due to the international nature of her arrest, necessitating cooperation between Italian and American authorities in order to extradite her. Ultimately, McCallum's attempts to thwart extradition were unsuccessful, and she was sent back to Michigan to stand trial for Caraballo's murder. Beverly McCallum and her daughter Danae Ducharme were charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and mutilation of a dead body at the start of their legal proceedings in Michigan. According to the prosecution, the murder was premeditated, and Beverly was the one who carried out the heinous deed, driven by both malice and financial greed. Beverly allegedly carefully planned Caraballo's murder and enlisted her daughter Danae and friend Christopher McMillan to carry out her plan, according to the prosecution. McMillan, who had previously accepted a plea bargain, testified against Beverly and Danae, offering details about the crime scene, the plot, and the subsequent events. Because of this plea deal, which reduced his sentence in return for his cooperation, Beverly and Danae were left to deal with the full weight of the charges by themselves. The roles that each person played were established by the prosecution, using McMillan's testimony and additional evidence, emphasizing Beverly's leadership in planning and directing the crime. After years of waiting for the case to be settled, Caraballo's loved ones and the community finally felt some justice and closure as a result of the trial and the ensuing court rulings. The possibility that Beverly McCallum is involved in other crimes besides the murder of Roberto Caraballo is another noteworthy feature. According to Amanda, Beverly has a track record of abusing her connections with men, some of whom are from outside the U.S. In one notable instance, Beverly married a man she had known for more than 20 years while residing in Jamaica. This person vanished inexplicably, and despite attempts to get in touch with Beverly, he is still unaccounted for in Jamaica. Following his disappearance, Beverly and her kids are thought to have left the country, which heightens the suspicion that her illegal actions may be a part of a larger pattern. Given Beverly's history of violent and manipulative relationships, and this man's abrupt and unexplained disappearance, it is possible that she is connected to additional unreported crimes. The question of how many more victims might be linked to Beverly's past is raised by this unsolved mystery. The conclusion of the Jack-in-the-Box case, one of Michigan's most eerie unresolved cases, attracted national attention. Audiences found great resonance in the tale of Roberto Caraballo's murder and the treachery of those closest to him. The case's place in American crime history has been cemented by ongoing media coverage and true crime documentaries. Even when all hope seems lost, the investigation's legacy serves as a testament to the commitment of law enforcement and the value of forensic science in bringing about justice. A terrible reminder of the darker side of human nature is the murder of Roberto Caraballo, who was hidden in a metal trunk and set ablaze in a Michigan field. When justice was finally served after years of mystery, a horrifying tale of treachery and family dishonesty was exposed. No matter how much time has passed, Caraballo's memory endures, as a reminder of the extent investigators will go to in order to find the truth and provide victims with justice. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On December 3, 1981, Rhonda Casto was born in the tiny Washington town of Gig Harbor. She was raised in a loving, supportive family that encouraged her in everything she did. Rhonda had a bright personality that was evident from a young age. She was driven, ambitious, and tenacious. According to her loved ones, she was able to inspire others and quickly establish a common language with them. When Rhonda graduated from high school, she decided to pursue a career in fashion. She began a modeling career thanks to her charisma, slim build, and inherent beauty. She gradually gained recognition by taking part in photo shoots and small fashion shows. Even though she loved her job, she always hoped for more than cover shots. Rhonda felt that true happiness would come from having a family and kids. We took off right away after she met Stephen Nichols and Nichols in 2009. They were attracted to each other right away after meeting through mutual friends. Although Rhonda's loved ones initially had some reservations about Stephen's age, 15 years older than Rhonda, the couple appeared to be content. Stephen's confidence and attention to detail impressed Rhonda, she told friends. He appeared to be a man she could trust, someone who cared about her. For his part, Stephen found Rhonda's inherent beauty and joy appealing. He viewed her as a companion who could share life's pleasures and challenges with him. They started living together shortly after they started dating, planning their future together. Their relationship took a new turn a few years later. Rhonda learned she was expecting a baby. For her, this news marked the start of a new stage. When tragedy rocked their lives, she was 5 months pregnant. Along with happiness, Rhonda's pregnancy gave her new objectives. She aspired to become a successful mother and keep growing as a person. Stephen seemed happy to be getting ready to become a father, and helped her in every way. The baby would be the pinnacle of their happy life together, he assured his friends. Even though they were very different in age, their relationship appeared to be strong and nothing could stop them from being happy. Rhonda, who always aimed for independence, had faith in Stephen, and genuinely thought he would make a fantastic husband and father. They led busy, active lives. In order to escape the everyday grind, Rhonda frequently encouraged Stephen to take walks because she loved the outdoors. The area's wooded trails, where they could take in the scenery and clean air, were their favorite spots. Eagle Creek, a picturesque location in Oregon renowned for its rocky cliffs and waterfalls, was one such trail. Rhonda frequently recommended the trail for hikes because she loved it. They made the decision to hike Eagle Creek once more on the day of the tragedy. It was supposed to be a pleasant and easy walk. In order to preserve the memories of the happy time leading up to the baby's birth, Rhonda wanted to take some photos against the backdrop of nature, but nobody could have foreseen that Rhonda's walk would be her final one. On March 16, 2009, at approximately 6:30 p.m., Stephen Nichols reported to emergency services that his fiancée, Rhonda Casto, had fallen off a cliff on the Eagle Creek Trail. According to the dispatcher who took the call, Stephen's voice sounded tense and nervous. He tried to explain what had happened in a bewildered tone. "My fiancée went down. She tumbled off a precipice. I'm not sure if she's still alive." In an effort to explain the scene, Stephen repeated himself. He went on to say that Rhonda reportedly lost her balance on one of the challenging parts of the Eagle Creek Trail and fell while they were hiking along it. He informed the dispatcher right away that the situation was serious in a panicked voice. Rescuers arrived at the scene right away, fully aware that the Eagle Creek Trail, despite its popularity among hikers, can be hazardous. Numerous accidents have occurred in the past due to narrow paths, steep slopes, and slippery rocks. But none of the team could have imagined how messy this tragedy would end up being. Stephen was standing at the edge of the cliff when rescuers arrived on the scene. He appeared perplexed. He was obviously in shock, but his clothes were fine. His face showed a mix of horror and despair, and his breathing was labored. Stephen stated that he had attempted to figure out how to get downstairs to assist Rhonda, but had come to the conclusion that it was too risky. She was ahead. "I shouted at her to be careful when rescuers started asking questions, but she didn't listen," he said. "She slipped all of a sudden, and it happened too quickly." However, his words sounded sentimental. Rescuers found certain aspects of his story strange. Since Stephen was unable to pinpoint the precise location of Rhonda's fall and was unsure of her actions at the time, a group of rescuers descended to locate her. The circumstances were challenging. The ground was loose and the slope was steep. The rescuers themselves might have been in danger if they had made the smallest error. They discovered Rhonda's body on a rocky platform at the foot of the cliff after roughly 40 minutes. It was clear from her stillness that her wounds were incompatible with life. Rescuers had concerns because the location where Rhonda was discovered was a narrow ledge in the middle of a heavily forested slope. The rocks and vegetation there appeared to be unaltered. There were no signs of struggle, ripped branches, or slip marks, which are typically present when someone falls from this height. The rescuers also saw that, despite being steep, the slope itself did not appear to be dangerous enough to cause such a serious tragedy. At the cliff's edge where Stephen said the incident happened, there were no visible signs, such as ripped shoes or indentations in the ground, that would have suggested Rhonda had attempted to cling on. Although it seemed strange, the rescuers concentrated on evacuating the body, which was the primary objective. Stephen was upset when the rescuers came back to tell him about the discovery. There was a mix of confusion and guilt on his face. He restated his version of what had happened. Together they were strolling, conversing, and taking in the scenery. He claimed that Rhonda eventually made the decision to accelerate and run ahead. She loved the outdoors and occasionally got too reckless, according to Stephen. He recalled that she didn't seem to listen when I told her to be more cautious. She slipped and fell a few seconds later. According to Stephen, everything happened too quickly for him to take any action. I had nothing to do. With a trembling voice, he added, while recording Stephen's statement, rescuers observed that, in spite of his emotional statements, he appeared somewhat detached. He was acting strangely. He didn't try to approach the cliff's edge, and he didn't seem interested in learning the specifics of what had happened. When the police arrived on the scene, officers started questioning Stephen, which caused the rescuers to have their first reservations. He was still perplexed by certain details, but his story stayed consistent. For instance, he was unable to precisely explain why Rhonda chose to run ahead of her and what transpired just before she fell. Although officers recorded his statement, they pointed out that his explanation sounded too general and lacked specific facts. That was a trail we frequently walked. She knew what she was doing, according to Stephen. It's simply a horrible mishap. Police officers started to question his statements, though, because the accident's specifics did not make sense. Although the tragedy initially seemed to be an accident, rescuers and police were left wondering what actually transpired on the Eagle Creek Trail that day due to Stephen's actions and the details of the scene. Why was it so easy for a physically active woman to lose her balance? And why did the fall site show no typical indications of struggle or slip marks? Although these issues are still unresolved, rescuers and law enforcement chose to conduct additional research in order to learn the whole truth about Rhonda Casto's fate. Numerous questions were raised right away by the Eagle Creek Trail tragedy, and Oregon police, understanding the complexity of the situation. Rhonda Casto's death seemed to be an accident at first, but as the incident's specifics and Stephen Nichols' actions became more apparent, suspicions started to grow. The investigators were aware that the clue was concealed not only at the accident scene, but also in the lives of Rhonda and Stephen. Therefore, every facet of their relationship, as well as any indication of potential conflict or motivation, needed to be carefully examined. The identification of potential witnesses was the first stage of the investigation. Eagle Creek is a well-liked hiking destination, particularly on a day with clear, warm weather. People who were on the trail at the time of the tragedy were contacted by police. Before the incident, Rhonda and Stephen were spotted by a number of hikers. They were strolling together, and nothing about their behavior raised suspicions. According to one hiker, he saw Rhonda because she appeared to be very content. He was following her as she walked ahead. They were giggling. However, he recalled that no witnesses saw the fall occur. Only Stephen was able to determine the truth at that point. Although his explanation for Rhonda's decision to accelerate made sense, police started looking into other possibilities. Stephen Nichols claimed that his fiancée had called rescuers as soon as the incident occurred, tumbled down a precipice. He appeared startled at first, but his actions later started to seem odd. Though Stephen did not show the extreme panic or acute shock that might be anticipated in such a situation, rescuers who arrived on the scene noted that he was emotionally distressed. His actions in the days that followed were even more dubious. Rather than wallowing in grief, Stephen carried on with his routine. He avoided talking to loved ones about the incident and said very little about Rhonda. I found it odd that he almost instantly began acting as if nothing had happened, one of Rhonda's friends recalled. Additionally, police observed that Stephen showed no particular interest in the investigation's specifics. He made no effort to inquire about Rhonda's chances of survival or initiate contact with law enforcement. Rhonda's mother stated that in the days preceding the tragedy, Rhonda expressed her fears of something happening to her, which is why her family did not initially accept the accident version. "It's not an accident, I assure you," she informed her mom. These remarks suggested a potentially tense relationship between Rhonda and Stephen, which made them a crucial component of the inquiry. Additionally, according to Rhonda's mother, their relationship has never been ideal. Rhonda reportedly considered ending her relationship with Stephen, even though they were expecting a child. She complained to friends about her partner's excessive control and jealousy. Because it might have revealed underlying conflicts that contributed to the tragedy, This testimony raised suspicions among investigators. Rhonda appeared tense and anxious in the weeks prior to the incident, according to one of her friends. She expressed her fear for her future. According to him, the version of events that Stephen provided started to diverge from the testimonies that were collected from loved ones. The search of Stephen Nichols' house was a crucial part of the investigation. If the tragedy wasn't an accident, investigators were searching for documents that might provide insight into the couple's relationship and potential motivations. Police discovered a $1 million insurance policy in Rhonda's name during the search. Stephen was listed as the only beneficiary. Since it turned out that the policy had only been issued a few months prior to the tragedy, this document caused a lot of questions for investigators. Furthermore, the insurance company claims that Stephen pushed for clauses in the policy that guaranteed the full amount would be paid, even in the case of an accident. It's likely that Rhonda was unaware of the policy. She never brought up the insurance policy or financial issues with Stephen, according to her friends and family. Given that Stephen was in a precarious financial situation, the fact that such a sizable insurance policy had been taken out just before the tragedy raised police suspicions and might have suggested a financial motivation. To ascertain whether he intended to use the funds to address his issues, investigators started looking through his bank accounts and financial documents. Following Rhonda's passing, Stephen Nichols also displayed odd financial behavior. He immediately began the process of obtaining an insurance policy rather than delaying his affairs. Only a few days after the tragedy, investigators saw that he completed the payout paperwork. His actions appeared hurried, which added to the suspicion. Police also observed that Stephen avoided interacting with Rhonda's relatives. He didn't offer to assist her parents with funeral planning or show up for her memorial service. As a result, there was more friction between him and the grieving family, who were beginning to suspect Stephen of being responsible for her passing. The turning point was when Stephen Nichols, who had appeared distant and reclusive since the tragedy, became the target of law enforcement after they had accumulated enough strong evidence to file charges. Be aware that every piece of evidence, including witness accounts and financial records, pointed to a potential motive, and his odd post-event behavior increased suspicion. Police eventually accused him of murder, and they started questioning him. Given that Stephen might have been tense or dangerous if caught, investigators made sure they were ready for the arrest. They were alarmed by his actions in the last few days. It was a cold and calculating attitude toward the situation, not just emotional distress from the loss. Based on the evidence they discovered, insurance, financial records, and his peculiar behavior, the police took Stephen into custody at his residence. There were no problems during the arrest procedure. When Stephen was told of the charges, he reacted calmly. He wasn't hostile, made no harsh remarks, or attempted to flee. There was nothing that could surprise him when police told him he was accused of murder. His face was unbreakable. The first interrogation started after Stephen was taken to the police station. He initially flatly denied any guilt. He asserted that his version of events would remain unchanged when questioned about what had transpired. "I was unable to save Rhonda when she fell. An accident occurred." He persisted in claiming that he was unable to foresee the tragedy and that the incident was an accident. But even though he was certain of his innocence, investigators started to show him evidence that contradicted his account. The police attempted to approach the case more subtly in an attempt to persuade Stephen to confess, rather than immediately accusing him of murder. His own words were being used against him as they meticulously crafted his story. Stephen became anxious during one of the interviews after the investigators presented him with financial records and other supporting documentation. Following the tragedy, police insisted that his actions were out of the ordinary. They highlighted his rash insurance buying decisions, his odd conduct following Rhonda's passing, and other questionable incidents. When an investigator asked Stephen why he had started taking out insurance so quickly, it was a pivotal moment. The man smiled nervously and said something that was practically a confession. "I didn't think it would happen so fast," he said, not seeing right away that what he said might have been taken as an admission of his actual motivations. It was a crucial statement that provided the police with a crucial lead. Although Stephen persisted in claiming that the tragedy was an accident, his arguments started to falter. "You're saying you didn't expect it to end so quickly," the investigator persisted. "You mean you didn't believe Rhonda would pass away?" Since more investigation showed that psychological pressure was a factor, this incident gave the impression that Stephen may have eventually acknowledged his guilt, even if not outright. Perhaps unknowingly, Stephen started to give in to the weight of the evidence. He grew more reclusive, avoiding direct responses and questions about his behavior on the day of the tragedy, even though he had no intention of acknowledging what had happened. In the meantime, the investigators engaged experts and kept elaborating on specifics. Rhonda died from injuries that were obviously not possible to have resulted from an unintentional fall, according to the forensic report. Because of the severe impact that caused these injuries, investigators started to believe that Stephen was most likely to blame for her passing. But in spite of everything, Stephen refused to acknowledge his actions. He repeated his version of events, claiming that he had no idea what was going to happen and that everything had happened by accident. The police understood that gathering reliable evidence would require time and effort, making this a challenging case. In the end, investigators collected all the evidence required for charging. In addition to Stephen's own actions in the days that followed, they also incorporated forensic evidence, Rhonda's insurance policy, documents proving Stephen was the only beneficiary, testimony from her family and friends, and proof of financial motivations. The tragedy served as a crucial component of the inquiry as well. The fact that he processed the insurance payment without hesitation and without displaying the typical human response to losing a loved one astounded the investigators. As a result, the charges had a solid foundation thanks to all of these facts, and the investigation took the case to trial. The trial of Stephen Nichols marked the end of a protracted investigation into Rhonda Casto's unexplained death on the Eagle Creek Trail. Investigators and prosecutors developed a case that they felt demonstrated the tragedy was not an accident. After years of meticulous work, the trial's unexpected conclusion, however, caused a public uproar and raised numerous concerns about the true circumstances surrounding Stephen Nichols' 2015 arrest. According to the investigation, the woman's death was the result of deliberate actions. Prosecutors asserted with confidence that Nichols had a purpose, a plan, and the intention to carry it out. A $1 million insurance policy that was put in Rhonda's name just months before she passed away was a crucial component of the prosecution's case. Stephen was listed as the policy's only beneficiary. The prosecution claimed that the document suggested a possible financial motivation for the crime. Prosecutors also emphasized Rhonda's mother's testimony, claiming that her daughter had voiced concerns about Stephen's unpredictable behavior and had been vocal about the possibility that she might be abused if something were to happen to her. You are aware it's no coincidence. According to the mother, Rhonda stated in court that her injuries were not totally consistent with an unintentional fall. Prosecutors also provided a medical report supporting this claim. The medical examiners came to the conclusion that rather than a simple loss of balance, Rhonda's injuries might indicate a push. The prosecution's case revolved around these conclusions. From the start, Stephen Nichols vehemently denied his guilt. According to his attorneys, Rhonda's death was a tragic but unintended accident. According to Stephen's own account, he and Rhonda were taking a leisurely stroll along the wharf on the day of the tragedy. According to him, Rhonda was feeling good and even decided to pick up the pace in order to feel more liberated and energetic. But she reportedly stumbled and fell off a cliff on one challenging part of the trail. It happened too quickly, but I saw her lose her balance. I was powerless to help. According to Nichols, he also maintained that the accusations against him were the result of speculation and misinterpretation. His attorneys argued that the investigation had rushed to conclusions based on emotional testimony from the deceased's family members and circumstantial evidence. Additionally, the defense argued that married couples, particularly those who were getting ready to move in together and were expecting a child, frequently had insurance policies. They maintained that the execution of such a document did not demonstrate criminal intent, and that its mere existence did not establish that Stephen had harmed Rhonda on purpose. The attorneys stressed that Nichols had no established reason for the murder because, despite their occasional arguments, their relationship was not so tumultuous as to result in tragedy. There were several obstacles that prosecutors had to overcome in order to construct a perfect prosecution. The absence of first-hand witnesses was one of the main issues. Stephen was the only one who witnessed Rhonda's fall on the trail. Nichols's attorneys had a significant advantage because no one could definitively dispute their client's version of events, allowing him to continue insisting on it. The unclear expert conclusions were another flaw in the prosecution's case. There were no other obvious indications of violence. Even though some of Rhonda's wounds weren't consistent with the fall, this ambiguity was actively exploited by defense lawyers. They maintained that the prosecution's conclusions were based on speculation and conjecture, and that Rhonda's death was an accident. Stephen Nichols chose to reach an agreement with prosecutors in 2017, 2 years after his arrest. This ruling was an unanticipated development in the case. Nichols' degree of responsibility and potential sentence were greatly diminished by the agreement, which assumed that he would enter a guilty plea to manslaughter. In turn, the prosecutor's office accepted the agreement, likely understanding that the likelihood of a conviction on the manslaughter count was lower. A strong defense, unclear medical reports, and a lack of concrete evidence might have led to Nichols' acquittal. As part of the agreement, a plea deal in this case permitted at least partial justice. Although it was not his intention, Nichols acknowledged that his actions on the day of the tragedy might have played a role in Rhonda's demise. The public and the victim's family had differing opinions about this admission, which allowed the prosecution to wrap up the case without a drawn-out trial. The court imposed the sentence after the plea agreement. Stephen Nichols received a 3-year probationary sentence after being found guilty of manslaughter. Nevertheless, the court permitted Nichols to depart following his 19-month incarceration pending trial. Many people who had been following the case, including Rhonda's family, were taken aback by this light sentence. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We take a look at events that happened in 2019 in the UK. On April 28, 2019, 39-year-old care worker Emma Faulds vanished under mysterious circumstances. After receiving a call from her family 2 days later, the police began a thorough investigation to find out Emma's true fate. 700 square miles had to be searched by the police. In 2019, Emma resided in Kilmarnock. Located in southwest Scotland's East Ayrshire, Kilmarnock is a town and former burgh. There was quiet and comfort in her home, and she was always followed faithfully by her dog Maverick. Emma led a quiet, measured life. In addition to having a good heart, she was well known among her neighbors for her ability to relate to everyone. Emma regarded her dog Maverick, a cute West Highland Terrier, as a son, and more than just a pet. They would enjoy the fresh air and the splendor of nature while taking long walks together in parks and woods. Emma visited her parents on April 25, 2019. Her father, Ian, 70, and mother, Margaret Faulds, 70, were thrilled to see their daughter. Emma always brought a sense of coziness and warmth to her visits with her parents. Emma's parents talked about their plans and memories during dinner. Even though she had heard these stories a lot, she always discovered something fresh and motivational in them. Her parents occasionally reminisced about Emma's early years and how the family used to go on picnics at the lake. The conversation at the table was informal and laid back. Immersed in the recollections of her carefree childhood, Emma shared their laughter. However, the discussion continued. In order to prepare for the future, her parents informed her that they would be traveling to Brighton to see relatives who resided there. Emma remarked to herself how her parents, in spite of their advanced age, made plans with ease and joy, still full of life and adventure. They continued their conversation over a cup of coffee in the living room after dinner. For Emma, this evening served as a reminder of the value of family, of the unseen thread that unites generations, and of what is genuinely important in life, in addition to being a chance to spend time with her loved ones. Nobody could have predicted that the family's tranquility would vanish in a matter of days. Emma informed her parents that on Sunday, April 28th, she would be meeting up with her friend Ross Willocks. Ross and Emma had been friends for 18 years. Both of them were wardens at Kilmarnock Prison when they first met. Emma wanted to visit Ross after telling her parents that he had adopted a dog from a shelter. Emma told her sister via text that she was going to have a bit of a mad one. Ross resided in Monkton's Fairfield Park. Emma texted a friend at around 8 p.m. to let them know she was at Ross's house, where she would be spending the night and enjoying a glass of wine. Emma's phone was referred to as an extension of her arm because she was typically in constant communication with her loved ones. However, Emma didn't text or call any of her family members or friends the following day. Margaret, her mother, said this was completely uncharacteristic. Emma's parents were in Brighton visiting relatives on April 30th. Emma's employers called her mother, Margaret, to inform her that her daughter had failed to show up for work. Emma's parents were immediately aware that something was amiss because she spoke to a friend or family member every day. "We were on edge and decided to report her missing because it was so unlike her," said her dad. Around 4:30 p.m. when police officers broke into Emma's apartment on Fullerton Street in Kilmarnock that day, they found her pet dog, Maverick, home by himself. A neighbor had heard Emma sobbing. Everyone knew Emma well enough to know that she would never leave her dog alone. Emma kept Maverick in a cage during his recovery from a recent operation on his cruciate ligament to prevent him from jumping and running around. The investigation, known as Operation Salsion, immediately focused on Ross Willox because he was the last person to see her alive. At approximately 11 p.m., Willox informed officers that Emma had made the decision to drive back to her apartment, which was less than 9 miles away. He claimed that while they were at his Moncton home, she became anxious about her recently operated dog and wanted to bring it home. They chose to visit her apartment. He claimed that after traveling with her, he took roughly a dozen lines of cocaine. According to Willox, Emma was cheerful and upbeat and was having fun. She was planning a cruise and discussing her upcoming 40th birthday. At around 7 a.m., he said, he took a taxi home. April 29. After Emma was reported missing, her sister, Myram Faulds, who works in Abu Dhabi, went back to Scotland to assist in the search. On May 1, 2019, she took a plane back to Scotland and started assisting with her sister's search. Emma vanished the following day, leaving a profound sense of unease and uncertainty in her wake. Her family launched a difficult and demanding search for her as soon as they couldn't get in touch with her. The police swiftly acted, coordinating with Emma's friends and relatives. Soon, informational pamphlets with Emma's picture were lining the city's streets. They asked that anyone with information about her contact the police, and they included information about her last known location. On social media, word of Emma's disappearance spread, and every post on her family page drew an increasing number of supportive comments and wishes for her safe return home. Desperate, Emma's family begged for assistance from the public every day. The authors wrote, "Any detail could be crucial. Please help us find Emma." The police also asked for assistance from the town's residents, realizing how urgent it was to solve the case. Private CCTV camera owners were asked to review their footage by detectives. Maybe something suspicious would be captured on camera, or perhaps Emma's figure would be glimpsed among the typical street scenes. A strong feeling of unease was mingled with both hope and fear. Everyone who knew Emma and cared for her, however, remained hopeful. The town was unified by the shared objective of locating Emma and returning her home, despite the fact that hundreds of total strangers did not remain uninterested. The police placed a high premium on gathering evidence related to Emma's disappearance. Every discovery might hold the key to the woman's unexplained disappearance, and every bit of evidence and witness statement added to the puzzle that investigators were attempting to solve. Every little detail had to be considered in their hard work. For detectives, every discussion with neighbors and family members became a source of fresh concepts and theories that might help explain Emma's fate. One of the key success factors was the investigative team's capacity to carefully examine the evidence. They were able to create a tenuous but significant series of events that ultimately led to Emma's demise because of their meticulous attention to detail and unwavering pursuit of the truth. Furthermore, it was critical that the investigators take into account both the psychological and physical evidence. They made an effort to learn more about Emma's personality, relationships with other people, potential enemies, and the reasons behind her actions that most people would find improbable. Emma's vehicle was essential to the chronology. At 5:39 p.m., dashcam footage showed the blue BMW 1 Series parked outside Ross Willox's residence. April 28. Emma's car was parked outside her house the following morning, but strangely it was parked on the other side of the street. Emma always parked her car directly outside her apartment because she suffered from obsessive-compulsive disorder. When the police were able to obtain footage from a private CCTV camera, They were extremely fortunate to discover that Emma was not the driver of the car, but rather a man. Let's examine the video that was made public by the police. If you pay close attention, you can see the driver cleaning the dashboard and steering wheel of the vehicle. Investigators think Ross Woolocks was the driver of Emma's car and was aware of Emma's fate. After Emma was reported missing, her family and friends posted posters and handed out leaflets throughout Ayrshire. But Woolocks chose not to participate. Sarah Falls, Emma's sister, told investigators that she spoke with Woolocks after Emma vanished, and he provided her with 2 different accounts of what transpired. "Hi Ross, I'm just wondering if she's still with you. No one's seen her," she texted Woolocks on April 30, 2019, to which he responded that she wasn't with him. In a subsequent message, Woolocks told Sarah that he had driven Emma home himself. When Sarah inquired about the time of her departure, he replied, "Sunday. Maverick was getting rowdy with my dog, Patty, and Emma was getting stressed." Experts started using CCTV and cell phone analysis to map Woolocks' movements as the hunt for Emma grew more intense. CCTV footage of Woolocks purchasing bleach, rubber gloves, and tins of outdoor disinfectant from multiple stores was found. When we put all those pieces of evidence together, it painted a suspicious picture of Ross Woolocks' movements. They also looked into his background and found that he had previously constructed wind farms in Dumfries and Galloway, close to the Galloway Forest, according to Detective Crombie. When cameras captured 2 trips to the region in the days after Emma vanished, this became crucial. The first was in his Mercedes SUV on April 29. The second was in a Jaguar he purchased for his wife, who was working overseas when Emma disappeared. Later, during the search of the Jaguar, a police dog trained to detect the smell of dead bodies repeatedly barked at the boot area, providing a positive indication. In addition to an officer with extensive local knowledge and experience working as a wind farm liaison, police also called in search specialists from the UK National Crime Agency. According to Detective Crombie, some areas of the 700-square-mile Galloway Forest Park resembled the moon's surface. Woolocks' cell phone was examined by digital forensic specialists, who then superimposed the CCTV footage that was found on the routes he took in the 48 hours following Emma's disappearance. As previously stated, the police dog made a signal when searching Woolocks' Jaguar. Even though investigators knew Emma was dead, they still needed more solid proof to find Woolocks guilty. They had to locate Emma's remains. Police called for assistance from the public once more. The Mercedes on Monday, April 29, and the Jaguar on Tuesday, April 30, were both known to have been on the A714 Girvan to Newton Stewart Road. Detective Martin Fergus, who was in charge of the investigation, stated, "What Emma's family is going through is unimaginable, and our priority is to find her. I am thankful to members of the public who have been in touch and have provided us with valuable information which has led us to explore this area. I believe the A714 route is key to helping us find Emma, and I am appealing again to those who use this route regularly. Please take time to think back and consider if you saw a Mercedes or Jaguar car on this road, or parked up somewhere, or even off-road. If you have dashcam footage, please take the time to go through and check it. You may not realize it, but you could have captured footage of the vehicles in these locations, which could provide us with vital information and assist us in finding Emma." Since Woolocks was the sole suspect in the Emma Falls disappearance case, he was constantly monitored by the police. Neil Moore, Ross Woolocks' best friend, gave the police another crucial lead. Moore claimed that after Woolocks requested to use his device, he noticed the searches on it. On May 8, 2019, Moore told prosecutor Paul Kearney that he discovered searches he had not made on his iPad. They included: do police put tracking devices on cars? Can cars be traced by GPS? And can UK police trace your car without a warrant? Woolocks was being watched when he was taken into custody at his mother's home on May 8 on suspicion of Emma's murder. Declaring that he had no idea where Emma might be, he entered a not guilty plea. The Galloway Forest is roughly 700 square miles in size. However, police were able to concentrate on a search area by employing specialized techniques. During Operation Salzan, in the search of the 700 square mile Galloway Forest area where Emma's body was suspected to be, police called in Professor Lorna Dawson. Among other things, the soil expert was asked to inspect Woolocks' Timberland boots. On June 11th, Professor Dawson presented her findings. Emma's nude remains were discovered 24 hours later, concealed in a section of Glen Truel forest that is not typically traversed by people. When comparing the soil that covered Emma's body to the boots, there was a 92% match. Another potential match from the forest site was discovered beneath the Jaguar car's wheel arch. As a wind farm project manager, Willix was familiar with the area, but he told police that he was only there to walk his dogs if they saw him. He was also located in and around the area by mobile phone analysis. According to Detective Pakalek, Bear, his dog, who was trained specifically to locate dead bodies, started barking, signaling that he had discovered something. To conduct additional investigation, the officer went back to the location. Pakalek put on sterile gloves and stated, "I lifted the vegetation to see if it was a body part or torso. I could see the lower portion of a naked body." A service was held at Holmesford Bridge Crematorium after hundreds of mourners paid their respects at Kilmarnock's New Lay Kirk. Maverick, Emma's West Highland Terrier, was leading the procession out of the church while sporting a blue bow tie. Emma's relatives posted on the family's butcher shop's social media page that they felt compelled to make a public statement. Only now. They claimed that during this incredibly depressing and agonizing time, they had received fields of flowers, hundreds of messages, and countless cards. This proves that there is a great caring community spirit in Kilmarnock and further afield, indeed worldwide, they stated. The Faulds family and Emma's dog, Maverick, signed off on the message, saying, "Thank you all so much for your support and kindness you have shown us during the past few weeks. We're not there yet, and it will be a long time until we get answers to all the questions that have been haunting us, but knowing that everyone is with us makes it easier to bear." Emma Faulds' murder has been charged against Ross Willix. In addition, Willix is accused of trying to thwart the course of justice by concealing Emma's body for several days before disposing of it in a forest, and by trying to conceal his alleged role in her demise from April 28 to May 8, 2019. According to the prosecution, he searched online for information on blood and how to disable vehicle tracking and disposed of Emma's clothes, belongings, and cell phone. Prosecutors also claim Willix asked officers where Emma was and said he was concerned, leaving voicemails on her phone on multiple occasions while feigning to think she was still alive. Despite Emma's apparent neck injury, jurors were informed that her body was so decomposed that a pathologist was unable to determine what killed her. Dr. John Williams, a pathologist, testified in Glasgow's High Court that he examined Emma Faulds after her death, but because of the state of decomposition, Dr. Williams said he could only determine so much from her remains. He added that he was unable to pinpoint Emma's death date when questioned by prosecutor Paul Kearney. According to Dr. Williams's report, there were no significant natural diseases found, and she did not have any fractures to her arms, legs, or ribs. In response to the question posed by prosecutor Paul Kearney, "So nothing to point to a natural cause, but with the great caveat that your examination was affected by the state of decomposition?" Dr. Williams said, "That is right." It was discovered during the trial that Emma Faulds' toxicology samples included traces of alcohol and painkillers. The jury was informed that the cause of death must be declared undetermined after Dr. Williams read from his report saying, "In summary, the medical cause of death has not been established. The degree of decomposition has limited many aspects of the post-mortem." Joanne Cochran, a forensic scientist, described to the court how, while inspecting the BMW in September 2019, she removed a tape from a seat lever. It matched Ross Willix's DNA profile, according to the expert. The trial also heard how blood was found in the accused's house. 2 tiny droplets that matched Ross Willix's father's DNA profile were discovered. According to forensic scientist Joanne Cochran, no additional blood was discovered, but there was a tiny staining of contact blood elsewhere that was thought to match the accused. At the trial, Willix had denied murder. In his version of events, he claimed to have left Ms. Faulds fit and well after partying with her for a while before they drove to her apartment in Kilmarnock, Ayrshire, which was about 9 miles away. Willix's attorney, Donald Findlay, stated that it would not be suitable to offer any apologies on behalf of his client, who disputes his own responsibility. According to Findlay, he is not the kind of person I would have expected to have found himself guilty of a crime of murder. The murder of somebody that he knew and cared for. They cared for each other, not in any romantic sense, but as friends. Something catastrophic went wrong in the early hours of the morning and one life was lost. Margaret Faulds, Emma's mother, described the location of her daughter's discovery on the first day of the trial as, "No one would walk there or drive there. You would have to see it to believe how remote it was." Nevertheless, one individual went there with the intention of ensuring that no one would discover what he had done to his friend of nearly 20 years. Professor Lorna Dawson, a soil specialist, presented her results on June 11 after testing the Mercedes and Jaguar vehicles for soil and a pair of Willicks's Timberland boots. Search teams eventually located Emma after refocusing on damp, marshy areas as a result of Professor Dawson's analysis. She informed the trial that the deposition site was not a place you would typically walk through, and that there was no natural path to it. Her words, "You would avoid it." Professor Dawson stated that rather than originating from a similar common bog habitat, the soil recovered from the boots came from the deposition site. A jury convicted Willicks of murder and attempted obstruction of justice following a 6-week trial. Miriam and Sarah, Emma's distraught sisters and parents, were there to hear the decision. The judge stated to Willicks, "You know what the sentence for murder will be. It will be life imprisonment. Be under no misapprehension. This was a foul crime on a young woman loved by her family. You would have visited upon them a lifetime of wondering if she was still alive had her body not been recovered as a result of the sterling work by the police and experts. It was in such a remote place, and you had intended her body would never be recovered." Willicks showed no emotion as he announced the decision. The heartless murderer acknowledged that he was not involved in Emma's search. He maintained that the bleach bottles were not used to remove any traces of a crime, but rather to clean his decking. Only he really knows what caused Emma's death, and it's still unclear what transpired between them at his house that evening. Ross Willicks received a life sentence in prison in June 2021. Before he can apply for parole, he must serve 20 years in prison. Only you will know what happened in your house that night that led to you killing your friend. You were not as clever as you thought you were, Willicks was told by Judge Mulholland. In a statement issued following the guilty verdict, Emma's family stated, "We are absolutely devastated by Emma's death, and her not being with us has left a tremendous void in all our lives. We cannot believe she was taken from us in such a violent way. And what makes it even worse is that Ross Willicks was supposed to be her friend. The last 2 years have been the worst our family has ever experienced, culminating in a 6-week murder trial in the High Court in Glasgow, which ended earlier today. The conclusion, as you are probably aware, is that the man who murdered our beloved Emma has been found guilty. I feel, on behalf of my family, that I should use this message to thank everyone, friends, customers, and the wider community, for their fantastic support, kindness, and help when needed. We know we will never get Emma back, but we feel, with all the professionals involved in the case, we've got justice for her." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We examine the events that occurred in the U.S. state of Georgia in this video. At the age of 22, Laken Riley was a medical student at Athens Augusta University College of Nursing. She went for a run on February 22, 2024, and never came back. Her death, which attracted a lot of media attention, happened on a trail close to the university campus. Using surveillance footage, detectives investigated the case and apprehended the offender. Both the president and the media were alerted to Laken's passing. However, Joe Biden had to later issue an apology for remarks he made while discussing her passing. On January 10, 2002, Laken Hope Riley was born in Marietta, Georgia. She had 3 siblings and was the daughter of Allison Phillips and Jason Riley. Laken participated actively in the cross-country team at River Ridge High School in Woodstock, Georgia, where she graduated in 2020. Her high school athletic involvement demonstrated her dedication to health and fitness. Following high school, Laken pursued an undergraduate degree at the University of Georgia before transferring to Augusta University to obtain a nursing degree. She pursued her education at Augusta University with an emphasis on healthcare, which reflected her desire to work as a nurse. Lakin was well known for her lively disposition and commitment to learning. In August 2023, she was awarded her honorary white coat, signifying the start of her nursing career and her dedication to compassion and humanism in the medical field. She was a cherished sister and daughter with a promising future, according to friends and family. Unfortunately, on the morning of her death, all of her dreams and plans were dashed. "Good morning, about to go for a run, if you're free to talk," Lakin texted her mother, Allison, at 8:55 a.m. A doorbell camera recorded her leaving the house. She shared a rental home close to the university with other female students. Morning jogging was an essential part of Lakin's daily routine because she loved running. Allison called her daughter at 9:24 a.m. after reading the message, but she didn't get a response. Allison didn't believe that anything negative could have occurred at that time. Since she was running, she figured Lakin hadn't responded. Allison sent her daughter a text message 14 minutes later, saying, "Call me when you can." Allison kept attempting to call Lakin, but no one answered. Allison texted Lakin again at 9:58 a.m., saying, "You're making me nervous not answering when you're out running. Are you okay?" Lakin's mother and sister kept trying to get in touch with Allison, but they were all unsuccessful. Other calls, including from Lakin's stepfather, also went unanswered, and at 11:47 a.m., Allison texted, "Please call me. I'm worried sick about you." Another 2 hours or so went by. It was clear that something odd was happening. Lakin's run could not have lasted longer than 3 hours, and she was always in contact with her family. The police were notified of Lakin's disappearance at 12:05 p.m. Her dead body was discovered in a wooded area close to the lake where she had been jogging 30 minutes earlier. Her mother and sister had already arrived when the police discovered Lakin's body. The moment Allison received the worst news of her life was caught on camera. Lakin Riley died from a combination of asphyxia and blunt force head trauma. According to an autopsy, she suffered severe injuries, including several head traumas from blunt force. Her disappearance investigation was changed to a homicide investigation. Police used surveillance footage to identify the culprit behind Lakin's ordeal. Lakin texted her mother at 8:55 a.m. on the morning of her death, and a doorbell camera recorded her leaving the house. A security camera caught her running with her phone in her left hand toward the location, where she was eventually located 10 minutes later at 9:05 a.m. At 9:06 a.m., she was out of the camera's line of sight. Her heart stopped at 9:28 a.m., 22 minutes after the camera took her picture, according to data from the smartwatch she was wearing. Lakin was dead. But it turned out that prior to her passing, Lakin had called 929. 5 minutes after she stepped out of the camera's line of sight, the call was placed. Before the call was disconnected, the dispatcher who took the call had no time to speak. The 911 dispatcher followed instructions and made 2 follow-up calls to Lakin's number, but neither time anyone picked up. Police searched the area surrounding the trail where Lakin was discovered in the early phases of the investigation. Potential witnesses who might have heard or seen something strange were interviewed. A suspicious male who was also captured on camera was spotted by several people. The suspect is seen discarding his jacket in this video. 15 minutes after Lakin's passing, the video was captured. Forensic analysis was essential in identifying the offender, in addition to witness accounts and surveillance footage. Lakin had resisted frantically, as evidenced by the DNA samples that investigators took from the crime scene, including beneath her fingernails. In order to find traces of evidence that might connect the suspect to the murder, the forensic team also looked through objects discovered close to her body. The man on the tape was promptly identified by the police. On September 8, 2022, a 26-year-old Venezuelan named Jose Ibarra entered the country illegally. Ibarra crossed the southern border between the United States and Mexico close to El Paso, Texas, where he was met by Customs and Border Protection officers. He was released for additional processing after being granted parole. Ibarra initially stayed at a migrant shelter before starting to travel the nation, according to officials. On September 14, 2023, Ibarra was taken into custody by the New York Police Department and charged with violating a motor vehicle license and acting in a way that would cause harm to a child under the age of 17. He was accused of riding his moped with a child who was not wearing a helmet. Then, before a detainer could be issued, he was released by New York officials. Jose Ibarra and his brother, Diego Ibarra, relocated to Georgia from New York City. His brother deserves a few words as well. Diego Ibarra, 29, is linked to a dangerous Venezuelan gang according to court documents. Diego Ibarra was taken into custody for using a fictitious green card to obtain employment at the University of Georgia. Diego's tattoos, attire, and use of gang symbols in social media photos, according to the prosecution, gave the impression that he was connected to a gang. In court filings, the gang was accused of being behind recent violent altercations with law enforcement and civilian victims in New York and other U.S. cities. Members who ride mopeds are accused of dragging victims to the ground in order to steal their devices during a series of violent phone robberies that are said to have occurred in New York City. Ibarra has tattoos associated with the gang, such as a 5-pointed star on the right side of his neck and a 5-pointed crown on the left. He poses with handguns in other photos. Since he is an undocumented immigrant and is therefore not permitted to legally possess firearms in the United States, prosecutors said this was a blatant violation of the law. About a mile from the wooded area where Laken Riley's body was discovered in Georgia, Jose Ibarra resided in an apartment complex. Laken had already been arrested for shoplifting at a nearby Walmart prior to the attack, but he was freed pending trial in December 2023-3. When he did not show up for the theft case in court, a warrant was issued for his arrest. If Ibarra had been taken into custody on the outstanding warrant, police could have stopped the attack on Laken, but they chose not to. Those who witnessed him on campus reported seeing him in places where students congregate. His location close to the scene of Laken Riley's death was also determined by investigators using digital footprints and cell phone data. Ibarra and Riley were not known to be related. At a press conference after the murder, Jeff Clark, the chief of police at the University of Georgia, stated, "This was a crime of opportunity, where he saw an individual and bad things happened." Ibarra was arrested after authorities gathered sufficient evidence to connect him to the crime scene. His hands were scratched from the fight with Laken. 3 counts of felony murder, 1 count of malice murder, 1 count each of kidnapping, aggravated assault, aggravated battery, obstructing an emergency phone call, tampering with evidence, and peeping Tom were among the charges brought against Ibarra. The peeping Tom charge stems from Ibarra's observation of an apartment window in a university housing building on the day Riley was killed. The funeral for Laken Riley took place on March 1, 2024. Her departure brought with it unexpected and unwelcome fame. Too much was known about her death and its raging aftermath, and too little was known about her life by many who had heard of her. It makes sense that those closest to her were reluctant to participate in interviews. The absence of someone like Laken, whose light never stops shining, makes the world seem even more hopeless. Simon Mossad, the lead pastor of the church, wrote to the media, "Don't even begin to scratch the surface. She was a loving daughter, sister, and friend. She had a gift for making anyone she was around feel comfortable and seen. Laken was special. She was a gift to anyone who knew her, smart, kind, compassionate, and thoughtful." A wooden sign was located on the shore of Lake Herrick in Athens, close to the spot where Laken made her final run. The murder of Laken Riley and the immigration status of the man accused of it swiftly became a rallying cry for some prominent Republicans to blame immigrants for crime in America and criticize the Biden administration for its handling of the southern border situation. Someone had used black tape to change the word lake to Laken. The untimely death of Laken Riley has caused national indignation and touched the hearts of Georgians everywhere. At the time, Georgia Governor Brian Kemp wrote on X, "Joe Biden's failed policies have turned every state into a border state, and I'm demanding information from him so we can protect our people when the federal government won't." The brutal murderer who took the life of Laken was one of the millions of illegal aliens that the Biden administration simply released and unleashed upon our country, House Speaker Mike Johnson stated on X. During his Georgia campaign stop, Donald Trump had a meeting with Laken Riley's family. "What Joe Biden has done on our border is a crime against humanity and the people of this nation for which he will never be forgiven," Trump said, claiming that Riley would still be alive today hadn't Joe Biden willfully and maliciously eviscerated the borders of the United States and set loose thousands and thousands of dangerous criminals into our country. He continued, "He was an illegal immigrant, and he should not have been in our country, and he never would have gotten into our country if Trump was president." Joe Biden, on the other hand, made a mistake in his speech, but did not downplay Laken Riley's death. To the thunderous cheers of his supporters, Biden mispronounced the victim's name during the speech, saying instead Lincoln Riley. Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal. He also added, note the word illegal in that quote. Laken's mother, Allison Phillips, posted on Facebook, Biden does not even know my child's name. It's pathetic. If you were going to say her name, even when forced to do so, at least say the right name. Allison also wrote, Amen, beneath a comment labeling the 81-year-old Biden a disgrace of a president. Following criticism from some members of his party for using the term to refer to those who entered or are currently residing in the United States illegally, Biden later apologized, but not for referring to the young woman as Lincoln. Instead, he apologized for referring to Ibarra as a illegal. I shouldn't have used illegal. It's undocumented, said Biden. At the same time, Trump attacked Biden for the remarks while on the campaign trail in Rome, Georgia. He said, Joe Biden went on television and apologized for calling Laken's murderer illegal, to furious booing and jeering. Biden should be apologizing for apologizing to this killer. He compared his words to Biden's. I say he was an illegal alien, he was an illegal immigrant, he was an illegal migrant, and charged that Biden, who has long been regarded as a compassionate leader, lacked regret. He's got no regret. He's got no empathy, no compassion, and worst of all, he has no intention of stopping the deadly invasion that stole Precious Laken's beautiful American life, Trump stated. Ibarra was indicted on 10 counts on May 8, 2024. He was refused bail after entering a not guilty plea to all counts. He requested a bench trial during a pre-trial hearing, waiving his right to a jury trial, which was scheduled to start on November 13 with jury selection. In the courtroom, family members of Laken Riley gave statements. Allison Phillips, the mother of Laken Riley, pleaded with Judge Patrick Haggard to punish Jose Ibarra harshly. There is no end to the pain, suffering, and loss that we have experienced or will continue to endure, Allison stated when making a statement in court as part of the family impact. This sick, twisted, and evil coward showed no regard for Laken or human life, said Allison. We are asking the same be done to him. Allison characterized her daughter as intelligent, industrious, considerate, kind, and, above all, a child of God. She claimed that her daughter worked with the elderly in nursing homes and went on mission trips. This monster took away our chances to see Laken graduate from nursing school. He took away our ability to meet our future son-in-law. He destroyed our chances of meeting our grandchildren, and he took my best friend, the mother of Riley said. Laken Riley's younger sister, Lauren Phillips, stated that she was unable to join her sister in celebrating her acceptance to the University of Georgia. I had to get accepted into my dream school, the University of Georgia, without my sister telling me how proud of me she is, and finally getting to live in the same town together again, she stated. She said she would miss Riley's contagious laugh, her smile, and her daily good morning messages, and referred to her as her sister, best friend, and role model. She lost her sense of security as well because of the murder. I cannot walk around my own college campus because I am terrified of people like Jose Ibarra, she stated. She referred to Ibarra as a monster and stated that she was certain he was the cause of her demise. As he read one of Laken Riley's final journal entries to her future husband, John Phillips, her stepfather broke down in tears. To my future husband, I'm working every day to become the best wife I can be, Laken wrote in part. According to John Phillips, Laken's journal entry only scratches the surface of what was cruelly and tragically taken from her and her family. Prosecutors told the court how the nursing student battled for her life and dignity against a man who had gone hunting for women that day. As the trial finally began on Friday, November 15, Ibarra retaliated when she saw Laken Riley, according to prosecutor Sheila Ross. When she refused to be a victim, he bashed her skull in with a rock repeatedly, Ross stated. Riley's death was tragic, according to defense attorney Dustin Kirby, who also described the case's evidence as graphic and unsettling in his opening statement. He questioned how Ibarra's fingerprints could be on the phone if he was allegedly wearing gloves, though, and stated that there was insufficient evidence to prove that it was Ibarra. The evidence in this case is very good that Laken Riley was murdered, Kirby stated. Ibarra, a Venezuelan national and non-citizen of the United States, has no known relationship to the student and no violent criminal history, so the evidence that Jose Ibarra killed Laken Riley is circumstantial. Rather, investigators characterized Laken's death as an opportunity crime. Ibarra's fingerprint on Laken Riley's phone screen and her DNA beneath her fingernails were among the evidence the prosecutor produced. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation's medical examiner informed the court that Laken Riley suffered cuts, bruises, and scratches on her head, neck, torso, abdomen, left arm, and left leg. Ibarra struck Laken Riley in the head with a rock, according to prosecutor Sheila Ross, and 2 rocks at the crime scene contain Laken Riley's DNA. Additionally, according to the DNA expert's testimony, tests revealed that a jacket that police found in a trash can at Ibarra's apartment complex contained both Ibarra's DNA and a blood stain that tested positive for Laken Riley's DNA. Judge Patrick Haggard granted the wishes of Laken Riley's family and friends on November 20, 2024, when he found Ibarra guilty on all counts and sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In addition, he imposed a second life sentence and 27 years of consecutive imprisonment on him. Today, the integrity of our judicial process and the pursuit of justice transcended political considerations, said Deborah Gonzalez, the district attorney for Athens Clarke County within her circuit. No sentence can undo the harm caused by Jose Ibarra's actions, but we hope it brings justice to Laken's family and the community, she said. Our hearts remain with Laken's family and friends as they continue to grieve this tragic loss. The Laken Riley Act was approved by the House of Representatives on March 7, 2024. The Laken Riley Act would allow states to sue the federal government for not enforcing immigration laws and would require federal detention of illegal immigrants who commit theft or burglary if it were to become law. In August, Riley received her honorary white coat, which represented compassion, humanism, and the beginning of her nursing career. And she had just made the fall dean's list. The nursing school issued a statement on Facebook. She was set to graduate in 2025. The College of Nursing will miss Laken's spirit on campus, and our hearts go out to her family and friends. We know that she would have been a wonderful nurse, and her passing is a loss for the profession and the communities she would have graciously served. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Lynette Dawson's seemingly ideal life was upended in January 1982 when she vanished without a trace in the quiet suburb of Bayview on Sydney's northern beaches. Lynette was a warm, loving wife, mother, and friend, so her family and friends were shocked by her abrupt absence. Lynette left her 2 young daughters behind when she left the family, according to her husband, Chris Dawson, a dynamic former rugby league player who is now a teacher. However, his story almost immediately sparked troubling questions. Why would a loving mother desert her kids? Why didn't she take any cash, clothing, or even a note with her? Let's explore the complex network of love, treachery, and unresolved issues that characterize Lynette's tale, a tragedy that defies extinction. Lynette Dawson, whose real name was Lynette Joy Sims, was born into a close-knit and affectionate family. She was the second of 4 children in the Sims family, which included an older brother named Greg and younger siblings Pat and Philip, and she grew up in Sydney's eastern suburbs. Lynette was well known from an early age for her good nature, upbeat demeanor, and strong bonds with her family. A short stroll from their house, Clovelly Beach is a charming spot where the Sims family frequently spent their weekends. For Lynette and her siblings, the beach, with its crystal-clear waters and expansive views of the coast, became a special place where they created innumerable memories of swimming, family vacations, and spending time together. Lynette married Chris Dawson, a dynamic and athletic man who had gained early notoriety as a rugby league player for the Newtown Jets in March 1970 when she was just 19 years old. The pair appeared to have a dreamlike romance, and Chris was well known for his athletic ability and attractive appearance. Lynette, who was deeply in love with Chris, helped him with his career while they were starting a family. Their union seemed to be a match made in heaven. The couple chose Bayview, a serene and picturesque suburb on Sydney's northern beaches, which is a great area to start a family. Lynette and Chris had 2 daughters, Chanel and Sharon, in the years after their marriage, and the family seemed to lead a happy life. Lynette balanced her commitment to her family with her career as a nurse and then as a childcare provider. She enjoyed taking care of her daughters and keeping their home cozy and loving, and she frequently put their needs ahead of her own. Chris, on the other hand, kept advancing his career by juggling his rugby commitments and teaching job. Chris was the devoted husband and father, and Lynette was the focal point of their seemingly perfect life for many years. But beneath the surface of their contented family life, their marriage was starting to show signs of strain. Chris's relationship with a young student at Cromer High School would soon fall apart due to his growing infatuation with her. Lynette had no idea at the time that her marriage, which had seemed stable, was about to fall apart, and that a string of startling incidents would soon shake the foundation of her family and alter her life forever, ultimately leading to her death. Joanne Curtis first appeared in Chris Dawson's physical education class at Cromer High School when she was 16 years old. Chris was married to Lynette Dawson, had 2 young daughters, and was in his early 30s at the time. They had no idea how Lynette's life would be destroyed by what started out as a teacher-student relationship. Despite the fact that Joanne was a teenager living with her family and that they were very different in age, Chris's love for her grew rapidly. His marriage to Lynette was strained as a result of his growing obsession. She observed his strange behavior and growing distance. In 1980, Chris asked Joanne to move in with the Dawsons while posing as Chanel and Sharon's babysitter. Chris started to express his feelings for Joanne more publicly after she moved into the Dawson residence. He frequently expressed his desire to be with Joanne and put pressure on her to share his feelings. He also diminished Lynette's sense of significance in the family. Concerning the disintegration of her marriage, Lynette confided in her friends. She was very private about her marital issues. Joanne also became aware of Chris's domineering behavior and felt trapped in a situation from which she was unable to quickly get out. Chris, Joanne, and Lynette's tension kept increasing. In response to Lynette's efforts to keep her marriage intact, Chris became increasingly fixated, making it difficult to distinguish between his personal and professional lives. Joanne's emotional struggles caused her to start separating from Chris, which made him even more desperate. Chris's inability to accept losing Joanne or control over the situation resulted in a growing sense of frustration that ultimately led to tragedy. Lynette Dawson vanished without a trace on January 8, 1982. According to Chris Dawson, Lynette abandoned their family and left behind her possessions, which included her wedding band, clothing, and personal effects. Chris said Lynette had called her mother, Helena Sims, multiple times after she left, stating that she needed time away to get her thoughts straight. Lynette had marks around her throat when she returned from marriage counseling the day before she vanished. Lynette explained that Chris had wrapped his hands around her neck in the elevator on the way to counseling when her sister Annette asked her about it. Chris claimed that Lynette left voluntarily, raising the possibility that she did so in order to get away from the demands of family life. Helena Sims was taken aback by the news at first, but she did not immediately doubt her son-in-law's justification. Lynette had always been a family-oriented woman and had been a loving mother to their 2 young daughters, Chanel and Sharon. Even so, her mother, who had only spoken to Lynette a few days prior to her disappearance, struggled to believe that Lynette would abruptly leave her family. Helena was worried at first, but she had no reason to believe that something darker had happened. Tragically, she accepted Chris's story, which turned out to be untrue. At first, Chris's account of what happened to Lynette's family and the police seemed credible. Lynette had told him she was going to spend some time with friends and would come back when she was ready, he said. However, there were a number of obvious contradictions in his story that were overlooked. First of all, it would have been unusual for Lynette to have taken any cash, credit cards, or identification with her. In addition, if Lynette had really intended to leave, she would have made plans for the care of her kids, but she hadn't. Chris Dawson appeared remarkably unconcerned in the days following Lynette's disappearance, even acting as if nothing had happened. However, Chris Dawson's quick response to Lynette's disappearance was what alarmed her family and friends. He moved Joanne into their bedroom a few weeks after Lynette disappeared. A burgeoning scandal centered on Joanne. Chris had started an affair with Lynette in the months before she vanished. It was an inappropriate relationship that was hard for anyone to overlook. Joanne was living with the Dawsons at the time, and Lynette's family and friends were taken aback by her presence in the house following Lynette's abrupt departure. Those who knew the Dawsons found it unsettling that this move was made so soon after Lynette was reported missing. It seemed less like the acts of a man lamenting the loss of his wife and more like a quick replacement. This development horrified Lynette's family, especially her brother Greg Sims. They found it incomprehensible that Chris could move on so fast, especially in such dubious conditions. Greg remembered being extremely uneasy as he watched what was happening. He and the rest of the family started to suspect that Chris was concealing something. Initially dismissed as a straightforward case of a wife abandoning her family, Lynette's disappearance started to take on a much darker appearance. Serious questions were raised by Chris Dawson's actions, particularly his inability to give consistent explanations for his wife's disappearance. Although he was adamant that Lynette had left on her own volition, his actions gave the impression that she had not. Furthermore, the fact that Lynette had always been a responsible mother who would never abandon her kids without a trace added to the family's growing suspicions. Lynette's family rejected Chris Dawson's story as time went on, and no new information surfaced. They started their own investigation because they thought something was amiss and wanted to find out the truth. They had no idea that the investigation into Lynette Dawson's disappearance would take decades, during which time Chris Dawson would continue to claim innocence, while details of his role in her demise would eventually surface. Lynette's family battled to learn the truth about her disappearance over the years. They were left heartbroken and perplexed at the time, but their quest for answers would ultimately result in a trial and a conviction. They clung to hope while pondering countless questions as they attempted to make sense of the bizarre and unsettling circumstances surrounding Lynette's abrupt disappearance. Lynette Dawson's disappearance was initially handled like any other missing persons case. When Lynette's friends and family started to voice their concerns, the police dismissed them, claiming that Lynette was an adult and could leave if she so desired. The investigation's initial dismissiveness and lack of urgency irritated Lynette's family, who knew her well and thought there might be more to the story. Chris Dawson's story went mostly uncontested, leaving them to deal with their mounting misgivings and anxieties. Chris's 1984 marriage to Joanne heightened suspicions that he was responsible for Lynette's disappearance. However, the toxic and domineering nature of their relationship was a major factor in their 1990 divorce. In subsequent interviews, Joanne talked about how she felt trapped and controlled by Dawson during their time together, particularly after Lynette vanished. Chris, however, insisted that Lynette had left willingly, and even said she had joined a religious commune. However, his actions seemed inconsistent with his story, as he quickly rebuilt his life with Joanne and filed for divorce a year after she vanished. This time was especially difficult for Chanel and Sharon, Lynette's daughters. In her memoir, My Mother's Eyes, Chanel, who was only 4 when her mother disappeared, later talked about feeling abandoned and unloved by Joanne. This complicated family dynamics and left long-lasting emotional scars. Time and a dearth of hard evidence caused Lynette's case to essentially stagnate between 1984 and 2001. Notwithstanding the disturbing allegations of Chris Dawson's domineering and violent conduct, the inquiry was unsuccessful. Concerns expressed by friends and family were ignored because authorities found it difficult to go beyond rumors and conjecture. Key leads that might have provided insight into Lynette's fate were either ignored or not sufficiently pursued, and the police made little headway. Throughout these years, Chris insisted that Lynette had left on her own volition, despite growing skepticism about his story. Lynette's family endured heartache and frustration during this time, but they persisted in their quest for information. To preserve her memory, they relentlessly pushed for the reopening of her case. The first judicial investigation into her case was carried out by the New South Wales Coroner's Court in 2001, marking a turning point despite the absence of official action. The fact that Lynette had no evidence of her own free will was one of the main issues brought up by the investigation. Additionally, it examined Chris Dawson's actions closely and raised the possibility that he was complicit in her disappearance. According to the coroner, Lynette was probably dead, and Chris Dawson ought to be held accountable for her alleged murder. However, since there was still no concrete evidence connecting Chris to her death or disappearance, the authorities did not immediately pursue the case further in spite of these findings. In 2003, a second court investigation was conducted. As a result of persistent pressure from public advocates and Lynette's family. The inconsistencies in Chris Dawson's testimony and the pervasive suspicion surrounding his relationship with Joanne were the main topics of this inquest once more. Once more, the coroner found that there was a high probability that Chris killed Lynette, but the evidence was insufficient to reach a firm conclusion. Consequently, Chris Dawson was not charged by the Director of Public Prosecutions, DPP. The DPP refused to file charges on both occasions, stating that there was insufficient evidence. The family of Lynette was devastated. Despite the coroner's conclusion that Chris Dawson most likely killed Lynette, no charges were brought, leaving them in deep frustration and sadness as years went by without justice for her disappearance. They wouldn't give up, though. By 2018, most people had forgotten about the Lynette Dawson case. The young mother's tragic disappearance appeared to have remained unsolved for more than 30 years, with little chance of justice for her family. But that year, Hedley Thomas, an investigative journalist, reignited interest in Lynette's case with his groundbreaking podcast, The Teacher's Pet. Hedley Thomas uncovered important new information that challenged Chris Dawson's assertions and clarified hitherto unconsidered facets of the case. Thomas studied the chronology of Lynette's disappearance, spoke with witnesses, and reviewed police reports. His research exposed serious inconsistencies in Chris Dawson's statements, casting doubt on his assertion that Lynette had left her family on her own volition. Friends and relatives' testimonies depicted a failing marriage in which Chris was enamored with Joanne. The problematic dynamics of Chris and Joanne's relationship were also revealed in the podcast. Thomas emphasized the rapid escalation of their affair. Important insights were revealed by Joanne during the podcast, including her admission of Chris's domineering actions and the chronology of their relationship. This testimony turned out to be crucial to comprehending what transpired before Lynette vanished. The Teacher's Pet examined the emotional toll that Lynette's disappearance had on her family, in addition to pointing out contradictions in Chris's account. Her loved ones' voices were heard, especially those of her brother Greg Sims, who had fought for justice for decades. Listeners were made aware of the heartache and frustration that Lynette's family went through when the initial investigation was unsuccessful. The podcast also examined the initial police investigation's flaws. Thomas disclosed how important evidence was missed and how authorities were unable to make the connection between Lynette's abrupt disappearance, Chris's infidelity, and his desire to be with Joanne. Chris Dawson was able to avoid suspicion for years because of this lack of thoroughness. The Teacher's Pet had a significant impact despite the dubious circumstances. It brought Lynette's case back into the spotlight in Australia, sparking protests and demands for justice. After listening to the podcast, a number of people who had been silent for years came forward with fresh testimonies that clarified the case. Legal action was sparked by the podcast, which greatly increased the pressure on authorities to re-examine Lynette's disappearance. Chris Dawson was detained and accused of Lynette's murder in 2018, partly as a result of the disclosures made in The Teacher's Pet. The case eventually went to trial, which was a major turning point. In addition to uncovering fresh evidence, the podcast inspired public support, demonstrating the ability of investigative journalism to advance justice. Chris Dawson was residing in Queensland when he was arrested. Following his arrest, Dawson's attorneys issued a statement asserting his innocence and vowing to fight the charges. Dawson insisted that Lynette's disappearance was voluntary and that she had deserted her family. He persisted in denying any role in her demise. In 2022, Chris Dawson's trial for his wife's murder got underway in the Supreme Court of New South Wales, which was chaired by Justice Ian Harrison. Because of the case's widespread pre-trial publicity, the trial was held without a jury. Due in large part to the disclosures made public by the Teacher's Pet podcast, Dawson had gained national attention. Without tangible proof, like Lynette's body, the prosecution had a difficult time establishing their case. Rather, they relied on key witness testimony, circumstantial evidence, and a thorough analysis of Chris Dawson's actions prior to and following Lynette's disappearance. Joanne was one of the most important witnesses. Since she had already cut ties with Dawson in 1990, she mustered the guts to tell the truth, which was a pivotal moment in assembling the evidence against him. According to Joanne's damning testimony, Dawson had once brought her to see a hitman to talk about killing Lynette, but he later changed his mind. According to Joanne's story, he was prepared to go to great lengths to get rid of his wife. She also talked about how his domineering and cunning actions intensified following Lynette's disappearance. Joanne recalled how Dawson had moved her into the bedroom soon after Lynette disappeared, highlighting how quickly their relationship had developed and how he seemed unconcerned about his missing wife. Patricia Jenkins, Lynette's sister, provided more details about the Dawsons' tumultuous marriage. She testified that Lynette had told her about Chris's abusive tendencies and erratic temper. Patricia claims that Lynette said Chris was often irate and had black eyes flashing when they argued. In addition, Lynette had voiced concerns about the status of their marriage and her increasing sense of helplessness. Lynette's co-workers attested to her attempts to save the marriage in its last moments. They recalled how, following a counseling session, Lynette and Chris arrived at work hand in hand on January 8, 1982. Lynette vanished a few days later in spite of these efforts, and Chris's subsequent behavior sparked suspicions. Witnesses detailed his repeated assertions that Lynette had left voluntarily, leaving her children unaccounted for, and his lack of urgency in reporting her missing. Since Lynette Dawson's body was never located, the case against Chris Dawson was primarily based on circumstantial evidence. Nevertheless, the prosecution made a strong case based on the testimony of witnesses. When examined more closely, Chris's assertion that Lynette had voluntarily left her family to join a religious commune was refuted. It was mentioned that Lynette abandoned everything she owned, including money and most significantly her 2 daughters, a completely uncharacteristic behavior for a loving mother. Additionally, the court viewed his quick decision to put Joanne Curtis in his bedroom and his divorce filing within a year of Lynette's disappearance as extremely suspicious, indicating a clear motivation to get rid of Lynette and begin a new life with Joanne. Justice Ian Harrison rejected the defense's claim that Lynette had voluntarily left, even though her body was not present. He declared the alleged sightings of her to be untrustworthy and emphasized how Chris's claims were false. The court was persuaded by this evidence that Chris Dawson killed Lynette in order to end his marriage and start dating Joanne. Chris Dawson was convicted of Lynette's murder on August 30, 2022, and given a 24-year prison term without the possibility of release until 2040, when he would be 92 years old. Although Lynette's family received some justice as a result of the conviction, they are still devastated that her body has never been located. In order to properly honor her memory and achieve complete closure, they still hold out hope that her remains will one day be found. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The community was rocked in 2010 when several women's bodies were found along Gilgo Beach. While some victims were found that year, others were found in 2011, all of whom had evidence of ruthless murder. Despite conducting a thorough investigation, police were unable to find any leads or suspects, and the bodies were left in appalling conditions. The identity of the murderer and the full scope of the crimes were left a mystery for years. When a sample from a pizza crust that the suspect had thrown away was discovered to match hair on one of the victims, it was a breakthrough. Who was responsible for these horrifying killings, and how many victims remain unaccounted for? Let's investigate this matter. The hunt for Shannon Gilbert was the first step in the investigation into the terrible deaths of multiple women close to Gilgo Beach, Long Island. She was a 24-year-old woman who escaped from a client's house and disappeared in May 2010. Following the discovery of human remains along Oak Beach's Ocean Parkway on December 11, 2010, her disappearance became a crucial component of a more extensive and ongoing mystery. In a heartbreaking 23-minute 911 call, Gilbert said, "They are trying to kill me." After she vanished, Suffolk County Police Officer John Malia searched the gated community where Gilbert was last seen with his cadaver dog, Blue. But even after a rigorous search during the summer of 2010, they were unable to locate any leads. Malia carried out a fresh search on December 11 with an emphasis on the area around Ocean Parkway. They forced their way through a thin layer of snow and dense vegetation. The team discovered Melissa Barthelomy's remains, wrapped in rotting burlap, after the dog detected a scent. 3 more bodies were discovered by the police as they searched further. These victims were later identified as Amber Costello, Megan Waterman, and Maureen Brainerd Barnes. All of them were discovered within 500 feet of one another. Suffolk County Police stayed committed to cracking the case and increased their search and resources as the bodies were found along Ocean Parkway. Patrols along Ocean Parkway were stepped up after the discovery of the first set of remains in December 2010. To comb through the dense brush and marshy areas, police deployed cadaver dogs, forensic teams, and cutting-edge equipment. Police stepped up their search along the same highway in March 2011 after finding additional remains, including those of Valerie Mack and Jessica Taylor. They broadened their scope to include Nassau County and even inspected neighboring beaches. In pursuit of hints that might help them find the murderer, officers endured long hours, inclement weather, and challenging terrain. State police, the FBI, and local authorities were among the law enforcement agencies that collaborated on the investigation. They investigated all of the information that could be used to identify the murderer, investigated forensic evidence, and followed up on tips. Police provided the public with updates as the case became more complicated and even offered a $25,000 reward for information that might result in an arrest. Despite these tenacious efforts, the case continued to garner attention for reasons other than the discovery of new bodies. Unexpected developments in the investigation included the December 2011 discovery of Shannon Gilbert's remains, which sparked further inquiries about whether her passing was connected to the others. Some thought Gilbert's death was an accident, while others suspected foul play. Every lead was taken seriously by the police, who kept looking for answers. Gilbert's disappearance went unsolved for more than a year. However, a breakthrough happened on December 13, 2011. About half a mile from her last known location, her remains were discovered in a marsh. Her clothes and other possessions were also found close by. Gilbert's death was initially feared to be connected to the Long Island serial killer. Authorities concluded after a thorough investigation, however, that her death had nothing to do with the other killings. Mary Gilbert, Shannon's mother, publicly insisted that her daughter was a victim of the same murderer who left the bodies along Ocean Parkway in spite of this conclusion. The pressure increased as more bodies were discovered, but these were only dead ends. The police remained committed to providing the victims and their families with justice, in spite of the difficulties. Internal conflicts within the Suffolk County Police Department were one of the many difficulties the investigation into the Gilgo Beach murders faced. The department struggled for years with leadership, especially under James Burke, the former chief of police. As investigators ran into one dead end after another, these issues slowed down progress and caused frustration. With so few leads, how were they going to proceed? Only on December 10, 2015, did the FBI formally intervene to assist. Although they had helped with searches in the past, they hadn't taken over the case completely until now. How come the FBI didn't get more involved sooner? The investigation was difficult, even with the FBI's recent involvement. Police continued to encounter dead ends after years of frustration and little progress, when it seemed like there was no way to solve the case. How could they? Clearly something needed to change. Geraldine Hart, the Suffolk County Police Commissioner, took the risky decision to reopen the investigation in 2020. She released important evidence to the public on January 16 in an attempt to spark fresh leads. An image of a belt discovered close to the crime scene along Ocean Parkway was one of the items made public. Initials, either HM or WHF, were stamped on the belt, but none of the victims were identified by them. To whom did it belong? Is this the hint that ultimately reveals the truth about the case? In addition to releasing the evidence, the police department declared that they were analyzing current leads using new scientific techniques. They started the website gilgonews.com to keep the public informed, allowing anyone with information to come forward. Would the same mysteries that had plagued the investigation for years continue to stall it? Or could this fresh push finally result in an arrest? The need to find answers appeared to be greater than before. Researchers used genetic genealogy, a novel tool, in June 2019. Everyone was curious as to whether this novel approach would ultimately solve the case. The investigation had been at a standstill for years, with few leads and innumerable unsolved questions. However, genetic genealogy provided a novel strategy that proved effective. Authorities recognized Jane Doe number 6 as Valerie Mack in May 2020. Her remains had been found in fragments for years, but using this new technique, they were able to match her DNA to her family and finally give her a name. The identification of Jane Doe number 7 as Karen Vergata in August 2023 marked yet another breakthrough. Her identity had been a mystery for almost 30 years, but the case advanced further because of genetic genealogy. These developments provided fresh impetus for the inquiry. The puzzle was gradually beginning to fit together, but there was still a long way to go. The bodies of the Gilgo Beach murder victims, found in 2010, were quickly linked to a horrific series of killings that had plagued Long Island for many years. However, how did investigators make the breakthrough when they were confronted with so many dead ends and unclear leads? Melissa Bartholomew was the first casualty. In July 2009, Melissa, a 24-year-old Bronx resident, disappeared. Before going missing for weeks, she had tried to call an ex-boyfriend and made a deposit into her bank account. Someone using Melissa's phone made threatening calls to Amanda, her 15-year-old sister. The caller made fun of Amanda and even disclosed Melissa's death. Police were unable to identify the caller even after tracking the calls to multiple locations, such as Madison Square Garden and Massapequa. In December 2010, Melissa's body, the first of the Gilgo Four to be found, was discovered close to Maureen's. It was Maureen Brainerd Barnes who was the second victim. After telling a friend she was heading to New York City, 25-year-old Maureen from Connecticut was last seen on July 9, 2007. She became a mother of two and used sex work to help support her family, but she later went back to it after experiencing financial difficulties. Maureen never came back after setting up a meeting with a client. In December 2010, more than 3 years later, her remains were discovered. One of the leather belts used to bind her body was found to contain DNA that would later be connected to the murderer's wife. Megan Waterman was the third casualty. Megan, a 22-year-old Maine woman, posted escort ads on Craigslist and vanished in 2010. She was under her boyfriend's control and had fallen victim to sex trafficking. When Megan neglected to check in with her daughter, who was 3 years old, her family filed a missing persons report. In December 2010, her body was discovered close to the other victims. Investigators were unable to establish a direct connection between her death and her boyfriend, even though he was arrested on trafficking charges. Amber Lynn Costello was the fourth casualty. After meeting a client who offered her $1,500 in exchange for her services, Amber, 27, of West Babylon, New York, vanished on September 2, 2010. Through the Chevrolet Avalanche he drove, the client, a man who had called her multiple times, would subsequently be connected to the murderer. At first, Amber's family didn't know she was involved in sex work and thought she had entered treatment. Her heartbreaking tale brought to light the precariousness of those caught in the sex trade and addiction. 2011 saw the discovery of additional remains as the search for victims went on. The bodies of Jessica Taylor, Valerie Mack, and an unnamed toddler named Baby Doe were among 4 additional sets of remains found close to Oak Beach and Gilgo Beach. The mystery was only made more complex by the discovery of these extra victims. What other numbers were there? More unsettling remains were discovered when investigators extended their search into Nassau County to the east. Remains of Peaches and her child, Baby Doe, were among the most eerie finds. In 1997, the dismembered torso of an African-American woman named Peaches was discovered. She was later identified by investigators as the mother of Baby Doe after DNA testing linked her to the remains discovered in 2011. Both victims' identities are still unknown, and there are still unanswered questions regarding how they died. Then, in 2010, the remains of a young Asian person named Asian Doe were discovered close to the first 4 bodies. Although the victim's identity is still unknown, it was thought to be a transgender woman. Even with all of the technological advances, it was not easy to identify these victims. The case appeared unsolvable due to the lack of leads and persistent dead ends. How could detectives, who were already having a hard time identifying so many victims, ever hope to catch the murderer? The Gilgo Beach murder investigation took a dark and complicated turn with the discovery of new remains, leaving the public and police with more questions than answers. With no leads and numerous dead ends, the Gilgo Beach murder investigation seemed to be going in circles for years. Would the murderer ever be apprehended? John Bittroff, a suspect, was briefly regarded as a person of interest in 2017, but Bittroff had a history of killing sex workers and was a convicted murderer. His profile was suspicious because of the parallels between his crimes and the Gilgo Beach case. He hunted and was proficient with tools like hacksaws, which matched the way some victims' bodies were dismembered. Bittroff was never charged, in spite of these unsettling ties, because there was no concrete proof connecting him to the Gilgo Beach killings. However, everything changed in July 2023. Massapequa Park architect Rex Heumann, 59, was taken into custody and accused of killing Melissa Barthelemy, Megan Waterman, and Amber Costello. Investigators searched for Heumann for almost 15 years. However, that wasn't all. In January 2024, Heumann was officially charged with Maureen Brainerd Barnes's murder after being identified as the main suspect in her death. The murders of Sandra Costilla and Jessica Taylor, two additional victims who had not previously been linked to the case, were then charged in June 2020. After all these years of uncertainty, how did police manage to identify Heumann? The breakthrough occurred when investigators used multiple crucial pieces of evidence to connect Heumann to the case. In 2022, they located a Chevrolet Avalanche registered to Heumann close to one of the crime scenes. Then, it was discovered through cell phone records that Heumann had communicated with 3 of the victims prior to their passing. However, mitochondrial DNA testing produced what may have been the most damning evidence. The hair on one of the victims was discovered to match a sample taken from a pizza crust that Heumann had thrown away. The fact that Heuermann's wife's hair also matched samples taken from multiple victims only served to heighten the unease. Crucially, though, she and their kids were out of state at the time of the killings. Is it possible that Heumann was concealing his darkest secret from his closest friends and family members by leading a double life? Although Heuermann's arrest was a positive development, the investigation had been complicated. Although the case was a labyrinth of false starts and dead ends, Heuermann's arrest ultimately represented a breakthrough. Is he the secret to unlocking the whole mystery? Finally, the eagerly anticipated answers were at hand. Rex Heuermann was charged with 2 additional murders, which was a significant development in the ongoing investigation. After months of diligent work, investigators spent a significant amount of time searching a wooded area in Manorville, Long Island, and going through the evidence gathered from Heuermann's family home. The new charges are related to the 1993 murder of Sandra Costilla, whose remains were found in North Sea, Long Island in 1993, and the 2003 murder of Jessica Taylor, whose remains were found in March 2011 close to Gilgo Beach. According to court records, Heuermann is currently facing charges for both offenses. Prosecutors claim that DNA evidence, including a hair discovered beneath Jessica Taylor's body, connected Heuermann to the killings. Heuermann's link to the victim was established by this DNA match, which turned out to be a significant discovery. At first, it was thought that John Bittroff, a different suspect who had been connected to other killings in the neighborhood, was responsible for Sandra Costilla's death. Recent developments in DNA technology, however, have shed new light on the case and identified Heuermann as the real murderer. DNA evidence discovered at the crime scene has now been verified by prosecutors as linking Heuermann to Costilla's murder. The case has advanced significantly with these new charges, which broaden the scope of Heuermann's alleged crimes and raise the possibility that his murders may have taken place over several decades. The number of additional victims Heuermann may have been linked to is still unknown in light of this new information. Even more unsettling information is being revealed by the ongoing investigation. Since Rex Heuermann's criminal charges were revealed, his family is going through a very difficult time. In addition to fighting cancer, his wife is also dealing with the fallout from her husband's scandal. Due to their father's criminal history, employers are reluctant to hire Heuermann's children, who are consequently having difficulty finding employment. However, the relatives of Heuermann's victims are still in pain. The pain of losing a loved one never goes away, even though they might feel some relief when justice is done. As they look for closure for the lives lost, they find little solace in the ongoing legal process. The ramifications of this case are extensive and continue to cause great emotional suffering for the families of Heuermann and the victims. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Nobody could have guessed that the couple had sinister secrets. She was an accomplished judge, and he was a successful lawyer. But a terrible thing happened. What began as a tale of love turned into an unimaginable tragedy. The Circuit House colony was quiet on a typical Kanpur evening. However, a mystery that would soon upend the life of Pratibha Gautam, a respected judge who had only moved to the neighborhood a few months earlier, was hidden behind the walls of one apartment in a government-provided residence. Pratibha, a civil judge at the local court, was renowned for her honesty and equity. She had gained the respect of her neighbors and the confidence of her co-workers by being modest but resolute. Before one fateful evening altered everything, it appeared that nothing could disrupt the rhythm of her life. Manu Abhishek Rajan, her husband and a lawyer, started a lengthy journey from Delhi to Kanpur on October 8, 2016. Despite their undeniable love, the couple's relationship was strained by the demands of their careers, and they had only been married for less than a year. While working at the Tis Hazari court in Delhi, Abhishek often stayed behind to spend as much time as possible with his wife. As he drove this evening, he thought about their reunion and looked forward to the weekend they would spend together. Despite the long drive, Abhishek, who was used to such trips, made every effort to communicate with his wife. He tried calling her several times, but no one picked up. He initially thought she was working or enjoying some well-earned relaxation, but he became more uneasy as he approached Kanpur. Why didn't she answer? Why is there no sound? When the first light filled Kanpur's streets on the morning of October 9, Abhishek finally made it to the Circuit House colony and parked outside their apartment. He tried calling her again, but the silence on the other end made him even more worried. As he caught his breath, he hurried to the door after getting out of his car and pressed the doorbell. However, there was only a spooky silence within. Again and again he rang, then knocked, softly at first, then more urgently as panic set in. Since the door was locked from the inside, Pratibha ought to be at home. Abhishek became aware that something was seriously amiss. He made the tough choice to break in with a heavy heart. The door flew open after a series of hard blows. The lock gave way, and Abhishek stepped inside while holding his breath. He was paralyzed by what he saw in the living room. His wife was hanging from the ceiling fan. The air was heavy with an unpleasant smell. Her skin was darkened with dried blood, and her wrists were cut. Abhishek's entire world fell apart in that moment. Everything else became inconsequential. He walked cautiously toward her. The rope gave way when he touched her, and Pratibha's body dropped to the ground. Fear and sadness tightened his chest. He stood over her, finding it difficult to believe what he was seeing. Then, as if in a daze, he knew he had to do something. Ignoring the neighbors' shocked looks, Abhishek ran out of the apartment. He got into his vehicle and drove quickly in the direction of Kanpur Kant, the closest police station. With a trembling voice, he reported that his wife had probably committed suicide. The officer sent a team to the scene right away after listening carefully without interjecting. This signaled the start of an inquiry aimed at answering the numerous mysteries surrounding Pratibha Gautam's last hours. What had become of this powerful woman? Why had her life ended in such a terrible way? There was a spooky silence in the Circuit House colony as officers pushed their way into the apartment. They were shocked by the scene at once. The body on the ground was different from what Abhishek had first said. He claimed to have discovered his wife hanging from the ceiling fan. He clarified that he had taken her down in an attempt to assist in his panic. However, the bloodstains on the furniture and floor only strengthened their suspicions, and this particular detail raised more questions. Senior officers and forensic specialists soon showed up to start gathering evidence. While Abhishek watched, his hands shaking and his face displaying a mixture of shock and fear, they took pictures and collected tangible evidence. Neighbors were beginning to congregate outside, whispering and glancing nervously at each other about what might have happened in the judge's house. The small Uttar Pradeshi town of Orai is where Pratibha Gautam was born. Her mother taught her and her younger sister to be independent and persistent, and she grew up in a middle-class family with a father who worked at a bank. Early on, Pratibha showed an interest in law, and she relocated to Lucknow to attend university after high school. There, she not only graduated with honors, but also made the decision to become a lawyer. Her desire to become a judge eventually led her to Delhi, where she enrolled in graduate school. The pivotal moment in her life occurred in Delhi. She met Manu Abhishek Rajan, a young, ambitious lawyer who shared her desire for career advancement. Abhishek was born into a powerful family. His father, Judge Suresh Chandra Rajan, had a long career that included positions at the CBI and NGT, among other prestigious organizations. What started out as straightforward discussions between Pratibha and Abhishek regarding exam stress and career obstacles quickly developed into something more. Through long walks around the city, study sessions, and library visits, their friendship developed into a romantic partnership, and they soon made the decision to get married. But not everything went as planned. When Pratibha informed her parents that she intended to wed Abhishek, they reacted negatively. Since Abhishek was only an attorney, they felt that he was unfit to be their daughter's partner and that their daughter should have a higher status. Their objections were exacerbated by the caste differences. Nevertheless, the couple decided to fight for their future together because their love was stronger than what society expected. They both made the decision to apply for the junior judge exam in 2013. Pratibha gave her all to the preparation, attending specialized classes, studying at night, and taking practice exams. Her diligence paid off. She started training after passing the competitive exam. Sadly, Abhishek failed the test. Although it was a major setback, he decided to keep going and pursue a career in law, concentrating on criminal cases. They continued to have a solid relationship in spite of the disappointment. Pratibha Gautam began working as an associate civil judge in Kanpur in 2015. She soon proved she was capable of handling the responsibilities and demands of the position, which called for complete dedication. She quickly gained the respect of her peers in the local court due to her fairness and strong work ethic. Abhishek Rajan, meanwhile, pursued his legal career at Delhi's Tis Hazari Court, where his professionalism and tenacity won praise from peers. On January 29, 2016, they took a risky move. They got married in secret at Delhi's Arya Samaj temple. This was a planned move to take charge of their future rather than an act of impulsive behavior. They chose not to tell them since they were aware that neither family would be happy about their union. Only a few close friends who assisted in planning the event attended the low-key ceremony. They kept their marriage a secret from their families until shortly after it was formally registered. The couple made an effort to patch things up with their family after the wedding. Pratibha was eventually accepted as a daughter-in-law by Abhishek's family, who also showed interest in her life. Pratibha's family, however, was adamant in their disapproval. They were unable to forgive her for selecting a partner whose background and status they considered inappropriate. 2 months after the wedding, on April 23rd, Pratibha and Abhishek announced their union with a reception in Delhi. The celebration was lively and joyful, but it was clouded by Pratibha's parents' absence. It wasn't until after the wedding that her parents learned about it. They refused to accept Pratibha's decision and remained aloof, despite her repeated attempts to make amends. Pratibha found this difficult and hoped that their feelings would eventually soften, but that time never arrived. Abhishek and Pratibha ultimately made the decision to relocate to Kanpur. In the respectable Circuit House colony, Pratibha was given government housing. They made this their new home, a peaceful and safe haven where they could put their careers first and avoid family conflicts. After a few months in Kanpur, Abhishek went back to Delhi to carry on with his work. It was 6 months into their marriage. They continued to support one another, stay in close communication, and get together whenever they could in spite of the obstacles, distance, family strife, and the pressure of their demanding careers. Pratibha and Abhishek treasured every second they had together, planning, dreaming, and having faith that their love would triumph over all challenges. When Abhishek got to Kanpur early on October 9 to see Pratibha, he discovered her dead in their apartment. Given that Pratibha was a judge and the police unit arrived quickly, her death was not only a personal tragedy, but also a challenge to the system as a whole. Officers started going through the apartment very carefully and recording any possible evidence. Beside Pratibha's body was the scarf that had been around her neck. Investigators had a lot of questions about the cuts on her arms. Why did the scene seem so strange? And what had actually happened in that room? Shaking from shock and sorrow, Abhishek gave his first statement, explaining how he had discovered Pratibha. She was suspended when he walked in, he said, and he pulled her down until her body hit the floor. Even a preliminary review seemed extremely suspicious, but the police in this case ordered a forensic examination to ascertain the precise cause and time of death. Suspension and wrist cuts, together as a means of self-harm, didn't seem likely. Details that weren't consistent with typical cases were observed by investigators. 3 separate marks in a linear pattern indicated intentional force, and the neck injuries were deep. An O-shaped mark left by the scarf was a noticeable detail in most suspension cases. Although the neck mark typically takes the shape of a V or U, a circular mark might suggest that the patient was compressed while they were in a supine position. The idea that the scene was staged to imply self-harm was raised by this discovery. The 14 deep cuts on Pratibha's arms, 6 on the right and 8 on the left, told a different tale. The cuts were parallel and exact, as if they had been made carefully and without hurry. The police had reason to question the situation's simplicity because this did not fit the typical profile. But the tragedy's news spread swiftly. Camera crews and reporters started congregating outside Pratibha's house. When he heard of her death, her father was devastated. He was so distraught and perplexed by what might have happened to their daughter that he and his wife left right away for Kanpur. A local hospital took Pratibha's body for an autopsy, but there were problems with the procedure. Colleagues and community members criticized the temporary transportation of a judge's body. Her body was left in a corner of the hallway until the examination could start, which sparked criticism from the public and raised concerns about how the police handled the case. Late at night, medical professionals conducted the autopsy and attempted to solve the tragic and intricate puzzle. Abhishek frequently described how he discovered his wife in that depressing condition, but it became evident that something was amiss when the forensic team showed up. He brought up the ceiling fan, which was questioned. He claimed that even though Pratibha had been suspended from it, the mystery was only made more complex by the bloodstains on the fan blade. The smudges were long, as though her arms had simply touched the blades, devoid of the typical patterns of spatter that accompany physical injury. The scene looked too neat, too perfect. There were questions about the ceiling fan itself. It was obviously not strong enough to bear an adult's weight. There were no indications of bending or damage, which would have been expected from a real attempt to use it. Investigators were beginning to suspect a problem. Abhishek claimed that in order to enter the apartment, he had broken down the door. "I have to force it open," he insisted. Investigators soon discovered, though, that the lock was merely minor damage and was still operational. He claimed a forced entry, but the door opened and closed without any problems. It wouldn't have worked so well if it had been disassembled. The police's suspicions of Abhishek were strengthened by this detail. The physical evidence didn't seem to support his version of events. The lead officer concentrated on getting all the details straight during the interrogation. Abhishek meticulously detailed his journey from Delhi, including every stop and piece of evidence, including his call logs, toll receipts, and surveillance footage. He said that during his journey, he made several calls to Pratibha. It seemed suspicious that he provided so much information without much prodding, as if he had foreseen the questions and had prepared his responses beforehand. The police demanded that Abhishek stay for additional interrogation, despite his repeated requests to be released, claiming that he had done everything in his power to aid the investigation. Being an accomplished attorney, he was aware that there might be many details at the crime scene that could be important, and his in-depth familiarity with these details made his story seem too polished and well-rehearsed. But when investigators learned that Abhishek did not call the police right away after finding Pratibha, the real questions started to come to light. The police station was a mile or two from the apartment, so he got in his car and drove there instead. Most people would automatically contact emergency services right away in such a circumstance, but Abhishek would not. He clarified that he wasn't sure what to do and was in shock and confusion. Although he only went to the station once, he said he had attempted to get help twice. Investigators thought they were dealing with something much more complicated than it initially seemed because of the contradictions strange details, and disparities in his story. Even with his assured answers, Abhishek was beginning to come across as someone who knew the answers to every question, but the reality of what actually transpired on that fateful day was still unknown. Investigators understood that Abhishek might hold the secret to solving the case, and that the solution was still a ways off. Security kept a close eye on everything that took place in this residential colony. It had security posts and guarded entrances, and was inhabited by senior government officials. But Abhishek didn't ask the guards for assistance when he realized the apartment door wouldn't open. Why not? Investigators were immediately drawn to this question, because anyone else in a similar circumstance would probably turn to those around them for help. In addition to the increasing number of troubling details regarding his behavior, this lack of action seemed suspicious. When he drove to the police station after locating Pratibha, another odd detail surfaced, according to Abhishek. When he left, he didn't tell the guards at the colony's entrance what had happened. He could have gone up to them, which probably would have sped up the police call. Rather, he just climbed into his vehicle and left. His account was further called into question by investigators, who saw this as yet another warning sign. Pratibha's parents were horrified by what they saw when they got to the scene. Their sorrow soon gave way to rage. They publicly charged Abhishek and his family with being behind her death. They said Abhishek had made her living conditions intolerable, put her under continual pressure, and limited her ability to communicate with her family. In order to substantiate their allegations, Pratibha's father submitted a report to the police asking that Abhishek be charged with coercion and causing harm. Either Abhishek was directly responsible for her death, he claimed, or his actions had caused her to die this way. As a judge, Pratibha was a successful and self-reliant woman who was used to running her own affairs. For 6 years, she had been independent. Her family found it hard to accept that she would voluntarily hurt herself. She had never displayed any signs of distress or malice, they remembered. This made one wonder, what might have motivated her to do this? 4 seasoned medical professionals performed the autopsy on the evening of October 9 and came up with startling results. Asphyxiation was the cause of death, which suggests foul play. Her body had marks that suggested she had been struck by a metal object. In addition, she had 3 deep cuts on her neck and 14 cuts on her arms and wrists. Everything pointed to a struggle, a last-ditch effort to resist. The most unexpected discovery made about Pratibha before her death was that she was 3.5 months pregnant. The investigation was further complicated by this detail. How could a pregnant woman who was in a responsible role at work choose to hurt herself? The presence of bruises and other marks didn't fit the scenario where she may have caused the injuries and suffocated herself. Why did her body show so many signs of damage? Abhishek started to exhibit signs of discomfort as the questioning went on. His answers, which had been confident, became uncertain. Investigators took notice of his hesitation and self-contradiction. He might be concealing something, and these were obvious clues. He was eventually arrested for additional interrogation. The police were aware that this case needed to be handled carefully. Abhishek practiced law. His brother-in-law was a prominent figure in the judiciary, as was his father, a retired judge. Any mistake could have dire consequences. Public pressure and his family's influence were major factors when Abhishek appeared in court to set bail terms. The judge restricted his confinement to 7 hours rather than the usual amount of time. Investigators and Pratibha's family members were not happy with this decision, because they thought Abhishek was treated too lightly, considering the seriousness of the charges. Pratibha's body was given to her family after the autopsy was finished. Her parents, siblings, and other family members were devastated. They remembered how Pratibha had sounded quiet when she called home in recent months. She avoided talking about her personal life and shared few details, and now all those little clues seemed like warning signs they might have missed. The case became more complicated every day, and the solutions appeared farther off. After seizing Abhishek's phone, the police started going through all of his emails, calls, and messages. They found that during the past few months their relationship had becoming more tense. Nearly every message from Abhishek was tinged with annoyance, and they frequently argued about their plans for the family and the future of their child. Although no one was yet certain of the extent to which these sinister undertones would spread, this increased the investigators' suspicions. Abhishek had to endure hours of interrogation while the investigators watched him. With every new question and piece of evidence, the pressure increased and his burden grew heavier. Abhishek finally broke down and said the words that changed everything one day. When he was so tired and on the verge of an emotional collapse, he admitted it. The words were a painful, unwilling admission that came reluctantly, as if drawn from deep within. It was shocking and horrifying to hear him admit his part in Pratibha's demise. Abhishek disclosed that his thoughts and feelings were distorted by years of internalized jealousy and resentment. It all began when he failed the exam and continued to practice law, while Pratibha earned her place as a judge. This status difference turned into a major source of internal conflict. He found it hard to believe that his wife had accomplished more than he had, and that her family publicly disapproved of him. His emotions became more destructive with every day that went by. Then she found out she was pregnant. It represented their love and their hope for the future for Pratibha. She thought the baby would improve her relationship with her parents and strengthen their marriage. Pratibha's mother was ecstatic and intended to help her daughter, even meeting to talk about their future together. However, this news felt like yet another setback for Abhishek. He experienced fear and a greater sense of alienation in place of happiness. He saw the pregnancy as a further erosion of his independence, an increase in his responsibilities, and a widening of the gap between him and Pratibha. Abhishek's friends knew him as someone who liked to live a carefree life. He was known for his parties, independence, and lack of responsibility. Now, he was overcome with fear at the thought of becoming a father. He started to coerce Pratibha into thinking about getting an abortion, but she adamantly refused. The tension between them only grew as a result of her unwavering desire to keep the child. He became increasingly frustrated with her every time she smiled and tried to show him that their future might be promising. He was stuck. The situation only got worse. Abhishek began to have even more influence over Pratibha's life. He cut off her communication with her parents and grew more and more envious of her achievements and career. At home, Pratibha's world was dominated by control and anxiety, despite her independence and success at work. The turning point came when Pratibha's mother said she wanted to see her in early October. Abhishek's response was furious. The fact that Pratibha had disregarded him and contacted her family was too much for him to handle. He insisted that she cease all correspondence, but Pratibha refused to back down. She vowed to stand up for her rights, keep her child, and refuse to compromise. For Abhishek, those words were the last straw. His fear of losing control, his sense of failure, and his jealousy all came to a head. Her strength and independence were too much for him to handle anymore. On that fateful day, things got out of hand. Now that he was seated across from the investigators, Abhishek talked about his anxieties, his overwhelming jealousy, and how he couldn't tolerate her independence and success. The investigators, however, believed there was more to the story even after his admission. The deeper secrets of their relationship had not yet been revealed, and it appeared likely that Abhishek had only told a portion of the truth. Things started out quickly and unexpectedly when Pratibha told Abhishek she was going to Delhi, in spite of his strong protests. On October 7, Abhishek was at a resort unwinding with friends. He was startled by the news. He made the decision to go back to Delhi right away. He left his friends behind, gave up his break, and went home. Pratibha reached Delhi by train on October 8th. In the hopes that a face-to-face discussion would improve their relationship, she was met by an irate and agitated Abhishek. He loaded her into the car, and as they drove, the tension increased and turned into a furious dispute. Shouting broke out during the exchange, and Pratibha finally had enough. Declaring she was going back to Kanpur, she got out of the car in the middle of the road and started to walk away. Abhishek's eyes were burning with rage as he watched her. "Do as you please," he yelled after her. However, his feelings overcame him after a short while, and he chose to follow her. It took Abhishek about 9 hours to drive to Kanpur during the night and arrive at Pratibha's apartment in the posh Circuit House colony. On the morning of October 9, it was around 5 or 5:30 in the morning. Since most neighbors kept to themselves and the colony was known for its security, he had some leeway to act undetected. The tension that had grown over the previous few months exploded when Abhishek walked into the apartment. He started slapping a stick at Pratibha. She tried to stop him, but he persisted. As the blows did not satisfy his rage, he cut her arms, body, and neck with a blade. Despite her best efforts, Pratibha lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Abhishek intensified his actions upon realizing she was still alive. He reached for a scarf, pulled it tight around her neck, and held it there until she exhaled. Breathless, standing over her, he started to realize the seriousness of his actions. He needed to hide his tracks now. He tried to hang Pratibha from the ceiling fan to make it appear as though she had committed suicide, but the fan was not strong enough to support the weight. It looked like it might shatter. Abhishek left her body on the ground after realizing that this plan would fail. Knowing that it might expose his intentions and motivations, he swiftly looked around the apartment for anything that might implicate him and took Pratibha's phone. Trying not to draw attention, he left the apartment at around 6 in the morning and made his way to his car before leaving the Circuit House neighborhood. However, he did not immediately call the police. Rather, Abhishek paused on a calm Kanpur street to collect his thoughts and prepare his statement to the authorities. Every detail would be important, he knew. He didn't visit the Kanpur Cant police station until 3 hours later, at approximately 9 in the morning. He claimed to have discovered Pratibha, dead in the apartment, when he reported her death there. Inconsistencies in his behavior were immediately observed by the police. Why hadn't he reported the incident sooner? Why hadn't he gotten help right away, rather than taking some time to think about what to do next? The investigators were particularly interested in these questions. Abhishek was taken into custody for additional interrogation after making his initial statement. The police started a thorough investigation of the crime scene in the meantime. The scarf that was used to kill Pratibha was discovered, but the blade that was used to injure her was gone. Suspicions increased as a result. Abhishek had obviously tried to conceal evidence and mislead the investigation, indicating that a comprehensive and intricate investigation would be necessary to find the truth. Abhishek put Pratibha's driver and housekeeper on leave the day before the incident, which at first glance appeared to be a random coincidence, but turned out to be a component of his scheme. Following Abhishek's arrest, his parents promptly fled, evading all police requests. After taking notice, the court ordered the seizure of their assets and issued an arrest warrant for them, pending their appearance for interrogation. Abhishek's parents appealed to the Supreme Court in an effort to defend themselves. They were successful in getting the warrant temporarily stayed, but on October 18, the court in Kanpur ordered their voluntary surrender. To cooperate with the current investigation, Abhishek's parents showed up at the Chief Magistrate's court. Abhishek, meanwhile, tried several times to get bail. He filed petitions with the Supreme Court, the High Court, and the Session Court, among other courts. But every request was turned down. He could not be released due to the seriousness of the charges and the possible danger to the investigation. After several years, Abhishek had been incarcerated for almost 5 years by 2022. After a protracted legal battle and multiple appeals and counter-motions, the High Court finally granted him bail in April 2022, but this was only a short-term solution. The case was still being reviewed, and a verdict has not yet been rendered. Despite all of their efforts, Abhishek's family persisted in demanding his exoneration, while the police and prosecutors persisted in their attempts to establish his guilt. Both parties are still engaged in a fight for justice, while the investigation continues, and the final ruling is still pending. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Lam Kor Wan, Hong Kong's first serial killer, was introduced in 1982. He worked as a taxi driver, but at night he was known as the Rainy Night Butcher and the Jars Killer. Over the course of 7 months, he killed 4 young women, concealing their bodies beneath his family's couch and preserving their body parts in jars. Every murder was more graphic than the one before it. They all appeared in unsettling movies, from suffocation to the amputation of body parts. What perverse ideas motivated this man, and who was he? How did these women end up as his gullible victims? Let's discover the terrifying reality that was born on May 22, 1955, in the center of Hong Kong. Lam Kor Wan had a challenging childhood. With 10 children, a legal wife, and 2 mistresses, his father, Lam Weil Lok, led a difficult life. This set the stage for Lam's turbulent early years. Lam was subjected to cruel treatment during his early years while residing in Malaysia with his biological mother. His father violently abused both of them at home. Lam's situation was made worse by the fact that his parents divorced when he was a child. Due to a horrific event in which his father slammed his head against a wall, leaving 2-year-old Lam unconscious with periorbital bruises and a fractured skull, his father had a fierce temper. Following a period in Brunei from 1957 to 1962, during which Lam shared a dormitory with his father's half-siblings and mistresses, despite his academic success in primary school, Lam returned to Hong Kong in 1968 to attend Reechie Middle School in Sham Shui Po for junior high school. Having to balance 2 different school schedules because of his father's work had affected Lam's performance, particularly in mathematics. By 1970, Lam's academic standing had declined due to the demands of managing his father's motorcycle shop after school. His relationship with his father deteriorated even more, and this was marked by harsh treatment. Lam also started running away from home a lot as a result of this. Up until middle school, it had become a recurring pattern in his life. Lam had begun working in his father's motorcycle shop years after he had graduated from high school. He later went on to learn how to service air conditioners from a relative. The entire ordeal, which was replete with family issues during difficult times, had prepared Lam Kor Wan to become the enigmatic individual he would become. After a fight with his father outside a public restroom on Hakuin Street in early 1973, he was expelled from his house and sent home. After forcing a woman into the bathroom with a knife, he touched her lower body in an inappropriate manner. He was arrested as a result of this incident. A doctor examined Lam and determined that he had mental health problems, making him unfit for trial or incarceration. He was therefore ordered to receive treatment at King Shan Mental Hospital. He chose to change his name to Lam Jiao Koang by the time he was 19, after being treated for 102 days and being released from the hospital. Along with his collection of locked-away pornography kept in a metal ammunition box, his family noticed his odd fascination with the female body. Even though his family made an attempt to assist him, nothing seemed to change. His behavior changed to something more unsettling when these measures did not satisfy him. The women chased him down the street after he bought a Polaroid camera and started taking illegal photos of them from beneath the doors of restroom cubicles. At their home in Kwantong, he had later been caught snooping on his sister as she undressed outside the restroom. After that, the family decided to move further away, into Kwa Wan at their new residence. There was an agreement in place for him and his younger brother to share a room and sleep in different parts of a bunk bed. They were to keep their possessions separate and free from outside interference. He officially began working as a taxi driver in 1978, after obtaining a license and assuming the name Lam Kor Wan. His family only saw him every 14 to 15 days after he was moved to the night schedule around 1980. He then developed an intense interest in photography in 1981, which led him to study the art form. But since he didn't have a darkroom at home to print color pictures, he looked for a photo studio. He enrolled in a photography course offered by the Chinese YMCA of Hong Kong at the Waterloo Road Association in order to avoid suspicion. His classmate was employed at a sim shots. Lam made up a story about needing help with autopsy photos because he was a part-time photographer and worked in a mortuary. Surprisingly, his account was approved, and the classmate edited Lam's images to prevent alarming other students. His mother observed a significant shift in his behavior after he had been a night taxi driver for a year. He began to disregard personal hygiene, declining to take a shower or change his clothes. On the gloomy night of February 3, 1982, at the age of 27, his mother even saw him wander home like a sleepwalker in the dead of night, but his demeanor became forlorn. During his time as a taxi driver in the Sim Sha Sui district, Lam changed from being a simple peeping Tom to something more sinister. He was looking for clients one day who were coming home from a night out. This is where things started to go south. When Chan Feng Lan, a clearly drunk woman, emerged from a restaurant at around 4 in the morning, she was in such need of a ride that many taxi drivers refused to give it to her. Lam, apparently unfazed by this, accepted her into his taxi and consented to drive her home. The inebriated woman asked to stop halfway through the trip, and when Lam braked close to a gas station, she opened the door to throw up. Uncertain of where she was, she asked Lam to return in the opposite direction after this disturbing incident. Later, Lammy admitted that he had considered killing her, but something inside of him snapped and he decided he had had enough after being initially disgusted by her vomiting. He went into a garage in the Simshasui neighborhood, circled to the passenger door, and strangled the young lady with an electric cable. He drove to his house at 5 in the morning when he usually finished work and parked in front of the building as usual. The night watchman slept on a cot in the entry hall and did not wake up, so he concealed the body in a big bag and carried it across the pavement into his apartment building while the street was empty. After Lam died, he went into the apartment as quietly as he could and spent several hours hiding the body beneath the sofa. Lam waited for his family to depart after breakfast while feigning to be asleep in his bed. He woke up and began preparing his room after his brother and parents had left the apartment. Lam purchased a power saw from the street using 500 yuan that he had stolen from the victim's wallet. To ensure that even the baseboards were adequately protected, he covered the floor with plastic. He began to dismember the innocent woman's body after placing it on the plastic. Despite his best efforts, he was unable to avoid leaving any blood traces, and some of it splashed onto the walls. He continued to dismember the victim's body for hours, taking pictures and videos of the entire procedure before naming the videotape a serious secret. After chopping her body into 7 parts, he wrapped paper around her head, limbs, and torso before sealing it in a plastic bag. The fact that he preserved the private parts in a Tupperware container with rice wine was the most unsettling aspect. In order to remove any traces of the horror that had transpired, he meticulously cleaned the crime scene, scrubbing the walls and floor and rolling up the plastic sheet. He drove to the new areas, making multiple trips to carry the body parts to his taxi while avoiding attention from onlookers who were confident he had removed any traces of the unsettling act. He stopped when he discovered an empty area on the banks of the Xingmun River, close to Shatin. He was determined to find a remote location to dispose of the body. He removed the packages from his trunk one by one and tossed them into the river, making sure no one was looking. The bundles were carried to the sea by the murky waters. The limbs floated from Lucky Plaza to the Bel Air Gardens area after being washed down by the intense rain. Lam had heard the terrifying news on the radio more than a week after the horrible deed. A limb had been found on the shores of the Xingmun River. More body parts were unearthed in the following days, leaving the police to piece together the tragic puzzle. To determine the approximate time the body was dumped into the river, investigators looked at tidal patterns. Interestingly, one arm had a unique tattoo of a heart with a knife through it, which was uncommon for women at the time. They arrived at this conclusion. Recognizing the victim, it was Chan Feng Lan, age 21. The police encountered regrettable difficulties even after issuing a public call for witnesses. Neither the taxi driver nor Chan Feng Lan's companions had seen the license plate. Lam didn't learn of the body part's discovery for over a week. The police had determined that the body belonged to Chan Feng Lan, a Simsha nightclub hostess and mother of 2. Chan's night out with her sister and friends, her taxi ride home, and the terrible fate she met at the hands of Lam Kor 1 were all revealed in the grim details. Sui. The next murder was carefully planned, but the murder had been opportunistic. He was determined to be more prepared because he was a perfectionist. His goal was surgical accuracy. He therefore chose to use professional tools rather than a power saw. In the end, he bought specialized surgical instruments and multiple bottles of formaldehyde after studying knives, blades, and scissors in great detail. Formaldehyde was a colorless, pungent chemical that was used for disinfection and preservation. Lam had claimed another victim on May 29, 1982, 3 days after acquiring his equipment. He was able to capture his second target, a bar employee. This time, he picked Chan Wan Kit calmly and used an electric cable to strangle her before bringing her home. He waited in bed as usual for his family to get off work before beginning the grisly task of dismembering the body. Lam had carefully prepared the room in accordance with his plan after thinking about what to do for days. After setting a sizable tray underneath the body to keep blood off the floor, he took out his video camera. Investigators later reviewed the video and found that he had carefully dissected the body while placing the tray beneath the family's parakeet cage. When Lamb had finished chopping it into pieces, he displayed remarkable skill. As Lamb considered a secure location for the body's disposal, he once more took photos of the various body parts. After numerous nighttime excursions, he eventually discovered the ideal location. He placed the body parts in a large plastic bag and put it in the trunk of his taxi this time. He drove through the tunnel to the selected location, Hong Kong Island, early in the morning. A 20-minute drive east of the city center was Tai Hang Road, a residential neighborhood with a lot of trees. Following his parking in a secret area of the road, the heavy bag became difficult for him to carry out of the trunk. As he watched it roll down the slope into a muddy ravine, he carried it a short distance up to the railing and threw the body over it. Lamb had been thinking about what had happened that night all the time in the days that followed, not because he was sorry or regretful, but because he wanted to become a better person. On June 17, 1982, 2 weeks later, he had struck once more. Leong Saw Wan, a 29-year-old nightclub cleaner, had left work at 4 a.m. and was in Lamb's taxi shortly after she met her terrible end. Lamb took her lifeless body back to his house and engaged in a terrifying string of acts. He recorded his horrifying deeds, titling the recording, Operation Rainy Night. Lamb used the selfie feature on his camcorder, which was resting on the bunk bed, to record the dismemberment procedure, displaying an unnerving amount of detail in contrast to his earlier action. On this occasion, he even cut open the abdomen, removed the intestine, and even tried to taste human flesh before giving up because it made him sick. Then, in yet another horrific episode of this gruesome rampage, he abandoned the severed limbs in a burlap bag on Tai Hang Road. Lamb had grown bolder with every crime. Knowing the bars in the Tsim Sha Tsui neighborhood, he had spent his time meticulously planning his next crime. He was also aware of the locations where women frequently waited by themselves for his cab. He had wanted the next victim to be a woman from a higher social class, but his first 3 victims had been what he had dubbed bad girls. He purposefully chose a young woman who seemed innocent, and this time it was Leong Wai Sum, 17. On July 2, 1982, Lamb had discovered her outside the Tsim Sha Tsui Hotel. Before the final exams, she had gone to a party at her high school, but she had made the decision to leave after dinner. Her high school friends had gotten her a cab to make sure she would get home safely. Lamb parked his car and guided her to a remote road. When he took hold of her wrist and handcuffed her to the front seat, the teen was frightened. Surprisingly, he wanted company, which was another reason he wanted to keep her in his taxi, even though it was only 9:30 p.m. and too early for him to go home. Desperate for a friend, he kept Ling confined for hours, asking her about her family, religion, and life in general. He wanted to talk to her without any friends. Lamb was generally enjoying her company, but that didn't stop him from carrying out his gruesome scheme. Lamb began strangling the teenager with the electric cable after she fell asleep at around 4 in the morning. He then brought the dead girl's body home and, as usual, waited for his family to vacate the apartment. He hung his video camera from a high shelf and started recording when no one else was home. This was the video that the police would eventually play in court. The video wasn't just unsettling. Lamb was acting necrophilically, that is, performing inappropriate acts with the dead body in the video. It should be mentioned that Lamb had burned the young victim's skin after falling on her thighs while he was earlier assembling the lighting apparatus to record his activities. In order to later refer to it as the 4/3 operation, he also recorded it on video and took pictures of her. Then, just like he had done with the earlier victims, he dismembered the body, which would later come back to haunt him. On August 10, 1982, he later left the body on Tai Hang Road. Lamb tried to make his 4th victim's mutilated photo larger. As it happened, Lamb's friend had to move Lamb's negatives to the Mong Kok branch for magnification because the enlarger at his friend's photo shop was broken. Suspicious as he was, the branch's photo editors discovered disturbing details in the developed photos during the manual enlargement process, suggesting a possible connection to the dismemberment of a human body. A picture of a severed breast and a burn mark on the victim's thigh were among the features that prompted the shop supervisor to call the police. The Kowloon Regional Homicide Squad was given the case by the police after they received the report. Detectives under the direction of Sergeant Lee Kwon obtained statements from the clerks at the Sima, Sui, and Mongkok branches while safeguarding the negatives and photograph. After a thorough examination and analysis of the flesh and blood color, the forensic officer from the Scientific Forensics Department concluded that the photographed corpse had been dead for less than 3 hours. The dismemberment technique ruled out the possibility that the perpetrator was teaching pictures because it implied that they lacked medical anatomical knowledge. The typical green sheet used in autopsies was conspicuously missing. Additionally, forensic specialists verified that the images were taken directly from a real body rather than from printed materials. In one picture, a tiny drop of water also reflected half the face of a girl who looked like Leong Wai-sum, who had disappeared on July 2. The police decided to make an arrest after concluding that Ling had been murdered, based on the results of the Scientific Forensics Division and medical examiner. Sergeant Lee had led the team in an ambush at the photo shop early on August 17. He asked the clerk to mix a Lam set of 13 photos with a few other pictures and encouraged him to talk to Lam about the pictures, where they were taken, and why they were being enlarged. The goal was to document the discussion and collect supporting documentation. Lam arrived by taxi to pick up the pictures at about 6 o'clock in the evening. Following his friend's request, he carefully examined each picture and clarified that the enlarged images would be used for courtroom presentations, especially so jurors could see the contents more clearly. Lam said that he worked in mortuaries on a regular basis. Sergeant Lee revealed his identity after verifying the images and making the payment, and he immediately took Lam into custody. Lam first made up a story, claiming that the pictures were taken by a four-eyed man he had met in Kwan who worked for the Oriental Daily. Investigations, however, showed that there was no such individual. In order to gather tangible evidence, the authorities promptly requested a warrant so they could search Lam's home within the allotted 48 hours. Otherwise, they would have needed to let him go. During the search, they found personal belongings, preservatives, anatomy books, surgical instruments, Lam's cupboards, and severed body parts, including the deceased women's breasts and vaginas. His taxi was also seized and searched by the police, who left a note on the windshield stating that it was not to be towed and that it had been involved in a crime. Subsequent investigation of the car turned up evidence like wire and handcuffs in the glove box, as well as 2 holes in the back of the front seat that were probably made by one of the women who died wearing high heels during a struggle. Investigators allegedly recovered a large collection that included 1,900 carefully coded photos, 1,500 color slides, and 696 negatives that documented coronavirus victims at different points in his crimes. His thorough documentation greatly facilitated the police inquiry. All of his victims' body parts were eventually found by authorities, allowing for their identification and eventual return to their families. To assist with the investigation, Lam Korwan was taken to the police station with his father and younger brother. Authorities suspected that the taxi driver wasn't acting alone because of the small living area and the amount of evidence found in Lam and his brother's bedroom. After 3 days of intense interrogation and detention, Linwas was freed. The younger Lam insisted that he had little contact with his brother because of their divergent schedules and was neither involved in nor aware of the incidents to expedite their release. Korwan was pressed by their father and younger brother to make it clear that they had nothing to do with trying to get her son to confess. Lam's mother went to the police station as well. Korwan assisted law enforcement in identifying the victim's body parts. The police, however, continued to suspect the younger Lam of involvement despite their cooperation. As a result, both brothers were brought before the Sanpo Kong magistrates' courts on 4 counts of murder. In order to support the younger brother's persistent denial of involvement, they were later moved to the Su Lam Psychiatric Center for evaluation. After the 6th hearing, he was ultimately freed because there was not enough evidence. The case was sent to the Supreme Court for trial after a medical evaluation determined that Korwan was of sound mind, had a remarkably high IQ, reportedly over 130, and was deemed fit to stand trial with established prima facie evidence. On March 3, 1983, the trial began, and a large crowd gathered outside the court to watch Lam's behavior. Because it was thought that the more than 1,000 pieces of evidence that would be presented in the case were too graphic for women, a number of men were chosen to serve on the jury. Authorities claimed that the specifics of the case were too upsetting for women, so 7 men were chosen specifically to guarantee a fair trial and avoid shock. The only people who could watch Lam's videotapes were the jurors, judges, and attorneys. Furthermore, during the trial, the victim's organs were not allowed in the courtroom. Police officers, Photoshop employees, forensic and scientific specialists, and even Lam's relatives were called as witnesses by the prosecution. Acknowledging the strength of the evidence against him, Lam negotiated a reduced sentence in exchange for admitting to manslaughter. But this appeal was turned down. The jury was instructed by the judge to choose between charges of murder and manslaughter, rather than to discuss Lam's guilt. With testimony from 5 psychiatrists, the trial descended into arguments about Lam's mental health. 3 of them suggested an obsession with women, while 2 questioned his self-control. On April 8 the same year, after 18 days, the judge gave the jury instructions to render a verdict based on whether or not they thought Lam had control over his actions during the crimes. The jury unanimously concluded that Lam was sane, motivated by aberrant desires, and guilty of murder. After more than 3 hours of deliberation, Lam was originally given a hanging death sentence, but thanks to the governor's pardon, his sentence was reduced to life in prison when Hong Kong abolished the death penalty in 1984. Following his conviction, Lam was taken to Stanley Prison and then Shek Pik Prison, where he was called a lamb by the other inmates. He kept a low profile, avoiding conversations about his past and valuing his privacy. Rob. He reportedly had a modest salary, was reticent and rarely interacted with people. He read religious, medical, and newspaper articles and took part in Catholic and Christian classes while incarcerated. While he did not receive family visits, he did occasionally receive visits from church volunteers. He amassed a reputation among the prisoners for his understanding of purple star astrology, a type of Chinese fortune-telling, and his cell was stocked with books and newspapers. When Lam applied for parole in 2018 at the age of 62, after serving more than 34 years, even prison officials sought his counsel, raising public outrage. The parole board decided against changes or parole at that time due to concerns about the possibility of repeat offenses, even though they review parole every 5 years. According to reports, during the 1983 trial, Lam was also observed by some inmates dissecting cockroaches in the prison and making elaborate displays out of them while they were kept in a matchbox. In her testimony, Lam's mother described the physical abuse her oldest son had suffered as a child. The father of coronavirus had even caused severe head trauma when the boy was only 2 years old, leaving him with 2 black eyes. She had also been the victim of domestic violence. Experts have connected severe head injuries sustained as a child to psychological problems like necrophilia later in life. Lam reportedly told a psychiatrist that he thought God had given him the order to carry out the murders. Lam's actions remained mysterious throughout the investigation. Investigators were baffled by his decision to develop films at a Kodak store, even though he had the required equipment. Some conjectured that he may have secretly wished for arrest because he had almost been arrested before the gruesome autopsy results, and the manner in which the bodies were dismembered suggested that a professional killer was at work. However, despite these disturbing facts, Lam's family had difficulties because of the case's publicity. They tried to sell their apartment but were unsuccessful because of its fame, so they were forced to stay after the case ended. The police, concerned about possible media exploitation, destroyed all of Lam's tapes and photographs. Some of the victims' organs, however, had a different destiny there and were kept for educational purposes at the Wan Chai Forensic Medicine headquarters. As our journey through Lamkor, Wan's haunting saga, comes to an end, it is important to remember these 4 innocent women whose lives were tragically taken. Lam's father sought atonement for his son's sins on November 16, 1986, by dedicating a memorial tablet at Yuan Shin College for the lives lost to his son's evil. The story of Lam Kor Wan serves as a chilling reminder of the intricacies of the human psyche and the terrible outcomes they can produce. Such tales act as a forceful plea for greater comprehension, awareness, and attention to mental health. As the first serial killer in Hong Kong's history, Lam Korwan, now 68, is serving a life sentence in the maximum security Shek Pik prison on Lantau Island for the gruesome killings that rocked Hong Kong in the early 1980 CE. His reign of terror came to an end on August 17, 1982, the fateful day of his arrest, when he was just 27 years old. His horrifying post-crime rituals, which included hiding victims under the family couch and preserving body parts in jars, earned him the terrifying nicknames the Rainy Night Butcher and the Jars Murderer. Such unsettling behaviors reveal a terrifying picture of a disturbed mind. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This apparently calm woman was 23-year-old Omaima Aray Nelson, who had recently learned of the death of her 56-year-old husband, William Edwin Nelson, also called Bill. She didn't seem to be able to take it all in. But everyone was in for something much darker than they had anticipated. She chose to go far beyond what a human could imagine on Thanksgiving Day, November 28, 1991, when the day, if only she had stopped at killing her husband, investigators would soon discover a much darker truth than anyone had dared to think. In the back of everyone's mind at the time was the fact that it was one of the most horrific crime scenes they had ever seen. Did they think they would find another Jeffrey Dahmer? An unsettling investigation into a murder that would forever haunt Orange County began on December 1, 1991, when a desperate call to U.S. emergency services was placed. According to Omaima Nelson's friend Jose Escovel, his friend killed her husband after he allegedly mistreated her, and he was now offering him $75,000 to assist with the body's disposal. The police sprang into action, eager to learn the truth about this heinous accusation. Officers discovered suspicious trash bags in Omaima's red 1975 Corvette when they found her driving her husband Bill's car. After Thanksgiving weekend, Bill Nelson, as he was known, had not shown up for work and had been reported missing. As Omaima silently watched, they pulled over and went through the things she had in her car. They discovered something disturbing in the car, which they later discovered to be human flesh. Omaima was taken into custody right away for questioning after this startling discovery, and she appeared to be completely cooperative. She denied right away all of the information that Mr. Esquivel had given to the police. She admitted to officers that she hadn't lived with him for very long and that she didn't know how to contact him. Although she appeared helpful, her responses to questions were a little odd. Following that, the investigation took police to their Costa Mesa, California apartment, where they discovered a scene that would go down in true crime history as infamous. Bill was there when they walked into the apartment, but not in the way they had expected. They appeared to be entering a slaughterhouse. Beneath stacks of cardboard boxes were suitcases containing Bill's remains. On the floor, the police found a broken table lamp, a heavy clothing iron covered in blood and human hair, and human flesh and organs wrapped in bags. Officers discovered Bill's bedroom in complete chaos as they carried out their somber search. The mattress was covered in blood, and the bedpost was splintered and torn off. The freezer held the most startling discovery: Bill's head, wrapped in tinfoil, with stab wounds visible and evidence of deep frying. Two of the bedposts were also found to be blood-soaked and broken, suggesting that Bill had been brutally murdered and bound. It is by far the most gory crime scene I have ever seen. The horror increased in the bathroom. Skinned and carved, Bill's torso and chest hung over the bathtub, allowing the blood to seep into it like it was in a butcher shop. They had castrated his body. Police entered the kitchen and discovered pans and pots with what looked to be stew left on the stove. Bill Nelson's hands, soaked in the mixture and covered in bruises, were among the turkey meat and vegetables. He had apparently been bound tightly prior to his murder. Bits of his hips, a grim take on Thanksgiving leftovers, were mingled with cranberry sauce in the trash can. Unfathomable horror was depicted in this horrific scene as investigators sought to understand how such a tragedy could occur within what was supposed to be a loving marriage. The case's terrifying details would later be compared to fictional horror stories. The condition of Bill's dismembered body prevented the police from determining the cause of death right away. Although the officers were positive it was Bill, they dug deep into Omaima's past to be absolutely certain and to solve the mystery of this heartbreaking murder. They were about to make one of the most unsettling discoveries of their professional lives. In 1968, Omaima Ari Nelson was born in a small, destitute farming village in southern Egypt, close to the Sudanese border. She was one of 16 children born into a traditional Arabic family, and her early years were difficult and traumatic. From an early age, she experienced physical and sexual abuse at the hands of her violent and irascible father. At the age of 7, she was subjected to the horrifying custom of female circumcision, which further exacerbated the wounds from her early years. She was in excruciating pain all the time after this procedure, which turned intimacy into a terrifying experience. As she grew older, her mother made the painful choice to leave her father and relocate to Cairo, the city of the dead, an Egyptian city notorious for its houses erected around cemeteries. Omaima had to deal with more difficulties in this depressing setting. In addition to impairing her capacity to build close relationships, the suffering she went through left her feeling extremely vulnerable and afraid. Notwithstanding all of the difficulties, Omaima developed into a young woman of remarkable beauty and vitality. By 1986, when Omaima turned 18, her life had taken yet another unexpected turn. Roger Stainbrook, an American oil worker on contract in Egypt, was introduced to her. She fell in love with him because she was drawn to him in the prospect of starting over. Despite her initial reluctance, her mother ultimately agreed to the cross-cultural relationship, perhaps out of concern that no Egyptian man would take her in. Omaima accompanied him to Texas, USA, in search of freedom and better prospects. There, however, she would only face yet another difficult chapter. Their marriage ended soon after the fissures in their relationship became apparent. Omaima, still a teenager, was left stranded and alone in a foreign city, with no one to turn to and only a rudimentary understanding of English. Omaima took on odd jobs like waitressing and nannying because she was desperate to make ends meet. But these weren't enough. At one point, she attacked 2 security guards who caught her stealing in a department store, and she even ended up getting briefly arrested for robbing a pharmacy. She also worked as a model part-time before realizing that her beauty could help her survive. She played a dangerous game to survive by luring men in and captivating them with her attractive appearance, only to rob them when they were most exposed. Omaima would place men in precarious situations, restrain them, use force, and take their belongings. She used this strategy to rob several men, but no one reported her because the officers thought it would embarrass them. She lived off of these items until meeting 56-year-old Bill in October 1991, who seemed like a kind and giving man. He was a former pilot and Marine who now worked part-time at Cannon Mortgage in Tustin as a messenger and computer programmer. Despite the fact that Bill was 33 years Omaima's senior, their relationship developed rapidly, and 2 days after they first met, he proposed to her. Even though Bill was still legally married to his first wife, the two clicked and were married in less than a month. They climbed into his red Corvette and drove directly to Phoenix, where they were married and found a justice of the peace. During their brief honeymoon, she and Bill traveled to Texas and Arkansas to see his family. Bill's family had serious concerns about the marriage despite the tense beginning. They found it difficult to accept the relationship because Omaima was younger than some of Bill's own children, and he was twice her age. Nevertheless, Omaima's kind yet astute manner won over everyone she encountered, creating an impression that, at least initially, seemed to allay some reservations. The cracks appeared after the honeymoon was over and they moved into Bill's apartment in Costa Mesa, California. They gave off the impression of being a normal couple, but there was something profound and unnerving about their seemingly normal existence. Regarding her marriage, Omaima claimed that Bill attempted to mistreat her even on Thanksgiving Day, to which Omaima retaliated using a strategy for which she was famous. She had tied up other men before him. She gained confidence from her past crimes of robbing and tying up men. She felt compelled to destroy him this time because of something about him. Omaima killed her husband without hesitation. She claims that that night Bill sexually assaulted her, and because it was already a controversial act for her, she was unable to control her anger. After repeatedly stabbing Bill with a knife, Omaima used a clothing iron to beat him to death. She did something far more horrifying than murdering her own husband after committing this horrible crime. It is extremely uncommon for a woman to intentionally kill someone. It is even more uncommon for her to mutilate a murder victim. She was completely corrupted. She used coat hangers and other items to hang up his torso piece by piece in the shower so that the blood could drain out. On November 28, 1991, Thanksgiving Day, Omaima had murdered her husband. She mutilated his body over the next few days, a gruesome task she carried out until December 2, 1991, when she was finally too tired to continue by herself. She went to her friend Jose to ask for help, saying her husband had abused her and she needed his support. Instead, Jose went straight to the police out of horror, which paved the way for a terrifying investigation. The officers now had no doubt that Bill's wife was the murderer and that the body they had discovered was in fact his. However, her statements suggested otherwise. Given the marks on her body, Omaima's claims of assault also appeared to be accurate. However, she also did something that raised suspicions. It was clear that Omaima was upset. She appeared to have been crying because she was so upset. Her arms, breasts, and face were all clearly injured. The officers sent Omaima for a medical examination to ascertain the true cause of her injuries, despite her denial of any assistance. She was admitted to the hospital to be examined for sexual assault and to have all of these injuries recorded. Her body was covered in numerous cuts, bruises, and contusions. In order to find out about any oddities they might have observed, the investigators also got in touch with Bill's stepdaughter. As it happened, he did get in touch with her prior to his own wife killing him. Detectives looked to Bill's neighbors as the investigation progressed, in the hopes that someone might have seen something out of the ordinary. They did remember hearing a strange noise that night, a noise that had seemed normal at the time, but had taken on a terrifying new meaning in the context of what had happened. Cutting a body into several pieces and packaging them all to make them appear non-human requires a lot of work. Thanksgiving was supposed to be a time for celebration, but for Bill Nelson, it turned into a day of horror when his young bride brutally murdered him. In the days that followed, what started with his murder only intensified into barbarism. Omaima went to work, systematically and unsettlingly mutilating his body. She crossed boundaries of cruelty, tearing his remains apart piece by piece. Authorities suspected that this degree of savagery wasn't the work of a first-time criminal when they eventually found the evidence. A very violent death was indicated by 25 or more skull wounds. In actuality, the body was dissected in a fairly professional manner, with such accuracy that the coroner's office was quite alarmed. Was this something she had done before? The investigators would be haunted for years by what transpired next. The medical examiners discovered something terrible when they weighed all of the remains discovered in Omaima's apartment and contrasted them with Bill's records. Almost 180 pounds of his body were missing. The officers realized what might have happened in light of the sobering findings already made. The weight that was missing indicated that Omaima had disposed of a significant amount of his body, and the implications were unimaginable. On the same day that her friend reported her, Omaima was taken into custody by the police and questioned. Even though these discoveries about Bill were unsettling, nobody could have foreseen the terrible truth that was concealed in a secret room. Omaima immediately tried to change the case's entire focus when they inquired about the murder, leading the investigation in an unanticipated and unsettling direction. She denied killing her husband when the officers questioned her about Bill's murder and her motivation for doing so. Officers were stunned by Omaima's response when they confronted her about the human flesh they found in the vehicle she was operating. They realized they were dealing with something much darker than they had expected, when the full extent of her cruelty and detachment became horrifyingly evident. In fact, Bill had run afoul of the law while working as a pilot to smuggle electronics and drugs into Mexico from a Texas airport. He had been apprehended and sentenced to 4 years in prison. Here, however, that was not the case. Omaima revealed the possible motivation behind her murder of her husband when the officers called her in for a second round of interrogation. She claimed that after they were married, Bill began to act violently, abusing her both physically and sexually during their brief marriage. She denied killing him, though. Omaima eventually confessed to killing her husband after being pressed further, but she left them with yet another unsolved mystery. The officers were starting to realize that Omaima was mentally ill, perhaps as a result of her traumatic past. Then she made a statement that confirmed the suspicion even more. The officers could tell from her demand that Omaima either had real mental health problems or was feigning them in order to get her sentence lowered. The fact that this was not the first time she had done this further confirmed their suspicion that she was merely making up her psychotic condition to get out of paying the penalty. When her medical report was received, these conjectures took on even more tangible form. Between Omaima and Bill, it was evident from the report who was the aggressor and who was the victim. Her hands, legs, and feet all had cuts that were typical of someone who had mutilated a human body. Additionally, the report disclosed that Omaima was not coerced into having sex. Everyone was horrified by her psychiatrist's startling assertion, which made them all question their loved ones. Omaima was accused of killing Bill for money, first-degree murder, cannibalism, and evidence of premeditation. Nothing short of a media circus was the trial that ensued. The public's morbid fascination was captivated by the graphic details of the crime. On December 1, 1992, nearly a year after Bill Nelson was killed, the trial got underway. She even stated in court that the hallucinations were what caused her to do this and that it was her mind playing tricks on her. She stated that she was unable to remember anything about the murder, including the exact moment it occurred. But a different story about her was told by Robert Hansen, her ex-boyfriend, whom she had also contacted on the day of the murder. In addition, Omaima's psychologist provided testimony supporting her mental health. She described how her delusions were getting worse. The defense never claimed that Omaima was not the murderer. Rather, they emphasized that she committed the crime as a result of her abuse at the hands of Bill and her hallucinations. Omaima claims that, in an effort to get away from Bill permanently, the voices in her head told her to dismember her husband's body, in addition to urging her to kill him. According to the ancient Egyptians, you will not enter the afterlife if your body is dispersed. She then sliced him. She was making sure he wouldn't be there if she made it to the afterlife. She wouldn't, however, say why she cooked him. She boasted to her psychiatrist that nothing was sweeter than her husband's taste, and that the ribs were the best part. Instead of him, she wanted his money. She didn't have to eat him, though. Omaima insisted repeatedly that she had no intention of killing Bill. However, the prosecution pressed for murder charges, and on January 12, 1993, the jury found her guilty of second-degree murder. Following consideration, she was also found guilty of attempting to rob Robert and assault with a deadly weapon. In Chowchilla, California, Omaima, who was 24 at the time, received a sentence of 25 years to life in the Central California Women's Facility. A true crime story that remains one of the most unsettling cases in California history, Omaima R.A. Nelson's story is one of tragedy entwined with horror. She was even likened to the well-known serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer, with approximately 130 pounds of Bill's body still missing. The officers speculated about what might have gone wrong on that fateful day, even though Omaima never admitted to the main details of the story. They hypothesized that he and Omaima engaged in a voluntary bondage session. She most likely wanted money or access to his wealth, which is why she tied him to the headboard. Californians were relieved to see Omaima R.E. Nelson safely imprisoned, as it meant that one less dangerous person was no longer on the streets. Omaima, however, fought to be released from prison. When she applied for parole for the first time in 2006, it was firmly denied. Unfazed, she tried again in 2011, but this time her request was quickly denied, much to the relief of investigators, who thought her release would only increase the risk. She shouldn't be released on parole. She poses a serious threat to society because, since her incarceration, she has been engaging in the same behaviors that she did before. At the time of Mr. Nelson's passing, she married a man she knew. At the time, he was in his 80s. He passed away a few years ago, leaving her a sizable fortune. Omaima is currently unable to access any money she might want to claim outside of her prison, but if she is given parole, her access to money and freedom could completely transform her life. She may be able to rebuild a life outside of prison once her freedom and financial resources are restored, something that has long plagued the victim's family and those who remember her horrific crime. She will be eligible for a parole hearing once more in 2026, and the outcome will ultimately decide her future. This case demonstrated how childhood trauma can result in mental health problems later in life. In light of this, we would like to know your thoughts on this case. Do you believe Omaima killed her husband because she wanted his money, or did she have a mental illness and kill him in a fit of rage? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. It can seem like everything around you is predetermined when the shadows of the past start to close in. Will anyone ever be able to fully avoid what fate has in store for them? The family that disappeared overnight, leaving a trail of unresolved questions and the eerie echoes of unfinished phone calls, is the subject of today's story. This is the tale of Melissa Wolfenbarger, whose abrupt and inexplicable disappearance sparked a true tragedy. On November 26, 1998, a peaceful Thanksgiving night at the Patton home was marred by a feeling of unease. Melissa called to wish her parents a happy Thanksgiving. Melissa is Norma and Carl's youngest daughter. It was a normal and familiar conversation, with topics including Christmas preparations, gift selection, and plans for the approaching holidays. As they did each year, Melissa wanted her kids to spend the holidays at her parents' house. She smiled and said, "Mom, don't forget that old picture of Grandma. I'd love to have it framed under the tree." However, there was neither a phone call nor a knock on the door on Christmas. Despite their concerns, Norma and Carl hoped that their daughter and her family would arrive at the last minute, which they occasionally did. No one showed up as the hours went by. There were gifts under the tree, sparkling with holiday lights, but the atmosphere was solemn, and the quiet became unbearable. It all began on a typical day, but after a few days passed with no communication from their daughter, Norma started to worry. This time it seemed different, but Melissa had always managed to get in touch, especially if plans had changed. When the parents tried to call, no one picked up. Additionally, fruitless were attempts to contact their son-in-law, Christopher. Melissa's parents continued to reside in their comfortable home in Last Grove, Georgia, while Melissa and her spouse and children lived in Atlanta. When the long period of silence became intolerable in January, Norma and Carl got into their car and drove to Atlanta. Their hearts sank when they arrived at the duplex on Brooklyn Avenue after following the well-known streets. Although the apartment doors were open, the interior felt eerily deserted and lifeless. It appeared as though their daughter and her family had never lived there because the rooms were immaculate and well organized. It appeared as if someone had purposefully removed every indication of their presence. Asking neighbors if they had seen Melissa or her kids, Norma went door to door. No one knew where they were going or why they hadn't left a message or forwarding address, but one man remembered seeing them packing things into a moving truck just before New Year's. It appeared as though they had made the decision to depart suddenly, without warning, and with no intention of coming back. It was intolerable to Carl and Norma. They were aware that Melissa would have contacted them if something had gone wrong. If plans had changed, their daughter would not have concealed it. She had always been forthright and honest. Norma concluded that this could not be ignored. Someone had to know something if Melissa and her family had left. They located the glass manufacturing company where their son-in-law worked, and the management verified that Christopher had worked there as a truck driver, but had recently been fired. He was fired because he was involved in an accident involving one of the company's vehicles. They were unable to respond when questioned about Christopher's future plans. Like his family, he had just disappeared. January and February saw no updates, but time went by. Norma continued to make an effort, but every day only brought more disappointment. Her February birthday was particularly painful. Despite her busy schedule, Melissa had always called to wish her well, but this time the phone was silent. At last, Norma started to understand that her daughter's silence wasn't a coincidence. There had been a horrible incident. What might have caused Melissa to leave her former life behind? Carl and Norma had a hard time understanding it. Their youngest daughter was always happy and affectionate, they recalled. She distinguished herself from her peers early on by actively competing in school pageants and lending a hand with her older sister Tina's projects. Their dreams of starting a veterinary clinic and helping as many animals as they could were dashed when Melissa's adolescent misbehavior landed her in legal troubles. Running away from home and falling in love with Christopher for the first time. During those tumultuous years, when she was caught between her desire to discover herself and her parents' expectations, he became her only source of stability. She was altered by marriage. Everything appeared to be coming together at last. She and Christopher seemed to have a happy life together after they moved to the city and had kids. However, her parents continued to feel a subtle, unnerving feeling, as though there was a deep crack beneath the surface. The calm. Those uneasy feelings had now become a terrifying reality as I stood in that empty apartment on Brooklyn Avenue in January 1999. The questions continued to mount. How had their daughter and her family fared? Why did their searches for answers only result in dead ends? And why did all the leads go nowhere? Where had Melissa's kids disappeared to? And why hadn't any of the neighbors seen her since New Year's? What did that picture she had requested for Christmas represent? These small, unimportant details assumed a sinister tone, giving the impression that something much more significant was going on. It would have felt like betrayal to leave everything unsolved, so Norma continued to look for any information, clinging to the tiniest hints to figure out what had happened to her cherished daughter. Nothing could have prepared her for the truth that lay ahead, a truth that would completely upend their lives, and a story that had started out as a straightforward family vacation had evolved into a grim, desperate search for light in the dark. Melissa's disappearance also perplexed Tina, her older sister, who worked alongside her at a small bakery. Their co-workers said Melissa just stopped showing up, as if she had disappeared into thin air, and the management at Denny's where they worked reported that she hadn't been there for more than a month. If she had found another job, no one knew. All they said was that she failed to report for work one day without providing any prior notice. Even some of her co-workers paid her a visit, but it didn't help. The family had moved out, but no one knew where they went, the neighbors said with a shrug. Time went by. As the year 1999 went on, Melissa had not been contacted. Praying for their daughter's safe return, Carl and Norma were inconsolable. Their hope dwindled with every month, but they held on to it as if it were a lifeline. Since Melissa had always remained close to them, despite her turbulent upbringing, they were unable to think of a good reason why she wouldn't call. They thought they would soon awaken from the nightmare. However, reality only became more grim, and the nightmare continued. The Patton family had run out of patience by January 2000. Norma reported a missing person to the authorities. After starting an investigation, detectives quickly located Christopher Wolfenbarger, Melissa's husband. He had also been out of touch for some time at the time of Melissa's disappearance, but he eventually made a comeback. But there was no sign of his wife or children. Melissa had gone out on her own, according to Christopher. He claimed that one day she simply made the decision to fulfill her dream of starting over and relocating to California. Carl and Norma, however, knew their daughter. They were positive that she would never simply vanish without a word, and that she would never do that. The parents were adamant that Christopher was concealing something, but the police could find no reason to take any further action. Melissa was an adult, and she had every right to travel to California if she so desired. Without any proof of a crime, the police had no reason to declare her missing because her husband had not filed a missing persons report. The inquiry came to a standstill. According to Christopher, Melissa had been preparing the move for some time. In order to save money, she worked double shifts at the bakery. After long, exhausting days, she occasionally even rented a hotel room to avoid the lengthy commute home. He claimed that this was how she was getting ready for the next phase of her life. When she simply disappeared one day, Christopher assumed she had finally carried out her plan and departed for California alone. He maintained that it was nothing out of the ordinary, citing Melissa's wish to make a new beginning. By bringing up Christopher's past, detectives attempted to exert pressure on him. Wolfenbarger had a very turbulent childhood. Melissa and I were like Bonnie and Clyde, just on a smaller scale, he grinned while being questioned. They did encounter some minor issues. Even before they were married, their lives appeared to be a succession of snap judgments. However, it quickly became apparent that Christopher was lying. Melissa filed complaints, according to the records. She had repeatedly reported instances of domestic violence. It wasn't just him lifting his hand against her, she said. He allegedly gave her illegal drugs and, despite her protests, pulled her down the street by her hair on one occasion. Christopher filed a counterclaim after learning of these reports. The court case became increasingly complex. Christopher requested authorization to speak with Melissa alone during one of the hearings. Melissa backed off from her complaint and went home with him after a brief, private conversation. That was all she said. "We have kids, after all." Following Melissa's disappearance, Christopher took an unexpected action. He left the house they shared and went to live with family. Christopher rarely paid them a visit. The children lived with their paternal grandmother. He appeared to be making an effort to put his former life behind him. Joy and little Christina adapted to life without their mother very fast, and they only ever thought about their father when he would arrive at his mother's house. Christopher had never been liked by Norma Patton. She thought that shortly after graduating from high school, Melissa fled her home because of him. She saw this marriage as nothing more than a source of heartache and disappointment. "He was never who he pretended to be," she would frequently say while gazing at pictures of her daughter. It felt like a terrifying prophecy now that Melissa was gone. Her parents found it hard to believe that their daughter had just up and left her life behind. Why were people who might have known the answer keeping quiet? And what actually happened to Melissa? A darker and more unsettling image of the Wolfenbarger family, where happiness was merely an illusion, began to take shape as the haze of the past gradually cleared. During an interview with detectives, Tina Patton recalled a previous incident. She had seen a handprint-like bruise on Melissa's neck. Normally calm and collected, Melissa started crying and pleaded with Tina to keep it a secret. Following that, one of Tina's friends attempted to speak with Christopher directly, but it was never successful. Things appeared to have calmed down, but this was a facade. The thought that their daughter had just decided to disappear without saying anything was unacceptable to Carl and Norma Patton. Melissa would have found a way to get in touch with her parents even if she had felt the need to leave them. However, days and months stretched into years, and Melissa was nowhere to be found. It appeared as though a young mother of two had vanished into thin air. Melissa's husband, Christopher Wolfenbarger, was constantly rephrasing his claims. When questioned in the spring of 2000, he abruptly revealed that he had seen Melissa on the street close to their house in March or April of 1999, despite initially claiming that he had last seen her in December 1998. This discrepancy did not clarify the case. Rather, it only increased suspicions. The Patton family returned to the public eye in 2003, 5 years later. This time, Carl Patton himself was at issue, not Melissa. They had taken him into custody. As it happened, Carl had already had a run-in with the law in the middle of the 1980s. He was released on parole after serving a brief sentence for theft. He had made an effort to avoid trouble ever since, but over 20 years after the crime, his past finally caught up with him. His participation was verified by DNA analysis. Carl was taken into custody on February 23, 2003, in connection with the death of Liddy Mae Evans, age 31. Her body was discovered in a river in 1977, chained to a concrete block and wrapped in a sleeping bag. A gunshot wound to the head was the cause of death. However, Carl was linked to other crimes as well. Carl's wife, Norma, made the startling declaration that she would testify against her husband in exchange for immunity as soon as he was arrested. After the agreement was reached, Norma started providing in-depth testimony that astounded everyone. She claims that Carl and his friend Joe Quint were involved in several crimes between 1970 and 1977. The murder of Carl's uncle, Fred White, and his lover was the beginning of it all. Carl persuaded Norma to assist in removing any possible witnesses because he knew too much. Norma described how Carl used a shotgun to kill his uncle and his uncle's lover after luring them to their house on December 17, 1977. After that, he and Norma placed weights on the bodies, wrapped them in sleeping bags, and disposed of them in the river. Carl burned the blood-stained couch in the backyard, while Norma cleaned the house and cleaned up the blood. However, their van's blood-stained trunk was not cleaned. Investigators questioned Carl and Norma after discovering blood traces in the trunk that matched the victim's blood type, but there wasn't enough proof to file charges at the time. Carl's involvement was not confirmed by DNA testing until 25 years later, and Melissa's father was arrested on February 23, 2003. Rumors about Carl's potential involvement in Melissa's disappearance started to circulate after his arrest. Her own father, who couldn't risk anyone in the family talking, may have been her victim, according to some theories. However, there was no concrete proof to back up this theory. "I would never harm my daughter. I only dealt with those who threatened my family." Carl denied any involvement, but everyone knew that there was a harsh reality behind those words. Carl was suspected of more than just Melissa's disappearance. Rumor had it that he was connected to criminal groups in the southern United States. He was known as a cold-blooded shooter as early as the 1960s, but he consistently denied any involvement. Carl acted out of greed, according to Norma, who made this revelation in 2003 during the investigation into the deaths of Fred White and his lover. In addition to hiring Carl to look after her unfaithful husband, Fred White's official marriage entitled his wife to an insurance payout. Detective Bruce Jordan handled these old cases. He managed to apprehend and convict Carl Patton after 25 years, but it was insufficient. Now, while incarcerated, Carl pleaded with Jordan, "Find my daughter, find Melissa." This was a surprising statement from a man who seemed to have no remorse. All of a sudden, his daughter's disappearance caused concern. This gave Norma and Tina hope, but it also sparked a wave of new anxieties. They were concerned that Melissa's disappearance was not an accident, and that the mystery that had been hidden for so long might become even more horrific. Detective Bruce Jordan became interested as soon as the reopened Wolfenbarger case made the news. The story appeared to be set in stone for years, but everything changed when a sudden lead came from the Atlanta morgue. Jordan was contacted by a forensic specialist who told him that they had been storing unidentified remains in their facility for 4 years. These remains were body parts discovered in various months of 1999 in the neighborhood where Melissa's family resided. A severed head had been found close to the Wolfenbargers' residence back in April of that same year. Legs and arms were discovered in a nearby wooded area 2 months later, wrapped in garbage bags. The remains were initially identified as belonging to a male because they could not be properly identified, and the torso was never recovered. These graphic findings were unrelated to Melissa's disappearance because she had not yet been reported missing at the time. Only later did the terrible truth come to light. Those were her remains. Bruce Jordan noticed important details when he got the information. Near the glass company where Christopher Wolfenbarger used to work, the head and limbs were discovered. Back then, experts had assured everyone that the remains were male, but Norma Patton remembered hearing about the unsettling findings on the news. Only years later, following DNA testing, was it determined that the mutilated body belonged to Melissa Carl Patton. While incarcerated, Melissa's father was informed. When he heard that her mutilated remains had been discovered soon after she vanished, but had not been identified, he was overcome with emotion. He was deeply saddened by the fact that the DNA test, which would have provided insight into his daughter's fate, was not carried out until almost 4 years after his arrest. Melissa's remains weren't identified until 2003, when Norma first reported her missing in early 2000. Important evidence that could have resolved the case much sooner was lost, along with crucial time. Experts initially thought the remains were male because Melissa's neck had been cut with a saw and her skull had been bleached. According to forensic analysis, it was impossible to tell if the injuries were caused before or after death because of the same chemical. It was almost impossible to find the perpetrator's car because her head and limbs were strewn along busy roads in trash bags. Her torso was never located, so it was impossible to determine the precise time or cause of death. Christopher was taken in for additional interrogation. He told investigators that he had always been cooperative and had given them all the information he could years before his wife was finally identified. He said he had no reason to hurt Melissa. There were no assets, no debts, and no insurance policy. He made it clear that, knowing that it would raise suspicions, he would never have disposed of the remains close to his place of employment. Even in interviews with reporters, Christopher insisted that he sincerely thought Melissa had changed her name and moved to a new place in the hopes that she would eventually come back, if only for their kids. He never submitted a missing persons report because of this. Melissa's older sister Tina was particularly affected by the loss. She saw it as a persistent, eerie pain, rather than merely an unsolved case. She even experienced nightmares in which Tina was unable to reach Melissa when she called out for assistance. Carl also changed while he was incarcerated. He couldn't help but want justice for his daughter. Losing Melissa appeared to be the first time he had ever experienced the depth of the suffering his own victims' families had gone through. The story's most startling element was that Carl, a convicted criminal, devoted his last years to pursuing justice for Melissa. Even though he seemed to love his daughter, her death was still unknown. Although her remains had been located, no one had been charged or arrested. Norma Patton made contact with Cheryl McCollum, a cold case investigator, once more in 2017. Norma and Cheryl first met at an official dinner. Cheryl is well known for her true crime podcasts and shows. A new investigation started when Norma came up to her that night and said, "My daughter was decapitated and I need your help." Cheryl McCollum immediately recommended to Norma that they re-examine all of the evidence, because she knew the case would not be simple. In an attempt to put the pieces of the puzzle together and uncover even one new clue, she planned a fresh search of the forested area where the bags containing remains had been discovered years prior. However, thus far, the endeavors had failed. Norma was determined to persevere. She had faith that eventually the truth about her daughter's death would be revealed. Cheryl kept looking into Melissa Wolfenbarger's case in an effort to find the final piece that would complete the picture. Cheryl McCollum, the investigator, could scarcely have predicted how many shadowy corners she would have to light when she started her work. She was able to get in touch with Melissa's father, Carl Patton, right away. Carl wrote about his personal experiences and his ideas about who he thought was to blame for his daughter's disappearance. Her husband, Christopher Wolfenbarger, was the one name he kept bringing up repeatedly. In regards to his son-in-law, Carl had no illusions. From the first time they met, he thought Christopher had destroyed his daughter's life. Melissa used to be a bright, upbeat person, but after Christopher came into her life, everything changed. Carl claims that Christopher taught her how to steal, persuaded her to sneak out of the house at night to meet him, and twice attempted to take Carl's car so that she and Melissa could flee to California. He gained complete control over her after she became pregnant and gave birth to their daughter. Norma and Carl only ever saw their granddaughter Christina when Christopher was at work, because he made an effort to keep her away from her parents. In a terrified whisper, Melissa said that if her husband discovered that her parents had come to visit, she would be in serious trouble. Carl remembered how Melissa refused to heed Christopher's warnings. Even though he had repeatedly bruised her arms and neck, she thought she could turn her life around, but Carl realized something had gone horribly wrong when she failed to show up for Christmas. Although he was certain Christopher had something to do with her disappearance, proving it was a different story. Knowing that his grandchildren didn't comprehend that their mother had truly left to start a new life, but had instead gone forever, was the thing that tormented Carl the most. Carl wrote about how, despite being incarcerated, he attempted to help with the investigation. He suggested that whoever tied the knots might have left evidence, and he asked the experts to check the trash bags containing the remains for any DNA traces. Although he wrote, "There's no such thing as a perfect crime," the police were never able to find any evidence that connected Christopher to the case. Carl clung to the hope that the inquiry would eventually produce something. Norma detailed her suspicions to Cheryl McCollum during multiple meetings. Norma believed Christopher was responsible for the death of her daughter. Carl's desire to learn the truth was evident in his letters. Despite his reputation as a convicted criminal, he was prepared to assist. Detectives were still unable to link Christopher to Melissa's disappearance, though. Carl thanked Cheryl for her efforts at the end of one of his letters, stating that he had only realized the seriousness of his own crimes after losing his daughter. To understand the feelings of his victims' families, he had to go through that kind of loss himself. One day, he hoped, his grandchildren would discover the truth about their mom. In order to determine whether any family members might have had a reason for seeking retribution, Cheryl McCollum also looked into the possibility of enlisting the help of Liddy Evans' children, one of Carl's victims. The idea that someone involved in Carl's previous crimes might have sought revenge was entertained by the police, but it was soon disproved. Years passed after Melissa vanished before Carl's crimes were discovered. Despite the fact that her father was a criminal, Liddy's children felt Melissa also deserved justice and consented to be interviewed for a podcast about her story. Joseph Morgan, one of the forensic specialists, discussed the results of the autopsy. He surmised that Melissa might have been dismembered at the glass company where Christopher worked, rather than at home. All the equipment needed to carry out such an act was on hand, and the remains were discovered at a landfill close to the building. The police were unable to verify this theory, though, because they did not discover any blood or DNA traces at the facility where the crime had occurred, and more crucially, who was behind it were still unknown. Cheryl was careful to pay attention to every little detail. She reviewed all the case materials, brought in experts, and communicated with Carl on a regular basis. One thing appeared to be universally accepted by the experts: Christopher was still the most likely suspect. McCullum declared that she was prepared to risk her reputation in order to bring the offender to justice. When Melissa's podcast debuted in February 2023, her story was the first one she discussed. Then, in April 2024, she received a call from a listener who said she had seen Melissa and Christopher fight at a party. The case gained new life and momentum as a result of this information. With newfound vigor, investigators resumed their work. After over 20 years of uncertainty, Christopher Wolfenbarger was taken into custody on suspicion of a serious crime in early August. To piece everything together, detectives re-interviewed witnesses, followed up on old leads, and employed new technology. He attempted to hide behind a dryer when the police arrived at his house, which one of the officers remarked was not the conduct of an innocent man. Although Christopher insisted he was innocent, the charges had already been filed. Tina and Norma attended the press conference. When Norma heard the news of the arrest, she clasped her hands together and prayed in private. "Now he's behind bars," she said, in front of the cameras, "and I hope he stays there." Christopher's motivations remained unclear, and the police did not reveal all the evidence that led to the arrest. However, one thing was for sure: 25 years after Melissa vanished, her family was at last hopeful that justice would be served. I told you the story because the truth always finds a way to come to light, even after years have gone by and everything seems lost. Despite all the difficulties and public scrutiny, the Patton family persisted in fighting for their daughter, and their efforts were rewarded. This case demonstrates that misconduct cannot be disregarded. Families that experience abuse frequently find themselves in dire circumstances, but keeping quiet and concealing the truth won't help. Don't let yourself be broken. Seek justice. Melissa would advise you if she could talk to you right now. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Crime is frequently associated with a particular motivation. Acts by people with mental health conditions, those under the influence of alcohol or other controlled substances, or incidents that happen during periods of severe emotional upheaval may be exceptions. Although the phrase motiveless crime is used, criminologists contend that the majority of these cases have unidentified hidden motives. Ohio as a whole was rocked by the disappearance of college student Emily Murray in 2000. The individual who caused Emily's terrible demise had been hiding in plain sight, helping law enforcement with their investigation and even providing tips to implicate others, until she was discovered dead a few weeks later. Authorities encountered a bewildering dilemma when they eventually took him into custody. There didn't appear to be any clear reason. Many theories were put forth, but none of them were supported, to explain why he did this. To make things even more confusing, the suspect seemed to like Emily and even to be protective of her, but then something changed and he became a predator. The perpetrator has never disclosed the reason behind his killing of a helpless young woman, even though it has been almost 25 years since the incident. On February 19, 1980, Emily Miranda Murray was born in Sleepy Hollow, a small town in Westchester County, New York. She came from a wealthy family and was the youngest of 4 siblings. Growing up with her 2 older brothers and 1 sister, Emily remained close to them all of her life. Emily's family moved to Shaker Heights, Cuyahoga County, Ohio, when she was 2 years old. Her father quickly rose to the position of head of one of the scientific university's departments after receiving an offer of a distinguished position there. The family's financial stability allowed them to live comfortably, and her mother devoted herself to raising the kids and providing a cozy home environment. The Murray children achieved academic success, graduating with honors from high school and attending prestigious universities. Emily in particular had a strong interest in biology and medicine and hoped to work in these fields. She frequently placed at the top of her class and was acknowledged as a gifted student. Interestingly, Emily was also able to work part-time jobs and donate her earnings to worthy causes. Emily's parents' strong Christian beliefs had a significant impact on her upbringing. Emily followed the family's example by attending church on a regular basis and being always willing to lend a helping hand to those in need, both verbally and physically. She spent a year traveling the world with different humanitarian organizations after graduating from high school. She visited New Zealand, Australia, Japan, and a number of European nations during this trip. Emily Murray moved into the campus residence halls at Kenyon College in Gambier, Ohio, in 1998 to start her studies. According to those who knew her, she was a positive influence on everyone around her, full of vitality. Emily was very driven, kind, sympathetic, and personable. She did, however, have a sensitive side and frequently displayed moments of melancholy and vulnerability. She wrote down her deepest worries, dreams, and thoughts in a private journal. Emily was in her junior year of college by 2000. She continued to be actively involved in church-based charitable work and worked evening shifts as a waitress at a nearby restaurant in addition to her rigorous academic schedule. She appeared to manage her enormous workload with poise. She even managed to make time for her personal life, going to events that she loved. But soon, it would be evident that her life was more complicated than it seemed. Emily's bed was empty when her two roommates in the dorm woke up on Tuesday, November 3, 2000. They couldn't figure it out. Emily was always thoughtful and informed them if she would be spending the night somewhere else. They thought she might have gone straight to class or stayed late at work because her restaurant shift had ended at 2 in the morning. However, things started to feel strange when they discovered that her notes and textbooks were still on her shelf. The roommates asked friends if anyone had seen Emily before leaving for their lectures in the morning. As it happened, she hadn't been seen since the day before and hadn't attended any of her classes. Her friends initially attempted to explain the situation in the hopes that there would be a plausible explanation, even though her absence was disturbing. Emily had been anticipating the celebration of a close friend's 20th birthday for weeks, and it was scheduled for that evening. She had picked out a thoughtful present and even assisted in planning a surprise for the birthday person. Emily could not imagine missing the party, but her friends became increasingly concerned when she failed to appear. They contacted Emily's family in a desperate attempt to get answers, believing that she might have returned home because of an emergency. When her parents learned that she had disappeared, they became very upset. Desperate to learn what had happened to their daughter, they drove to Gambier that same evening to participate in the search. The Murrays and their older children had reached the campus by morning, and they were desperately attempting to determine what might have happened to their youngest daughter. By then, the college community had become aware of Emily's disappearance. She was not found despite the efforts of several volunteer groups, friends, and classmates. She appeared to have disappeared completely. Emily's car, a dark green Subaru Outback that her father had given her for her 20th birthday, was also found to be missing. The Murrays immediately contacted campus security to report the missing student and ask for assistance in setting up a search, but their worries were dismissed with indifference. Security personnel waved away their concerns, speculating that Emily was probably hanging out alone with a boyfriend and would be back shortly. The family was told to wait a bit longer, even though they insisted Emily would never leave without telling anyone. Emily had not been seen for over 24 hours, and her family was becoming more and more desperate. They reported a missing person to the local police after realizing that campus security would not be able to assist. They were shocked to learn that police initially appeared to minimize the incident as well, assuming Emily might have taken an unplanned break or gone off on her own. She was a 20-year-old college student after all, and they didn't have to explain her every action. Nevertheless, the police finally consented to check Emily's dorm room. At that point, they learned she had forgotten her identification, bank cards, and personal items. It appeared that she hadn't changed since leaving her job because she had last been spotted in her restaurant shift uniform. This cast doubt on the notion that she had taken an unplanned break or gone off to hang out with a boyfriend. It was improbable that Emily would depart without cash or necessities. Emily was officially listed as missing on the second day following her disappearance, which was also her last day of employment. By that point, Her friends, family, and community members who were worried were already searching on their own, distributing flyers featuring her picture throughout the town and searching the neighborhoods. The investigation started at the eatery across the street from the campus where Emily was last seen. The Pirates Cove was a well-liked hangout for students because of its convenient location and reasonably priced menu. Emily's shift that night turned out to be her final one. Overburdened by her demanding schedule, she had resigned from her job that evening. She had made the decision to reduce her workload. She had been finding it difficult to balance her rigorous coursework, her part-time evening shifts, and her volunteer work at the church. Her personal life had suffered as a result of her hectic schedule. She had broken up with her boyfriend Adam just a month prior because they hardly ever had time together. Many of Emily's friends came to the Pirates Cove that night to cheer her on her last day of work. However, since they had classes the following morning, nobody stayed up too late. Emily stayed for an extra half hour to complete some tasks, even though her shift ended at 2 in the morning. As a result, her co-workers were the last to see her, and the police would use their testimonies to piece together what happened that night. During those last moments at the restaurant, Emily wasn't by herself. She was assisted in closing up by her friend Olivia, who was also a waitress, and a bartender named David Cale. Around 2:45 a.m., they completed cleaning the dining area together. Everyone started to head home shortly after that. Gregory McKnight, a 24-year-old cook who was the last to depart and shut down the restaurant at 3:15 a.m., confirmed this. Nothing out of the ordinary caught the attention of her colleagues. Emily was being kind, happy, and courteous as usual. She told them she was just going back to her dorm to get some sleep before her morning classes, without mentioning any plans for the rest of the evening. Investigators discovered Emily's personal journal, which had disturbing entries, when they searched her dorm room. Emily had been fighting a protracted bout of depression, which she had kept a secret and attempted to handle on her own, despite her cheerful and amiable manner. Emily was well known for being sensitive and sympathetic, and she frequently internalized other people's suffering, which made her both emotionally vulnerable and incredibly compassionate. Emily was frequently exposed to the harsh realities of life, such as tales of cruelty and injustice, through her charitable work. She gave her all to helping those in need, but she felt helpless in the face of the world's more powerful forces, which frustrated her. She described in her journal how difficult it was for her to handle the weight of her empathy and how overwhelming these feelings could be. Detectives were unable to completely rule out the possibility that Emily may have made the decision to leave her life, even though the journal made no explicit mention of plans to harm herself or take extreme measures. Emily's close friends and family were extremely offended by this theory. They vehemently denied the notion, stating that Emily would never entertain such an act because her faith was so important to her. Because of her strong religious convictions, such behavior was considered an unforgivable sin. In addition, Emily had detailed her aspirational plans for the future in her journal. She drew a picture of her ideal life in one entry, which included a big house, her future spouse, their 5 kids, and a dozen dogs. Her desire to create a life focused on community, family, and love seemed to inspire her daily. At first, investigators thought Emily might have run away because she had vanished along with her car. They speculated that she may have chosen to leave town to contemplate her life due to her battles with depression. This is a reasonable explanation for her disappearance, because it could have been made worse by her recent breakup with her boyfriend and resignation from her job. Adam, Emily's ex-boyfriend, was the first person investigators focused on, which makes sense in situations like this. Their relationship had been turbulent, with several breakups and reconciliations, but it had lasted for roughly a year and a half. But this time, Emily had made the decision to permanently break things off, and she had told Adam so in what seemed to be a peaceful and friendly exchange. Investigators couldn't help but wonder what if Adam hadn't been able to let her go. They decided to stay friends. When contacted, Adam voluntarily went to the police station. He seemed truly upset and genuinely concerned about Emily's welfare. He clarified that he and his roommate had visited the Pirates Cove the night before Emily vanished, but they had departed at midnight. Other students attested to seeing them when they returned to their dorm. According to 2 other roommates, Adam and his roommate spent the remainder of the night inside. Adam was promptly ruled out as a suspect because he had a strong alibi and no evidence of involvement. After that, investigators focused on Emily's colleagues. In the course of their investigation, One of the Pirates Cove's cooks revealed an unexpected fact. Emily was rumored to have rejected the romantic feelings that the bartender David Cale had for her. Emily and Cale worked the same shift, stayed late to close, and left the restaurant 10 minutes apart on the night of Emily's disappearance. After she turned him down, could Cale have waited for her outside and hurt her in some way? They brought David in for another round of interrogation. He acknowledged that he had once asked Emily out, but he had never brought up the subject again after she declined. He insisted that their relationship was merely cordial and business. In addition, David gave what investigators considered a very strong alibi. He was picked up from the restaurant by his father after his shift, and they immediately drove to another state to attend his sister's wedding. Investigators had no evidence to connect him to Emily's disappearance after the alibi was confirmed. The same cook, Greg McKnight, gave detectives a new lead after the bartender was ruled out as a suspect. He implied that Dave Yoakum, another cook, was also strangely attracted to Emily. Dave had a reputation for having trouble relating to women. When rejected, he was prone to losing his temper and was awkward and rude. This behavior was corroborated by other waitresses, who also reported that Dave had awkwardly approached them. He frequently made scathing comments in response to his attempts being rejected and acted in a generally disrespectful manner. Additionally, investigators found it highly suspicious that Yoakum was fired from the restaurant after a heated argument just 4 days after Emily vanished. Yoakum had not been at the restaurant the night Emily disappeared because he was off work, but detectives had to question him and find out where he was. When asked, Dave said he was genuinely shocked to be named as a suspect in the case. He gave a convincing alibi by claiming that he had gone to a rock band concert in a nearby city that evening with friends who corroborated his account. The investigation came to a standstill after all suspects were exonerated and no fresh evidence surfaced. Emily's friends and family prayed for her safe return home and clung to hope, but seasoned investigators suspected she was dead and feared the worst. Let's go back to an incident that at first glance appeared to have nothing to do with Emily's case, which occurred around a month prior to her disappearance. A small car accident happened on the outskirts of Harrison, a small town in Vinton County, Ohio, on October 1, 2000. Ronaldo Hopkins was on his way home when an old Buick swerved into his lane and collided with him. When Hopkins exited his vehicle to inspect the damage, he discovered a gun in the trunk of the other car, which had exploded from the collision. He was so alarmed that he reported the incident to the police right away. Authorities permitted the other driver to depart, even though he was fined for the collision, and the gun was seized. That same driver was accused of participating in a theft on December 9, 2000, more than 2 months later. He lived in a remote trailer park according to the case documents, so 2 officers were sent to deliver a court summons demanding that he come in for interrogation. Officers discovered the trailer in a remote location, far from the other homes in the park. When they got there, 2 rusted, damaged cars that looked unlikely to ever run again were parked in front of the property, which gave the impression that it was deserted. But the officers found a dark green Subaru Outback behind the trailer, which didn't fit the scene. They verified that it was Emily Murray's car, which was reported missing along with its owner, after searching the license plates through their database. The name of the resident of the property where Emily's car was found, as well as information about the car's discovery, were promptly forwarded to the Gambier Division looking into her case. The cook from the restaurant where Emily had worked, Gregory McKnight, was that person. In the past, McKnight had tried to deflect suspicion from his colleagues while evading personal scrutiny. In record time, a police team was sent to the scene and a search warrant for McKnight's trailer was obtained. 2 officers went inside to start their search because the door lock was broken. The foul stench of decay overcame them almost immediately. They located the source of the smell, a young woman's body covered in a carpet, by following it to the rear of the trailer. Emily's remains were immediately thought to be hers, and forensic analysis quickly verified this. A gunshot wound to the head was the cause of death. The weapon had been pressed against the right side of her skull, and the bullet had been fired at close range. The fact that there was a large amount of blood and spent shell casings at the scene suggested that the crime had been committed inside the trailer. Detectives now focused on apprehending and interrogating McKnight, their main suspect. Later that day, Gregory McKnight was arrested on suspicion of participating in an armed robbery which was initially unrelated to Emily's death. But when they told him about the discovery in his trailer, he fell silent, refused to comment, and asked for a lawyer right away. Police detained him pending additional investigation, even though there was no concrete evidence at the time connecting him to Emily's death. Investigators were informed by the trailer park's neighbors that they had not heard or seen anything strange. Considering how far away McKnight's trailer was from the other houses, this wasn't shocking. The property itself was in poor condition, with rusted, dilapidated cars all around it and trash all over it. Investigators searched the area extensively in the hopes of finding more evidence. They soon discovered a small, overgrown well beneath a sheet of metal that was weighed down by a fallen tree. After draining the well, researchers found a human skeleton at the bottom that seemed to be that of a man. Other bone fragments were discovered nearby, dispersed throughout the property. All of the remains belonged to a single person whose identity was still unknown, according to forensic analysis. Police quickly linked the discovery to a 6-month-old missing person case, though McKnight's friend, a 20-year-old student named Glenn Julius, had disappeared. According to Glenn's girlfriend, he was planning to go to a party with McKnight the last time she saw him. Following the start of the Glenn Julius search, Gregory McKnight emerged as the main suspect, but according to McKnight, Glenn and he got into a fight at the event, and Glenn drove off with a few new friends. No one saw him again after that. Although they couldn't find any hard evidence to link McKnight to the disappearance, investigators also couldn't find any evidence to back up his story. Thus, he was set free. Later, pieces of Glenn's belts and clothes that were found in the well were recognized by his girlfriend. Dental records from his family attested to the fact that Glenn's remains were present. Inside McKnight's trailer, a number of his personal belongings were also found. Shortly after Glenn vanished, McKnight sold his car illegally, according to additional investigation. Associates who were also connected to an armed robbery case purchased the car. The car's license plates had been replaced with fake ones, and it had been hurriedly repainted. Authorities found the car after one of McKnight's accomplices was taken into custody. They discovered sizable amounts of cleaned-up blood in the trunk, which forensic analysis verified belonged to Glenn. This implied that Glenn had been carried in the trunk, either injured or dead. The work had been done sloppily, probably with homemade tools, and Glenn's body had been partially dismembered. The bones were deeply scratched, like saw marks. Investigators discovered an axe, a shovel, and several other tools inside McKnight's trailer. These were all removed for forensic analysis. Although unidentifiable marks were left by other tools, it was definitively established that the axe had been used during the dismemberment. On November 12, 1976, Gregory McKnight was born in a poor Columbus, Ohio suburb. He was raised in a big, impoverished family without a father, where everyone was left to fend for themselves. McKnight began stealing when he was a young boy, and at the age of 14 he first came to the notice of the police. He had committed his first deadly crime at the age of 15, a poorly executed robbery. The jury was lenient toward McKnight because his accomplices were older, and he was given a comparatively light sentence. He was placed in a juvenile detention center and given a sentence of only 6 years. After being freed in 1997, he quickly wed Catherine, who went on to have 2 children. Before McKnight saved up enough cash to purchase his trailer, the couple briefly resided with Catherine's parents, but they never made the move to their new home. Gregory McKnight killed Glenn Julius in May 2000 and concealed his body in the well behind his trailer. He then abducted and murdered Emily Murray in November of that year, leaving her body to decay inside the trailer. Catherine, McKnight's wife, acknowledged during interrogation that she had begun to have doubts about the trailer. Her husband refused to allow her to visit or even come near the property, and he often went there by himself. She believed that he was either using the area to meet potential lovers or to hide his criminal associates from the authorities. She had thought of a lot of things, but she had never thought of him keeping human remains there. The majority of the evidence against McKnight was circumstantial, despite the fact that it was substantial. The precise manner and location of Julius's death were unknown to the authorities. Consequently, the prosecution was unable to pursue the death penalty for that specific offense. Emily's case appeared to be simpler. There were obvious traces connecting her and McKnight to the trailer when her body was discovered at the scene, but there was no apparent reason for such a heinous act, and the murder weapon was never found. Emily had not been robbed, she had not been assaulted, and even her car had been left behind the trailer. Why McKnight would perpetrate such a heinous act against the young college student was still a mystery. Several colleagues attested that McKnight had consistently treated Emily with dignity. He was said to be courteous, and once he had even intervened to shield her from an inebriated patron who had mistreated her. Even McKnight declined to assist investigators. He gave no information about either crime and denied all charges. The prosecution contended that McKnight had tricked Emily into falling into a trap following her work at the restaurant. Given her kindness and trustworthiness, he may have asked her for assistance, and Emily, oblivious to the danger, was powerless to refuse. He may have shown romantic feelings for her once he was inside the trailer, but he went into a rage and committed the crime after she rejected him. A psychiatric evaluation found that McKnight was fully aware of his actions and could be held accountable, despite the defense's attempt to claim that he was mentally unfit. By changing strategies, McKnight's lawyers attempted to portray Emily as a suicidal person with severe depression, alleging that McKnight only helped her carry out a purported death wish. Emily's loved ones were incensed by this argument, but it didn't change the court's decision. Gregory McKnight was convicted of 2 indictments of first-degree murder, kidnapping, and armed robbery in 2002. He was placed on death row to await execution after being given a death by lethal injection sentence. Every appeal and clemency request was turned down. Gregory McKnight, who said in 2015 that he would sooner die than rot in prison while awaiting execution, asked that his sentence be carried out. He quickly had second thoughts, though, and made another unsuccessful attempt to appeal the sentence. McKnight filed a lawsuit in 2020, claiming that he was subjected to unfair treatment and racism during his trial. He maintained that the punishment was unduly severe because the jury and the judge were both white and had acted biasly against him. Gregory McKnight is still waiting to be executed on death row as of right now. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Born on May 23, 1973, in a small Tennessee town, Matthew Winkler came from a family where religion was very important. His life was centered around church activities from a young age, and his parents, who were devout Christians, gave him a solid moral foundation grounded in Christian principles. Matthew was taught the value and strength of faith at a young age, and it seems that his relationship with God served as his beacon. He was the youngest of 4 children, and despite their lack of wealth, the family was content, despite their financial struggles. Although Matthew enjoyed his studies, it wasn't until he was in his teens that he realized his true calling when he started participating in church ministries and assisting with youth events. He exuded confidence, charm, and a unique ability to connect with others. He made the decision to become a pastor at the age of 18, having already completed his education. Following his high school graduation, Matthew enrolled at Henderson, Tennessee's Freed-Hardeman College. Students from all over the nation who were looking for a theological education were drawn to this university because of its strong Christian tradition. Despite his concentration on his studies, Matthew remembered to engage in extracurricular activities. He served as the soccer team's captain. He frequently planned events for students and took an active part in campus life. He immediately made a name for himself as a leader among his peers thanks to his enthusiasm and drive. He met Mary, his future wife, at the same college. Despite attending the same college, Mary's personality was very different from Matthew's. She was quiet and unassuming, and even though their paths crossed at different occasions, she did not receive the same level of attention as he did. Born in Tennessee, Mary came from a traditional family. Her family always upheld modest values, and she had a mild upbringing. She was more concerned with building a family hearth than she was with ambition, unlike Matthew. However, they were united by their shared religious convictions and a desire to serve God. Matthew first became acquainted with Mary while she was volunteering for student council-organized projects on campus. Her kindness and gentleness of heart impressed him. Mary wasn't looking for attention. She was not overlooked. He started their friendship, which swiftly developed into a more committed partnership for someone with Matthew's charm. Surprisingly, Matthew's vivacious personality was ideally matched by Mary's serene and prudent disposition. They were soon inseparable. The couple started assisting the underprivileged, volunteering at community events, and working together on church projects. In addition to being his wife, Matthew viewed Mary as a ministry partner who shared his philosophy of life. Mary, however, believed she had found a man who shared her beliefs and was supportive. After graduating from college, they got married and relocated to Selmer, where Matthew accepted a position as a pastor at the nearby Church of Christ. There was more to the Church of Christ in Selmer than just worship. It served as the town's most significant hub for activity. It was situated on a hill with a lovely garden all around, and the congregation always congregated there. The entire town seemed to have assembled for prayer. Matthew immediately won over the locals with his innate charm and talent for communication. He planned a lot of charity concerts, youth classes, and events to aid the underprivileged. Everyone was talking about him, and he rose to prominence in the community. Mary actively assisted him in this ministry in spite of her modesty. She was present when Matthew took care of the house, assisted with event planning, and delivered significant announcements to the congregation. She stayed in the background, unlike her husband, but everyone could always see how much she loved and cared for her family. The Winklers seemed to be the ideal family. Patricia, Mary, Alice, and Brianna are the three daughters that Matthew and Mary raised. You could frequently hear the children's laughter reverberating throughout the house because they were energetic and full of fun. The sisters were close and, even though they were young, already exhibited the same Christian values as their parents, but there was a very bad life going on behind the closed doors of their home. The tension between Matthew and Mary was occasionally apparent to those who knew the family a little better. Although some claimed that Matthew was an overly strict man, the rumors never spread beyond a small circle. Matthew was a man of strong character. In a small town, people hardly ever talked about such things openly, but their children, who were always happy and gregarious, showed no signs of trouble for most of them. The Winklers were still a role model. It started out as a typical spring morning on March 22. As the Christchurch congregation started to assemble for services, the town was just starting to awaken. The air was filled with the aroma of freshly cut grass and coffee poured into thermoses that residents frequently brought to meetings. But soon after, the unsettling news that Pastor Matthew had failed to arrive at church broke the stillness of that morning. He never skipped Sunday services, so this was out of the ordinary. After unsuccessful attempts to contact him, a number of parishioners visited his home to check on him. They saw that the door was unlocked and the windows were draped as they got closer to the house. Given how strict the Winkler family had always been about security, this seemed strange. They knew something had gone wrong as soon as they were inside. It was too quiet in the house. A distressing call was placed to emergency number 91 at 9 a.m. Matthew Winkler was the pastor of the Church of Christ, where James Barker, the caller, was a parishioner. Barker stated that because Matthew had not shown up for the morning service, he and a few other churchgoers who were worried about the pastor had made the decision to pay him a visit at his house. A few minutes after the call, Barker found Matthew's body in his bedroom, and police officers quickly arrived on the scene. In order to avoid interfering with the investigation, Barker and other parishioners had already left the house. The house appeared to be in good condition upon first inspection, but the atmosphere was strange. The only evidence of violence or damage in the house was the fight in the bedroom. There was no sign of the family's presence, as if they had just left the house. The police officers were astounded by the house's unremarkable appearance as soon as they entered it. There was an incomplete breakfast in the kitchen, toys on the floor, and cups of leftover coffee on the table in the living room. However, the initially seemingly normal atmosphere did not match what the police officers soon learned when they entered the bedroom. They saw Matthew Winkler's body right away. He was on the bed, face down, in pajamas that showed obvious signs of abuse. Death had finally caught up with him, as was later revealed. The pastor had a noticeable large wound on his back a few hours prior, which was clearly caused by a gunshot, but the gun itself was not present in the room. The police observed that the gunshot shell casing was on the ground as they placed Matthew's body down. This immediately suggested the presence of a firearm, but none was found. There was evidence of a struggle in the bedroom. The nightstand had been knocked over, and books and personal items were all over the floor. As though someone had attempted to hide or flee, The sheet was partially hanging off the bed, and the bedding was wrinkled. This implied that at the time of the crime, the victim and the offender were engaged in combat. A few crucial details were also noted by forensic investigators who arrived soon after the police. The family had gotten up early that day and was getting ready for their morning duties, as evidenced by the empty bottles of shampoo and shower gel in the bathroom. But there were concerns about Matthew's own death in the bedroom and his absence from the church service. The shoe tracks that did not match Matthew's shoes, however, were the most interesting discovery. Someone was in the room when the crime was committed, as evidenced by prints found on the carpet near the bed. The pastor's shoes were not the same size as these footprints. This suggested a potential offender who might have been both directly involved in the incident and a witness to the murder. On one of the night tables, police also discovered a partial palm print that they later determined belonged to Mary Winkler. Her whereabouts were unknown at the time of the murder, but the print provided unmistakable proof that she was present at the scene, making this fact contentious. A child's note was left on the kitchen refrigerator by the family's eldest daughter. The paper said, "Daddy, you are loved." In the midst of the tragedy, the message was especially poignant and made investigators wonder about the motivations behind the crime. After examining the house and documenting important evidence, police started questioning. James Barker, who saw the first events, was the first person interviewed. Barker attested that he and a number of parishioners visited the residence early on March 22 in order to locate the pastor, who had not arrived for service. The next question posed by a neighbor is whether the perpetrator knew the family, because he also stated that there were no indications of violence or forced entry in the house, who also claimed that he saw Mary Winkler on March 21st in the evening. According to him, there were no indications of tension or conflict, and the Winkler family seemed friendly and at ease. The Winkler family was described by numerous witnesses as calm and amiable, so this turned out to be a crucial point. Soon after, the police started interrogating the church employees, who also attested to the absence of any indications of disputes or questionable activities, but it soon became apparent that nobody had any clue as to where Mary and the kids might have gone. The main thing that caught people's attention right away was that Mary and the Winkler kids were nowhere to be found. The family may have been kidnapped or on the run because their car was out of place. This turned into the primary query that investigators were attempting to address. Following the discovery of Matthew's body, a massive search was launched for the Winkler's vehicle, and hotels and gas stations were inspected for possible routes Mary might have taken. When police learned that the Nissan Quest minivan had vanished, they immediately began a manhunt for it. Every patrol team within a few hundred kilometers was told to keep an eye out for vehicles that fit the description. Investigators also asked for surveillance footage from gas stations and major highways. Because Selmer is a small town, there were few options for escape routes, which gave police hope that the missing men would be found soon. The car was seen on a surveillance camera at a gas station in northern Alabama, roughly 200 kilometers from the crime scene, a few hours after the search started. 3 kids were in the backseat of the car, and the driver was a woman, according to the video. Although her motivations were still unknown, this discovery was the first concrete indication that Mary had left the state with the kids. Police started looking through Mary's cell phone's messages and calls while they searched for the car. Cellular carrier's information indicated that her phone was in operation in the Jackson, Alabama area. During the time that the car was spotted, Mary made a number of brief phone calls, none of which were to friends or family. This demonstrated her prudence and desire to avoid leaving an overt trace. Calls made the day before the murder were also examined by investigators. One significant discovery was that Mary had spoken with the bank where the family had a loan about their financial troubles. Based on this information, police theorized that strange financial relationships might have been the driving force behind the crime. Examining Mary's financial activity was another crucial area of attention. The family booked accommodations at a small Jackson motel using their credit card. Police were able to further focus their search as a result, and on March 23, 2006, just over 24 hours after Matthew Winkler's body was found, they went straight to the address that was provided. Mary Winkler and her 3 kids were discovered by police in a motel in Jackson. A tiny room with 2 beds was occupied by the family. Mary opened the door almost instantly when the officers knocked. She didn't appear panicked, but she did look exhausted. She later discovered that she had purchased the toys her 3 daughters were playing with on the way in. There was no opposition to Mary's arrest. After giving him a hug, the woman calmly climbed into the police car. The investigators were taken aback by her actions. She didn't try to escape or defend herself. She merely said, "I knew you would find us." This was a crucial detail because it showed that she was aware that she was going to be arrested. The kids were treated by psychologists at a nearby social assistance center. They looked healthy at first glance, but they were confused and didn't know what was going on. Patricia, the oldest daughter, informed center employees that her mother had asked them to be obedient while they were on a brief vacation. Investigators also spoke with people who knew the Winklers, including Mary. While neighbors characterized the family as amiable and successful, others noted that Mary had recently appeared to be depressed. According to one of her friends, she hardly ever interacted with people outside of her family and church. According to Matthew's church colleagues, he was a strict man, particularly when it came to family matters. This was inconsistent with the public portrayal of their happy marriage. The Winklers had substantial debts, according to officials at the bank where the family's loan was arranged, and a member of the congregation remembered that Mary had appeared distracted and depressed the day before. The bank sent a letter requesting repayment shortly before the tragedy. The family may have become tense as a result of this. The testimony of witnesses and the evidence collected suggested that the couple's relationship was not as perfect as it seemed. According to Mary, Matthew was emotionally harsh and frequently chastised her, but at the time following Mary's wink, there was no proof of physical abuse. Was taken into custody by police at a motel in Jackson Township. Investigators sought to ascertain her involvement in her husband's murder, and she consented to an interview. Despite appearing exhausted and depressed, the woman maintained her composure. She maintained that what happened was an accident, but her confession became the main focus of the case. Mary made it clear right away during her initial interrogation that she had no intention of concealing her role in the incidents. "It was an accident, but I did it." Her voice trembled as she told investigators about Matthew's death, but she responded to inquiries promptly and clearly. Although she acknowledged that she had picked up a shotgun the night of the murder, she maintained that she had no plans to kill her husband. Mary said it was a tense night. She claimed that she and Matthew had argued about money issues that had been accumulating for months. She claimed that Matthew had accused her of mishandling their finances and of keeping bank correspondence about their debt hidden from him. Mary remembered him telling her that I had ruined everything. Following her husband's remarks that evening, Mary disclosed that she felt depressed and humiliated. According to her, Matthew was frequently severe and insisted on complete order in the home. However, his criticism had gotten especially harsh in the last few months. He allegedly discussed that evening how her behavior had put the family in danger of going bankrupt. Following that altercation, Mary acknowledged that she felt confined. She said that in order to get her husband to listen, she took a shotgun. She claims that she only wanted him to stop yelling and had no intention of hurting him. He was standing by the bed when she came up to him, explaining that she had taken the weapon from a closet in the bedroom. "I wanted him to see me in a new light. I wished he would stop yelling." She said. Mary said she had no idea how the weapon operated. She claimed she didn't have time to realize anything because it happened so fast. "All I can recall is the sound. It was really noisy." She recalled realizing what had happened when she watched Matthew fall onto the bed following the shooting. Mary recalled that she first froze in place after the shooting because she was in shock and unsure of what to do next. She couldn't get close to her husband to check on him. Instead, she hurried to the children's rooms, where they were already asleep, woke them up, hurriedly packed her things, and walked out of the house. Mary claimed she was in total shock and was worried that no one would comprehend her when investigators questioned her about why she didn't call the police or an ambulance. With no specific objective in mind, she simply wanted to get as far away as she could, so she climbed into the family minivan and drove off, taking her kids with her. According to her, Mary denied that she was attempting to conceal or get away with it. She claims that she chose to simply leave because she was unsure of what to do. She added that protecting her kids was her first priority. Mary's confession raised a lot of questions, but also provided investigators with a foundation for prosecution. The shotgun needed a lot of force to pull the trigger and remove the safety, according to forensic specialists who examined the weapon. The fact that Mary brought the gun with her raised suspicions among the police, who began to wonder if the shooting was really an accident. Investigators suspected this was a deliberate choice or an attempt to conceal evidence after the murder. Despite being emotional, Mary's own confession did not rule out a premeditated crime. In an interview with psychologists, Patricia, the family's eldest daughter, claimed to have heard her parents talking loudly the night before the trip. The girl remembered that her mother had later entered the room, woken her up, and informed her that they were leaving, but she did not understand what was being said. Mary's claim that she left the house right away after the murder was supported by this testimony. To prevent traumatizing the children, the investigation used their testimony with caution. They did, however, support the idea that Mary acted emotionally, even though her actions following the shooting continued to be unpredictable. Investigators concluded that Mary's confession contained enough evidence to bring charges of second-degree murder. Her acknowledgement that she fired the shot herself, the fingerprints found at the scene, and the fact that the gun was found in the car's trunk were the primary contributing factors. After conducting interviews and compiling evidence, investigators also explained her attempts to escape to another state and her escape with her children, which they viewed as avoidance behavior. Prosecutors intended to present the case in a way that would demonstrate Mary's actions went beyond chance, so she was moved to the county jail to await trial. What was ahead was a trial that would spark extensive public outrage and become a national conversation point not just in Tennessee. The trial had a national impact. In the spring of 2007, Mary Winkler's trial got underway in the Tennessee District Court. The case immediately sparked widespread public interest. Journalists from across the nation attended the hearings, in addition to Selmer residents. On the one hand, Mary was portrayed by the prosecution as a cold-blooded killer. The defense, however, contended that Mary suffered from years of emotional suppression and domestic abuse, which ultimately caused the tragic result. From the outset of the trial, the prosecution adopted a tough posture. Using evidence from forensic experts, prosecutors contended that Mary Winkler killed her husband voluntarily. They presented evidence that Mary's behavior the night of the murder was motivated and purposeful. The necessity of removing the safety and purposefully pulling the trigger on the weapon that fired the shot was one of the main points of contention. According to experts, the shotgun was operational and difficult to fire, so this was not an accident. Prosecutors also emphasized Mary's actions following the murder, including her running from the scene, disappearing with her kids, and trying to escape to another state, all of which suggested that she knew what she had done. In order to demonstrate that Mary's actions were intentional, the prosecution presented surveillance footage of her filling up her car and using a bank card as proof. Prosecutors contended that she fled in an effort to escape accountability rather than phoning the police or an ambulance. According to the prosecution, the couple's relationship tensions stemming from financial difficulties were the driving force behind the crime. The family's significant debts were disclosed by the bank in court documents. The prosecution claims that Mary concealed letters from creditors, which sparked a dispute the night of the murder. Prosecutors tried to show that the woman's decision to divorce her husband was ultimately prompted by this circumstance because they felt he controlled her and put psychological pressure on her. Mary's choice to hide the weapon in the car trunk following the murder caught the attention of the prosecution. Prosecutors emphasized throughout the trial that a person who unintentionally fired a shot would not have taken such actions, and that this was not only an attempt to conceal evidence, but also another sign that her actions were conscious. In contrast, Mary's defense centered on her emotional state and the aspects of her family life that might have contributed to the tragedy. Mary acted rashly under intense stress and fear, according to the defense lawyers. They attempted to demonstrate that the flight was the product of shock and panic, and that the shooting was an accident. The assertion that Mary had been experiencing emotional and psychological distress served as the primary defense. She told the court for years that her husband dominated every part of her life, frequently criticized her, and made decisions for the whole family. Mary's lawyers claimed that these situations made her feel scared and powerless, which ultimately caused her to lose it during her testimony. Mary stated that she took the shotgun that evening to persuade her husband to listen to her and cease the abuse, not to murder him. She maintained that the shooting was unintentional. Mary could have acted under the influence of stress and emotional distress, according to a psychologist the defense brought to the trial. The expert pointed out that people frequently do things they wouldn't normally do when they're depressed and afraid. Her actions following the murder were another area of focus for the attorneys. They maintained that she did not intentionally try to hide the crime when she fled. Mary's instinctive defense was to leave the scene of the tragedy with her children because she was afraid that no one would understand her. Mary appeared depressed long before the tragedy, according to defense witnesses, some of whom were close friends of Mary. They recalled that she seldom expressed her emotions, but occasionally brought up the fact that her husband could be too strict. These testimonies enhanced the overall picture of the family's relationship, even though they were insufficient to prove abuse. The jury deliberated for several hours before rendering a decision. Mary Winkler's manslaughter conviction was upheld. Although her behavior following the shooting suggested responsibility for what transpired, the court believed there was not enough evidence to consider her actions fully conscious. Due to a scheduling conflict with one of the attorneys on June 8, 2007, the sentencing phase was postponed from its original start date of May 18, 2007. A judge in Tennessee sent a yeas on the manslaughter charge. Mary Winkler received a sentence of 210 days in prison. According to her record, she had already completed 5 months of that time, and the judge permitted her to spend up to 60 days in a Tennessee mental health facility. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Lori Eisenberg called the Idaho authorities in February 2018 with a distressing message. She said she was sailing on Lake Coeur d'Alene with her husband, Larry Eisenberg, when he suddenly fell into the water. But after the body was recovered, a medical examination revealed a different picture, which made authorities believe that a more intricate and nuanced story was involved. Born in 1950, Larry Eisenberg earned a degree in forestry from the College of Idaho. He worked in forest cultivation, maintenance, and harvesting. He started working in the woodworking industry after completing his college education. He spent his entire life striving for success because he enjoyed working hard. In 1974, Larry married his first wife, with whom he had 2 children. But after the kids grew up, the couple got divorced. He soon met Lori Barnes, who was born in 1953. Lori's life used to be extremely impoverished. On occasion, her family even had to stay the night on farms that were deserted. She got married in 1973 at the age of 19, and the couple divorced in 1996, but they had 6 daughters together. She moved out after the divorce and became a single mother to her daughters. Many were drawn to Lori because of her amazing laugh and smile, and she was very good with people. Larry has consistently stated that he loves his wife more than anything else since they were married in 2004. Their neighbors and friends said their 17-year marriage was perfect. In northern Idaho, they led a contented life. Lori was the executive director of the North Idaho Housing Coalition at the time, which remodeled homes for impoverished families to buy or rent. Larry was retired but still involved in a number of community activities, and she was a well-respected member of the community. Lori and Larry decided to take their boat to Lake Coeur d'Alene on February 13, 2018, so they could watch the sunrise from Sunup Bay, a beautiful location. Given that Lake Coeur d'Alene is generally regarded as having serene waters, what happened that day was nearly unthinkable. But soon after they set sail, Lori looked very upset and used Larry's phone to dial 911. She reported her husband's drowning to the authorities. Lori described her desperate search for Larry in the water and her need for immediate help. At 11 a.m., officers reached the closest shoreline and sent a rescue boat to retrieve Lori so that she could receive medical care. Sheriff deputies asked the woman for any information regarding Larry's last known location when they arrived at the scene. Lori claimed she couldn't find her cell phone and didn't call emergency services until 2 hours after Larry went overboard. Additionally, Lori stated that she had to manually start the engine again because the ignition key had broken shortly before the incident. She then disclosed that after searching the neighborhood for Larry, she chose not to drive the boat back to shore out of concern that she would lose the trail. She eventually located Larry's cell phone and dialed 911 after taking out a blanket to stay warm. But after she finished speaking, the cell phone fell out of her grasp and into the lake. The officer observed that the woman's emotion appeared to be very real during this exchange. They all believed it to be an accident. Lori was assisted by medical staff in waiting for an ambulance so she could be monitored further. Officers towed the Eisenbergs' boat to a speedboat nearby so they could inspect it. Detectives noticed blood spatter in multiple locations as soon as they got on the boat, most likely from Lori's nosebleed. Officers discovered a switch and cord on the floor, despite Lori's assertion that the ignition key broke prior to Larry falling into the water. Because the switch and cord would have needed to be connected to the ignition switch in order for the engine to start later, investigators thought this was strange. Furthermore, the ignition key was obviously bent, indicating that there may have been a struggle of some kind. Along with Lori's purse, which included an empty juice bottle, officers also discovered a number of additional keys. These things were all taken as proof. Lori's cell phone was discovered by a deputy sheriff during an examination of the vehicle the Eisenbergs used to tow the boat. Additionally, a vial of allergy medication containing the active ingredient dimenhydrinate and an unidentified liquid spilled in the cup holder. Despite being an over-the-counter antihistamine medication that is frequently used to treat fevers and allergies, it still makes you feel extremely sleepy. Unfortunately, a thorough search was necessary because Lori did not provide precise information regarding their most recent location. As a result, it was determined to use a group of divers equipped with sonar. In an attempt to find Larry, search and rescue helicopters were also involved in the search, but to no avail. Detectives were still unable to locate Larry, so 5 days later, on February 18, they called Lori Eisenberg and asked her to go on the lake with the sonar diving team. Despite her agreement, Lori was unable to name any particular landmarks and offered the searchers little help. The investigator thought this behavior was strange. Lori laughed and joked during the search, and occasionally broke down in tears for no apparent reason. However, this was not stressed because everyone grieves in a different way. However, Lori's suspicious behavior at her husband's house, which was 20 minutes southwest of town, prompted 2 calls to the county sheriff later that day. Police became interested after the callers, who were the Eisenbergs' neighbors, claimed that Lori's family members were assisting her in moving her belongings out of the house. On February 21, 2018, a startling discovery was made that completely changed the course of the case. Due to Lori Eisenberg's potential fraudulent activities, the North Idaho Housing Coalition, where she had worked for years, notified police officers that it would no longer be working with her. It turns out that the coalition's accountant found errors in the report and that $500,000 was missing from their budget total. That was the amount that only Lori had. Those who knew Lori Eisenberg were shocked by this news because, according to law enforcement, she was a law-abiding citizen with no prior criminal history. Larry's son made the decision to speak with the investigator at this point. He told him about Lori's peculiar actions and the potential role she played in his father's passing. However, the detective was certain that the woman had nothing to do with Larry's death and saw it as merely his personal grievance. However, in response to Lori's fraud charge, a search warrant was issued for the Eisenbergs' residence the following day. Several pieces of evidence were found during the search, including red stains on the floor outside the house, paper towels that appeared to have dried blood on them, black latex gloves, and a Ziploc bag that contained an unidentified white powder. Lori was immediately briefed on the evidence by the investigating detective. She countered that she was unaware of the brown stains in the backyard and that the blood they discovered on the gloves and towels was her own. The red marks on the concrete were later identified by forensic analysis as paint drips that had stained the boards. Lori was arrested on 40 counts of forgery on February 27th. Since the coalition was partially financed by taxpayers, the nearly $500,000 she was accused of stealing would escalate into a far more serious offense. On the following day, one of Lori's daughters posted her $75,000 bail. About 3 miles from the location where Lori claimed Larry fell overboard, Larry's body was discovered floating face down, close to the shore on March 1, 16 days after the tragic event. An autopsy the following day verified that the body belonged to Larry Eisenberg. That's not all, though. Toxicology tests conducted by the coroner's office showed that Larry's blood contained deadly amounts of the antihistamine dimenhydrinate. Experts concur that despite the extremely low frequency of overdoses, the drug is fast-acting and can be lethal if taken in excess in a short amount of time. Although the autopsy results were not made public by the authorities, Lori had previously claimed that her husband took several pills daily and frequently neglected to take the recommended dosage. Larry also had flu-like symptoms, according to Lori. Larry only ever mentioned being sick once, in a message to his friend. But was Larry the one who sent that message? The expert analyst concluded that the last time the cell phone signal was present close to Lori's son's house was when Larry vanished into the lake, despite the fact that Larry's phone had drowned. Given that Lori said the phone fell into the lake on February 13, this was strange. Detectives concluded that Larry's death was most definitely not an accident. As a result of all of this, Lori did not show up in court for her fraudulent fraud case in late May. A warrant for her arrest was consequently issued, but she never showed up. Investigators kept questioning the Eisberg family's close associates, and soon the idyllic relationship started to show signs of weakness. Despite their apparent happiness, Larry had been very dissatisfied with Lori's recent spending patterns and the fact that she frequently provided financial support for her kids. Investigators also discovered that Larry was one of 3 men Lori had cheated on her first husband with. Furthermore, it was found that Lori herself had handwritten modifications to Larry's will a month prior to his death. According to the will, Larry's children would receive 80% of the estate, while his own would only receive 20%. Authorities chose to make the autopsy results public and declare the case a premeditated murder since Lori was still at large. It was discovered that he overdosed on the antihistamine Benadryl and died from diphenhydramine toxicity. Diphenhydramine, an antihistamine used to treat allergies, is marketed under the name Benadryl. It is also used as a sleep aid because it makes you drowsy. Even at standard dosage levels of 1,0,100 nanograms per milliliter, diphenhydramine induces drowsiness. Larry's body contained a deadly 7,100 nanograms of diphenhydramine at the time of his death. Larry's doctor was questioned by police to see if they saw any indications of a stroke or other medical irregularities, but the doctors said Larry was in perfect health. Investigators concluded that Lori texted Larry's daughter that morning before poisoning her husband, based on all the evidence they had collected. Subsequently, she added the pills to the man's juice. Larry became ill and went overboard near the coast. They also conjectured that before dialing 911, Lori purposefully steered the boat further away from the location. The entire Eisenberg family was uninsured. What was the motive? That was the only question left. It was probably coming to pass that Lori would inherit their shared house in the event of Larry's death, which she could then sell to raise the money she needed to pay for the money she had stolen. Additionally, according to friends, Larry had no idea what Lori was doing at the Idaho Housing Coalition. 2 months after going missing, Lori finally made an appearance at the sheriff's office by herself in July. Until the fraud case was tried in court, investigators were eager to discuss her alleged murder of her husband. Eisenberg consented to enter a guilty plea to 3 counts of wire fraud and 1 count of federal program theft in November 2018. She also consented to make restitution of about $580,000. Eisenberg was found guilty of embezzling over $500,000 and given a 5-year prison sentence. In addition, Lori's daughters entered guilty pleas to individual conspiracy charges. Each of them received a $50,000 fine and a house arrest sentence. Even though that case was resolved, another one was still pending. Lori was questioned about Larry's death once more right after the sentencing. Detectives questioned her directly about whether or not she had killed her husband during that interrogation. Lori behaved apprehensively throughout this interrogation. Her foot started tapping, which is a sign of tension and anxiety. After that, she was informed of the autopsy's findings. The detectives persisted in pressing her with additional compromising evidence, even though she denied any involvement in her husband's death. She eventually demanded an attorney and refused to answer any more questions. Lori Eisenberg was charged by a grand jury with first-degree murder by poisoning, a capital offense, 2 years after her husband's body was discovered floating in Lake Coeur d'Alene. The COVID-19 pandemic caused her trial to be repeatedly postponed. In order to maintain her innocence and admit that she would probably be found guilty if the case went to trial, Eisenberg entered an Alford plea to a lesser charge of second-degree homicide, after initially being charged with first-degree homicide by use of poison. She entered a guilty plea to the lesser charge of second-degree murder in February 2021. Larry's daughter, Jessica McPherson, said she thought the plea agreement, which spared Eisenberg from acknowledging guilt, was a betrayal of her father's family. "The manner in which I lost my father," Lori Eisenberg, "has left a hole in my soul that I will never be able to fill. And for 3 years, that hole has just continued to get deeper and deeper at the web of lies, deceit, and manipulation that have continued to expand," Jessica McPherson said. Larry's son, Dean Eisenberg, stated, "It is impossible for me and those who are deeply impacted by the loss of such a great man and wonderful father to find closure." In an unforgettable way, he referred to his father as his best friend. "Even those who hated him loved him in a way," he stated. As her stepson talked about the man she confessed to poisoning, Lori Eisenberg wiped her eyes with a tissue. He spoke of a decent, industrious man who cherished his family, especially his wife. "I can only hope she did what she did to save him the embarrassment of finding out what his soulmate had done behind his back," said Dean Eisenberg. Lori's daughter, Amber Barnes, claimed that her mother controlled the household. "Larry dedicated his life to Lori. He loved her, he trusted her, and she killed him," Barnes stated. The pain felt by everyone who lamented Larry's passing was exacerbated by Lori's plea to Alfred. "She deserves to be held accountable for her actions and be seen for who she really is," Amber Barnes stated. She saw Lori Eisenberg as a father figure and a great-grandfather who would give her children bear hugs and stroke their hair while telling them he loved them. "Our family lost 2 people that day on the lake. We lost Larry, the grandpa we loved, and we lost Lori, the mother and grandma that we loved, trusted, and thought that we knew. Lori shattered our lives when she took Larry's life. But it didn't stop there," Amber Barnes stated. Before the judge sentenced Lori Eisenberg, she spoke to the court for over 45 minutes. She claimed that she started stealing from the coalition because she was having financial difficulties with her daughters, one of whom she had expelled from her house when she was 15. She claimed that she felt unable to express to her husband her desire to support her daughters financially. She emphasizes that they lacked health and dental insurance. "I saw my precious little grandchildren suffering because their mothers were not able to have a double-income family and not able to provide what they needed," she said. "So what do they do when the kids get sick and have to go to the doctor?" According to her, "I got to the point where I was torn between adhering to the life and Larry's standards of life and being able to do what I thought I had to do. And so I came up with the most stupid, shameful plan ever, and that was to steal money from my employer." Eisenberg killed her husband, according to the prosecution, to avoid the additional humiliation of losing half of her assets in a divorce. Eisenberg, however, told the court that her husband wasn't supposed to consume the poisoned drink that killed him. Eisenberg claimed that she had considered suicide ever since her embezzlement was uncovered. Her words, "I knew my life was over." She claimed that after drinking the drink she had tainted with Benadryl, she intended to drown in Lake Coeur d'Alene, but her husband discovered it while she was asleep on the boat. "I had 2 options, death or life in prison. I never wanted to get away with anything. I know Larry would still be alive if it weren't for me," she replied. According to the judge, he was convinced that Eisenberg's account of what happened in court was accurate, at least the version she had chosen. "Your truth doesn't hold up in the light of all the evidence," he responded. Eisenberg was given a life sentence with 30 years fixed and credit for time served, according to the judge's ruling. Following the delivery of the sentence, Larry Eisenberg's family silently embraced it. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In May 2007, a suspect was formally identified by Portuguese police looking into the disappearance of 3-year-old Madeleine McCann, who vanished while on vacation in the Algarve 15 years ago. 3-year-old Madeleine McCann disappeared from her family's vacation rental in Praia da Luz, Portugal, on May 3, 2007. The investigation reached a number of dead ends, in spite of extensive worldwide media coverage and extensive searches conducted in several nations, including Portugal, the UK, Spain, Germany, and Morocco. Time and resources were wasted as a result of the deluge of misleading hints, unreliable reports, and unconfirmed tips. Every lead was followed by major media outlets like the BBC, Sky News, and The Guardian, but none of them produced the breakthrough that everyone had been hoping for. Did authorities discover her whereabouts years later? Why has this case remained one of the most perplexing disappearances in history? And what went wrong? Now, let's explore the narrative. Interest in the enigmatic disappearance of Madeleine McCann has been rekindled by a new search in a new location. When she was a toddler on a family vacation in Portugal in 2007, she vanished. Every family wished for a vacation like this one. Kate and Jerry McCann, both in their late 30s, had been putting in a lot of effort in their respective medical professions. They decided it was time for a break after years of juggling their family and work lives. They made travel arrangements to Portugal's Algarve, a well-liked vacation spot for British families. On May 3, 2007, they left for what was supposed to be a quiet week at the Ocean Club Resort in Praia da Luz with their 3 kids, twins Sean and Amélie, as well as their oldest daughter, Madeleine. At the time, Madeleine, their 3rd child, was 3 years old. The family stayed at the resort in a spacious, cozy apartment. Despite the basic lodging, the location was ideal for a restful vacation. The McCanns were a close-knit, loving, and well-educated family that was perfect in many respects. In addition to being doctors, Kate and Jerry were also loving parents who were very involved in their kids' lives. They chose a family-friendly resort with a kids' club and lots of activities because they had carefully planned their trip. They weren't the kind to take chances or neglect the security of their kids. Actually, the resort was known for being safe, so they were at ease knowing that their kids would be protected while they spent some peaceful time together. But everything would change on the night of May 3, 2007. A night that nobody could have foreseen. After spending the day at the resort, Kate and Jerry McCann made the decision to have a quiet dinner with friends at a nearby tapas restaurant on the evening of May 3, 2007. In their apartment, their 3 kids, Madeleine, Amélie, and Sean, were fast asleep. The couple took turns checking on them and felt at ease leaving them alone for brief periods of time. Kate checked on the children at 9:30 p.m. She discovered that everything was in order. Madeleine seemed to be sleeping soundly in her bed, and Sean and Amélie were both sleeping soundly. Their friend, who was staying next door, Matthew Oldfield, later offered to come see how the kids were doing. The door to the children's bedroom was open when he went to check on himself, but he didn't look any further and couldn't remember if the window or shutter was open. Kate returned to see how the kids were doing at around 10 o'clock at night. The patio doors were unlocked when she stepped inside. Due to an open window, the door of the children's bedroom slammed shut on its own as she attempted to close it. At that moment, she noticed that Madeleine was gone and that the window and its shutter were open. Kate yelled, "Madeleine's gone," as she hurried back to the restaurant in panic. She's been taken. Approximately 10:10 p.m., Matthew Oldfield was asked by Jerry McCann to go to the resort's reception and call the police on May 3, 2007. At 10:30, hotel employees and visitors started the resort's missing child procedure by looking around for Madeleine. After searching for hours, they still couldn't find her, although at first they thought she might have gone missing. Together with their friends, the McCanns broadened their search by calling Madeleine's name and knocking on doors. Panic increased as the evening wore on. Their fear only grew as each minute seemed to drag on for an hour. Even though Kate and Jerry were desperate to find their daughter, it seemed to be getting harder as time went on. Despite their best efforts to remain strong for their other children, they were overcome with pain and anxiety, and the uncertainty was nearly unbearable. But the police's reaction wasn't the best. Around 11:10 p.m., 2 Guardia Nacional Republicana (GNR) officers showed up at the resort. Following a quick search, they called the criminal police, or Policia Judiciaria, PJ, who showed up at around 1 in the morning. Search dogs were brought in by 2 a.m., and by 8 a.m. the police had broadened their search to include nearby caves, wells, and waterways. But during what are referred to as the golden hours of a missing person case, errors were made. Roadblocks did not appear right away, and it took hours for border and marine police to be notified. Numerous resort employees were never interviewed, and important surveillance footage was never requested. After samples were sent to 3 forensic labs, Madeleine's bedroom was found to contain the DNA of an unidentified stranger. However, the evidence might have been compromised because by the time the apartment was sealed off, about 20 people had already entered the room. The investigation was further delayed when Interpol took 5 days to issue a global missing person alert. It was useless by the time the police put tape across the door at 3 in the morning. Crowds were reportedly assembling outside the apartment, including close to the window of the kid's bedroom, which is where the kidnapper may have entered. Even police officers contaminated the scene by handling the evidence improperly. One even dusted the window shutter for fingerprints without gloves. Robert Murat, a British-Portuguese property consultant, was the first suspect 12 days after Madeleine McCann vanished. Murat, who had been involved in the case and offered to assist with translations, lived close to the McCannans' apartment. He was questioned and his house and possessions were searched extensively, but no evidence connected him to Madeleine's disappearance was found. After his suspect status was revoked in July 2008, he was awarded hefty damages for defamation. Portuguese police did not take the McCann's suggestion in June 2007 to use a former police officer's matter orientation system to help find their daughter seriously. The Portuguese police responded by writing to the British government to request more help. As a result, Keela and Eddie, 2 British sniffer dogs, arrived in July 2007. The investigation took a darker turn, despite the fact that there was no proof whatsoever that Madeleine was dead or that the McCannses were responsible for her disappearance. A number of witnesses reported seeing suspicious people in the vicinity of apartment 5A in the days preceding Madeleine's disappearance, including a man acting strangely close to the apartment and men collecting money for fictitious charities. A man with blonde hair was also frequently spotted observing the McCannans' block. In spite of this, the investigation did not immediately make any progress. However, what took place that evening? Was a random crime the cause of Madeleine's disappearance? Or was there a darker motive at work? The reasons behind her disappearance have been the subject of several theories, some of which we will discuss later. Let's examine the DNA analysis in more detail for the time being. Hair and fibers from apartment 5A and the McCann's vehicle were sent for DNA analysis in August 2007. The findings on August 8 moved the investigation from kidnapping to murder. The forensic lab employed a contentious, easily contaminated low-copy number DNA technique. A partial match to Madeleine's DNA was discovered in the car's boot on September 3, but the findings were not conclusive. This raised questions about the validity of the results by implying that the DNA might belong to several different people. The McCanns were formally designated as arguidos, suspects, by September 2007. Although DNA evidence from the apartment and their rental car was provided, the findings were ambiguous and complicated. In spite of this, the Portuguese police urged the McCanns to confess and speculated that Madeleine might have died in an accident. Due to a lack of evidence, the case was later archived in 2008 after receiving progressively negative media coverage. A thorough police investigation was warranted for Madeleine McCann. A dearth of evidence presented significant difficulties for the investigation in the days after Madeleine McCann vanished. No forensic evidence indicated a crime scene, no indications of forced entry into the apartment, and no definitive answers regarding Madeleine's fate were found. The following theories surfaced. 1. During an abduction by a sex offender, many initially thought that Madeleine had been kidnapped by a sex offender who had broken into the apartment while the McCanns were eating. The door to the children's bedroom was discovered ajar, and suspicious men were spotted all over the resort. But there were concerns about how the kidnapper could have gotten in undetected or without leaving any evidence of forced entry. 2. Robbery wrong. According to a different theory, Madeleine was taken during a robbery that went awry. It's possible that thieves broke into the apartment to take valuables, but when they discovered the kids inside, they kidnapped Madeleine. Witnesses reported seeing suspicious men around the apartment, and there had been several reported burglaries in the area. 3. Accident and cover-up. According to this theory, Madeleine may have overdosed on medication or died in another accident while she was in the apartment. The McCanns may have attempted to conceal the death and make it seem like an abduction in a panic. Although some investigators noted discrepancies in the McCanns' account, this theory was not substantiated by any tangible evidence. 4. Suspicious woman. On the evening of May 3, 2007, A number of witnesses claimed to have seen an odd woman close to the McCann's apartment. Although she was said to be acting strangely and wearing a purple top, there was no evidence linking her to Madeleine's disappearance. Though each theory had its proponents, none of them was able to provide a definitive explanation for Madeleine's disappearance. The mystery remained unsolved, despite the investigation's continued exploration of every potential lead. The disappearance of Madeleine McCann swiftly gained international media attention. What began as a missing child story quickly became a worldwide event. The media started to doubt the McCann's involvement as the investigation was postponed, with some conjecturing that they might be concealing something. According to reports, a police dog picked up the smell of blood in the McCann's rental car and apartment, which heightened suspicions that they might be behind Madeleine's disappearance. A media frenzy ensued, with the world waiting for answers that never materialized, from what began as sympathy for the McCanns. On September 9, 2007, the McCannns left the UK, even though they were named as suspects in their daughter's disappearance case. Chief Inspector Tavares de Almeida came to the conclusion in a report on September 10, 2007, that Madeleine had died inadvertently in the family's apartment, and that the McCannns had staged the kidnapping with the assistance of their friends. A leaked diplomatic cable from September 28, 2007, which showed that US and UK authorities were cooperating on the case, provided more evidence in support of this theory. Tensions with the McCanns grew when they declined to take part in a police reconstruction. Even though Portuguese police had broadened their investigation in October 2007, when the Portuguese Attorney General declared on July 21, 2008, that there was no evidence connecting the McCannns or Robert Murat to Madeleine's disappearance, the investigation was declared closed. But only a few weeks later, on August 4, 2008, the authorities acknowledged the lack of conclusive evidence and made thousands of pages of case files public. Following Madeleine McCann's disappearance, her parents established the Madeleine's Fund, which by March 2008 had amassed over PS 1.8 million. With assistance from individuals such as J.K., the fund provided a PS 2.5 million reward for leads, including Rowling and Simon Cowell. Control Risks and Mateto 3, two private investigators the McCanns hired, may have produced some results in Morocco. In 2008, tensions grew between the McCannns and the Portuguese police. They hired Oakley International, which produced e-fits of a suspect, 4 PS 500,000. When Scotland Yard released these e-fits in 2013, they caused a stir because they had been kept secret until then. The Sunday Times later paid the McCannns PS 55,000 in damages for publishing the story. The McCanns met with British Home Secretary Alan Johnson in 2009 to ask that Madeleine's case be reviewed. Jim Gamble's 2010 report, which criticized the British and Portuguese authorities' lack of coordination and suggested closer cooperation, was the result of this. The British government began Operation Grange, a thorough investigation of the case by Scotland Yard, in May 2011 under Home Secretary Theresa May. A petition from the Sun newspaper served as one of the catalysts for this. By July 2013, the investigation had grown from a team of 29 detectives to a full-scale operation. Over the years, the team looked into hundreds of potential sightings and sex offenders, translated documents, and published age-progressed photos. The investigation's scope was reduced by 2016, but in 2018, the Home Secretary authorized more funding, raising the overall cost to PS 11.6 million. In order to continue the investigation, there were additional extensions in 2018 and 2019. Calls made close to the Ocean Club around the time Madeleine vanished were tracked by police in 2014 using mobile phone tracking. After being questioned, the former bus driver and his associates denied any involvement. Euclid Monteiro, a former employee of the Ocean Club whose phone was found close to the scene, was another important person. No evidence connected him to Madeleine's case, despite the fact that he had previously been questioned about break-ins, and he passed away in 2009. During the same raid on Scotland Yard, believing Monteiro was responsible, issued a request for information in March 2014 regarding a man implicated in sexual assaults in vacation homes in the Algarve. Interviews with 4 Portuguese nationals produced no leads, and a thorough search in Praia da Luz in June 2014 produced no fresh evidence. 11 individuals, including Robert Murat's associates, were questioned later in December, but once more, no significant results were obtained. More than 8,600 sightings of Madeleine had been reported globally by 2016, but none of them were deemed credible. Scotland Yard kept investigating every lead, but she was nowhere to be found. Authorities were hopeful that the remaining pieces of the puzzle, including cell site data and leads about possible suspects, including local suspects offenders, would eventually come together as the investigation continued. 10 years after Madeleine vanished, in 2017, her parents continued to hold out hope. They felt that someone out there knew what had happened, so they vowed to keep looking for as long as it took. Meanwhile, authorities in Braunschweig, Germany, got a vital tip regarding Christian B., who allegedly admitted to a friend in 2017 that he was aware of Madeleine's fate. German police made a shocking announcement in June 2020. They had a new top suspect in Madeleine McCann's disappearance. Christian Bruckner, the suspect, was a 43-year-old convicted sexual offender with a history of unsettling offenses. This new lead gave the investigation new hope after years of dead ends. Bruckner had a troubling criminal history. He had a lengthy criminal history that included drug trafficking, sexual abuse, and burglaries during the previous 30 years. Authorities characterized him as an empathetic psychopath who preyed on defenseless girls. When Bruckner was found guilty of sexual abuse in Germany in 1994, his criminal career officially began. He carried on committing crimes after fleeing to Portugal, such as robbing hotels and vacation rentals close to the Praia da Luz resort. Bruckner's actions on the night of Madeleine's disappearance were connected by German police. 3 primary suspects, 2 men and a woman, who were spotted with a girl who looked like Madeleine, are the subject of the most recent development. Investigators found that Bruckner's cell phone had made a call close to the resort an hour prior to her disappearance. The day after Madeleine vanished, investigators discovered that Bruckner had left Portugal and registered his vehicle to someone else. Did he know more than he was revealing, or was this merely a coincidence? When investigators found troubling evidence connecting Bruckner to other crimes, it appeared that his involvement was even more likely. Bruckner was discovered to have posted about his fantasies of abusing children in a Skype pedophile chat room in 2013. It raised suspicions even though he didn't bring up Madeleine. Then, in 2016, investigators discovered images and videos of child abuse in an abandoned factory that had once belonged to Bruckner. Police took years to link Bruckner to Madeleine's case even though he was a known criminal, but when they looked further, they discovered that he had 68 videos and 391 pictures of child pornography. Christian Bruckner was given a 7-year prison sentence in December 2019 for the 2005 rape of a 72-year-old American woman in Portugal, close to Praia da Luz, where Madeleine McCann's family had been lodging. It is thought that Bruckner assaulted the woman, another woman, and a teenager during the assault, which was caught on camera. Portuguese authorities did not disclose the person's identity, but by 2022 they had named him an official suspect in Madeleine's case. Both German and British police had requested the announcement. Whether Bruckner was the suspect or if someone else had surfaced was unclear. Bruckner's criminal record also included drug trafficking sentences. The Barragem do Arade Reservoir, located approximately 30 miles from Praia da Luz, was searched for 3 days by Portuguese and German authorities in May 2023 after Madeleine vanished. In 2008, a lawyer said he had previously searched the area after receiving information from his criminal contacts that Madeleine's body might be there. Bruckner was also on trial in Germany for rape and sexual assault, with the attacks allegedly taking place in Portugal from 2002 to 2017. An email account connected to Madeleine's disappearance was discovered by authorities, according to a German investigator in June 2024. Bruckner was purportedly connected to the account. A second email account used to disseminate pictures of child abuse was also discovered by investigators. Remarkably, the emails associated with this account were erased soon after Madeleine vanished in early 2007. In a separate trial in October 2024, a German court cleared Christian Bruckner, although he has not been charged in Madeleine's case. Bruckner, 47, is currently serving a 7-year prison sentence in Germany for rape. According to the defense, there was not enough proof to find him guilty of the charges. Although no charges have been filed against him in relation to the case, Bruckner is still the main suspect in her disappearance, even though prosecutors had pushed for an additional 15-year sentence. Though they need more proof before they can charge him, German investigators continue to believe Christian Bruckner may have been involved in Madeleine McCann's disappearance. They cite his history of targeting young girls, cell phone records, and suspicious behavior as important connections to the case. "We will never give up hope of finding Madeleine alive," the McCanns wrote on their website, expressing their continued optimism. "But in order to find peace, we must know the truth regardless of the result." The investigation goes on while Bruckner remains silent in prison. Is there more to the story? Or is he the one at fault? We live with this doubt in our hearts, even though we don't know what happened. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On February 27, 2017, the 1-year-old Valerie Arrow was found dead in her home. The scene that unfolded before the eyes of the police was shocking in its cruelty. Valerie lay on the bed wearing a bathrobe, her wrists bound with a shoelace, and a scarf in her mouth as a gag. It was soaked in blood that had flowed from her throat. The room's floor was covered with the torn underwear of the girl, ripped in half. One obvious injury on her body was a strangulation mark on her neck. The police had even more to ponder after the autopsy. The toxicological analysis revealed that Valerie had been under the influence of multiple substances, and 2 scarves were discovered deep in her throat. They were so numerous that they might have killed her on their own. In addition, Valerie's backpack was discovered in the trash a few days prior by a building worker where the girl resided. Her papers, an ashtray, cigarette butts, a glass, shoes, apartment keys, and a blood-stained bedside lamp were all found inside. After compiling this data, the investigators came to the conclusion that the girl had committed suicide on her own volition. The matter was resolved. Naturally, Valerie's family was not pleased with this conclusion and made vain attempts to convince the police to look into the case as a murder. A girl named Law Martin's wallet and documents were discovered by hikers on the Fenway Trail 11 months later. The same day, they found the dead body of a 19-year-old girl in Bon Roppers Roquette in a canal about 20 kilometers away. She had taken off her socks and was completely nude. Law, who had been absent for 2 days, was there. According to the autopsy, the girl was strangled to death, but before she passed away, she had been sexually assaulted both vaginally and anally, using what appeared to be a baseball bat. The forensic specialist also discovered a torn spleen, which suggests a very powerful abdominal blow, like a kick. Despite starting an investigation, the police were unable to find any solid leads. Furthermore, nobody ever thought to link the 2 cases together, of course. After 7 years, the morning of February 11, 1997, arrived. In Toulouse, firefighters broke into a 4th-floor apartment in a multi-story building at 9 in the morning. They found a 29-year-old woman named Martin Matten's charred and lifeless body inside. Martin was on the bed, face down. There was a magazine from an automatic pistol on the floor and a ripped and blood-stained bra in the bathroom. Blood was all over the carpet and the bathtub, and a light bulb that had been unscrewed was lying on the floor. The firefighters came to the conclusion that there were 2 fires. 2 obvious attempts at intentional arson in the living room by the armchair and in the bedroom. After weighing all of the available evidence, the investigating police inspector came to the conclusion that Martin's death was caused by a choice she made. Emily Espies, then 21 years old, went into a Toulouse bar 10 days later, on February 26, 1997. She wanted to grab a drink with her friends in the afternoon. She met Patrice, a nice and attractive man in the bar. Because he gave Emily and her friends illegal drugs, he had his own method of luring girls. The rest of the day and the next morning were spent with Patrice and Emily. The young man asked Emily to accompany him to a concert that he was planning to attend that evening. He invited her and she accepted. They did, however, meet up with Patrice's friend Eve. whom he had been living with for a while prior to the concert. The young people in the group shared a meal and some beverages. After that, Patrice and Emily headed to the concert in Patrice's car, arriving at around 1:30 a.m. While Patrice spent more time drinking beer at the bar, Emily danced a lot. Emily asked her new acquaintance to drive her home at around 2 in the morning because she was exhausted from not sleeping for 2 days. The tired girl fell asleep right away, before she had even had a chance to sit in the car. She was lying on the back seat of the car when she woke up, even though it felt like only a moment had gone by. Emily opened her eyes and was shocked to see that she was being choked by Patrice, a buffer with protruding eyes. He was no longer the nice guy she'd spent the entire day with. How someone could spend a whole day with such a nice guy and then, in just 1 minute, transform into a monster who was now strangling her was beyond Emily's comprehension. Emily made an effort to resist. She tried to rip Patrice's hair, screamed and scratched him. Emily passed out after he repeatedly hit her face and told her to stop talking. She woke up without her underwear a few minutes later. She must have been violated by his attempt. Given the likelihood of her death, Emily made the decision to either pretend to be dead or speak to him. In an attempt to defuse the situation and maintain her composure, she decided to speak with Patrice. She reiterated that she understood everything, that excessive drinking causes such things, that everything was okay, and that she would keep it a secret. Patrice asked her to please him after stopping the car. Emily declined. He then accompanied her to the back seat, proceeded to undress her, and again violated her. Emily tried to maintain her composure. She kept conversing with him, downplaying the damage he had done to her. Patrice suddenly started crying and expressed regret for his actions. "You have 10 years of my life in your hands," he told Emily. He must have been sincere, because Emily didn't think he was such a great actor. She felt hope once more. Emily soothed her tormentor and attacker. Her only concern was to survive this nightmare, so she spoke softly to him. She asked him to drive her home after she was able to calm Patrice down. When he refused, they went to Patrice's friend Eve's place. Patrice stopped touching Emily as they lay down to sleep in the same bed. A sense of expectation developed. Despite going through hell, Emily is still alive. Even though the assailant was only a few centimeters away from her, she felt a little safer because she knew Eve was in the adjacent room. For several hours, the girl was able to sleep until she heard his girlfriend Eve awaken. They were in the kitchen when Emily got up. When Eve and his girlfriend Nora noticed Emily's facial bruises, they were appalled. She told them that a guy at the concert had attacked her. His face was hidden by a hood so she couldn't see it. Emily lied, primarily to protect herself but also to protect Patrice. She had been severely shaken and was still in shock after all. She might not have been completely conscious of what was going on, as though her soul had separated from her body. This is a typical defense mechanism used by traumatized individuals. Since Eve knew that his ex-girlfriend had thrown him out following a heated argument and didn't fully trust him, she discreetly pulled her aside and inquired as to whether Patrice had anything to do with it, even though she was staying with him. Nora is adamant that it was a guy from the concert and that Patrice had nothing to do with it. Patrice went to the kitchen as well after waking up. Emily was right when he said, "Yes, it was a guy in a hood. Unfortunately, there was no chance of catching him." Anyway, Emily was taken to the hospital by Nora. The girl's neck had evidence of strangulation, according to the doctors. She also had a number of facial injuries. She would need to stay in the hospital for a few days while being monitored by doctors. Emily felt at last more secure in the hospital. She made the decision to come clean and admit that Patrice had actually attacked her. But he had already vanished because he thought Emily might confess everything. Now that one of Patrice's victims was alive, the police began looking for him. He would spend 3 months evading capture. Patrice, now known as Frank, met Marie Norman at a country festival on June 14, $1,997. Murray lived in a chalet in a small town below Foix and was 35 years old. When the young man complained about having nowhere to stay, Murray felt sorry for him and offered to let him live with her in return for some housework. In addition, Murray decided that Frank would take care of the house while she visited her parents on the 20th. For a few days, Murray and Frank lived together in this manner. He fixed things and worked in the garden during the day, and they ate dinner, chatted, and smoked together in the evening. Murray and Frank had a terrific time on June 19th. She organized a dinner to celebrate Murray's new position at a wolf sanctuary in Orlu. They smoked cannabis and drank a lot, clearly in a positive mood. Frank, that is Patrice, tried to plant a kiss on Murray. To avoid an unpleasant situation, she went into the bedroom, but it was obvious that she wasn't prepared for it. But then the man hit her against the wall, grabbed her by the head, and followed her into the room. Despite feeling lightheaded, Murray was able to escape his hold. Patrice then grabbed a chair and struck his victim, who had collapsed on the bed and was no longer conscious. He repeatedly attacked her viciously. He began choking her with his bare hands. After this brought her back to consciousness. However, Murray was still breathing when he let go of her throat. Patrice then gagged her and tied her wrists and ankles. He then carried Murray's body to the first floor and started cleaning up to get rid of any remaining blood. To hide the bloodstains, he applied blue paint to the blue carpet. The top layer of blood-stained wooden furniture was removed with an angled grinder. The murderer washed his own clothes in the washing machine and set fire to sheets and clothing in the garden. He then buried Murray in her own garden after digging a hole in the garden and covering the victim's body with a blanket. He stole some valuable items that could be sold, such as the angle grinder, and 5,000 francs in cash. The next evening before departing the chalet, he left the following note on the table to try to dispel suspicion. Murray, I don't know where you are. I finished my work and am leaving. Patrice was traveling to Spain in Murray's vehicle on June 20, 1997. In addition, it was his 29th birthday. Patrice arrived in the southern Spanish city of Alicante a few days later. He met Isabelle and Valerie, two French girls there. The young people soon became friends and spent days together, going for walks, eating meals, and tanning on the beach. The girls' holiday came to an end, and it was time for them to head back to Paris. They exchanged phone numbers and agreed to get together again in the future, if only they were aware. Patrice proceeded with his travels, stopping in Belgium and Germany before reaching Paris on September 1, 1997. He called Isabelle and Valerie, of course, and they decided to go out to dinner that same evening. Patrice told the girls that his car and all of his money had been stolen, but they were still glad to see their new friend again. He was very good at making himself look like a victim. Before leaving, he asked one of the girls if he could spend 2 days with them. Valerie was unable to take him because she was going on a business trip the following day, but Isabelle let him sleep on her sofa as long as it didn't last longer than 4 days. A loud explosion woke up the residents of the apartment building where Isabelle Shuchari, then 31 years old, lived on September 4, 1997. As it happened, the girl's apartment had been the scene of a fire before the explosion. Her body was discovered on the bed, partially burned. The fire started close to the restroom after the kitchen's gas burners were turned on. Isabelle's death was clearly not a coincidence. 3 glasses, a bottle of pink wine, and champagne were on the table, and the front door was left open. The killer's extreme cruelty was demonstrated by the wounds on the victim's body. Blood was dripping from her mouth, nose, and anus, and there was blood in the toilet. Isabelle's body, however, showed no signs of semen. Rather, a carrot that was stained with blood was discovered close to the mattress. It would be confirmed by the autopsy that the girl was tortured by the perpetrator. In addition, she had been badly beaten. Her face was primarily struck, but other parts of her body were also hit. The cause of death was asphyxia. Because of the testimony of Emily Espy, who survived Patrice Allegre's attack at the end of February, investigators were immediately alerted to the fact that Isabelle had provided shelter to a man named Patrice. This was because the police had been looking for a particular Patrice for a while. Then, Mireille Norman's relatives, who were expecting her as a guest, started to worry after she vanished. But her body wasn't discovered until 3 weeks later, when it was bound and buried in the garden. However, even though he gave a false name, many witnesses had seen his face and recognized him from the investigators' photos. So after the body was found, gendarmes' suspicions were strongly connected to Patrice. He was already being actively sought when he returned to Paris in early September. His search warrant made the rounds of France. The police reached out to his friends and family and offered a reward for helping to apprehend him. Patrice then got in touch with a friend and asked him if he could spend the night in Paris. At that point, the investigators saw a chance to capture him. They requested that this man give Patrice a call back and point him in the direction of a prime capture site in Châtenay-Malabry. At 5:10 p.m. on September 5, 1997, Patrice went inside the house where the police were already concealed. He didn't fight being arrested. He even appeared relieved to be arrested, as if he were sick of hiding, according to some witnesses. Unexpectedly, the public paid little attention to the serial killer's arrest. Since the investigators were initially unable to connect the various cases, it could be that the media failed to report that a serial killer was on the loose. However, it was also because the car accident and Princess Diana's death in Paris on August 31, 1997, took center stage in the news. Consequently, there was little media coverage of Patrice's arrest. It didn't garner much media attention. Patrice voluntarily cooperated when he was being questioned. He gave a detailed account of his crimes and admitted to them. He described them in the present tense as though reliving them, but with a totally detached expression, which made it terrifying. Patrice was taken into custody in connection with the assault on Emily S.B. and the killings of Isabelle Chichari and Mireille Norman. But he used a different name when Patrice mentioned Mireille Norman, the girl who let him stay in her chalet in return for helping out in the garden. The investigators wondered why he had given her the name Martine. They gradually came to understand that he was mistakenly thinking she was another of his victims. Investigators offered Patrice champagne, oysters, foie gras, and more outdoor walks in exchange for disclosing information about his other victims, because they knew he had a penchant for luxuries. In fact, Patrice later admitted to the murders of Valérie Thériault, Martine Mathias, and Laure Martine, only after the pieces of the puzzle began to fit together as evidence that the detectives were already aware of. As is already well known, investigators came to the conclusion that Valérie Thériault and Martin Mathias had committed suicide, but as it happened, Patrice knew each of the women personally. He was co-workers with Valérie Thériault, who was a waiter at the same Toulouse cafe. She recognized Laure Martine, who lived with him in the same area of Toulouse, and got into his car. She was Patrice's neighbor, Martin Mathias. They shared apartments across from one another. To put it another way, investigators were unaware of numerous hints that suggested Patrice Allegre was a potential suspect for a long time. For a serial killer, that was unusual. Even if they were only acquainted for a few days, as was the case with Emily, Patrice knew each of his victims by name. However, his approach was always the same. We hang out, spend time together, make friends, and then the attack happens. Investigators and later psychiatrists observed that Patrice found it much more difficult to explain the murders when they discussed them, even though he readily confessed to the killings and helped the investigation during interrogations. Every time, he described the incident as follows. He attempted to kiss the victim, but she refused, so he got angry and strangled her. The man claimed that he did everything by himself, but in certain instances he assaulted the victims with objects. This suggests that his account of the killings and assaults is not accurate. Does he have a bad memory of what happened, or is it a lie? It's difficult to say, but it calls into question his confession anyhow. Let's take Martin Mathias's case as an example. Patrice remembers that in early February 1997, he met her at McDonald's. After he asked to sit at her table, they struck up a conversation and discovered that boxing was a common interest. Patrice had previously trained under French boxing champion Martin Mathias. Patrice claims that Martin invited him to join her for a drink a few days later and agreed to meet with him again, and this meeting was when everything went wrong. This version isn't entirely supported by the autopsy, though. Despite not drinking, toxicological analysis showed that she had alcohol and chloroform in her system. Additionally, the intimate area of her body bore the scars of an electric shock. As you may remember, the electrical wiring in the apartment was altered, and a light bulb was unscrewed. This raises the possibility that Patrice stalked the girl because he lived across the street, even though the girl did not invite him to her home. Then, because Martin Mathias was stronger than him in normal conditions, he rendered her incapable of moving. It is crucial to recognize that there are differences between the killer's account and the available evidence, even though there are no facts that can be used to prove this. Furthermore, this suggests that he is not making an effort to be totally truthful with the inquiry. He also talked excitedly and in detail about his early years. On June 20, Patrice was born in Toulouse. At the age of 17, his mother, Michelle, a hairdresser, became pregnant with him. Roland, his father, was a police officer and 4 years her senior. He was always an unwanted child, and Patrice knew it. The second son, a desired child, was born to Michelle and Roland 7 years later. One could not say that Patrice had a happy childhood. His father would physically abuse his mother, and his parents would frequently quarrel. When Patrice attempted to step in, he was beaten instead. Being a police officer, Roland neglected his son and was frequently away from home. In contrast, Patrice's mother didn't seem to care much for him. But when Patrice was young, she collapsed into an alcoholic coma in front of him in her beauty salon because she was an alcoholic. She also consistently cheated on her husband and was unfaithful to him. Patrice was able to observe some of her private interactions and the post-fight reconciliations between Michelle and Roland. He would frequently try to sleep in his room by covering his head with a pillow to block out the sounds of his mother's groans coming from the room next door. Another time, when Patrice, then 6, was sitting in the back seat and watching everything, she got pleasure from one of her friends in the car. Patrice idolized his mother and hated his father in spite of everything. He would stand up for her and was offended when others made disparaging remarks about her. He had to repeat a year multiple times because he struggled to learn in school. Because his mother permitted it, he would skip classes. He started stealing, selling drugs, and committing crimes during this time. But each time he was taken into custody, his father would save him. For instance, Roland once compensated the victims of Patrice's thefts with 300 francs. His actions may have stemmed from a traumatic incident that happened to him when he was 13 years old. 2 boys kidnapped him after he fled his home. He was abused in a car and drugged with strong illegal substances before being abandoned on the side of a distant road. For a boy who was not yet 14, this could not have failed to leave scars. This gives us a chance to learn more about him, but it doesn't excuse what he did later. He began abusing drugs and drinking excessively when he was 14 years old. The issue was that under the influence of drugs, Patrice, who was characterized as charming when sober, underwent a radical transformation. He became so genuinely aggressive that his friends, who were aware of it, were terrified of him. Patrice once became furious when someone made a negative comment about his younger brother while he was intoxicated at a bar. After leaving, he came back to the bar brandishing a weapon, held it to the victim's head, and squeezed the trigger. The gun miraculously failed to discharge, and Patrice was captured. His first and last murder might have been this one. At the age of 17, Patrice Allegre attacked a girl for the first time. Everything was going well when he first met the girl at a party. They went to a park, where the girl pushed Patrice away when he tried to approach her. It should be clear to you by now that rejections made him furious. He apologized, took the girl home, and immediately stopped choking her. But his strategy was already starting to take shape. It's interesting that Patrice never had issues with girls. Rather, the issue was that he had 2 sides. He was charming as long as the girl agreed, but if she didn't, he had to coerce her into giving him what he wanted. Patrice had 2 committed romantic relationships in his life. Cécile was the subject of the first. Their first real love story began in 1986, when Patrice was 18 years old. After 7 years of dating, the young couple had a daughter. But their relationship ended in 1989, just months after he committed his first murder. Their bond was similar to Patrice's parents. Patrice would physically assault Cécile during their heated arguments, but Patrice could control himself to some extent with Cécile. He tried to strangle her, for instance, but stopped when he said, "No, not you, not you." Cécile ended up in the hospital in 1994 with a broken jaw. After she lodged a complaint, Patrice was placed under arrest for a number of weeks. Cécile ultimately made the decision to end her relationship with Patrice in 1995. He met Sylvie the following year, and the two would live together until February 1997, when Sylvie also left Patrice because of his violent behavior. At that exact moment, Patrice attacked Émilie after moving into his friend Yves' home. On February 11, 2002, Patrice's trial got underway in Toulouse. He was charged with 5 murders, 1 attempted murder, and 6 violent crimes. Numerous errors made by the police during Valérie Thériault and Martin Mathias's investigation, which led them to conclude it was a suicide, were brought up during the trial. Given that his father was one of them, there were even rumors that the police were shielding Patrice. It was only a conspiracy theory, though. Psychiatrists examined Patrice's case, which was uncommon for criminal cases in France. His divergent views on his father and mother were among the most intriguing features. He vilified his father while exalting his mother. He even told his mother that they ought to murder his father when he was 13 years old. In spite of this, Patrice's father, Roland Allegre, showed up in court, took the witness stand and looked his son in the eyes while declaring his love for him, in spite of everything he had done. He compared his crimes to those of his father, and Patrice's response was, "Well, I don't love you, I hate you. I should have killed you, as I told Mom, then I wouldn't have caused so much harm." But he never once put the blame for anything on his mother. Psychiatrists think that the trauma from his mother's private adventures had a big impact on him. As a child, he was terrified by his mother's groans, but as an adult, he developed into a powerful man who tormented women by stifling their groans, the very essence of these women. It's interesting to note that he never attacked while his victims were unconscious. Emily, who was fortunate enough to wake up and speak to him, was the first victim to calm him down and persuade him not to kill her. Emily regained her human face when she woke up, but it seemed as though he could render girls unconscious and do whatever he wanted with them. He himself stated, "I have a memory lapse. I remember choking her, then she came to and I apologized. It brought me to my senses. I'm ashamed of what I did. I don't know what to say." It's also intriguing why, despite the apparent attraction between the young people, girls abruptly turned him down. The psychologist believes that he unintentionally caused the women to reject him. As is typical of killers who have personally experienced violence as children, he desired control over the victim. It was his strange method of taking charge of the circumstance again. Given that he violated each and every one of his victims, it would appear that the motive is simple to determine. It's not that easy, though. He acknowledged that he did not enjoy the attacks, despite the fact that this explanation seems the most obvious. For someone who occasionally has normal relationships and at other times commits horrible murders, he is more than just a sexual maniac. According to a U.S. psychiatrist who examined him, it was far more important to have control over the situation. Essentially, rather than humiliation leading to violence, violence led to humiliation. He was never able to explain why he killed. He spoke enthusiastically with psychiatrists during the trial, hoping they would answer this question for him. Another crucial query was whether Patrice had any additional victims, particularly during the period between 1990 and 1997. That is quite possible, because some of his known victims were not properly investigated. Even though Patrice says he didn't kill anyone else, is he reliable? At first, he only admitted to one violent act and 2 murders. To find out if he might be accountable for any other unsolved crimes, the police assembled a team of experts. They were able to get a clue from Patrice regarding the unresolved murder case of Lynn Gabaldi by promising her champagne and oysters, along with another walk. After looking into 191 unresolved cases since 1984, they were able to locate 2 witnesses who had previously worked as prostitutes in Lynn Gabaldi's case: Crystal Berg, also known to the public as Patricia, and Florencia Caliafi, who was known to the media as Fanny. They all accused Patrice of killing Lynn, but in addition to him, they also accused Marc Barrage, the Toulouse prosecutor, of committing crimes. He allegedly hosted sadomasochistic parties where judges and politicians would have a good time. According to Fanny, the girls were abused, tortured, and occasionally killed because they did not voluntarily attend the parties. The orgies prostitutes were supplied by Lynn Gabaldi. Marc Barrage ordered Patrice to kill her because she threatened to tell the police everything. The name of Dominique Baudis was mentioned once. He was the former mayor of Toulouse and is said to have been with Barrage when Lynn was murdered. As the tension around his case increased, Patrice wrote a letter to a popular program claiming that Barrage and Baudis were in fact a part of a criminal organization. Fanny was interviewed by the same show 2 weeks later, during which she described the children she witnessed shackled in a torture chamber on the ground floor of a home close to Toulouse. However, Patrice withdrew his confession to the murder of Lynn Gabaldi only 15 days later. Later, it came to light that Patrice and Fanny had received generous compensation from the show's producers for their stories. It also turned out that Marc Barrage didn't even know Patrice, and Dominique Baudis couldn't have been at Lynn's murder because he was in Paris. Patrice and Fanny were accused of giving false testimony, and the politicians were exonerated of the charges. For providing false testimony, Fanny and Patrice received sentences of 18 months and 3 years in prison, respectively. In July 2005, Patrice Allegre was given a life sentence on February 21, 2002, with the possibility of release after 22 years. He has already completed the required 22 years of service and is currently 54 years old. He started dating a Canadian psychologist during this period who relocated to France and lived near her prison-dwelling beloved. Patrice must want to see the woman and his daughter when they are not incarcerated. He applied for early release, but he dropped the plan after psychiatrists concluded that he has not been rehabilitated and that he has a very high risk of relapsing, despite his best efforts. 9 years after the attack in 2006, Emily, the only survivor of Patrice's assault who testified against her attacker in court, died. Regretfully, she decided to do this herself. That concludes the terrifying tale for today. Please remember to like and subscribe if you liked this video, so you don't miss any future uploads. Tell me in the comments what surprised you the most about this story as well. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. After opening in 1954, the Fontainebleau Hotel quickly gained popularity among Miami's elite. Benjamin Novak founded it and oversaw the property until 1977. Bernice Novak, his wife, was a prominent figure in Miami's social life. In 1956, Bernice, a former fashion model in New York, and Benjamin welcomed their only son, Ben Novak Jr. Ben carried on his famous family's legacy while growing up in the glitz and glamour of this iconic American hotel, making use of his connections and power. Ben's life wasn't without its difficulties, even though his parents were famous and socialized with celebrities. He missed out on deep friendships with peers and frequently felt alone as a child because he was surrounded by adults. Many of his early experiences seemed to him to have been staged and fabricated by the adults in his life. He turned to comics as a means of escape, and Batman emerged as his favorite character. His early interest turned into a major passion as he grew older, and he eventually accumulated one of the biggest collections of memorabilia in the world, which included his very own Batmobile. Ben Novak Jr. inherited his parents' business sense in addition to their wealth. He was more than just a comic book fan. He was a clever businessman who loved what he did. He entered the convention industry with the intention of becoming well-known, because he was determined to establish his own identity apart from the family legacy. He continued to work in the hotel sector, organizing conventions with success and making good money each time. Unfortunately, he would ultimately meet a tragic end at one of these conventions. Ben, however, pursued a different interest prior to that depressing development. His life took a drastic turn when he met Narcisa, a stripper at a Miami strip club. He had a thing for strippers. In 1983, Narcisa Sierra Valise Pacheco relocated to Miami. Being the youngest of 6 children and the family favorite, she grew up in a rural part of Ecuador and was well protected by her older brothers. She married Angel when she was 17, and the two of them had a daughter, May Abad. The family moved to New York City when May was 4 years old, but Angel soon left Narcisa and their daughter after the marriage rapidly soured. Narcisa remained in New York as a single mother and put in a lot of effort as a seamstress, but she felt that a life of more luxury was her destiny. In her ideal world, she would be able to drive fancy cars, go to glitzy parties, own and flaunt expensive clothing, and take luxury yacht cruises. Driven by this aspiration, Narcisa imagined a life devoid of worries about money and rent. But in the end, this dream would take her in a problematic direction. Narcisa made the decision to move to Miami with her daughter in the summer of 1983 in order to start over. At first, she struggled to find work because of her poor command of English. Narcisa started working as a stripper in order to make quick cash and provide for her and her daughter. She saw it as a chance to meet rich men who were prepared to spend a lot of money. When Ben Novak Jr., a 27-year-old millionaire, entered her club shortly after she opened. She struck gold. She and Ben clicked right away after a lap dance. Ben gave Narcisa lavish presents, lavished her with lavish vacations, and gave her sizable sums of money. Narcisa's fascination with luxury only grew as a result. But this new relationship didn't exactly sit well with Ben's family. His mother, Bernice, who was very close to him, was unimpressed, and his father had died. Ben's mother's disapproval of Narcisa did not stop him, even though they spoke every day and she had a big influence on him. Instead of marrying a stripper, Bernice had hoped he would wed a reputable Miami socialite. When Narcisa married Ben in 1991, she accomplished her goal. She had a knack for it and was actively involved in his business from the start, managing bookings, attending conventions, and interacting with clients. Narcisa, however, favored a relaxed way of life, engaging in endless shopping and leading a carefree millionaire's lifestyle. While Ben followed his passion for Batman collectibles and became the second-largest collector in the world, she developed an obsessive shopping habit. They enjoyed their gourmet meals, fancy cars, and mansion vacations. They also took in May Abad, Narcisa's daughter, who was in her late teens at the time. Ben became the father figure she had been missing for 18 years, and they grew close. May, Ben, and Narcisa led a lavish lifestyle, but on April 4, 2009, Ben's mother, Bernice, died suddenly, turning his life upside down. A neighbor found Bernice's body in her Fort Lauderdale residence. Her death was officially declared an accident, despite the suspicious circumstances. Blood was discovered flowing through the kitchen and into the laundry room from her car. According to the authorities, she must have fallen and hurt herself, striking her head on the car mirror, before bleeding as she entered the vehicle and eventually passing away. After his mother passed away, Ben was devastated by the loss and went into a deep depression. Narcisa pretended to be a helpful wife while attending the funeral. Ben threw himself into his work at Convention Concepts Unlimited as a way to deal with his loss. Ben and Narcisa arrived in New York on July 12, 2009, where Ben was in charge of a significant conference at the Rye Brook Hilton. More than 1,000 people attended the event, which was for the esteemed client Amway Global International. Around 7 a.m. on the morning of the 12th, Narcisa left their room to join her daughter for breakfast. About 30 minutes later, she came back into the room to find her husband bleeding and bound on the floor. He had already passed away. Another member of the well-known Novak family had been murdered only 3 months after Bernice's passing. Ben's death was promptly deemed a homicide by the authorities. Ben was discovered with his hands bound behind his back and his legs duct taped together below the knees, only wearing his underwear. He had been lying in bed, probably asleep, when he had been hit in the head by something. The attacker left his body face down on the floor after bludgeoning him to death. Police discovered the bed covered in blood that had spilled onto the floor around his dead body. Ben's eyes had been gouged out at the scene, which was a terrifying detail. Narcisa told the police right away that she thought the murder might have been a robbery, but the room didn't seem to be lacking anything. Not even a few $100s in an envelope was damaged. One would anticipate that valuables, particularly cash, would have been taken if it had been a robbery. Additionally, according to Narcisa, Ben had a recent heated argument about money with someone at a Comic-Con, and the other person had allegedly threatened him. Lead detectives swiftly rejected it, despite the fact that they could find no proof for it. Investigators briefly looked into the Novak family's prior ties to the mafia, but quickly concluded that this approach was fruitless because Ben Jr. had no affiliation with organized crime. Rather, Narcisa was the subject of increased police scrutiny. Even though she was in control, she asked strange and inappropriate questions, like whether Ben might have had a heart attack and died. Given the graphic and brutal manner of his death, his body was bound and his head bludgeoned. This question raised eyebrows. At the station, Narcisa was taken in for additional interrogation. Her answers cast serious doubt on her version of what happened. She said that after returning from breakfast, she stumbled over Ben's body and screamed as she called the operator. Despite the blood-soaked room, she also claimed that she didn't recall seeing any blood, which ran counter to the police's account of the scene. She also mentioned sitting next to Ben and rubbing his leg, which seemed strange given that his head had sustained the majority of the damage. Suspicions were heightened by her inconsistency in failing to notice the blood. Additionally, investigators were attempting to ascertain how the murderer entered the room. The hotel's electronic door locks tracked each key's usage by date and time, and Narcisa was the only one with a key. The last time the key was used, according to the hotel's records, was 11:30 p.m. the previous evening and was only used once more when Narcisa came in at 7:30 a.m. following breakfast. The key had no other applications. A hotel witness also claimed to have seen a woman who fit Narcisa's description strolling around with two men. When the police questioned Narcisa, she denied this. Detectives became more and more certain that Narcisa was responsible for Ben Novak Jr.'s murder as the investigation went on. Their suspicions were confirmed by May Abad, Narcisa's daughter, who disclosed that her parents' marriage was strained. She clarified that, despite being married, Ben continued to engage in stripper activities due to his struggles with infidelity. May implied that Narcisa's anxiety was more related to the possibility of divorce than jealousy. Narcisa knew that a divorce would cost her the way of life she had become used to, so she was terrified that Ben would leave her for another woman. This was a legitimate fear. Narcisa hired men to break into her and Ben's house in 2002 as part of a home invasion plot. For 25 hours, they held him captive while he was restrained. According to her daughter, Narcisa had a history of using drastic methods to keep Ben from leaving her and would go to great lengths to get what she wanted. Ben called the police to report the incident, but he later dropped the charges and the case was categorized as a domestic dispute instead. Detectives still did not have enough evidence to charge Narcisa, even with the growing suspicions and evidence against her. After questioning, they chose to send Narcisa and her daughter back to their hotel. May begged her mother to tell the truth during this time. In response, Narcisa reminded her daughter of their relationship but gave no other details. Police were called to the Novak residence for a reported domestic disturbance 3 days after Ben was killed. May Abad clarified that she immediately went to the house to look for evidence against her mother after returning from New York. Narcisa found her while she was looking through documents and used a crowbar to attack her, accusing her of betraying her country. According to Narcisa, she grabbed the crowbar in self-defense after May started the fight and attempted to start a fire. The Fort Lauderdale home of Novak was searched by police. They confiscated 5 rolls of duct tape, documents, computers, bills, and security tapes. May, worried that her mother might inherit her stepfather's estate, hired a lawyer to freeze the estate as the investigation surrounding Narcisa Novak became more intense. She also got in touch with the detectives in New York a few months later to offer more proof. Narcisa knew that Ben was having a serious affair with Rebecca Bliss, a porn star, in 2008. May claims that Ben's declarations that he intended to leave Narcisa caused her mother to become extremely alarmed. May thought that Narcisa's murderous intent was motivated by the possibility of divorce. Narcisa did not like the prenuptial agreement, which stated that she would only get $60,000 and give up any claim to Ben's millions in the event of a divorce. Ben's will left his mother the majority of his assets, so even if he died, Narcisa would still lose out. But there was uncertainty about Narcisa's possible inheritance, because his mother had only passed away 3 months prior. The police also questioned Cristobal Veliz, Narcisa's brother. He claimed that Narcisa's daughter May Abad was the murder's mastermind. Cristobal implied that there was a cover-up behind May's tardiness in disclosing Ben's affair with Rebecca Bliss. Narcisa told the FBI that she had found explicit love letters from Ben to his stepdaughter May, which further complicated things. According to Cristobal Veliz, he could demonstrate that May Abad had framed her mother and hired a hitman, Alejandro Garcia, to kill Ben. Garcia was taken into custody for an unrelated offense in November 2009. He was questioned about the Novak murder while he was in detention. When Garcia realized how serious his situation was, he made a deal and admitted to killing Ben Novak Jr. He asserted, however, that Cristobal Veliz, not May Abad, had employed him. According to Garcia, Veliz paid him $5,000 to commit the murder. Police were unable to locate any receipts from Cristobal's residence to verify the transaction, but surveillance footage showed Garcia retrieving a payment receipt from Cristobal. Garcia decided to cooperate further because he was already facing prison time, and he disclosed a shocking fact. This was not the first murder he had committed under Cristobal Veliz's supervision. Alejandro Garcia was hired in April 2009 to murder Bernice Novak as she went into her garage. Garcia viciously struck her face after attacking her with a monkey wrench. It was discovered that in order to inherit Ben Novak's wealth, Narcisa Novak had planned the murders of Bernice and Ben with the assistance of her brother, Cristobal Veliz. To take over the estate, Narcisa had to get rid of Bernice. Alejandro Garcia testified during the trial that Bernice was supposed to be beaten severely and struck in the teeth. While Ben was asleep on the morning of July 12, 2009, Narcisa opened her husband's hotel room to Garcia and Joel Gonzalez. They started attacking Ben after she led them to his bedside. Narcisa told one of the men to gouge out Ben's eyes and gave Garcia a pillow to muffle Ben's screams. Garcia's testimony aligned with the police-discovered evidence. A rumpled photo of Narcisa's daughter May Abad was discovered in Garcia's pocket upon his arrest, indicating that she was also a target. Cristobal and Narcisa had also plotted May's murder. Police questioned why Ben's burial was delayed after his body was kept at the Westchester County morgue for 2 months. The investigation found that Narcisa was preoccupied with rifling through Ben's Batman collection, embezzling funds from his business accounts, and swaying bank tellers to gain access to his safe deposit box instead of attending his funeral. Narcisa and Cristobal were taken into custody for the killings on July 8, 2010. They were officially charged with the murder of Bernice Novak. Their trial started on April 23, 2012, a year later. Despite his decision to testify in his own defense, Cristobal gave a terrible performance. During cross-examination, he contradicted himself several times. Both Narcisa and Cristobal maintained their denials of involvement, even after video footage showed Garcia and Gonzalez monitoring the hotel and phone records showed a 2-year correspondence between the two that implied premeditation. Ben had been preparing to leave Narcisa, according to Rebecca Bliss, his mistress, who testified. Rebecca disclosed that Ben was willing to improve their relationship after expressing discontent with his marriage. Every day he assured her of his commitment to her and declared his love for her. Rebecca had previously been confronted by Narcisa regarding the affair, and she had turned down her offer of money to leave Ben. At one point, Narcisa even pretended to be Rebecca, which led to Rebecca's apartment losing power. Furthermore, Rebecca said that 6 months prior to Ben's actual passing, Narcisa had lied to her condo management by claiming that he was dead and therefore unable to pay rent. Narcisa threatened that no one else would have Ben if she couldn't, according to Rebecca. In an attempt to receive lighter sentences, Narcisa and Cristobal both tried to place the blame on the other during the trial. Cristobal was the main mastermind behind the killings, according to Narcisa's lawyer, who argued for a reduced sentence of 27 years. Cristobal continued to blame his niece May Abad as the main conspirator in the meantime. Narcisa was found guilty on 12 of the 13 charges against her, while Cristobal was found guilty on 14 of the 15 charges, even though detectives had thoroughly investigated and rejected these claims. Narcisa's conviction resulted in her losing all claim to the inheritance she had hoped to inherit. The 2 sons of May Abad will now inherit Ben's estate. Evidence provided by the prosecution showed that Narcisa had paid her brother to employ 2 hitmen. According to the murderer's testimony, Cristobal had enlisted their help and given them instructions from Narcisa on how to carry out the assaults. Binding Ben and gouging out his eyes were among the instructions. When the murderers reached the hotel early on July 12, Narcisa let them into her husband's room, led them to Ben, who was asleep, and gave him a pillow to stop him from screaming. Ben was severely beaten with dumbbells until he passed out, leaving him for dead. According to Garcia's testimony, the initial intention was not to kill Ben and Bernice, but rather to cause them severe injuries. Both Narcisa and Cristobal were found guilty at the end of the trial of murder, conspiracy to commit murder, stalking, domestic abuse, money laundering, and witness tampering. When the guilty verdict was read, Narcisa gave up her right to appear in court. Both were convicted and given life sentences without the possibility of release. As a result of their cooperation with the investigation, Alejandro and Joel entered guilty pleas to lesser charges and received sentences of 17.5 years. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Carrie Swenson never would have thought that biathlon would become her life's work, but she most likely learned to ski before she could walk. This sport just didn't exist before for women. Women were finally permitted to compete in biathlons in 1983. The USA squad competed in the first Women's World Championship in Chamonix, France, but did not qualify for the first Women's European Cup, even though many of them had undergone years of intense training. Carrie Swenson, a 22-year-old American, began with the customary 10-kilometer race. She came in 5th place, directly behind the Soviet athletes, who were regarded as the sport's unbeatable leaders. She finished 13th in the 5-kilometer sprint, the best among her teammates. But the relay was where the team, and Carrie personally, truly triumphed. Carrie and her teammates became the first American medalists, while the Americans finished in 3rd place. Following the conclusion of the biathlon season, Carrie went back to Montana and organized the summer of her dreams. She worked at Lone Mountain Ranch, a well-known tourist ranch, and ran trails in the backcountry in her spare time. Carrie let the night air into her bedroom by opening the window. She had earned her microbiology degree from Montana State University that morning. Her parents celebrated her graduation and her brother Paul's 21st birthday with a party after the ceremony. Just the summer before, they had relocated to the Lone Mountain Ranch in the Big Sky region to practice and take in the mountains, just like they had as kids. She had dreamed since she was 5 years old that she would leave to pursue her dream of studying veterinary medicine after one more year of competitions. Unaware that her dreams would soon be dashed by the self-centered schemes of 2 recluses, Carrie turned off the light in her room and contentedly fell asleep. Carrie was unaware of the 2 men's conversation that was going on in the mountains a few kilometers away. The younger man was clearly irritated. Though he felt lonely in the mountains and yearned for female companionship, he generally enjoyed living away from people and their rules. "Do you recall the plans we talked about to find a woman for ourselves, Dad?" After giving his 18-year-old son a close examination, the father questioned, "Do you believe the time has come?" The son confidently nodded in response. Carrie ran around Old Ray's Lake on Sunday, July 15th. Bob Sharp, the proprietor of the snack bar where she worked, had informed her that he had spotted a grizzly bear nearby, and she was keen to see one for herself, so she decided to take this route. Carrie ran pretty fast as usual, paying attention to her breathing. She only realized there were 2 men in front of her at the last second. The strangers appeared disheveled. The younger one had a knife and a pistol in his hands, and neither of them was grinning. The hunting season was long over, but there were still rifles lying by a tree. The men made it clear to Carrie that they had no good intentions without taking their eyes off her. Regretfully, she saw them too late to turn around and flee. An adrenaline rush brought on by fear caused Carrie to run even faster, attempting to get past the strangers as fast as she could. But her plan didn't work. On the trail, the older man leapt directly in front of her and took hold of her wrist. He took hold of her other hand before she could respond. Unable to escape their hold, Carrie chose to keep her composure and use her cunning. She was scared by the wild expression in the older man's eyes. Remain composed. Avoid upsetting them, she thought. She pleaded, "Please, let me go." "No, we don't often see attractive girls like you. We would like to speak with you. What is your name?" He held Carrie even closer as he asked. He started questioning her about who she lived with, whether she was married, and other things. Carrie tried to scream, but the man quickly silenced her after realizing she wouldn't be easily freed. After letting go of her left hand, the stranger hit her in the face and tied her up with a rope. The men promised to hold her for 4 or 5 days before releasing her if she didn't enjoy living in the mountains. But she could tell by their smirks that they were more likely to exploit her weakness and end up killing her. She kept telling herself, "It's just a nightmare," hoping to wake up at any second. However, she knew it wasn't a dream because of the throbbing pain in her face and wrist. Carrie attempted to reason with them by stating that her friends and family would find her. The older man retaliated by threatening to shoot anyone who attempted to save her. In order to avoid being seen, the men rushed on, hoping to get deeper into the forest and away from the lake. All Carrie could do was let them pull her along on the rope in order to make sure she wouldn't run in the wrong direction when she had the opportunity to flee. She covertly memorized the area while feigning submissiveness. As though kidnapping girls were a daily occurrence for the men, they strolled alongside each other, engaging in casual conversation. They talked about how they felt about the mountains, laws, and society. The elderly man voiced his displeasure with the way the area had developed, especially the fact that farmers were permitted to graze their animals on his property. He assured the younger man that he could acquire all life's necessities without going back to school or abiding by social norms. Carrie came to the conclusion that her captors were probably mentally ill as a result of these discussions. Carrie requested water and said she needed to rest in an effort to slow their pace. They decided to take a rest. As they got closer to a swamp, Carrie was horrified to see the older man start drinking from it. She attempted to alert him to the harmful bacteria found in the swamp, but he dismissed her worries, claiming to have never heard of it before. She also took a few sips, reluctantly. She observed that when she pretended not to be afraid of the kidnappers, they acted less violently. Carefully, Carrie began asking them how long they had been residing there without being aware of the risks associated with drinking water from the nearby swamp. They responded that although they had lived in the mountains for 12 years, they were still relatively new to the area. Carrie felt even more uneasy when the younger man smirked and added that they were in dire need of female companionship. Then they went on their journey. In an attempt to leave hints for her loved ones who would be looking for her, Carrie tried to step on soft ground and break twigs. Sadly, the older man saw her attempts and stopped them. Carrie, however, obstinately continued to make marks, and the older man continued to erase them because she had nothing to lose. They went on in this manner, and Carrie noticed that no one had yet begun searching for her when she looked at her watch. Only 4 o'clock in the afternoon had arrived. Alan Goldstein, Carrie's friend and co-worker who instructed visitors in shooting at the ranch, started to question why her run was taking so long. He was worried that she might not have been able to return home by herself because she might have run into a bear or twisted her ankle. Carrie was being led farther and farther from the ranch by the strangers in the meantime. They asked her whether she could walk 60 kilometers in a day. After talking about how far they needed to go, she declined to respond. It was impossible for her to tell her captors that she could run 50 kilometers in hilly terrain while training. They might go more slowly if they believed she was weaker than she actually was. Now she was certain they would not allow her to survive. Not today. Not in 4 or 5 days. They wouldn't give up their valuable independence for her. Carrie kept studying the men quietly. They were remarkably similar to one another in addition to having a similar philosophy. Her suspicion that they were father and son grew. Carrie was aware that people would soon begin searching for her, but nothing had scared her more than the idea of her parents or friends becoming the victims of her captors. Making an escape was one way to avoid this. She changed her strategy after pleading failed. "Change your tactics when you're losing," her tennis coach would often say. "When you have the chance to alter your approach, why keep playing a losing game?" Before deciding to take a night's rest at around 5 o'clock, the men chained her to a tree, drastically reducing her chances of escaping. Carrie was the centerpiece of the feast that the black flies and mosquitoes were enjoying. She was tired, thirsty, hungry, and afraid for her life. Now chained close to the tree, she saw a number of rocks, one of which might be used to break a chain link. It was time to try the new tactic. At night, Carrie made the decision to become intolerable. "Hey, standing by the tree is getting old to me," she insisted. "Leave the chain loose so I can sit down." Despite their confused expressions, the men let her sit. She tried to reach for the rock in private, her eyes closed as though she were sleeping. Sadly, the younger man saw her attempt and took away every rock within her reach. She kept acting rude and demanding feminine products at around 8 p.m. because she was freezing and the mosquitoes were driving her crazy. The older man began discussing how they had many of his ex-wife's belongings in the underground cave where they lived after the younger man, whom the older one called Dan, gave her a shirt and socks. He continued by saying that those caves were very comfortable and that they would never be discovered there. In the distance, Carrie heard a voice. Regretfully, her captors also heard it. A plane appeared in the sky at the same time. Carrie was unaware that the plane was looking for her, but the men were startled and put out the campfire right away. It is obvious that they were surprised that someone would look for the hostage so quickly. The plane circled the forest for about an hour before taking off. Carrie waited anxiously for the night to come, and to see what they would do to her. But as they sat quietly by the smoldering fire, they left her alone. When night fell, they lay in one sleeping bag and gave her the other. Carrie's coworkers became increasingly concerned as the sun started to set. They began looking for her 2 hours after she was expected to arrive at work. Carrie's friends and family split up into 4 groups and were each given a specific area to search. In order to get assistance flying over the forest, Carrie's father, Rob Swenson, contacted a friend who was a pilot. He was filled with fear when Bob Sharp told him that Carrie might run into a grizzly bear on that trail. For several hours, the teams combed the areas where Carrie was likely to run while calling her name. However, they had to halt the search as night fell. When their father got back from the airstrip, Carrie's brother Paul discovered him at the ranch. His father appeared pale and anxiously restless. Paul went to his room and asked his father to notify him as soon as there was any update on Carrie because he needed some alone time. After a hasty shower, he collapsed on his bed. Then he caught sight of Carrie. Like a captive animal, she was chained to a log. Nearby, the men sat around the campfire. His sister was in tears. Paul hoped it was only a bad dream when he woke up from this terrible nightmare, not knowing what it might mean. They would resume their search as dawn broke, and they would undoubtedly locate her in the morning. To Carrie's surprise, the captors only moved the camp roughly 50 meters from the original campsite when they made the decision to move it. Dan didn't think twice about using his gun to go hunting and shoot a squirrel for breakfast, in spite of the continuous search for her. The older man insisted that Carrie turn over her shorts while Dan was making breakfast, claiming that their vivid red hue drew too much attention. After taking them, he returned to the former campsite. This gave Carrie a chance to speak with Dan alone. By claiming that he was too young for such crimes, she attempted to convince him to allow her to return to her family. Dan said, "No, you're cute, and you'll stay with me," after giving her a close look without showing any signs of regret, worry, or a smile. Carrie received her shorts, which were smeared with soot from the earlier campfire, from the second kidnapper when he returned. Carrie began putting on the shorts in her sleeping bag while fighting back tears. She was nearly finished when she noticed someone flat on the ground and heard rustling in the bushes to her right. Dan sprang to his feet and pulled his gun from its holster. Carrie yelled, "Remain back! Keep your distance! They will shoot because they are armed!" "Stop talking!" The older man grabbed his rifle and gave an order. "Get out!" "They will murder you!" Carrie yelled once more. Abruptly, a loud noise reverberated and she was flung back. She smelled the gunpowder and felt the searing pain pierce her chest. "I didn't mean to shoot her," Dan said again, startled. "I didn't mean to." Amazingly, Carrie believed she had been shot right before rescue arrived. No attempt was made by the kidnappers to assist her, but someone else appeared from the bushes to the left. It was Jim Schwalbe, another ranch worker. Evidently, he was unaware that the kidnappers were criminals and thought they were a rescue team attempting to assist Carrie, possibly hitting her by accident while frightening off a bear. Jim dropped his backpack on the floor and hurried over to Carrie. Only then did he realize the truth when he noticed the chain around her waist beneath the sleeping bag. While he was still being threatened with the rifle, he insisted that the older man take Carrie's chain off of him. Dan dropped his gun to the floor and removed the chain's key. Jim then told Alan Goldstein, one of the kidnappers, to flee for assistance. However, it seems that Alan had already discovered their true nature. The kidnappers were surrounded by 200 people, so he yelled that he was armed and told them to surrender. Carrie let out a painful scream as Dan yanked the chain violently. The older man pointed the rifle at Alan as Jim turned to face them. "No!" Carrie let out a gasp. Everyone heard something fall in the grass and heard a shot. The kidnapper had already vanished from view when Jim hurried to the fallen friend. Jim was already too far away when the older man reloaded the rifle and pointed it in his direction. With haste, the abductors stuffed their things into their backpacks, removed the chain, and even threw Carrie out of her sleeping bag, claiming she would no longer require it. Carrie and Alan lay on the cold ground, and they did nothing to help them. Carrie could hear Alan's radio crackling, but she dared not try to get to it because he was lying too far away. Her whole body felt cold, and she tried to crawl toward the extinguished fire with what was left of her strength. Hoping there were still warm logs to help the leaves catch fire, she tossed some leaves and twigs toward the fire while lying on her stomach. Carrie lost consciousness when she attempted to blow on them because she was too weak. An army of black ants raced toward her blood-soaked shirt as she awoke. No, she chased them off. She was reminded of her desire for life by these ravenous insects. Alan had fallen too far away for her to help him find the radio, but then she saw Jim's backpack close by. After struggling to unfasten the backpack with her icy fingers, she discovered a sleeping bag, a chocolate bar, and a water bottle inside. There was no radio. After successfully inserting her legs into the sleeping bag, Carrie opened the water bottle to find some warmth. She took a sip of what turned out to be warm lemonade and nibbled on the chocolate bar. Carrie attempted to approach Alan once more, but this time she had to pull the sleeping bag with her. She couldn't help but think of her brother Paul's reaction when he saw her crawling on the ground like a caterpillar. He would most likely chuckle and encourage her at every turn. She laughed at the absurd ideas that crossed her mind during these times. Unaware of the situation, other search teams carried on their work about 1.5 kilometers away from the shootout. Jim Schwalbe, breathing heavily, abruptly cut them off. To those around him, he yelled, "There were two guys. When Carrie yelled at us to keep away, they shot her and tied her to a log." "Is she alive?" Bob asked him. "She was when I fled, but she was shot by that scoundrel, and Alan was struck in the head by the elderly man." Carrie was losing life with each breath. The bleeding worsened as breathing became extremely challenging. She instinctively made a choice. She closed her eyes and found herself back on the biathlon track, where, like speed and accuracy, athletes systematically practice their breathing technique. Carrie was able to slow down her bleeding and heart rate by focusing and breathing very slowly, almost like in yoga. Strangely, the annoying flies that buzzed around her kept her awake. Jim was on her mind. Unless he encountered the kidnappers once more, he ought to have brought assistance by now. A few hours later, that grating buzzing noise was back. Searching for the source, Carrie noticed a helicopter hovering over the treetops. People were looking out of it as it paused right over her. "Please, locate us as soon as possible," she begged in silence. She heard the sound of a radio and the crack of branches as the helicopter took off. "Aid!" With all the strength she had left, she let out a cry. "She's right here," someone yelled. "We located her. Carrie, are you all right? Do you hear me?" "Yes," she said in response to a man's question. All she could do was smile, wishing she could yell, scream, or thank them for finding her. It was difficult to see what was coming next because her eyelids felt heavy, like they were made of lead. The police worked tirelessly to track down Carrie's kidnappers while she was being transported to the hospital. They had no idea that it would mark the start of a months-long search. The two fugitives are the only ones who are familiar with the hundreds of kilometers of local mountains and forests. For 5.5 months, the kidnappers were able to successfully elude the police, and the media romanticized their image, portraying Dan as a handsome prince and the other man as a strict and affectionate father. A local businessman even expressed interest in selling T-shirts featuring their pictures. The victims of their crimes were ignored by the journalists in the interim. Then, roughly 2 weeks prior to Christmas, Sheriff Johnny Franz got a surprise tip. In the woods on his ranch, one of his family members spotted smoke. Franz knew every inch of that ranch, having grown up there. The radio had sporadic signals in the mountains. It was dark, and the criminals might vanish at any time. The sheriff, however, hurried to their camp. Years later, he joked, "Why did I go there alone? Because that's what I was paid for." He came as fast as he could on a snowmobile, found the father and son, and was aiming for them. Without hesitation, the father drew his rifle and vowed to shoot. The sheriff responded by threatening to shoot his son twice. To get the father to listen, he had to use the boy's influence. The sheriff persuaded them that they could at last take a shower, eat healthily, and warm up. The sheriff had complete control of the situation in a matter of minutes. Dan and his father, Don Nichols, were taken into custody and charged with kidnapping. Don was also accused of killing Alan Goldstein. It was disclosed during the trial that the men had plotted the abduction for a number of years. About 5 or 6 years ago, Don Nichols bought a chain for his future bride because Dan wouldn't live in the mountains without a woman, and not all girls would accept their lifestyle. Carrie was meant to be the mother of his son's future children, and he had aspirations of starting his own clan and living apart from society. Don was released in 2017 after receiving an 85-year prison sentence. Dan only spent 6 of the 20 years he was sentenced to in prison. With his marriage, education, and decision to assist those with disabilities, it appeared that the young man had changed his life. He was, however, arrested once more in 2012 in relation to illicit substances. After spending 8 days in the hospital, Carrie started pushing the limits of her physical capabilities and conquering pain to hasten her recuperation as soon as she was released. Carrie recovered sufficiently by 1986 to compete in triathlons in Oslo, Norway. Despite her fourth-place finish, the third-place finisher acknowledged her abilities by inviting her to join her on the podium. Although it might have appeared to others that she was completely recovered, Carrie was aware that the injury and kidnapping had left a permanent mark that would never go away. During intense physical exertion, she still felt pain from scar tissue and the bullet shrapnel that was still embedded in her body, affecting nearby nerves. She therefore made the decision to give up competitive sports and concentrate on becoming a veterinarian, moving to Colorado to pursue her studies. Carrie Swenson, who has loved the outdoors since she was a young child, is a veterinarian in Bozeman, Montana, and still enjoys it today. She has turned into a harsh critic of the media's coverage of the kidnapping and hardly ever discusses what happened. She felt that the romanticization of the murderers and kidnappers as rugged mountain men skilled in wilderness survival was particularly inappropriate. Additionally, she thought that the media greatly minimized the emotional trauma of the kidnapping by making it seem more romantic than it actually was in the hands of the mountain people. The Nicholses may have lived in the mountains at times, but they couldn't survive there. At least, not without theft and robbery. Often leaving the woods for months and buying modern equipment, in the end they were so easy to catch because they froze, starved, and grew tired of mountain life. They are no true mountain men, Carrie wrote in a 2012 article for the local newspaper after Dan was arrested once more. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On a gray autumn day, a young Parisian girl, as usual, was returning home from school, hoping to remove her heavy backpack and grab a snack. However, as she approached her apartment building, she encountered a young girl who initiated a conversation with her. It took little effort for the girl to persuade the young girl to accompany her to her apartment. The schoolgirl probably didn't notice anything unusual about this because, after all, she was a petite girl, not an unfamiliar man whose mind could be filled with a variety of ideas. Furthermore, they were neighbors and lived in the same building. The girl followed her new acquaintance into the apartment, but as soon as she entered, the door slammed shut, and a nightmare began that is difficult to describe in words. Lola Davy, 12, disappeared and was never seen again. The date was Friday, October 14, 2022. Johan and Delphine Davy waited for their daughter Lola to return from school. The girl was aware that on Fridays the family would travel to their family cottage in Bethune, which was 3 hours away from Paris. As a result, she understood that she should not linger. Lola was an extremely obedient child who never went anywhere without permission. The school was only 200 meters from her house, so she should have arrived at any moment. So, when the clock went past 4 p.m., when their daughter didn't arrive, the parents knew something had happened. Johan and Delphine Davy lived and worked in this building. It meant that Johan could check the surveillance cameras to see if his daughter had entered the building. To his surprise, the girl had arrived 45 minutes earlier, and she was not alone. She entered with a girl who the man did not recognize. The girl made a hand gesture, as if inviting Lola to accompany her. According to the video, the girl lacked confidence and the young woman appeared uneasy. The parents handed over the photo of the unknown girl to the police. Delphine also shared her photo on Facebook, stating that her daughter was missing. She described how the girl was dressed and said she was last seen with an unfamiliar young girl. The woman urged anyone with information to contact police or the Davy family. Thousands of concerned citizens shared the post. People took to the streets to assist in the search for the girl. The search lasted several hours until 11:20 p.m., when a homeless man entered the inner courtyard of Lola's family home. Maybe he was looking for somewhere to sleep or something similar. Regardless, his focus was drawn to a large plastic suitcase. What he discovered inside the suitcase caused him to rush to find a police officer. Inside, the police found Lola's lifeless body. An autopsy revealed that the cause of death was asphyxia. In addition, she had a deep wound on her throat and bruises and cuts all over her body. The perpetrator bound Lola's hands and feet before placing her in the suitcase, leaving a strange final mark on her soles. The numbers 1 and 0 in red ink. The last person to see her alive was the girl who appeared alongside her on the surveillance cameras. But who was she? It didn't take long for the cops to find her, and when they did, their hair stood on end as they heard the chilling story of Lola's murder. The investigators decided to review the footage that the girl's father had begun watching an hour and a half after Lola returned home with the stranger. The same girl left the house. She changed into different clothes and carried a suitcase and 2 smaller wheeled bags. It was the same kind of suitcase that they later discovered Lola in. It became clear that the mysterious stranger was somehow involved in Lola's situation. The police decided to question potential witnesses to see if they knew where the girl went after she left the building. It turns out she had unsuccessfully asked passersby for assistance with the bags because they were heavy and she was struggling to handle them herself. Despite their usual friendliness and helpfulness, the French people did not help the girl. Perhaps it was because she appeared and acted strangely. Her makeup had smudged and she muttered something to herself. She eventually stopped by a cafe and purchased a croissant. Meanwhile, the suitcase stood in the middle of the street, and pedestrians were curious what was inside because, according to some witnesses, it smelled of chlorine and had some red stains. However, it was clear that no one could have predicted that there was a person's body inside. One witness, who proved to be a valuable resource for the police, also saw the girl enter the cafe. She approached him, asking if he could give her a ride. The girl offered him a reward for his assistance and explained that she needed to transport organs. In other words, she invited him to participate in an organ trafficking scheme. The man became scared and refused to give her a ride. However, he parked his car slightly behind her and watched what she did next. The girl appeared distraught and was speaking to herself. It seemed strange to him, so he kept watching. The car arrived at 6:30 p.m. The driver loaded the suitcase and bags into the trunk before driving away with the strange girl. It did not take long for the police to locate the car driver, Rashid N., a chauffeur for the VTC company. He confirmed that he knew the mysterious girl named Dabia bin Kayad, who was 24 years old, and that they had previously dated. Xavier called him and asked for assistance with her belongings. He arrived as requested and did not ask too many questions. Rashid drove Dabia to his home in All ASU Bois, a Paris suburb. There, the girl requested permission to do laundry and took a shower. She borrowed his clothes while her own were being washed. Around 10 p.m., they went out to eat and returned when Dabia was ready to go home. Rashid, on the other hand, stated that he had only brought her there and had no plans to return at the time. Nevertheless, he requested another VTC vehicle for her. The arriving taxi driver noticed the passengers' heavy suitcases and rushed to assist, but Rashid rudely refused and instructed him not to touch the luggage, either now or later. The girl got into the car, mentioned an address, and they drove off. When they arrived, without getting out of the car, the girl called someone. The conversation was held in a slightly raised tone. Dabia asked for assistance, but it was refused. It was later discovered that she had called her sister, who lived in the same apartment building as Lola's family. Dabia requested that her sister come down, let her into the house, and assist her in carrying the suitcase and bags up to the apartment. However, the sister, clearly aware of what Dabia represented, stated, "I will not help you. I don't want to know what's in those bags, so don't bring them here." Unable to come up with a solution, Dabia dragged the suitcase and bags into the house's inner courtyard and threw them there. She then called a friend and asked to spend the night at his place. After getting rid of the suitcase, Dabia appeared to calm down completely, and she and her friend spent an entirely ordinary evening laughing and having fun, as if nothing had happened. Dabia was arrested just 2 days after being captured on camera with Lola. The police tried to learn everything they could about the girl. She moved to France from Algeria 6 years ago with her mother and 2 sisters. In 2018, 2 years after moving, the police heard Dabia's name, but as a victim of domestic violence. Her relatives and friends described her as deeply religious. and her ex-boyfriend even claimed that she was obsessed with the church. They did, however, explain that she changed after her father died while still in Algeria, and her mother died of cancer in 2020. Debbia was unable to cope with the loss and began talking to herself, becoming increasingly aggressive and unstable. However, it is known that she experienced fits of rage prior to her mother's death. She had a confrontation with the hospital administration in July 2019 when she was asked to pay for the medical treatment she received. Debbia became enraged and attacked the staff, claiming that she did not ask to be treated and should not have to pay for it. When she was escorted out of the building, she threatened to return, saying they had no idea what she was capable of. Despite her outburst of rage, the girl had no need to be taken to the police. When she was arrested in August 2022, the girl was no longer a student and had no right to remain in the country. However, because she had no criminal record, she was released and given a 30-day window to complete her paperwork or leave the country. But the girl did not do either. She simply vanished from the sight of the official authorities. She didn't work, didn't have a permanent home, and was officially homeless, despite having moved in with her sister. Her older sister admitted that Debbia had been exhibiting obvious mental issues for some time. She couldn't handle failure, and whenever she was told no, she would explode. However, Debbia refused treatment and her sister had no idea what else she could do. During the interrogation, Debbia admitted her guilt in the incident several times before retracting her statements. When the police showed her the footage of how they found Lola, she claimed she didn't feel hot or cold from it. She also stated that she had been mistreated and that her parents died before her eyes. She told the investigators that she lured Lola into her sister's apartment and forced her to undress and shower. The autopsy confirmed that Debbia assaulted her, tied her hands and legs, and taped her face with duct tape. As a result, Lola lost consciousness and eventually her life. Debbia went about her business as usual, drinking coffee and listening to music. Then, for unknown reasons, she slashed the lifeless body with either a knife or scissors. Later, Debbia abruptly retracted her statements, claiming that she would never commit such an act against a child, and accusing an unknown armed individual of the crime. She then revealed that she wasn't fighting Lola, but a ghost. Later, she returned to her initial confession, and it appears that the investigators were able to uncover an even more bizarre and inhumane motive for the crime. Debbia stated that shortly before the murder, she approached Lola's mother and addressed her as the building administrator where her sister lived. She requested an electronic card, a pass to the building, so that she could come and go whenever she wanted without having to ask her sister to let her in. Delphine had such authority because she did not live in the building but was a guest of her sister. Debbia, who refused to accept no for an answer, harbored resentment toward Delphine, and when she saw her daughter on the street, an exact replica of her mother, fury boiled inside her, and she resolved to seek vengeance. In other words, she committed the murder because, at the age of 24, she was not used to being denied and expected all of her wishes to be granted. Investigators believe that at some point, the attack moved from the apartment to the basement of the multi-story building, where they discovered clear signs of fighting. However, the police are still unfamiliar with certain aspects. Certain details, such as the numbers on Lola's legs and Debbia's admission that she drank her blood, suggest a ritualistic nature. In any case, the police confidently dismissed the black market organ trafficking theory. They see it as just another stroke in the accused's psychological profile. Debbia has been charged with murder, torture with violence, cruel treatment of a minor under the age of 15, and concealing a body, all of which carry a maximum sentence of 30 years in prison. However, it is possible that she was not acting alone. Initially, police arrested 5 more people. First and foremost, Debbia's sister was arrested because everything occurred in her apartment and the basement of her home. However, the police later determined that she had no knowledge of the crime and was not at home at the time. The other 3 suspects were also released fairly quickly, and their names have not been revealed. Rashid, Debbia's former boyfriend, 43, has been charged with concealing the corpse. The girl claims he is the mastermind of the crime. It doesn't help him that he turned down a taxi driver who offered to help Debbia with her suitcase. Those words also raise suspicions about the man. Did he know what was inside? He claims he didn't know what was in the suitcase, didn't open it, and had no idea what was inside. In the first week of November, a closed hearing was held in this case. The judge noted that the accused appeared completely calm at the time. The main question is whether Debia's crime was the result of a nervous breakdown or a desire to exact revenge on Delphine. If she is discovered to be mentally unstable, she will be treated by psychiatrists in a suitable specialized facility. If she is found competent to stand trial, she will be prosecuted. In early December, the psychiatrist who examined Debia submitted his report to investigators. He described her as extremely dangerous but not mentally ill. In other words, while she is not completely stable, this does not render her insane or incapable of being held accountable for her crime. She is fully capable of admitting that her actions were terrible and illegal, and that she should be judged for them. Of course, Debia's lawyers will most likely request additional consultations with psychiatric specialists. The defendant is currently being held in solitary confinement at France's second-largest prison, Fresnes, which is located slightly east of Paris. According to media reports, she rarely goes for walks and prefers to watch TV. According to reports, whenever she sees herself on television, she expresses joy and does not conceal her pride in herself. Debia had been living illegally in France for several months prior to the crime, so politicians used this story to bring up issues that were important to them. They quickly declared that France's anti-legal migration measures are deficient because migrants are responsible for many crimes in the country. In other words, if Debia had been deported sooner, Lola would still be able to attend school, participate in gymnastics and figure skating, and spend time with her parents and older brothers. However, Lola's parents believe that politicians are using their daughter's tragic death to score political points. Johan and Delphine have decided that staying in Paris is too difficult, so they have left for Pas-de-Calais, where they originally came from. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This was a mass killer confessing his darkest intentions. But the real horror was the cold, calculated execution of his crime, captured in real time. On June 5, 2014, Ybarra brutally entered the Seattle Pacific University lobby and took his first victim. He had planned a massacre, but that was not what happened. During one of Seattle's worst crises, a single small mistake set off a series of events that would change everything. There were a number of horrifying facts that were just waiting to be revealed. June 5, 2014, started out like any other day until, shortly before 3 p.m., a string of calls from the same location flooded the Seattle Police Department's helplines. The city would be thrown into an unimaginable crisis and chaos in a matter of minutes. A nightmare started when a man carrying a gun entered SPU. With each call, more terrifying information surfaced. The description initially appeared ambiguous and unremarkable, but the details were beginning to come together. He wasn't an aspiring pupil. His purpose for being on campus that day was darker. But why was he there, and who was he? They would soon find out more about his nefarious schemes. The white pickup van he was driving was seen parked on the street close to the Seattle Pacific University campus in Washington. This man, whoever he was, had no intention of going away quietly. And just as police closed in, something far worse was about to happen. Paul Lee, a 22-year-old random student, was struck by the first bullet. The question was no longer who he was. The van belonged to 26-year-old Aaron Ybarra. Now the only question was, how far would he go? A massacre was in the making, and the police seemed like they might be too late to stop it. Officers moved in, sirens heightening the tension across the campus, but no one knew what they were truly walking into, or how the standoff would unfold. Even before the police arrived, the action had already taken place, captured on camera as it all played out in real time. The man, whose identity was now confirmed to be Aaron Ybarra, could be seen walking into the hallway calmly, as if he belonged there. The CCTV captured everything, every step, every glance, but no one knew what was coming next. There, sitting innocently at the desk, was 22-year-old Tristan Ruth, unaware his life was about to hang in the balance. The man leaned in close and threatened him. "Don't move, or there will be consequences." But it wasn't just Tristan in the building, unaware of the danger. Sarah Williams, 22, had just reached the bottom when Ybarra turned and shot without thinking. Sarah was shot at close range in the chest. Tristan saw his opportunity then, and he took desperate action. The gunman would not be as fortunate, though, as his next move would be the demise of his entire scheme. Aaron's statements were obviously more than just threats. He was shooting people, and he had a clear plan that was only a few seconds away from causing total mayhem. However, he then committed a critical error. A security guard caught the gunman as he stopped to reload his weapon. A 22-year-old student and security guard named John Mice came up behind the shooter. Everything suddenly changed in a split second. He wrestled the shooter to the ground, wrenched the gun out of his hands, and pepper-sprayed his eyes. Aaron, the shooter, was on the ground with his eyes burning, and Sarah, the injured girl, took the opportunity to step aside. John moved away with the weapon to keep it out of the shooter's reach, but when he returned, he'd find a surprise. Aaron had produced a knife from his pocket. Next, John would engage in a physical altercation with the pepper-sprayed Aaron to remove the weapon from his grip. He was going to have unexpected help. Suddenly, a second hero, Justin Sarah, kicked the weapon out of Aaron's reach, ensuring it would do no harm. What was seconds away from becoming a massacre was stopped in its tracks, thanks to their courage. But the tragedy was nowhere near an end, and what came next was going to expose the harsh reality that changed everything. By 3:29 p.m., paramedics and officers from the Seattle Police Department flooded the campus. Officers immediately apprehended Aaron after finding John Mice and Justin Sarah holding him down on the hall floor. One team of police officers took Aaron into custody, while the second took hold of his van. Paramedics treated several students for shock, while Paul Lee, Sarah Williams, and John Mice were all transported to Harborview Medical Center in Seattle. Paul was pronounced dead on arrival at the hospital. Sarah was taken to surgery right away because her condition was critical. Despite Thomas's critical condition, medical personnel managed to stabilize him, and he was admitted to the hospital. After receiving treatment for the cuts he sustained during his fight with Aaron, John was allowed to go. However, this was not the end of the story. They thought the worst was over when the police showed up to remove the gun. They were unaware that the shooter was hiding something much darker than anyone could have predicted. After being brought to the homicide and assault unit of the Seattle Police Department, Aaron was informed of his Miranda rights. Detectives Dana Duffy and James Cooper then brought him in for an interview. What secrets was he concealing, and what was his true motivation? The truth was finally going to be revealed in the interrogation room, where the answers were hidden. Aaron was still recuperating from the pepper spray, so detectives Cooper and Duffy took a while to begin the interview. They started by inquiring about his private life. Janice and Ambrose Ybarra welcomed Aaron into the world in July 1988. He grew up in Seattle's Mount Lake Terrace neighborhood with his younger brother Joel and older sister Brandy. From the start, Aaron's life was described as turbulent. Ambrose, his alcoholic father, was a frequent source of conflict for the family. Aaron discussed his psychological issues, including his severe OCD, as he became more at ease during the interrogation. As the investigators spoke with this profoundly disturbed individual, they discovered that his OCD was only the beginning of his psychological problems, which started when he was 13 years old. Innocent students were suffering on the SPU campus because of a sin that only existed in Aaron's troubled mind and about which they knew nothing. When Aaron was little, his family made the decision to rearrange the furniture in his bedroom. Aaron claims that he became fixated on the status quo and that this changed him. Aaron had realized that respect could be gained by using fear. The mass murderer Eric Harris served as his initial source of inspiration. But there was another reason why he preferred using guns to cause harm. Aaron loved firearms just as much as his father and brother did, and he even spent 8 years working at a Mount Lake Terrace gun range. He was a competitive shooter who was said to be extremely proficient with a firearm. Aaron was characterized as pleasant, shy, and humorous by some of the people who had met him at work. People were unaware, however, that the quiet young man was harboring demons. The theft of Aaron's firearms was the last straw. The compulsive Aaron couldn't get over it, and was convinced that he detested everyone. According to Aaron's delusions, the evil side was ready to take control. Perhaps the fatal outcomes could have been avoided if he had received therapy sooner, but that was not to be. Aaron had only begun therapy as a result of pressure from those close to him to get help. After quitting therapy, he brought his unsettling mission to SPU within a month. The next thing Aaron would say to investigators would make it impossible for it to be anything other than a premeditated crime, something he and his attorney would sincerely regret in court. Aaron's plans for July 5, 2014 were well defined. He aspired to end his life, just like one of his heroes did. It was supposed to be a declaration, but the students never took Aaron seriously and were unable to comprehend the full scope of what they had to deal with that day. He claimed that he was treated disrespectfully and that to be respected was to instill fear. Paul Lee, a 19-year-old student, was standing there. He took Aaron lightly, which was a fatal error. Aaron told the two detectives that he kept his plans a secret from everyone. Nevertheless, he documented everything in his journal and hoped that if he were killed in the shooting, others would comprehend his motivations. Aaron talked to Detective Duffy one-on-one during the interview, telling her that he had realized something was wrong with him, but that his hatred eventually got the better of him. Aaron appeared to have accepted his fate and realized that his actions would have a severe impact on his life and future by the end of the interrogation. As investigators got to work on their case against Aaron Ybarra, students began to return to campus life and resume their regular activities in the wake of the tragedy. Aaron had only managed to kill one person, but his goal was much more deadly: to cause widespread devastation. However, the prosecution was aware that the defense was preparing for a tough fight as they worked tirelessly to create a strong case. The real battle was only getting started. Aaron Ybarra was put on trial for his crimes on October 10, 2016. Prosecutors weren't going to let Aaron's defense team get away with a lesser charge or sentence, even though they were already ready to use the insanity plea as their argument in the case. According to defense lawyer Ramona Brandis, Aaron experienced crippling bouts of mental illness and depression, which caused him to hear the voice of God, who urged him to go on a murderous rampage. She also questioned his upbringing and his unstable home life, claiming that he never got the support he actually required. Aaron's victims' testimonies were crucial to establishing the case as it actually was. Paul Lee was the worst hit, followed by Sarah Williams. Before she could resume her regular life, she spent days in the hospital. She made an effort to describe the pain she endured in court. The entire scene in the SPU lobby where he and John Mice had overpowered Aaron was described by Justin Sarah. Ramona, the defense lawyer, also contended that Aaron's actions were influenced by his upbringing and unstable home life, because he had sought professional help for his years-long mental illness. Under the direction of Senior Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Kristen Richardson of King County, the prosecution team was ready for the insanity defense. Aaron's own words were going to be used against him by the prosecution. They provided evidence that Aaron had voluntarily stopped taking his medication and quit therapy in order to allow his dark side to take control, shattering the notion that he did not receive assistance for his mental health problems. The assertion that Aaron was getting assistance from at least one family member was supported by testimony from his mother, Janice. His journal also provided evidence to the prosecution that he had premeditatedly planned and executed the shootings. Additionally, the recorded interrogation by detectives Cooper and Duffy was made available to the jurors, demonstrating Aaron's complete awareness of his actions and the repercussions. Aaron tells detectives in the video that he was inspired and motivated by Sung Hui Cho and Eric Harris, but he makes no mention of hearing the voices of God or Satan. Although the prosecution acknowledged that Aaron had serious mental health problems, they made it abundantly evident that Aaron planned and chose to carry out the shooting. Now that the sentence was just a few seconds away, everyone was wondering if the jury would feel the same way. Following weeks of testimony and arguments from the prosecution and defense, the jury returned a guilty verdict on November 16, 2016. Aaron was convicted of 1 count of assault, 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder, and premeditated first-degree murder. Judge Jim Rogers sentenced Aaron Ybarra to 112 years in prison on February 17, 2017, for the shooting at Seattle Pacific University. Aaron spoke to the courtroom full of SPU employees, students, family members, and surviving victims during his sentencing. Aaron was the center of attention, but nobody was emotionally ready for what he said next. He apologized for the horrible crime he had committed. In addition, he expressed regret for killing Paul Lee, whom he hoped was still alive. Speaking to the survivor of the attack, Sarah Williams, he told her that she did not deserve the events of that day. Aaron expressed his desire to go back and change everything, but he acknowledged that it was too late. He will be housed at the King County Adult Detention Center for the duration of his sentence. John Mize was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor in 2015 for his valiant efforts to apprehend the SPU shooter. Since the 2014 shooting, Aaron Ibarra's family has stayed out of the spotlight. The public and social media spheres still contain scant if any information about his family members and their lives. Paul Lee's legacy endures in the lives of his family and friends. Soon after Paul's memorial service in June 2014, the Lee family established the Paul Lee Foundation. The goal of the foundation was to carry on Paul's work of supporting those who experienced mental health problems and depression. It was cruelly ironic. He wanted to help people with mental illnesses, but before he could complete his education, he was harmed by someone he would have preferred to assist. The foundation has made it its mission to raise money to support groups that conduct research and create solutions to assist people with mental health conditions. Many people will be discussing what caused Aaron Ibarra to become a school shooter in this case today. Seeing young lives lost so needlessly and murderers succumbing to their own mental health problems is heartbreaking. Could something have been done to prevent this tragedy, considering Aaron's family life was, to put it mildly, turbulent? Or was he destined to become a killer? Before he committed suicide, he was troubled, mistrustful of people, and desperate to be remembered. However, he chose to target the helpless students instead of exacting revenge on the innocent or facing down actual villains. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. The only significant clue was a bite left by the attacker on the victim's body. It took the police over 20 years to discover the horrifying truth, but such a turn of events sparked outrage and criticism because no one expected such a result. Sherry Rasmussen was born on February 7, 1957 in the state of Washington. She grew up in a big, friendly family with two sisters and loving parents. They later moved to Tucson, Arizona, where Sherry attended the local school. Sherry was an excellent student who completed elementary school a year ahead of her peers. During her summer vacation, she completed the entire 7th grade program by herself. After graduating from high school in 1973, she enrolled at a California college where her older sister was already a first-year student. Sherry decided to pursue a medical education and become a nurse, which required her to complete additional courses at another institution. After graduating from college in 1975, Sherry decided to pursue a master's degree at the University of California, Los Angeles, where she also worked as a nurse to fund her education. She received her master's degree at the age of 23. Her father purchased an apartment in the Los Angeles suburbs for her, but Sherry refused to live on her parents' income, so she wrote her father a check every month for the full amount of the mortgage payments. She also got a job at a local hospital, where she led the nursing department that cared for seriously ill patients. In May 1984, Sherry met John Ruthin, a computer engineer with a good education and intelligence. They started dating and married a year later. John moved in to share their apartment. They spent their honeymoon in Jamaica and returned home to celebrate Christmas with Sherry's family. Closer to 10 a.m. John tried to reach her by phone, but she didn't answer. Half an hour later, he tried again, but still no answer, so he called her workplace to check if she had gone to work, but Sherry hadn't shown up at the hospital. Either her sister also tried to reach her, but without success. John returned home from work at around 6 p.m. and immediately noticed something strange. The garage door was open, even though he had closed it in the morning, and Sherry's car was missing. Therefore, he first thought that she had gone somewhere. As he approached the garage, he saw a lot of broken glass and immediately discovered its source. There was a small balcony above the garage with a glass door which had been smashed. He entered the house through the garage and to his horror found Sherry there. She was lying on the floor, her body badly disfigured. John immediately called the police, and detectives began to examine the crime scene. In all the rooms there was complete chaos. Broken vases, overturned furniture, and scattered items. A bloody handprint was found on the wall next to the alarm button. Apparently, the victim tried to reach it but failed. in addition to extensive bruises and wounds. Experts discovered a human bite mark on Sherry's wrist. Aside from all of the foregoing, the marks on her hands indicated that the attacker had tied the victim before releasing her. The death was caused by 3 close-range gunshot wounds. Detectives discovered a blanket with bullet holes in the apartment and concluded that the attacker had wrapped the gun in it to muffle the sound of the shots. Detectives immediately concluded that the attacker and Sherry had engaged in a prolonged struggle. This was demonstrated by the number of scattered and broken items throughout the apartment, as well as a bloody near the alarm button. The lead investigator quickly stated that they were dealing with a failed robbery. In his opinion, at least 2 criminals broke into Sherry's apartment, but they didn't expect her to be there. A struggle ensued between them, and Sherry fought for her life until the end. Several facts supported the robbery version, the first of which was the disappearance of Sherry's car from the garage. Second, someone had placed the stereo equipment and player near the staircase leading to the second floor. According to police, the robbers intended to take them and leave, but after the scuffle and murder, they fled the scene. However, there were some questionable scenes in this version. First, the police found no evidence of forced entry, implying that either Sherry let the criminals in herself or they had a key. Second, the perpetrators did not touch all of the valuable items, including the jewelry box that was in plain sight. Detectives interviewed all of Sherry's neighbors but found no new leads. Residents reported hearing a struggle but no gunshots, and no one entered the woman's apartment. Experts collected blood samples and fingerprints, but DNA analysis was not possible in 1985. The lead investigator soaked a piece of cotton in the trace of the bite on Sherry's body, hoping that the attacker's saliva could be left behind as a clue to catch the killer. Furthermore, he informed the police about the disappearance of the document. Detectives were unable to find an explanation for this unusual occurrence. After a week and a half, they discovered Sherry's car in a parking lot 4 kilometers from her apartment. It was unlocked, with the keys in the ignition. Forensic experts attempted to locate fingerprints, but were unsuccessful. Either the criminals only touched it while wearing gloves, or they removed all fingerprints. A robbery occurred 2 months after the murder, which took place just a few hundred meters from Sherry's home. Detectives immediately discovered numerous parallels. 2 criminals broke into a stranger's apartment through the garage, threatened the owner with a gun, and took stereo equipment. The lead investigator suspected that these 2 were responsible for the woman's murder, so the police searched for them through witness accounts. They made approximate composite sketches of the suspects and discovered that both men were Latino, but they were never found. However, investigators showed little interest in finding out the truth, which irritated Sherry's parents. Her father visited the police station on a regular basis, inquired about the investigation's status, and requested that the detectives consider various versions. He even asked them to look closer at John's ex-girlfriend Stephanie Lazarus, who was also a police officer. Sharia repeatedly told her father that she was obsessed with John, but the investigators laughed it off and told him to watch fewer detective shows. Stephanie couldn't accept John's departure after learning he was going to marry another woman. Stephanie came to Sherry's workplace and told her that their marriage was doomed and that she and John would get back together sooner or later. In addition, she claimed that John had already slept with her after getting engaged to Sherry. Of course, Sherry was very upset after this visit. When she returned home, she told John what had happened, and he admitted that he had slept with Stephanie. After learning of his engagement, the young woman begged him to come over, spoke of her love, and urged him to return to her. But he refused, saying he loved Sherry and planned to marry her. Stephanie then offered to sleep with him one last time, and John accepted. He apologized to Sherry and admitted it was a huge mistake on his part. The woman eventually forgave him and the incident with Stephanie faded away. However, Stephanie continued to visit their home without warning under various pretexts. One time, she came with a set of skis and announced that John promised to wax them for her the next time she entered their apartment when the man was not present. Sherry was surprised to see Stephanie in her living room when asked what she was doing. Apparently, the woman used her police badge and the security letter to enter Stephanie's apartment otherwise. A duplicate key was required otherwise. She could not have entered without breaking the log. Sherry also noticed that someone was following her while she and John were sitting in a restaurant, and the woman saw someone staring at them intently. When she looked at this person, he immediately left. Sherry couldn't see his face because it was covered with a hood. Unknown calls also frequently arrived on their home phone, and Sherry suspected it could be Stephanie. The victim's father told detectives about all of these incidents, but they ignored his words because they were certain that the murder was committed by the two Mexicans who robbed an apartment near Sherry's house. 3 months after the murder, some documents from Sherry's case disappeared from the police station, including detectives' records of the investigation progress. The police were unable to locate the journals, but there were no significant leads. The case has remained unsolved for years. 7 years later, the lead investigator on the case retired, and the victim's father decided to meet with his replacement, hoping that he would take his job more seriously. Furthermore, it was 1993, and police were already actively using DNA analysis technology to solve crimes. Sherry's father requested a DNA analysis and offered to pay for it, but the detective declined due to the lack of a single suspect to compare the obtained profile to. Meanwhile, John started a new family and reunited with Stephanie. They planned to go to Hawaii together, but something unusual happened before that. The man called the detective and asked if they had any new evidence. Stephanie was a rising star in the police department, earning higher ranks, twice becoming Detective of the Year, and maintaining an impeccable reputation. Despite her marriage to another officer, she continued to sleep with John. In 2001, a separate unit was formed in Los Angeles to work on unsolved murders. They were assigned Sherry's case, along with thousands of similar cases, and the detectives began their investigation, left behind after a bite 2 years later. Detectives took up the case and sent all available evidence to the lab. Due to high demand, they had to wait nearly 2 years for the results, which came in January 2005. The evidence included nail fragments and blood samples from Sherry's apartment. Forensic scientists only needed to study the sample from the bite mark on her body. However, they couldn't find the vial for a day until they discovered it by the wall of a large refrigerator. After studying the sample, experts discovered foreign DNA belonging to an unknown woman. This lasted until February 2009, when a new detective took over Sherry's case and began studying the materials left by previous investigators. He questioned the robbery theory after discovering DNA from another woman near the victim's bite mark. Detectives reasoned that the motives for this crime could be very different, so they compiled a list of all the women who could be linked to Sherry's murder. As a result, they were able to collect 5 names, including Stephanie, the victim's work colleague, and 3 other young women. The detectives initially questioned Stephanie's involvement, citing her reputation and successful police career. For this reason, he decided to investigate the other suspects first. Together with other investigators, they quickly concluded that 3 women on this list had no connection to Sherry's death. They lacked motives and had alibi. Following that, they began investigating the nurse who worked with Sherry. File stated that their relationship was tense, and the police obtained a sample of her DNA from the trash she threw away. Experts extracted the profile and discovered that it did not match the saliva found at the bite mark location, leaving the detectives with only 1 suspect. Stephanie and several colleagues agreed to keep this information secret until they could obtain solid evidence or disprove this theory. None of them wanted to accuse a police officer with an impeccable reputation of murder, and Stephanie could easily ruin their careers using her connections. They began secretly gathering information on her, trying to find any connection to the murder. Interestingly, the woman worked in the same building on the same floor as them. Because of this, the investigators had to take many precautions and not even mention her name in their notes. Soon, the detectives discovered the first interesting fact during the years of the murder. Stephanie owned a .38 caliber revolver, the same type of gun that was used to shoot Sherry. They also learned that the victim had repeatedly complained about strange and even aggressive behavior from Stephanie. The fact that the police officer came to Sherry's workplace in her uniform and said rude things to her seemed suspicious. Even more suspicion was added by the fact that Stephanie had broken into Sherry's gated community and even into her apartment several times. After analyzing the reports and photos from the crime scene, the detectives concluded that the possible robbery seemed staged. Nothing was taken from the apartment, not even the valuable items that were prominently displayed, but instead only a player and stereo were taken away. Moreover, the shooter had to be well versed in how the gun worked in extreme conditions. They were able to wrap the gun barrel with a blanket in such a way that the neighbors did not hear a single shot. It is unlikely that a low-level thief of players could possess such skills, but a trained and experienced police officer could. Another fact indicating Stephanie's involvement was a stolen marriage registration certificate found in her apartment. Why would some random burglars look for this document and take it with them, leaving a whole box of jewelry behind? But for Stephanie, it could have had significant symbolic value. Perhaps killing Sherry was not enough for her, or she had planned to break into her apartment only for this document, but the woman caught her in the act. In the end, the detectives learned that 2 weeks after the murder, Stephanie came to the police station and filed a report of theft. According to this information, someone had broken into her car, which was left near the pier, and stolen several items, including a sports bag, clothes, videotapes, and a .38 caliber revolver. Given all the facts presented, the moment with the gun seemed very suspicious. Detectives suspected that she intentionally got rid of the weapon, disguising it as a theft. Furthermore, she filed a report at a different police station where nobody knew her, which seemed very strange since her colleagues would have taken the case with the utmost responsibility. As a result, the detectives decided to obtain a DNA sample from Stephanie. Several officers undercover followed her for a week until they finally had the opportunity to get it. On May 28, 2009, Stephanie and her stepdaughter stopped at a cafe for a snack. As soon as they left, the officers took the glass she drank from and sent it to the lab. The next day, the result was ready a full match. Despite the many factors pointing to Stephanie's involvement, the detectives were still shocked. It was hard for them to believe that a high-ranking and respected police officer was connected to the murder, but the DNA results were indisputable. However, at that moment, they did not have time for these thoughts, and investigators began developing a plan to arrest her. None of them wanted to do this in the middle of the police station in front of hundreds of officers. Moreover, Stephanie had extensive connections, and the detectives decided to lure her away from prying eyes. The chief of the Los Angeles Police Department was unofficially informed that one of his subordinates was suspected of the murder. The chief ordered the detectives not to approach Stephanie while she had her service or personal weapon with her. The detectives considered arresting her in her home, which was risky because she lived with her husband and stepdaughter. They devised a plan to entice the person who outranked them to surrender their weapon. They found holding cells in the basement of the police department designed for temporary detention of criminals, where anyone entering had to surrender their weapon. This led to the creation of a legend saint. Stephanie went with them to the basement where the suspect was supposed to be held. After the woman surrendered her weapon, they went to the interrogation room, but there was no suspect there. The detectives gradually laid out the cards on the table and asked Stephanie questions about Sherry's murder. At first, they simply said that they needed to ask her a few questions about an old case related to her ex-boyfriend over the course. The detectives let her go, but at the end of the corridor, Stephanie was met by several police officers wearing handcuffs. 23 years after the murder, the woman was arrested. Given Stephanie's extensive police experience, all attempts to speak with her during interrogations yielded no results. She had a perfect understanding of the situation. There was DNA evidence against her found near the bite mark on the victim's body, which was extremely difficult to refute. Nevertheless, she denied any involvement and maintained her innocence. As a result, the detectives were forced to prepare documents for transfer to court over the next several years. Stephanie was housed in a women's prison until the first hearings began in 2012. It took the police 3 years to basically rebuild the case from the ground up because their predecessors believed in a failed robbery. It was necessary to redo all of the materials, focusing specifically on Stephanie. Throughout the trial, the woman insisted on her innocence. Stephanie's lawyer questioned the DNA test results and argued that there were no suspicions against her during the initial investigation. However, the prosecution believed that Stephanie entered Sherry's apartment and shot her once. Sherry resisted and a struggle ensued, eventually leading to Stephanie's death. The trial concluded on March 8, 2012, with Stephanie being found guilty of murder by the jury. She received a sentence of 27 years to life in prison, plus an additional 2 years for using a service weapon. The judge reduced her sentence by 1,000 days, citing her good behavior and time spent in custody awaiting trial. Sherry's parents attempted to sue the detectives who first worked on the case, despite the fact that the victim's father had instructed them to look into Stephanie from the start. They ignored his words. This begs the question, were they purposefully concealing their colleagues' involvement, or did they truly believe she was not involved? In the first case, it would have been a serious crime, whereas in the second case, it would have been simple negligence and disregard for significant facts. The statute of limitations expired in this case, so the court did not prosecute the police officers. Stephanie filed an appeal after the trial, but it was quickly rejected. She still denies her guilt and can only petition for early release in 2039. Sherry's ex-husband John lost interest in investigating her murder and began a new life. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. A freshman at a prestigious university vanished without a trace after a sporting event, leaving her car and keys in the parking lot. The police did not investigate the case, believing that the young woman had simply fled, but her parents and friends were aware that something terrible had occurred. The mystery remained unsolved for 12 years, and it wasn't until the end that the truth was revealed. Shannon Melinda was born on October 20th, 1974, in Miami, USA, and her parents welcomed a second daughter, Monique, 5 years later. From a young age, the girls were taught that their first priority should be to obtain a good education. This approach had a significant impact on Shannon. She excelled academically from the start of her school career while also making time for various clubs and sections, where she outperformed her peers in every way. Shannon made it clear in high school that she wanted to pursue a career in politics or law. She led the school debate club and, in her final year, even gave speeches in the United States. Congress and the General Assembly of the United Nations are part of special training programs. Following these events, she decided she wanted to work for the Supreme Court. To achieve this goal, she required a solid legal education. Shannon submitted applications to several of the country's top universities. Given her perfect grades and extracurricular accomplishments, all universities and colleges were eager to accept her, but she chose Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia. In addition to being one of the top 20 universities in the country, Emory offered her a $15,000 annual grant for the first 4 years of study, which covered the majority of her tuition. She moved to Atlanta after graduation to pursue a degree in political science. The university made a strong impression on her. She quickly adjusted and made many friends. Shannon was able to find a part-time job despite receiving the grant. A few kilometers from her dorm was a softball field that needed employees, and her responsibilities included keeping track of the game's score. Shannon was forced to quit her job on March 26, 1994, due to an error made by her supervisor. That morning, another employee was supposed to keep score, but Shannon was accidentally added to the roster and agreed to work the game. Shannon arrived at the stadium around 8:40, and her shift ended 4 hours later. Usually after work, the young woman would stop at a nearby gas station to get a soda. That day, she also left, but no one saw her again. The stadium management had expected her to return after halftime to turn in her scorecard, but she never did. Her friend and roommate, Athena, was the first to sound the alarm. Shannon's absence from her dorm in the evening initially alarmed her. She had no other place to sleep and was unlikely to stay with anyone after not waiting for her roommate. The next morning, Athena decided to call Shannon's parents and see if they had heard from her in the previous 24 hours. Shannon's parents were at work at the time, so Monique, her younger sister, answered the phone. Monique informed Athena that she hadn't spoken with Shannon in a few days and promised to ask their parents when they returned home. Athena became increasingly concerned and told 2 mutual friends about Shannon's disappearance. They decided to look for her on their own. They got into their car and drove around campus. They eventually made it to Shannon's stadium, where they were met with a disturbing discovery. As they approached the stadium, they noticed a gas station nearby and were surprised to see Shannon's car. Her parents gave her a black Nissan 280SX as a gift. When they arrived at the gas station, they found the car empty, with the keys in the ignition and the doors unlocked. Shannon would never leave her car in such a state, which added to their anxiety. Her friends called the police because they suspected something terrible had happened. Unfortunately, the officers who arrived did not take the situation seriously. They took a quick look at the car and determined there was no evidence of a possible crime. Because there was no blood or signs of a struggle, the officers told the friends not to worry. They did not even collect fingerprints from the steering wheel or doors. Furthermore, they asked Athena to drive the car to the university parking lot, which she did. The officers spoke with the gas station attendants, who confirmed seeing Shannon around noon the previous day, but saw nothing suspicious. Shannon had most likely fled at the age of 19, according to the official police version. The case was not treated seriously. Shannon's parents decided to travel to Atlanta right away to join the search for their daughter. When they discovered that the police were unwilling to investigate, they did everything they could to change the situation, and their efforts were successful. Shannon was accepted into a non-profit organization by former President Jimmy Carter as a result of her connections after speaking in Congress. Shannon's parents had brought her disappearance to his attention. Carter and Senator Bob Graham secured FBI involvement in the case. Shannon's parents flew to Atlanta and started looking for their daughter. With the assistance of other students, they printed and distributed thousands of flyers about Shannon's disappearance. Later, her father rented a billboard and announced a $10,000 reward for any information leading to Shannon's location. The young female detectives identified several suspects among Shannon's acquaintances, but were quickly convinced of their innocence. 3 days after Shannon vanished, something interesting occurred. An unidentified man called the police hotline number listed on the flyers to report Shannon's appearance. He stated that the reporters made a mistake when reporting on the young woman's disappearance. Shannon was said to be wearing green shorts on the day she went missing, but they were actually blue. Furthermore, the caller stated that he had Shannon and would keep her as long as he wanted. Despite this distressing call, law enforcement continued to believe Shannon had simply fled somewhere. This assumption persisted for several days until April 6th, when an unidentified man made a second call. This time, he called the university's counseling center to inform them that Shannon was at his residence and was fine. He promised to call later and demand her return. Finally, he stated that he would leave Shannon's ring for the police near where he was calling to confirm his statements. This time, the FBI quickly traced the call and discovered that it originated from a payphone near a Burger King restaurant in suburban Atlanta. When detectives arrived at the location, they discovered the ring in a cloth baggie wrapped in duct tape. Shannon's parents confirmed that the ring belonged to her. This news brought them relief because it gave them hope of seeing their daughter alive again. Since then, they had been waiting for the perpetrator to call back and make his demands. This event prompted law enforcement to reclassify the disappearance case as a kidnapping. The police department appointed a new lead detective, who immediately pointed out his predecessor's lack of professionalism. He said that almost all of their actions were flawed. They did not take Shannon's fingerprints and instead asked a stranger to drive her car to another location. They also did little or nothing to investigate the case, believing that the young woman had simply run away and would return shortly. With this in mind, the investigators decided to rework every possible lead from scratch. The first thing they looked for was the softball field where Shannon was last seen the day she vanished. The fact that the young woman had been missing for several weeks added to the confusion. In addition, a championship game was held on the field that day, bringing the total number of visitors and participants to over 100. The detectives attempted to question as many people as possible, urging them to recall any suspicious incidents during the game. To their surprise, many people shared the same story. The only oddity in that game was the referee's behavior. According to the players and stadium staff, he was extremely dismissive of his job and was constantly distracted, even during important events. Instead of doing his job, he kept trying to talk to Shannon and ask her out. The referee's name was Calvin Hinton, but he preferred the nickname Butch. The 33-year-old man worked as a mechanic for Delta Airlines and refereed matches as a hobby. He had a wife, taught Sunday school at the church, and appeared harmless. The detectives dug deeper and discovered that Butch had left the softball field around the same time as Shannon. After speaking with his co-workers, they discovered another strange detail the day before the game. He had asked the other umpires to fill in for him because he was supposed to have a date. They were all aware that Butch was married, but he explained that his wife was out of town for a few days. When all of his co-workers said no, he called his boss and requested to leave the game early, explaining that his brother's wife was in the hospital and they had no one to leave the children with. Butch returned to the stadium 2 hours after leaving, still wearing his officiating uniform. He went into the locker room, changed, and then left. 3 hours later, he returned to the stadium and was spotted by a colleague and asked what he was doing there. Butch explained that he had forgotten to deliver his paycheck to the accounting department, but he didn't have it with him. Furthermore, Butch asked his colleague if he had seen where his car was parked for a man who had just arrived at the stadium. That question seemed strange. Investigators questioned Butch, who denied any involvement in Shannon's disappearance. He said that after leaving the stadium, he went straight home. As proof, he showed detectives several outgoing phone calls made within 40 minutes of leaving the stadium. He agreed to a polygraph interview, but failed. Almost all of his answers were found to be false, but they were insufficient to warrant his arrest. It was, however, enough to obtain a search warrant for his home, which was conveniently located near the Burger King where the police discovered Shannon's ring. Detectives discovered 2 additional intriguing facts. His neighbors claimed he lit a fire in the early morning hours following Shannon's disappearance. Later, Butch called his father and requested a handsaw, claiming that a tree had fallen on his car. Detectives went to his house with their service dogs but found no evidence of Shannon's presence there. However, they noticed 3 areas with overgrown soil. When they dug them up, they discovered something extremely creepy. There were dozens of women's clothing and shoes beneath the ground, as well as a sleeping bag and softball field scorecards. Experts examined the excavated clothing, showed pictures to Shannon's parents, and determined that none of it belonged to the young woman. Butch admitted he had no idea where these items on his property came from. He assumed they were left by the previous owners of the house. In the end, the police were in a difficult situation. A number of facts pointed to Butch's involvement in Shannon's disappearance, but there was no direct evidence against him. They hoped that a more thorough examination of Shannon's vehicle would yield results, but they were out of luck. Because the police did not collect fingerprints or DNA samples on the first day of the investigation, the experts were unable to locate them. However, they came to an interesting conclusion: someone had thoroughly wiped down the car, erasing any potential traces. In an attempt to gather hard evidence against Butch, one of the detectives discovered an intriguing fact. He examined the bag containing Shannon's ring and discovered that such items are not made for retail sale. He contacted the manufacturer and discovered that Delta Airlines was the only buyer of such bags in Georgia. According to the company, mechanics use the bags to store small airplane parts. As we recall, Butch was a mechanic for that company. The detectives thoroughly examined everything and discovered another tiny clue. In Butch's car, they discovered a piece of the same duct tape used to wrap the pouch. On the tape itself, the experts discovered microscopic particles of the same metal. After analyzing its composition, they determined that this compound is only used in the aviation industry. Despite this, the case remained frozen for several months. The police and Shannon's parents were certain that Butch was responsible for the young woman's disappearance, but no one could prove it. All evidence was circumstantial. When the airline learned of the suspicions against him, they fired him immediately. Previously, he had managed to mockingly boast to his colleagues that he was a suspect in a kidnapping. After reviewing his background, investigators discovered Butch had a lengthy criminal history. They were unaware of this at the start of the investigation because advanced criminal databases did not exist in the 1990s. It turned out that he had committed his first crime while a minor. He worked part-time and one day went to his boss's house, where only his wife was present. Butch attempted to tie her up but failed. The woman persuaded him to leave by promising not to tell anyone, but she then called the police. Butch was arrested but, due to his age, was only ordered to receive involuntary psychiatric treatment, despite admitting to intending to abuse the woman. When he was in his 20s and married, he was arrested again for kidnapping a 14-year-old girl. He called his younger brother's ex-girlfriend and scheduled a meeting, assuring her that his brother would accompany him. However, he arrived alone and, claiming to have a gift from his brother, tied her hands and led her to his home, locking her in the basement. Butch's wife discovered the victim and contacted the police. The girl told investigators that Butch had molested her, but he only received a 4-year sentence. She also revealed disturbing information: Butch had threatened her with the same fate as 2 previous victims. Butch was released early, less than 2 years later, and remarried, his new wife unaware of his criminal history. The police suspected he had other victims whose remains were never discovered. Investigators were never able to charge Butch in Shannon's case, so they continued to search for evidence without success. Butch was released from prison in December 2003 after serving an 8.5-year sentence. During that time, police were unable to connect him to Shannon's kidnapping, but they struck lucky. Butch frequently hinted to his fellow inmates about his involvement in the case. Detectives interviewed about 10 inmates, and one, Adonis Cornwell, remembered Butch's late-night confession. Butch claimed that Shannon was killed by the demons inside him, not by him, and that her body would never be found because it had been scattered to the wind. This testimony, combined with previous circumstantial evidence, enabled investigators to take the case to trial. Butch was arrested in August 2004 and charged with kidnapping and murder. According to the investigation, Butch saw Shannon at a gas station and lured her into his car using false pretenses. He threatened her and drove to his home. He then returned to the stadium, parked Shannon's car at the gas station, left the keys in the ignition, wiped away the prints, and left. When he returned home, he most likely abused, killed, and disposed of Shannon's remains. Many questioned whether the court would convict Butch without a body. At the time, there had never been a case in Georgia where a person was convicted without a body. Investigators worked hard to get the most out of the circumstantial evidence. They even brought in inmates to testify on Butch's confessions. Despite this, Butch maintained his innocence. Following the trial, the jury was unable to decide. Butch was found guilty of murder after 3 days of deliberation. Consequently, the court sentenced him to life in prison. He was 43 years old at the time, and in theory he should have spent the rest of his life in prison. But there was one unsettling detail: the perpetrator was eligible for parole every 7 years under the statutes in effect at the time of the murder. Butch attempted to challenge the court's decision but was unsuccessful, and 2 years later, in 2006, something very unexpected happened. He decided to confess to the murder. His story was almost identical to the prosecution's. He saw Shannon in the parking lot and suggested she go to Burger King for a meal. Shannon agreed, so they drove there in his car. After lunch, they returned to the field, but Butch missed the right turn, came to a halt, and complained that his leg was cramping. He asked Shannon to drive and sat in the back seat. He pulled out a prepared knife and threatened to make the young woman drive to his house. He tied her up and told her he would not hurt her. Butch stated that all he wanted to do was sell her car and then let her go. She remained calm and did not attempt to scream or fight back. Butch returned to the stadium and drove Shannon's car to the gas station, leaving the keys inside. He did this in the hopes that someone would steal it, which would throw the cops off guard after thoroughly wiping the steering wheel and other areas where he might have left fingerprints. Butch returned home, abused the young woman, and then left for the movie theater with his nephews and their parents. Apparently, this family outing was planned as an alibi. When he returned home, he continued to abuse Shannon while repeatedly promising to let her go as soon as he sold her car. He then allegedly began to realize the gravity of his actions and attempted to figure out what to do next. He went to bed, awoke a few hours later, and began to panic. He then went down to Shannon's house, wrapped a tie around her neck, and strangled her. According to Butch, she was sleeping at the time, and everything happened quickly. Next, he spent hours debating what to do with the body. By morning, he had decided to burn it, so he started a large fire and added fuel before putting the body in. He changed his clothes and attended the church service. When he returned home, the fire had allegedly consumed all remains. The man claimed that the unbearable weight of guilt forced him to confess what he had done, but it was difficult to believe. First, he made 2 taunting phone calls to the police and the university, claiming Shannon was still alive after having already disposed of her body. Second, he intended to kidnap another woman, his wife's closest friend. That day, as soon as his wife left town, he called her and invited her over, claiming that he and his wife wanted to meet her, but the friend declined, saving her life. Knowing this, can we speak of Butch's remorse and guilt? In addition, he claimed that the fire reduced the body to ashes in a matter of hours, which appears impossible. The man stated that when he returned home from church, there was no trace of Shannon. He allegedly waited for the ashes to cool before gathering and dumping them on the railroad tracks. Most likely, he lied and needed to bury the remains, including the bones, somewhere. But why would he do this? Butch's only option was to realize he might never be released and play the remorse game. However, if he had pointed out where the body was buried, his sentence could have been altered, denying him the opportunity to petition for release. Despite the fact that experts discovered traces of fuel, he continued to insist that the fire in his house was caused by a broken vacuum. He is currently in prison, and his next petition for parole can be filed in 2025, when he will be 64 years old. Shannon's parents are still fighting to prevent his release. The only question that remains for investigators to this day is whose belongings were buried in Butch's backyard. Was he involved in the deaths of other young women? Possibly in the dozens? Please leave your thoughts on this story in the comments, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Jasmine Block, a 15-year-old from Alexandria, Minnesota, had 1 month until the start of the new school year on August 8, 2017. She was having a great time boating with her friends during her summer vacation, but by nightfall, Jasmine was suffering from a headache. Sarah, her mother, suggested that she take it easy and wait for the pain to subside. Jasmine laid down after taking her mother's advice. Sarah had to leave for an urgent family matter at 10:30 p.m. Before leaving the house, she made sure Jasmine was okay and would attempt to get some sleep. Knowing that Jasmine's older sister and her boyfriend were at home gave her comfort. 3 hours later, Sarah found her younger daughter gone when she got home. To her surprise, the top portion of the pajamas she was sleeping in was on the floor, and Jasmine's phone, keys, and bag were all at home. She had also lost 2 pairs of shoes. At first, Jasmine's family thought she had just gone outside to get some fresh air in the hopes that her headache would go away, because she had never left a note before. She wasn't in the house, though. Because her daughter was terrified of the dark, Sarah was certain that she wouldn't flee, especially at night. This indicated that she had been abducted. Sarah became so worried that she called the police. Hundreds of locals and the police joined the search for the missing teen in the days that followed. Posters asking anyone who saw Jasmine to report her whereabouts were displayed everywhere. The young girl found herself in the worst nightmare imaginable as the hunt for Jasmine went on. A family friend named Thomas Barker visited them that evening on August 8th while she was trying to fall asleep despite having a headache. Since she was a young child, Jasmine has known Thomas Barker, the 32-year-old father of her best friend. The youngest of his 6 children was born only a month ago, and he was married. Jasmine believed him when he told her that his son was having a breakdown of some kind, and that he couldn't manage it alone. In an attempt to soothe his son, Thomas asked if she could accompany him to their house. Even though it was late, Jasmine was unable to turn down his request, but she had a hazy feeling of danger during the ride. Her instinct was correct. The story about his son's breakdown was really a pretext. Rather, Barker drove Jasmine 16 kilometers from her home to a remote mobile home in the neighboring town of Carlos. Barker attacked her out of the blue and used zip ties to bind her hands and feet. Jasmine's actual nightmare started inside the mobile home. Before attacking her, Barker threatened her with his gun. Once his craving was satiated, Barker told his victim why he had taken her hostage. He brought up the incident a few days prior when Jasmine fell while riding a bicycle with his son. She revealed a bruise on her body by slightly lifting her shirt. For Thomas, it was an innocent incident. The 32-year-old man's inappropriate thoughts were triggered by it, which ultimately led him to abduct her. Barker and Jasmine stayed in the mobile home for the next few days. After 3 days, Thomas's old friend Joshua Holby, 31, and his acquaintance Stephen Powers, 20, arrived at the house, decreasing Jasmine's chances of escaping. Jasmine was mistreated by all 3 men, but Stephen in particular was not ashamed to participate in the abuse. Although Joshua didn't try to hurt her, he also didn't try to free her or call the police. Jasmine was kept in a utility room most of the time and made an effort to keep quiet out of concern that they would hurt her or worse. At intervals, they fed her fast food and water, and all 3 of them tried to kill her several times. Barker tried to kill Jasmine twice in the 13 days she was left alone with him. His initial attempt to drown his captive was unsuccessful because Jasmine resisted and fought valiantly to save her life. On his second try, he came up with a darker scheme. He put her in a bag with the intention of drowning her in the bathtub. However, Jasmine was able to chew a hole in the bag, insert her fingers, then her hand, and eventually free herself when he left her in the bedroom to fill the tub. When Barker realized she was out of the bag, he became furious and hit her. He briefly gave up on trying to get rid of her but he later went back to his evil schemes with the help of his cronies. Stephen helped Barker attempt to drown Jasmine on the third attempt. He taped a sock shut after jamming it into her mouth, but despite both men's best efforts, the young girl was fighting for her life with great vigor and they were unable to overcome her. Joshua, the heaviest of the kidnappers, sat on top of Jasmine after the criminals realized that drowning her would not work and sandwiched her between two halves of a sofa bed with a pillow over her head. They had a very clear idea. They wanted Jasmine to choke, but she persisted in struggling, kicking, and fighting, so this plan also failed. Jasmine's fifth and last attempt on her life took an odd turn. Threatening her with a knife, the men made her stand on a number of stacked buckets, tied a noose around her neck, and fastened a rope to the ceiling. However, Thomas told Joshua to untie the noose because she might die after he unintentionally knocked over the buckets, causing them to roll on the floor. Evidently, the men found it difficult to cross the boundary of taking a life, even after all their efforts to get rid of Jasmine. Thomas later told Jasmine, dejectedly, that he was only doing this to avoid being caught with her because he was afraid of going to jail. The mobile home's door was unexpectedly knocked on almost a month after Jasmine was kidnapped. A policeman was circulating the neighborhood to ask about a theft that had nothing to do with the kidnapping. The policeman left after the three suspects, who were all inside the house at the time, declined to answer the knock. The criminals realized they needed to find another hiding place immediately following the officer's visit. After placing Jasmine in a sports bag and escorting her into their vehicle, they let her exit the bag. In an attempt to find a new place to hide the girl, they first went to a number of cornfields before setting up camp at an abandoned house in Grant County. Jasmine feared for her life at the hands of Barker and his cronies, and by this time she was certain that they had no intention of letting her go alive. But good fortune was on the girl's side. She had an opportunity because of the kidnappers' negligence and the forced relocation to a new location. The previous day, the men had come across a police vehicle while driving and quickly threw some illegal substances out the window. They made the decision to look for those substances at the new location and had to purchase supplies for both themselves and their captive. They left Jasmine sitting in another car, thinking she wouldn't go anywhere, and told her they would be gone for approximately an hour. Thus, Jasmine was alone for the first time in 29 days following her kidnapping. After waiting for approximately 5 minutes after Thomas's car had driven away, she plucked up the courage to get out and hurriedly jumped out. In the hopes of finding assistance, she hurried to the two closest homes, but they appeared to be deserted. She didn't even think twice before jumping into the water when she spotted a house across Thompson Lake. In order to swim more quickly, she removed her pajama pants and shoes. When she got to the opposite shore, she saw Thomas's car as she crossed a field and came out onto the road. Jasmine hurried to hide in the grass, keeping low and trying to control her labored breathing so she wouldn't be noticed. She was so relieved to discover that she had erred in putting someone she had never met before behind the wheel. Jasmine ran across the street and across the field to a house close by. On Tuesday afternoon, local farmer Earl Melcher was meant to be at work, but he had to go home because he had forgotten his tools. He saw something strange in the distance among the grass before he got into his pickup truck to return to work. He thought it might be a deer grazing his field from hundreds of meters away, but when he saw it was a girl, he turned on his car and headed in her direction. When Jasmine heard the car, she rushed to meet him. The man was astounded by what he saw when the girl arrived at Earl's pickup and opened the door. In a single breath, Jasmine exclaimed, "Call the police! I am Jasmine Block and I have been abducted." But Earl had already seen the girl's face on posters around town, so he knew who she was. For him, as a farmer and the father of 3 daughters, it was an incredible sensation. He turned on the car's heater, sat Jasmine down, and gave her a towel. He was going to take her to the hospital when he called 911, but the emergency dispatcher advised him to wait for the police. When the police got there, they saw an absolutely unbelievable scene. Jasmine yelled, "There's that car," as Earl assisted her in getting into the sheriff's assistant's SUV. "That car is there." Incredibly, Stephen Powers was just by their house at that precise moment. The suspect was immediately pursued by one of the officers, who jumped into his vehicle. Powers was taken into custody following a comparatively brief pursuit. Shortly thereafter, Joshua Holby and Thomas Barker were captured. Jasmine's family thanked the brave farmer who just so happened to be home on that fateful day in the days after she returned home. Earl received a reward of $7,000 from the police for helping to save the girl. "Thank you, Earl," said the police chief, praising his actions. "This world is a better place because of people like you." To which Earl replied respectfully, "Anyone could have called 911. I was in the right place at the right time by chance." Earl already knew what he was going to do with the reward money. He gave the money to Jasmine and her family and invited them to lunch. He clarified that, although the sum meant a lot to him, Jasmine's family needed it far more than he did. Their family and friends were shocked to learn that Thomas, Joshua, and Stephen were the ones who had abducted the girl, even though they had previous criminal records. According to Thomas's sister, she couldn't fathom how her brother, who has cerebral palsy and uses a walker, could have managed to kidnap a teenager. She added that she helped with the search for the girl, and that Barker's wife and mother even went to the house where he was keeping her, but they had no suspicions. Thomas Barker was given a 25-year prison sentence for his actions toward his son's friend a year after the kidnapping. He will spend the rest of his life listed as a violent offender. He can, however, apply for civil commitment after being released from prison, and, if accepted, he will live out the rest of his days in a specialized facility. Stephen Powers will spend 8.5 years, and Joshua Holby will spend 8 years behind bars. Even though the girl managed to get away, the 29 days that the three men held her captive had a profound effect on her. Never again will she be the same. Her words, "None of us will be." She has trouble sleeping because she fears nightmares, and every time she closes her eyes, she sees the faces of the kidnappers. Jasmine finds it difficult to trust people these days, so she withdraws from them. "Fortunately," acknowledged Sarah, her mother, "the world is not without kind people." Jasmine had the chance to visit a post-traumatic stress disorder specialist in Texas to try out novel therapeutic approaches. She brought 2 gadgets home from the meeting that have been effectively assisting her in managing her PTSD symptoms, anxiety, and nightmares. In addition to these resources, Jasmine says she has found comfort in talking to friends and creating art as a way to express herself. She is getting better every day. In order to support other girls who might have gone through something similar, she made the decision to share her story. Jasmine smiles and responds that she just wants everyone to know that she is doing well when asked if she has anything else to share. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This was only the start of a call in which Derek Rosa, a 13-year-old son, would divulge information so startling and unthinkable that even the experienced dispatcher would find it hard to believe what she was hearing. Officers arrived at the horrific scene within minutes. Unaware that they were going to come across one of the most unsettling cases they had ever come across, the police carried on with their investigation. Derek shockingly called 911 on October 12, 2023, to report that his mother, Irina Garcia, was hurt at their apartment in Hialeah, Florida. The most horrifying crime they could have ever envisioned began with that unsettling 911 call. Derek appeared to be experiencing intense grief during the call, as he told the authorities that his mother, Irina Garcia, had been confirmed dead. A 13-year-old son reporting the news to the dispatcher would have been a heartbreaking moment, but everyone was about to be shocked by the horrible secrets concealed behind this call. "I shared some pictures with my friends," he told the dispatcher. What images would he have been able to show his friends? Derek quickly gave the answer when he disclosed yet another startling fact that caught everyone off guard. It was shocking to hear Derek tell the dispatcher that he killed his mother. Derek's motivations are still unknown, but he was going to divulge information that would only make matters worse. The apartment was occupied by 3 people. Given that Derek and the newborn baby were in the apartment, the dispatcher recognized the urgency of the situation right away. To protect the infant, the police had to move quickly. To find out what had happened, detectives raced to the crime scene. Everyone in the area was shocked when the police arrived and took Derek into custody. Derek was standing with bloody hands and no remorse at all. Without any delay, the detectives got to work on their investigation. They found Irina lying on the bed with her newborn baby covered in blood, and they also found a pool of blood on the floor of her room. Derek had committed the heinous crime of stabbing his mother more than 40 times. After attempting to collect all of the evidence discovered in room 201, the authorities were taken aback when they came across a crucial piece of evidence that left the entire team in shock. Just before Derek dialed 911 on the evening of October 12, 2023, they first discovered the doorbell camera footage. When Irina was last seen, she was nursing her newborn child, according to the footage from the doorbell camera. A moment later, Derek showed up and hurried off. Derek asked why Irina always told him to run slowly after she told him, in Spanish, not to run too fast. Then he walked out of the apartment and then came back in. What might have caused that horrific crime? Derek might have been annoyed by his mother's worry, but the question was still unanswered. In addition to remembering Derek's 911 call exchange with the dispatcher, the detectives needed to figure out how he was carrying a weapon. Furthermore, just as he was about to reveal yet another unexpected development, the dispatcher asked if he had any weapons at home. He soon disclosed a startling reality. He acknowledged that after killing his mother, he intended to use the gun he had to end his own life. The fact that Derek had attempted self-harm shocked the detectives. It exposed his unstable mental state at the time of the murder. They were uncertain, though, whether it was the product of mental illness or a deliberate act. The video of Irina's murder was the first important piece of evidence the detectives were about to see, and they were shocked to find it. The video clearly showed Irina lying on the bed with her newborn baby gently comforting her. However, in a subsequent clip, Derek was seen standing over Irina with his hand in motion, suggesting that he'd attacked her while she was asleep. The knife that Derek claimed he used to attack his mother was also discovered by the authorities. Luckily, he didn't hurt his sister, but these pictures were sufficient proof that Derek killed his mother. In addition, he admitted that after killing his mother, he had sent 2 pictures to his online friend, one of himself and the other of his mother, who had passed away. His hand was obviously covered in blood in the picture he sent to his friend, which amply demonstrated the gravity of the situation. The revelation of a 13-year-old son who not only murdered his mother, but also dared to show pictures of the crime to someone was startling. Once the detectives gathered sufficient evidence, they became certain that something was wrong with Derek. The investigators recognized the importance of comprehending the family's history, as it could reveal information about Derek too. Without any delay, the investigators began their investigation to ascertain the precise cause of his behavior. They focused on investigating Derek's background and his family. Derek Rosa, a former model student, consistently made the honor roll and excelled academically. According to the teachers, they described him as a good boy and an intelligent one. He was very close to his mother, Irina Garcia. In the family, the one who received the most caring attention from Irina was Derek. For his emotional life, the relationship was therefore important. But when Irina became pregnant with a girl in early 2023, everything changed. The newborn's arrival somewhat altered the dynamics of the household. Derek was left feeling defeated on the sidelines as Irina instantly turned her focus to the baby. Derek was more emotionally affected by the shifts in family dynamics, which made him more shy and envious of his younger sister. According to some people involved in the case, Derek might have felt abandoned and believed that the new baby was receiving the same amount of love that his mother used to give him. Adding to the emotional strain mentioned earlier, Derek's father, Frank Ramos, was a truck driver who was often away from home due to his rigorous delivery routes. Irina had to take care of all the housework and childcare because he only came home a few times a month. Even though there were no overt signs of severe family strife, the investigators later came to the conclusion that Derek might have felt lonely and emotionally deprived as a result of the lack of a father figure and a newborn child. Derek became more and more resentful as the months went by. Over the course of the evening of October 12, 2023, it became violent. The video from the baby monitor that showed Derek standing over his mother while she slept was found by the police. This terrifying incident occurred shortly before Irina passed away. According to the police, Derek acted out of jealousy, displaced aggression, and a desire to win back his mother's affection and control over the family. The investigators felt compelled to question Derek in order to obtain a more thorough understanding. The investigators took extra care when questioning him because he was only 13 years old and might be dealing with psychological problems. Detective Gonzalez started asking Derek straightforward questions so he wouldn't feel threatened. They began by posing straightforward queries to Derek regarding his daily schedule. In order to learn more about Derek's whereabouts and mental state before the incident, the detectives immediately focused on the events of the morning of October 12. As he interacted with the authorities, Derek seemed composed and helpful, demonstrating a solid grasp of his family's dynamics. He talked about spending weekends with his stepfather, Frank Ramos, and the family didn't seem to be having any problems. After that, detectives turned their attention to what had happened that evening. Derek appeared to hesitate before answering this question when detectives asked it. Derek had been giving accurate information up until that point, but the detectives were about to ask a crucial question when he gave them an unexpected response. When the detectives asked him what weapon he used to stab his mother, he gave them an unexpected answer. Derek casually brought up the size of the murder weapon. He seemed to be casually speaking with the authorities, displaying no remorse, and he was not aware of the grave consequences of his crime. The detectives carried on their discussion. He disclosed yet another startling fact. He had stolen the gun from his stepfather's closet and tried but failed to shoot himself. They were hoping to learn more about his friend, with whom he shared the crime photos, and the conversation was going well so far. It was important to mention that he spoke with Sweden, an online friend, virtually every weekend. Additionally, Derek confided in him enough to share pictures of the crime, suggesting that they may have discussed something significant. As a result, the detectives quickly turned their attention to Derek's conversation with his friend. Detective Gonzalez noticed something on Derek's shirt just as he was about to mention the 911 call. He remained unaffected, even though the officers were appalled by the evidence of his crime on his shirt. Rather, he calmly held up his bleeding hand. Derek was clearly emotionally detached as he explained what he had done. The investigators asked the crucial question, and shortly after, the graphic depiction of Derek's crime surfaced, frightening them. It was genuinely terrifying when Derek described the crime in detail, demonstrating each stage of his assault on Irina with hand gestures. Derek was obviously fully conscious when he committed the crime. He was clearly uncomfortable when the detectives questioned him about why he killed his mother, and he quickly came up with a reason to use the restroom. Still, the investigators persisted in asking the same question. Derek asked for a lawyer after becoming uncooperative. Without Derek Rose's confession to explain his actions, the case was still being investigated. Nevertheless, detectives gathered enough evidence, such as CCTV footage, a knife found at the scene, and photos from the crime scene, to create a case. Given that Derek chose the best time and location to carry out the murder, this evidence demonstrated that he was a premeditated killer. Derek was charged with first-degree murder and made his first court appearance on October 15, 2023. He showed no remorse for the charges against him and remained emotionless and icy throughout the hearing. Derek's defense attorney asked for a postponement of the hearing, claiming that they had not yet received the state attorney's notice of intent. They also asked whether psychological factors might have been involved and talked about the part that some mental health conditions may have played. Evidence quickly refuted this, demonstrating that Derek had searched for prohibited items on Google at 6 p.m. on October 12, 2023. At 6 p.m. on October 12, he did conduct Google searches. He entered the following search terms: is a small knife good for killing? What is the best place to stab someone? And the carotid artery image diagram. This search history revealed evidence of planning, which bolstered the prosecution's claim that the act was planned rather than spontaneous. Derek was moved from the adult jail to a juvenile detention facility at the request of Derek's defense lawyers. They claimed that Derek needed a psychological test that could only be performed in a juvenile facility because of his age. The prosecution, however, disagreed, claiming that Derek's search history demonstrated premeditation and that this offense was extremely serious. But the defense also brought up his mental health problems. He had been diagnosed with ADHD by a psychologist and on the autism spectrum by another specialist. They further supported their case for Derek's placement in a juvenile detention facility by highlighting the fact that he had threatened to hurt himself. It was evident to the psychologists who examined the case that Derek's actions on that fateful night were the result of a well-thought-out plan rather than an impulse. He had planned what he was going to do, because he was captured on the baby monitor above Arena. The most concerning evidence of Derek's mental illness also surfaced after the crime, when he shared a selfie and a picture of his mother's lifeless body with a friend. This conduct revealed a lack of any fundamental humanity, which is a trait frequently lacking in psychopathic people. Throughout the trial, Derek's family steadfastly supported him in spite of the overwhelming evidence against him. One particularly poignant instance was when Derek's grandmother, representing his family's steadfast support, waved at him and blew him a kiss from the courtroom. At this point, more than 50 people were shouting Derek-supporting slogans while holding banners outside the court. On November 7, 2023, the organizers presented him as an innocent teen and a former honor student. Regardless of the offense, Derek's supporters argued for his opportunity to change. A hearing regarding the admissibility of evidence was held on December 15, 2023. Citing the premeditated nature of the crime, the judge decided, after considering the facts, that Derek would continue to be held in adult custody. His supporters criticized this decision, claiming it disregarded his age and mental health conditions. Derek's defense team keeps arguing for a lighter sentence as the case progresses, claiming that life in prison without the possibility of release would be unfair to a child of his age. The trial has come to represent the complexity of juvenile justice, bringing up tough issues for society to consider. Do serious crimes committed by minors deserve life in prison, or should they be given an opportunity to change? The court will further evaluate Derek's mental health and determine his ultimate sentence at the next hearing, which may be set for December 2024. Derek is currently being held in adult custody under 24-hour supervision while his family and the general public await the outcome. Traditional ideas of guilt, innocence, and rehabilitation in the legal system have been called into question by the case, which has had a long-lasting effect. What elements, in your opinion, might have contributed to Derek's choice to carry out this crime? His actions could have been motivated by a number of things, including jealousy, specific psychological issues, or the possible influence of his online friend. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On a typical winter morning in 2006, a young woman disappeared without a trace in the busy city of Orlando, Florida, leaving a lingering sense of unease. The city, which is well known for its tourist attractions and lively neighborhoods, was quickly engulfed in terror as the disappearance of one woman turned into a mystery that would trouble many people for years to come. This is the tale of 24-year-old Jennifer Joyce Kessie, whose abrupt and inexplicable disappearance rocked her friends, family, and the community at large. Kessie had a bright future. Jennifer's fate is still unknown, despite a thorough investigation and a plethora of leads, including an enigmatic sighting of someone throwing a rolled-up carpet into a nearby lake months after she disappeared. Law enforcement is still perplexed by her case. Her story has been sustained over the years by her family's unrelenting search for answers, which has stoked optimism that the truth about her disappearance will eventually be revealed. On May 20, 1981, Jennifer Joyce Kessie was born in Orlando, Florida. Jennifer developed into a determined, perceptive, and compassionate young lady as she grew older. She did exceptionally well in her studies and extracurricular activities, and her family was very proud of her achievements. After graduating from Tampa's Vivian Gaither High School, Jennifer continued her education at the University of Central Florida, where she earned a degree in finance in 2003. She soon got a job at Central Florida Investments, an Ocoee timeshare company, as a finance manager. At the age of 24, Jennifer was establishing a prosperous life, living on her own, and looking forward to the future. In order to invest in her future and start a new chapter in her adult life, she had bought a condominium at the Mosaic at Millenia complex in Orlando. Jennifer was a cherished friend, sister, and daughter. She was renowned for having compassion and a cheerful disposition. She was very close to her family, especially her brother Logan and parents Drew and Joyce. Her abrupt disappearance in January 2006 left her family and friends bewildered and devastated. as they had always been there for her. Jennifer had a typical workday at Central Florida Investments on January 23, 2006. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, she left work, called her father, and then talked to her boyfriend. They talked about her recent trip, a brief getaway she had taken with him that had been a welcome diversion from her hectic life. The last verified conversation anyone had with Jennifer was during this call. Her boyfriend was worried when he did not receive his regular call on January 24, because she had a habit of calling him every morning. Her employer called her family when she failed to show up for work, and the morning passed without any communication from her. Since Jennifer was regarded as trustworthy and accountable, her family was aware that something was amiss. In the hopes that she would be there or that they would discover some clue as to her whereabouts, her parents drove to her condo. Jennifer's condo showed no signs of forced entry when they got there. It appeared from the scene inside that she had begun her morning as usual. Her towel was still wet, and her work clothes were neatly laid out, so there was proof that she had showered, dressed, and gotten ready for work. But she was nowhere to be found. There were no obvious signs of a struggle, and nothing seemed out of place. On January 26, 2006, 2 days after Jennifer Kesse disappeared, a big lead surfaced that gave some hope. Only a mile from her own condo, her black 2006 Chevy Malibu was found abandoned at the Huntington on the Green apartment complex. Although the car had been abandoned in a parking lot, no one was immediately interested in finding it. It was the video that the complex's security cameras had recorded. The video showed someone parking Jennifer's car, quietly exiting and leaving. But the video quality was so bad that it didn't provide many hints. Any identifying physical features were blurred, and the figure's face was hidden. Although it was evident that the person was male, the video offered no specific information regarding the person's height, physique, or attire. The suspect was later referred to by one journalist as the luckiest person of interest ever, considering the scant evidence provided by the video. Based on the hazy video, the FBI was called in to help identify the person's size and gender, but they were only able to estimate that the person was between 5 feet 3 and 5 inches tall. NASA attempted to extract clearer images from the video as well, but the suspect remained a dark figure with few distinguishing features. Investigators and Jennifer's family were disappointed when no conclusive identification could be made, despite their best efforts. In search of crucial hints, investigators focused on Jennifer's car, while the surveillance footage was still inconclusive. The vehicle's forensic analysis produced very little evidence. Despite the discovery of a small DNA fiber and a latent fingerprint, the case did not advance. The car had clearly been completely cleaned, indicating that whoever had left it had taken great care to remove all traces of themselves. The car was missing a number of things, including Jennifer's briefcase, purse, keys, iPod, and cell phone. The mystery was further complicated by the fact that her phone was still off and her bank account had not been accessed, in addition to these missing possessions. Authorities were unable to provide a definitive explanation for Jennifer's disappearance, which seemed to be more intentional. Jennifer Kesse's family and close friends were the first to be questioned, as is typical in cases involving missing persons. The goal of the investigation was to find out if Jennifer's family members had any reason to hurt her. Her ex-boyfriend, with whom she had broken up before dating Rob Allen, was among the first individuals questioned. Jason Schofield was his name, and he had recently stated that he wanted to resume their relationship, but it was soon determined that he was not responsible for her disappearance. Jennifer's then-boyfriend Rob Allen was also questioned. Rob, a British expat residing in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, had met Jennifer while visiting Orlando in 2005. Rob and Jennifer had been dating for a year when she vanished from sight. Rob and Jennifer made it a point to spend every weekend together, despite living roughly 3 hours apart. Jennifer's mother, Joyce, remembered that her daughter was in love and that the couple seemed to have a close relationship. Jennifer had taken a weekend trip to St. Croix with Rob a week prior to her disappearance. Rob said the trip was a unique experience. On January 23, 2006, Jennifer called her mother on her way to work after returning from St. Croix. After the trip, Jennifer was obviously happy, excited, and full of life. Joyce remembered how she sounded elated as she shared every detail about the trip and said she was on a cloud. She continued to communicate with her family as usual, speaking with her father and brother later that day. Around 10 o'clock that night, Jennifer made her last phone call to Rob Allen. Regretfully, the discussion did not conclude favorably. The strain of the long-distance relationship was starting to get to Rob, who confirmed that they had a disagreement during the call. Rob insisted that despite their sporadic difficulties, there was no sign that Jennifer had been angry or afraid about anything while they were speaking. He had no idea that he would never talk to Jennifer again after this call. Because it was not unusual for romantic partners to be involved in missing persons cases, investigators closely monitored Rob Allen while he was being questioned. But Rob's alibi was confirmed. There was no proof that he was involved in Jennifer's disappearance, and he had been in Fort Lauderdale when she vanished. The possibility that someone she knew might have been involved was nevertheless not ruled out by Jennifer's family, which included her parents Joyce and Drew Kess. They remained watchful due to the emotional toll of the investigation and their fear of not knowing what had happened to their loved one. In particular, Jennifer's parents held out hope that someone would come forward with information that would help explain her disappearance. As investigators looked into every possibility, the investigation grew, but Jennifer's family remained committed to getting the truth. They never thought Rob Allen or any of Jennifer's family members had any motive to hurt her. Instead, as the investigation continued, they sensed that the mystery grew more complex. The investigation into Jennifer's disappearance evolved into a search for justice and the truth about what had happened to a lively young woman who appeared to have a promising future. Jennifer's condominium complex was going through major renovations when she vanished. The fact that many of the complex's employees did not speak English presented a problem for investigators. Jennifer had complained to her family that she was frequently whistled at, catcalled, and otherwise uneasy by the construction workers. Many of the employees were unable to be interviewed by law enforcement due to the language barrier, making them possible but evasive suspects. According to the surveillance footage, the person seen exiting Jennifer's car was dressed in white overalls, which are typically worn by manual laborers or painters. This made investigators question whether the person in the video was a construction worker on the property when she vanished. Nevertheless, the lead remained frustratingly ambiguous in the absence of additional evidence connecting the individual in the video to a particular employee. Jennifer's parents appeared in court in 2009 to request the case's release. Interviewing a former housekeeper who had worked at the complex gave detectives an unexpected lead. When the woman saw CCTV footage of the suspect, she surprised law enforcement by stating that the figure's gait, attire, and hairstyle reminded her of a man she knew from the complex named Chino, although she was unable to confirm that it was him. Her identification was a clue worth following up on. Chino had been employed at Jennifer's complex as a maintenance worker only a week prior to Jennifer's disappearance. He had even resided in a different complex building. It was quickly discovered by investigators that Chino was well known within the complex and that some residents remembered him mistreating women. Although investigators had no hard proof to connect Chino to the crime, a tip from the early stages of the investigation raised the possibility that he was involved in Jennifer's disappearance. When it was revealed that Chino was already serving time in a Florida prison for the statutory rape of a teenage girl, a crime he committed 2 years after Jennifer vanished, the case took yet another unexpected turn. Chino cooperated when asked about Jennifer's case and denied any involvement. He even consented to and passed a polygraph exam. Still, the lead cooled off once more. Jennifer's family became more and more irate with the Orlando Police Department's OPD handling of the case as the days stretched into weeks, and those weeks into months. Police refused to label her case as cold, which would have prevented the allocation of more resources, despite her persistent efforts. The family felt that law enforcement could have done more, but this decision left them feeling abandoned. When the family filed a lawsuit against the OPD in 2018 to gain complete access to Jennifer's case files, their frustration reached a breaking point. The Kesse family was granted access to more than 600 pages of documents and hours of audio and video recordings following a grueling legal battle. They hoped the documents would shed light on Jennifer's disappearance and offer fresh leads. Michael Torretta, a private investigator, was hired by the Kesse family to go through the case files and return to the crime scene. Interviewing former complex residents was Torretta's first step, and he was shocked by what he learned. Jennifer's neighbor Colleen recalled that the complex used to be a secure neighborhood. She and other women, however, started to feel uneasy when workers started residing in empty apartments throughout the complex. Nothing had been done despite their complaints about the workers' inappropriate behavior to the leasing manager. Several other women who had resided in the complex were also interviewed by Toretta, and they all voiced similar worries regarding the construction workers. Tammy, a neighbor, reported that she had observed odd occurrences in her apartment, including footprints discovered in her closet, her underwear drawer being thrown, and the shower appearing damp as though someone had used it. Tammy even caught a man on her patio who she thought was one of the employees looking at her. Once more, the name Chino came up. Another woman remembered how uncomfortable it was when Chino would frequently approach her in the parking lot late at night. Suspicion was heightened when Chino moved out of the complex in the middle of the night, 9 months after Jennifer vanished. Eventually, Toretta found Chino, who had served time for statutory rape and was now at liberty. He once more denied any involvement in Jennifer's disappearance, despite his cooperation and insistence on his innocence. According to Toretta's main theory, one or more employees who had been residing in the apartment complex targeted Jennifer. Toretta said the workers, many of whom had been crammed into a single apartment, probably moved in after Jennifer locked her door early on January 23rd. They are thought to have pulled her into one of the empty apartments in the area. Unfortunately, since many of the workers were undocumented and had no long-term connections to the complex, there is no record of their identities. 10 months after Jennifer's disappearance, a person was observed throwing a rolled-up piece of carpet into a lake near her condo, according to additional investigation. Because workers had been installing carpet in the building across from Jennifer on the day of her disappearance, this discovery seemed especially intriguing. In 2019, a dive team searched the lake, but they were never able to find any carpet. In order to preserve Jennifer's memory in the public consciousness and media, Drew, Joyce, and Logan persisted in following up on every possible lead. To raise funds for the costs of a private investigation, they set up a GoFundMe page and urged anyone with information to contact a special tip line. CrimeCon appearances, social media appeals, and public awareness campaigns all helped to keep the case in the public eye, but none of them yielded the answers they so desperately needed. Jennifer's family persisted in seeking justice in spite of the obstacles. After years of advocacy, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FDLE, took over Jennifer's case in 2022. This change was welcomed by the Kesey family, who thought that FDLE's resources and experience might finally provide the answers they were looking for. Joyce, Kesey, and Drew were cautiously optimistic, pointing out that the investigation entered a new phase with FDLE's involvement. There was hope that the case might make progress thanks to the agency's sophisticated forensic tools and investigative resources. The same period saw the publication of a book by Jennifer's uncle, Bill Gilmore, which described the family's search for her. He told tales about Jennifer's life and the unsolved mysteries surrounding her disappearance through public speaking engagements and appearances at events such as CrimeCon. His efforts strengthened Jennifer's case and brought attention to the family's dissatisfaction with the OPD's initial handling of leads and evidence. Jennifer Kesey's disappearance has had a profound impact on her family, particularly on her brother Logan and parents Drew and Joyce. The lack of answers has caused them to suffer emotionally for almost 20 years. There is a sense of lost time every year that goes unresolved, such as holidays and birthdays they never spent with Jennifer. They hope for closure in spite of the heartache. Their extended family and close friends also feel the pain, and they keep helping with the search and spreading the word. Despite the uncertainty, the family is steadfast in their conviction that the mystery will be unraveled. The youngest, Logan, shares his parents' desire for justice after seeing their suffering. The Kesses are steadfast in their pursuit of the truth and in preserving Jennifer's memory. No matter how long it takes, they are adamant about finding answers and won't give up until justice is done. Their strength is demonstrated by their tenacity in continuing to search for almost 20 years. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman disappeared as though she had just melted into thin air. She didn't come home one morning even though everything around her appeared to be completely normal. There were no signs or calls, just a harrowing quiet and a deluge of unsolved questions. What might have transpired during those brief hours? By whom was she last sighted? Everyone who knew her was shaken by her disappearance. which signaled the start of a sinister and twisted tale filled with secrets and suspicions that turned into a nightmare beyond anyone's wildest expectations. An important turning point in Asolepayeva's life occurred in April 2021. She had long wished for a better life, one that was full of chances to live more comfortably with her loved ones. Then, like a beacon of light, an offer materialized. It came from her cousin's husband, Murat Meyerbekov. She had known Murat for years, and he was a car salesman in Georgia. Abruptly, he extended his hand and said he needed an assistant immediately. He told Aysel that the work, which would involve assisting with paperwork and managing car transfers for clients from Kazakhstan, would be simple and even exciting. It seemed to Aysel like a gift from fate, an unanticipated chance. Murat went into great detail about her duties, which would include managing the car sales process, setting up meetings, and preparing paperwork for clients. He clarified that Georgia's auto industry was flourishing and that there was a strong demand for used cars, particularly from Kazakhs searching for less expensive models. Additionally, he said that his staff was amiable and prepared to assist Aysel in settling in and feeling comfortable. The offer appeared to her as a long overdue reprieve from her cycle of constraints and issues. Everything seemed ideal: a $500 monthly salary, paid housing, and a flexible schedule. Aysel's prospects had never been so bright, and she thought her dreams might finally come true. She felt hopeful for a better future and financial independence when she considered working overseas. She had plans to support her parents in their later years, save money for her own apartment, and put money aside for them. She felt strong and confident that she was making the right decision because of these hopes. Aysel was raised in Kaban-Bay Betir, a small village encircled by endless, vast steppes in the Akmola region of Kazakhstan. She lived here for the majority of her life, seeing many of her classmates go through the normal village routines of getting married young, working on nearby farms, or finding employment in agricultural businesses. There were few options in the village, and opportunities were frequently reduced to a daily struggle for survival. Aysel, however, had higher hopes. The lure of large cities, the possibility of altering her fate, and the aspiration to accomplish more all enthralled her. In search of her identity, Aysel relocated to Nur Sultan after high school. There she found work as a fitness club receptionist and lived with her older sister, who helped her through difficult times. Although working as a receptionist gave her a reliable source of income, the salary was low, and she was still unable to realize her dream of owning her own apartment. She cut back on little things and saved every extra tennet she could, all the while clinging to the hope that one day she would have her own place, where she could make a comfortable home and experience the independence she so desperately desired. Aysel thought she could improve her family's situation in addition to changing her own destiny. Since her parents had put in so much effort to raise her and make sure she had everything she needed, she wanted to return the favor. However, reality showed her that her dreams were still a long way off, month after month. She was aware that it would be extremely difficult to achieve the degree of financial security required to support herself and her loved ones back home. Although it provided some stability, her job at the fitness club did not provide any of the opportunities she so desperately wanted. Then her cousin's husband, Murat Meyerbekov, offered her a job in Georgia. For Aysel, this appeared to be the opportunity she had been seeking. It was well known that Murat knew business, and he talked confidently about the opportunities he could present. He clarified that he handled car sales in Georgia, serving Kazakhstani buyers seeking more reasonably priced cars, and that he needed an assistant to assist with paperwork and client relations. The offer wasn't taken lightly by Aysel. She discussed it extensively with her older sister, who was first apprehensive and gave it careful thought while assessing the dangers. Her sister was concerned about Aysel traveling to a foreign nation, far from home, and being in the company of strangers. Nonetheless, Murat persuaded them that Georgia was secure, that he would personally protect her, and that the position might be a fantastic first step toward a better future. Aysel was aware of the dangers, but her determination to make a difference in her life overcame her uncertainties and anxieties. She kept thinking that this might be her only chance to escape the constraints of her current circumstance. Although she was aware that it wouldn't be simple, she had faith in her ability to overcome any obstacles. Despite all of her uncertainties and fears, Aysel decided to accept the offer because she was sure that it was her opportunity to change her future. This was her chance to escape her routine, and she was going to take advantage of it. Despite their limited financial resources, Asel was supported by her family. Despite leading modest lives themselves, her parents and sisters supported her emotionally and shared her aspirations. Asel had no idea at the time that this chance would trigger a series of unanticipated circumstances that would fundamentally alter everything. Eager and hopeful, Asel took a plane to Georgia shortly after. She felt that this move marked the start of an exciting new chapter in her life. When she got there, she moved into Murat Mirabekov's apartment in Rustavi. Murat assured her that although the apartment was small and had some older furniture, it was only meant to be a temporary place for her to stay until she found a better place to live. Asel initially communicated with her family on a regular basis, sharing her experiences in her new life. She talked excitedly about the local food she was sampling and praised the city's historic streets and distinctive architecture. She enjoyed even the small things, such as strolling through Rustavi in the evening. Everything appeared so novel and fascinating. She sounded content and assured in her choice, and her voice exuded real excitement. Her mother could hear the joy in her voice whenever she called home. Asel talked positively about the local traditions and the friendly, hospitable people she encountered. But after a few weeks, things began to shift. Asel started making fewer calls, and her chats became more circumspect and brief. Her voice carried undertones of fatigue and occasionally a trace of concern. Something seemed to be hidden from her. Asel gave evasive responses when her mother inquired about her health, typically attributing her weariness to her job. Her words sounded less convincing than before, but she insisted that everything was okay. Her mother became more anxious and made more attempts to contact her daughter, but many calls were not returned. Her family's concerns increased as each conversation became more reticent and brief. Asel's mother was able to contact her via video call one day. She waited tensely for her daughter's face to appear on the screen. The screen showed a room she didn't recognize in place of the familiar scene. The room looked cluttered and uncomfortable. There were strewn about belongings and furniture that appeared to have been hurriedly moved, as though someone had left in a hurry or didn't care to keep things neat. Her mother was alarmed and inquired as to what was happening and why the room appeared that way. Asel dismissed it with excuses about being busy without providing a clear explanation. She said she had a lot of work to do and abruptly ended the call. With every unanswered question and every fleeting, evasive exchange, her mother's anxiety only grew more intense. A passerby in Tbilisi's Didi Digomi neighborhood discovered the lifeless body of a young woman beneath a high-rise building's windows on the morning of May 16. At first, nobody knew her name, and she was only dressed in a t-shirt. Investigators would soon identify her as Asel Aitbayeva, however. One of the most important pieces of evidence in the case would be her last words, which she recorded and sent to her best friend. Several attempts to reach Asel had been unsuccessful in the hours before that tragic event. When Asel left a voicemail for her friend late on May 5, the anxiety grew. A man's voice could be heard on the recording berating Asel and accusing her of taking advantage of him. He identified himself as Besso. Anger dominated his voice as he threatened Asel, accusing her of betraying him and demanding that she pay the price. A feeling of dread overcame Asel's friend as she heard the message. She was terrified for her friend's safety and realized that things were becoming dangerously out of control. Asel disclosed in the same message that she was shaken and scared after Besso had turned to physical violence. She talked about feeling stuck, having nowhere to go, and not knowing where to look for assistance. The friend tried calling her back right away, but the calls kept dropping, and Asel didn't answer, which only made her anxiety worse. Asel's distant relative, Murat Mirbekov, who had enticed her to Georgia with the promise of employment, was the subject of growing suspicion. Later, investigators would discover that Mirbekov had exploited Asel's precarious position by brutally mistreating her twice and betraying her confidence. He took advantage of the fact that she had no support system and was alone in a foreign country. He then gave her to a man named Besso, either as a promise of payment or in return for a car. Asel was left stranded, essentially trapped, with new threats every day. She felt she couldn't approach the authorities because she was afraid they wouldn't believe her, or that telling them about the situation would make it worse. Any potential escape seemed unattainable due to the overwhelming sense of helplessness and isolation. The intensity of Asel's fear for her life was made clear in her last chat with her friend. Her voice was filled with fear and desperation, and she was clueless about how she would ever escape this predicament. Although her friend wanted to help, he was unable to act quickly enough. Assel's body was found beneath the windows of that tall building on the morning of May 6. Georgian authorities confirmed the identity of the man involved in the tragic case of Assel Aitbayeva. He was Besik Tordua, a 57-year-old Georgian with a troubled past who was known in criminal circles as Beso. He had a history of aggressive behavior and had previously served a 10-year sentence for auto theft. Beso had already left Tbilisi and was making his way toward the border in an attempt to avoid capture by the time news of Assel's death reached the public. But the police moved quickly, and he was captured in a day. In the meantime, the man who had invited Assel to Georgia, Murat Mirbekov, returned to Nur Sultan as soon as he learned of her death, apparently in an attempt to avoid any repercussions. As they attempted to piece together the circumstances surrounding Assel's premature death, her family, friends, and the authorities were left in a state of uncertainty. Assel had contacted a friend a few days prior to the tragedy, requesting a loan of 1,000,000 tenge, roughly $220, to pay for travel expenses. She probably didn't want to worry her family, so she didn't call them, but in the end, her independence backfired. The fact that her friend was unable to help because of financial concerns among her loved ones. Her family vehemently disagreed with the Georgian police's initial assumption that Assel had purposefully leaped from the window. They were aware of Assel as a vibrant, upbeat young lady who was planning her future. She had thought that the Georgia job opportunity would help her get better off financially and get closer to her goal of owning her own apartment. To the police, the conclusion seemed unimaginable. The injuries on Assel's body that didn't fit the description of a normal fall from a great height particularly worried her mother. Assel's mother noticed some unsettling details as soon as her body was returned to Kazakhstan. Her arms and legs were unharmed, and she did not have any of the common fractures that happen after a fall. Oddly, she was holding her arms across her chest, which is not the proper position in these situations. Additionally, her head was free of the typical trauma associated with falls from high altitudes. The internal injuries, which included a ruptured spleen and other organ damage, were even more worrisome as they raised the possibility of serious abuse. Her body also had several burns that resembled cigarette marks before she died, and some of her teeth had been knocked out, which raised the horrifying possibility that she had been tortured. The family's suspicion that Assel had been abused in her last hours was only strengthened by these disturbing findings. Her mother was shocked that her daughter would act in such a drastic manner. When her body was returned home, the disturbing details that surfaced only raised more unsettling questions, none of which seemed to have definitive answers. According to an examination, Assel had been mistreated prior to her passing. In an effort to create the impression that Assel had committed suicide, her mother insisted that her body had been placed beneath the high-rise's windows after she had already passed away. The Georgian police did not carry out any additional investigations and refused to admit any criminal involvement in Assel's death, in spite of these alarming facts. While in detention, Besik Tordua, popularly known as Beso, first refused to cooperate. He acknowledged that there had been physical contact, but insisted it was consensual after investigators disclosed that evidence verified an intimate encounter with Assel prior to her passing. Besik Tordua claims that it all began on April 30, 2021, when he learned that Assel had been severely abused twice by her captor, Murat Mirbekov, who had brought her to Georgia. Beso said he was furious and made the decision to discipline Mirbekov. He claimed that after confronting and physically abusing Mirbekov, he threatened to make sure he left the nation and avoided Assel. Beso Tordua allegedly offered Assel a room at his house after this and pledged to keep her safe. He asserted that Assel spent a number of days with him and that he made an effort to look after her, assisting her in overcoming the trauma. He maintained that they developed a mutual sense of trust and that any intimacy they had was voluntary. According to Besik Tordua, Assel left her alone in the living room to take a shower the night before he passed away. She was gone when he got back. Assel's body was on the ground below, beyond a fence, when Beso found the balcony door open and looked down. Panic struck. Given his connection to Assel and his criminal history, he was afraid that he would be held accountable for what had transpired. According to Besik Tordua, he ran downstairs and got close to the fence but lacked the bravery to scale it. He claimed that after standing there for a short while in terror, he ran from the scene because he was afraid of being blamed for her death. He acknowledged that in order to avoid any possible consequences, he then made the decision to leave the city. Basic Tordua died in a prison hospital in July 2021. Although a heart attack was listed as the official cause of death, Asel's mother maintained that he had been beaten. His death may have been staged to keep him from going to trial, the family suspected. Basic Tordua had been facing a possible sentence of 8 to 12 years for his offenses when this occurred, and the legal proceedings were still in progress. After examining a voicemail Asel had left to her friend just before she passed away, investigators began to doubt his account before he passed away. Asel expressed fear of Beso and mentioned threats from him in the recording. Any assertions of a consensual relationship are called into question by references to aggressive behavior. One aspect of the case that attracted a lot of attention was the suspicion held by authorities that Basic Tordua may have coerced Asel. He was never officially accused of being the cause of her death, though. Although his actions might have pushed her to act in a desperate manner, the official position remained that there was insufficient evidence to pursue additional charges. The lawyer in Asel's family had a different opinion. They believed that she had been murdered and that the death was staged to make it look as if she had committed suicide. The injuries discovered on her body and the circumstances surrounding her fall, which didn't match the usual outcome of a leap from that height, confirmed this theory. When Murat Mirabekov returned to Kazakhstan, he was captured. He was accused of both human trafficking and aggravated assault. Asel's parents petitioned to have him extradited to Georgia for trial because they thought he was directly responsible for her death. Local authorities, however, took a while to address their requests or look into the matter further. Things didn't start to change until Asel's mother's morgue photos were uploaded online. The prosecutor's office took the issue more seriously after the pictures sparked public outrage. Journalists and the general public both took notice of Asel's untimely death and began their own online investigations. Details started to surface, some of them unverified. On the night of the tragedy, witnesses reported seeing two men allegedly push Asel off the balcony. Police stated that they had not discovered any evidence to support the rumors that the incident was captured on video. Asel reported Murat Mirbekov's violent actions to the local authorities after arriving in Georgia in order to obtain protection, but her requests were ignored. When Georgian journalists started looking into the case themselves, it became clear that the police had done nothing. One of Asel's acquaintances in Tbilisi consented to testify amid the events that were taking place. He revealed that Asel had sent him a desperate message the day before the tragedy. She mentioned Mirabekov in her message, claiming that he had attacked her twice. She talked about the intense psychological anguish she was experiencing in addition to the physical pain. She had requested assistance, but was hesitant to demand it because she still believed she could manage things independently. Being stranded in a foreign nation without any support system made Asel feel trapped. She tried to remain strong despite her fear of Mirbekov, she confided in her acquaintance. Despite her persistent belief that she could find a way out, she frequently talked about feeling as though she was in a hopeless situation. The inquiry also turned up other information. In addition to offering Asel a job in Georgia, Mirbekov had made similar promises to other young Kazakh women. He had promised them good jobs, good wages, and good housing. Luckily, none of them had agreed to his terms. Some had found his messages, which emphasized the ostensibly exceptional opportunities he could offer, to be especially persistent. All the women, however, had refused. Later, their families thanked them profusely for their foresight, saying it had prevented them from being in danger. The case took a dramatic turn by the end of July 2022-208. After more investigation, Georgian forensic experts found Mirbekov's DNA traces on Asel's clothing, which is a crucial piece of evidence. This bolstered the prosecution's case in court and validated witness statements. Ultimately, the work of investigative journalists and the new evidence obtained through forensic analysis started to provide a more comprehensive picture of what Asel had gone through in her last days. The truth was slowly emerging in spite of all the barriers. One of the most talked about occasions in Kazakhstan was Murat Mirbekov's trial in Nur-Sultan. The case gained even more public attention when Georgian investigators, who were invited to the proceedings, presented the evidence and conclusions they had gathered. The tension in the courtroom was evident when Mirbekov showed up. He insisted he had nothing to do with Assel's death or any violent actions toward her, even in the face of overwhelming evidence to the contrary. He maintained that he was innocent and that he had been falsely accused. Those in attendance were left perplexed and incensed by his cold-blooded attitude and total lack of regret. Given the seriousness of the situation, Myrbekov's aging parents made the decision to apologize to Assel's distraught family. They hoped that their gesture would provide the victim's loved ones with some small solace. Myrbekov, however, continued to deny any wrongdoing and showed no interest in any attempts at reconciliation. The prosecutor made a resolute and firm statement. He offered a story that implied Myrbekov had given Assel to him for his own benefit, in an effort to improve relations with a strong Georgian man named Bashik Tordua. The prosecutor stressed that Myrbekov knew he was seriously endangering Assel and was well aware of Bashik Tordua's violent tendencies and criminal history. Tordua was infamous. He was so feared by the locals that they avoided him at all costs. According to the prosecutor, Assel was under constant pressure, and her desperate attempts to flee an intolerable circumstance resulted in the horrific events that ultimately led to her tragic demise. She had been pushed to the limit, feeling hopeless and in great distress, with no way out. Myrbekov was already a father of 2, and his wife was expecting their 3rd child. It was disclosed during the trial. Having a family should have deterred him from committing crimes, the court suggested, taking these circumstances into account as mitigating factors. Witness statements and the evidence, however, made it abundantly evident that he was involved in grave crimes in spite of these specifics. It became clear that his role as a father and his obligations to his family had not prevented him from acting cruelly. The court's final decision was rendered on August 2, 2022. Myrbekov was convicted of both acts of aggression and human trafficking. He received a 15-year sentence in a maximum security facility. The court also mandated that Myrbekov compensate Assel's parents for the emotional harm they had suffered by giving them 5 million tenge, or about $10,500. Although no monetary settlement could ever fully compensate her family for the loss of their daughter, this sum served as a symbolic recognition of the anguish and suffering they had to endure. Assel's family was not happy with the outcome, even after the verdict and the compensation. They were convinced that Assel had been the victim of a premeditated crime and that the case was far from over. Her loved ones were certain that she had been killed on purpose, in addition to being severely abused and exploited. The court proceedings did not allay the family's concerns or offer genuine closure. Even after the trial was over and a guilty verdict and compensation were given, they persisted in believing that Assel's case merited more research and that the whole truth had not yet been revealed. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We'll talk about what happened in Everett, Washington, on September 20, 2017 at 1:55 a.m., when multiple people called 911 after hearing loud explosions as soon as the police showed up. They discovered a horrifying image on the doorstep 10 minutes later. Directly outside the door was Alicia Canales McGuire, 24. Sadly, she had already passed away. Thanks to CCTV footage and social media, investigators were able to solve this tragic case. Alicia was born on October 29, 1992, in Mount Vernon, Washington, to Manuel and Michelle Canales. She spent a significant amount of her adult life working as a caregiver because she enjoyed caring for others and always wanted to assist everyone. Raised on a farm, Alicia began working at the age of 5. She frequently went back to assist on the family farm because she understood the importance of hard work. Alicia loved spending time with her family, and she saw and talked to them often, always remembering to say "I love you" when she said goodbye. She and her spouse, Bradley, resided in Bird's View. In July 2017, Alicia and Brad tied the knot in a stunning beach ceremony at Deception Pass. As a result, investigators quickly discovered that Alicia did not reside in the home where she passed away. It belonged to her sister, Amanda Canales, who shared it with her 3 kids. Amanda asked Alicia to watch her kids while she was away because she had to travel to New York for work. Alicia was glad to assist because she loved her nephew and nieces. 2 months prior, she had tied the knot and was eager to begin a family of her own. One of the people who called 911 was the stay-in nanny who was in the house with her. When she went downstairs after hearing gunshots, she discovered Alicia motionless and lying at the front door. When the police officers got to the scene, they looked at the house first. They had to see if the criminal was inside. They made sure that the only people in the house were Amanda's kids and the nanny. By closely inspecting everything, the police began searching for evidence after the terrified kids were removed from the house. The house had a car parked in front of it. Beside it were shell casings. It indicated that the person who shot Alicia was standing close to the vehicle, just in front of the front door. The door frame was struck by several bullets. Just outside the door, Alicia was lying face down. It did not appear to be a robbery. The house was not a mess. Furthermore, it appeared that the criminal had not even gone inside the house. However, why and by whom would someone wish to kill Alicia? The detectives suspected that it was a case of mistaken identity after learning that it was her sister's home. The investigators questioned Amanda, who may have been the target, but she was in New York when the nanny, who was also present in the house when the crime was committed, relaxed. They inquired as to whether she knew who would want to harm her or if she saw the person who shot Alicia. The nanny claimed that when she heard gunfire, she was upstairs. She noticed that Alicia was motionless and face down on the floor when she looked down. She called 911 because she was afraid and didn't see the person who had shot Alicia, the nanny. As far as she was aware, she told investigators, Alicia and her husband Bradley got along well, but she provided the first important lead to the police. According to her, there were issues between Amanda, Alicia's sister, and her former spouse, Kevin Lewis. The detectives discovered from looking through the local sheriff's office reports that this was not the first time the police had been called to this address. Every incident had something to do with family disputes between Amanda and Kevin Lewis. The detectives were therefore intrigued by this version. Kevin Lewis lived in a different area of Everett, so they located his home address and went there before dawn to speak with him. It was dark in his home. During the conversation, Kevin answered the door when they knocked. "Talk to Lewis." "She should be home," he said in response to the officer's question about his ex-wife's whereabouts. He appeared to have just awoken. He was asked to tell the detectives where he had slept. He claimed that his mother and sister could verify that he had spent the entire night at home. When the detectives told him that there had been a shooting in the home where his children lived, he didn't inquire as to why they were there. It was odd that he didn't show any emotion. He should have inquired about his children's well-being as a parent, but he chose not to do so. Kevin looked shocked and said, "Really, that was the end of our conversation?" when the detectives informed him that Amanda had been out of town on business. While strolling down the street, the detectives noticed that 2 nearby homes had security cameras that they could use to verify Kevin Lewis's story. He said that instead of going out, he spent the entire night at home. However, after reviewing the video, the investigators discovered that approximately 40 minutes prior to the assault on Alicia, a car was pulling up alongside Kevin's driveway. Then someone who looked a lot like Kevin came out the front door, approached this car, and got in. The vehicle drove off a short while later. The quality of the recording prevented the police from conclusively identifying Kevin as the next victim. The footage was seen by the investigators from a different camera. Despite being able to examine the car more closely, they were unable to identify it. They could only make out that the car was light in color. About 20 minutes later, they saw the car return after fast-forwarding the recording. But they had one important detail to notice. This car's front right rim was different from the other 3. The front right rim was dark, while the other 3 were light. Kevin Lewis, who was in the first recording, got out of the car and went back to his house when the car came to a stop close to it. Approximately 20 minutes prior to the 911 calls regarding a shooting, this man, whoever he was, entered the house. The car then drove off and never came back. The drive from Kevin's house to Amanda's was 15 minutes. This could indicate that the car had enough time to reach Amanda's house, or it could indicate that the car was unrelated to the shooting. It was too soon to say. Amanda learned of her sister's passing. She was in New York a few hours later when their father called to inform them that Alicia had passed away. Alicia married, was content, and hoped to start a family of her own, but now her family had to grieve for her. Amanda said she had no doubt that her ex-husband Kevin was the one who shot Alicia when the investigators asked her if she believed he could have done it. Amanda Canales wasn't prepared to publicly acknowledge how toxic her relationship with her ex had been, even after her 8-year marriage ended. Despite having 3 young children, 2 girls and a boy, and spending 10 years with Kevin Lewis, Amanda had been extremely unhappy and continued to live in fear of him even after their June 2017 divorce. Amanda had been bruised by Lewis's previous physical abuse, and even after they had parted ways, he continued to threaten her. Amanda was granted full custody of their children in August 2017. Lewis was ordered to pay $800 a month in lieu of child support. For Amanda, it was a new beginning. As a single mother, she was grateful for the support she received from her family and concentrated on her home in Everett, Washington. Amanda was threatened by Kevin. He threatened to kill her. He had the training because he had served in the military. Although her sister passed away, Amanda thought she was the one who had been attacked. Rather, she even obtained a restraining order against Kevin, which he repeatedly broke. Amanda and their 3 kids were both terrified when he wandered outside her house and peered in the windows. Kevin was not charged by the police with any of the restraining order violations. Amanda was returning home late at night and parked in the driveway next to her house when she was brutally beaten as she got out of her car a few weeks prior to her sister's death. Someone attacked her as soon as she opened her car door. She didn't have time to see the attacker's face because everything happened so quickly, but given everything, she was certain that Kevin Lewis, 30, was responsible for Alicia Canales McGuire's death. The investigators thought he was planning to kill his ex-wife. At the time, Kevin was unaware that she was in New York. He was unaware that Alicia had been asked by Amanda to watch her kids while she was away. Today, though, this version contained an error. Kevin would have been at his house when the shooting occurred, if the man in the video was indeed him. He was also given an alibi by his mother and sister. As a result, the police kept looking into the incident and took into account various theories. After going back to Amanda's house to take another look at everything and analyzing the bullet trajectory, experts came to the conclusion that Alicia was shot while the door was partially open and that the shooter fired at least 7 shots that entered the house from the outside. According to the evidence found at the scene, someone fired a shot while standing next to the garage, then proceeded to the house's door and fired once more inside. Multiple gunshot wounds to the head and torso were determined by the medical examiner to be the cause of Alicia's death. She was hit by 5 shots. There were gunpowder stippling injuries in 2 of the wounds. The last 2 gunshot wounds to the head were most likely the last 2 wounds administered, according to the medical examiner, who testified that he was unable to ascertain the order of the 5 shots. The 7 shell casings discovered at the crime scene were fired from the same firearm, the experts concluded. Alicia was shot at close range, resulting in head injuries. After examining this version, the investigators were unable to locate any proof to support this. Due to the rarity of this particular brand of shell casings, the police were also interested in the ones discovered at the crime scene. These casings were produced in Russia and sold under the Tulimo name. The investigators hoped to identify the seller of these cartridges and possibly the buyer because the brand was not very popular. The investigators found that this brand of cartridges was sold by Walmart. The crime scene was close to one of these shops. Walmart representatives informed the detectives that they had CCTV footage showing a man paying for 9mm Tulimo cartridges that he had recently purchased. The detectives went straight to Walmart to view the video. They thought Kevin Lewis might be the buyer when they made the recording on September 18, 2 days before Alicia passed away, but they were mistaken. The police now knew the identity of the man in the video, who wasn't Kevin, because he used a credit card to make the purchase. When the investigators looked into this man, they discovered no relationship to the nanny, Alicia Amanda, or Kevin Lewis. They now had to find fresh evidence. The investigators looked through every version that was available at the time before turning to Amanda for fresh details about Kevin. They had a good relationship at first, she said. Kevin was restrained in his behavior during the honeymoon. She didn't anticipate that he would start hitting her and grow more hostile over time. After their relationship ended, Amanda was granted full custody of the children, a restraining order was issued, and they got divorced. However, a distraught Amanda was aware that Alicia wasn't supposed to be killed in the shooting and thought it was a case of mistaken identity. She told police that Lewis had somehow planned the attack and that Kevin was home when it happened. The footage from the night of Alicia's death has been examined by the investigators once more. They saw something now that they had never seen before. The man who left his house, Kevin, can be seen approaching the car and settling into the back seat behind the driver in this grainy video. Why, though, did he not take the front passenger seat? As the investigators searched for a solution, they came to the conclusion that someone else was already occupying the front passenger seat. As a result, by the time the car arrived at Kevin Lewis's house, there were most likely 2 people inside, which may have been the reason he had to take the back seat. There was insufficient evidence for the police to connect Kevin to Alicia's demise. But after gathering proof of Kevin's assaults on his ex-wife Amanda, they detained him in November 2018 and gave him a 3-year prison sentence. In the meantime, Alicia's case was still unresolved over a year after her death. The only break in this case came in 2019 when a woman with crucial information called the police station. A girl from nearby Spokane who had attended a party and boasted about being hired to kill someone on York Road, the street where Alicia was shot, was the source of the detective's tip. Given that Spokane was roughly 5 hours away from Everett, the police were unsure of what to believe. According to the caller, she was at a party when a young woman walked in. Angelica is who she is. The latter boasted about her involvement in the crime with her boyfriend. This woman claims that Angelica stated that a person died as a result of being shot in the head. They were hired to shoot from around the corner by the children's father. Additionally, according to Angelica, they killed the wrong person. A case of mistaken identity was involved in the incident. The specifics of this case have never been made public by the police. Alicia's head injury was only known to the investigators and her family. Angelica's knowledge of numerous details about the crime piqued the police's interest as they searched for her. Her true name, Alexis Hale, was discovered by the investigators. On her social media, they discovered pictures of her brandishing a 9mm handgun. It might have been the crime's weapon. Additionally, there were multiple videos with a man in the background. It was Jaredon Phelps, Alexis's boyfriend. Alexis Hale shared a video taken through a car's windshield that examined the road signs the night before Alicia passed away. The investigators were able to pinpoint the precise location of the car at that time, which was roughly 10 minutes away from Kevin Lewis's home. A few hours after Alicia's passing, Jaredon Phelps boasted about a wad of cash in the video below. One of the 5 comments that the investigators saw on Phelps's social media photo was from his aunt. They identified his aunt as Kevin Lewis's mother after clicking on her social media profile. As it happened, Kevin's cousin was Jaredon Phelps. The police had good reason to make an arrest. Alexis Hale was the first to be placed in handcuffs. She screamed and claimed that because she was only 17 years old, the police were unable to arrest her. She demanded a lawyer because she understood why she had been arrested. Jaredon Phelps was taken into custody by the police in a different area of the city at the same time. Phelps and Hale had driven from Spokane to Everett to carry out the shooting, according to the investigators' phone records. Additionally, early on September 20, Lewis's neighbor's security footage captured someone getting into a car. At 1:13 a.m. EM, the man in the white top departed, and at 1:37 a.m. he returned. Following Alicia's passing, Lewis was wearing a white top when the police visited him. Alexis kept everything from the investigators. At the time, Kevin Lewis was serving a 3-year prison sentence for assaulting Amanda. As a result, the researchers were hoping that Phelps would provide some information. The investigators suspected it was Kevin Lewis, and now the police had a confession and the name of the man who hired Hale and Phelps. Phelps provided them with additional information about the crime when they brought him to the scene. Following Alicia Canales McGuire's death in September 2017, Kevin Lewis, who was already incarcerated on an unrelated charge, was charged with aggravated murder with a firearm, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation to commit murder in July 2020. At the age of 20, he entered a guilty plea to first-degree premeditated murder. He was given a 31-year prison sentence by the court. At age 18, Hale entered a guilty plea to the same charge and received a 15-year sentence. During the trial, Phelps testified that he had committed the crime for financial gain and to gain notoriety. Lewis gave Phelps money, which he used to purchase a Ferragamo belt buckle, Timberland boots, and some tattoos. He asserted that he had given his ex-girlfriend $200 after she obtained the pistol from a family member. Later that year, Lewis entered a not guilty plea and was put on trial by the prosecution. Claimed that in order to get his ex-wife out of the way, he had given $2,400 to his cousin and his girlfriend. Although he had made them into adolescent killers, Alicia had unintentionally opened the door in a tragic case of mistaken identity. Lewis gave Phelps an envelope of cash on the way back. Phelps said Lewis had led them to the house, but that he didn't know who the target was. Phelps and Hale dropped Lewis back at his house and then went back to the spot Lewis had indicated. After getting out of the car, the two headed for the house. Hale went to knock on the front door and Phelps stopped beside the garage. Hale left as soon as Alicia opened the front door, and Phelps fired the gun until it was empty. The gun's muzzle crossed the threshold as Phelps fired the first few shots from his position close to the garage, and the final two after approaching the front porch. The final two shots were directed at the head and neck region. Phelps and Hale returned in their vehicle because of a glove that might have been left at the scene. They turned around and departed when they saw police cars upon their return. After getting GPS directions, they returned to Spokane by car. The defense contended that Lewis had only said to move the target out of the way and had never used the word kill in his conversation with his cousin. However, the court was reminded by the prosecution of Kevin's violent past and his threats against Amanda. They claimed that power and control are at the heart of this case, and it was obvious what the goal was. Amanda described him as pure evil. He had played with their kids, who were in the house when she was supposed to die, she remembered incredulously. I assumed you loved them, but a person who truly cares for someone would never want to put them in danger or cause them any trauma. Did you care that they would have woken up to find their own mother dead, lying in a pool of blood, if it had been just me home that night? She asked. She also discussed finding her kids a safe place to live. She informed Louis that, in spite of all the harm you caused, they are recovering and moving on. In case you were wondering, they never inquire about or discuss you. The jury found Lewis guilty of first-degree murder in less than 3.5 hours after a 6-week trial in November 2021. In January 2022, 34 Kevin was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Records show that Lewis is still incarcerated at the Washington State Penitentiary in Walla Walla County, where Judge Thompson also ordered him to have no contact with his former wife, his children, Phelps, or Hale for the remainder of his life. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. When a distressed man called the Las Vegas, Nevada Rescue Service on Saturday, April 5, 1997, to report his wife missing, the dispatcher took the call. The man, who was identified as Mark Hollinger, clarified that Ginger Rios was the name of his wife. They had recently moved into a new home the day before and had only been married for 5 months. When Ginger walked into a store and appeared to disappear, they were shopping for a new house. The police started looking into it. Even in a city with its share of sins, detectives had never heard of a disappearance so enigmatic. The unusualness of this case, where you believe you know exactly what happened, but you are wrong and have to start over, was beyond their wildest expectations. Ginger Rios was a 20-year-old Las Vegas resident and worker. Ginger and her younger sister Daniela were beloved daughters of her parents, George and Denise. The girls were surrounded by care and attention as they grew up. Ginger had always wanted to be a performer, and she was lucky to be born in Las Vegas because, by the time she was 20, she was a part of a popular group that played in casinos and hotels. Additionally, she met Mark Hollinger, a man who was 14 years her senior. Mark was very kind to Ginger. The young couple quickly made the decision to legalize their relationship after he helped her in every way. They were married in November 1996, when Ginger was just 20 and Mark was 34. Because Mark was a quiet introvert and Ginger was a happy extrovert, some people thought their union was unusual. However, they were already planning how to construct their family nest and were a perfect match. Ginger discovered a fantastic house with a buyout option that was for rent in the spring of 1997. Ginger could already picture converting the house's large basement into a dance studio. She dreamed of eventually buying the house because she liked it so much, but she and Mark needed a good credit history in order to make this dream a reality. Ginger wanted to purchase books that offered pertinent advice because they needed a clear plan for how they would handle their money. In the city, a store that carried the exact books Ginger was looking for was becoming well known. Spy Shop was an odd moniker for it. It resembled an adult candy store. Its bookshelves were stocked with lockpicks, police badges, concealed surveillance cameras, automobile alarms, image transmitting glasses, and even tools for removing store security tags from clothing. It was ideally situated in the heart of the city. The young couple went shopping, including buying books, on Friday, April 4th, which was literally the day after they had moved into their new house. Mark parked right in front of the entrance at about 4 in the afternoon. Ginger took her wallet, which contained some cash, and her identification, and went inside after telling her husband to wait in the car. Mark thought she would emerge quickly, but he was able to finish his cigarette and she hadn't shown up yet. He waited a bit longer, thinking she might be in line, and then made the decision to see how his wife was doing. The store was small enough for him to notice Ginger's absence right away. He inquired if the man and woman behind the counter had seen Ginger and gave them a description of her. Naturally, they responded that she had simply entered, purchased 2 books, and departed. She couldn't have gone very far, they added. Despite his surprise, Mark chose to browse other stores in case she needed to buy something else. He entered each one and inquired if anyone had spotted the slim brunette, but nobody had. There were no limits to his awe. She couldn't have just slipped past the car, which was parked directly in front of the entrance. In the middle of the day, Ginger had just vanished. Mark went to his wife's parents because he had run out of options. George, Ginger's father, thought right away that the spy shop would undoubtedly have security cameras if any store had them. After she left the store, they might be able to see at least which way she went. In addition to being notable for its distinctive merchandise, this store closed earlier than other establishments in Vegas. So Mark and George rushed back, praying the storekeeper hadn't already left. Mark was able to identify the man and woman getting into a van with a baby, even though the store was closed. They came over and gave an explanation. The man identified himself as John Flowers and asserted that he was the shop's owner. He clarified that in order to avoid traffic, he and his spouse had already closed the doors and set the alarm because they intended to depart before the weekend. He would be pleased to show them any video on Monday, but they had to move quickly. Despite their extreme frustration, Mark and George didn't want to clog up traffic for a family with a small child. The men went home and decided to call the police in the morning if the young woman wasn't there by nightfall or evening. Mark dialed 911 as soon as the sun came up. After being assigned to the case, Detective Jeff Rosen naturally started his investigation by attempting to find out more about the girl's life prior to her disappearance. She seemed to have a very happy life. She was truly loved by her sister and parents. Her career was booming. She had recently moved into a new house, and she had only been married for 5 months. She didn't seem to have any reason to flee, or did she? Is there something that nobody is aware of? What if she had purchased something else that made her disappear in the store instead of financial books? A few weeks ago, George remembered, his daughter had talked about going to that same store, but he had no recollection of her discussing anything out of the ordinary or buying anything during her visit. Her family came to the conclusion that she had to have been kidnapped in some way, but how could this have happened so quickly without her yelling or phoning for assistance? Did this mean she was acquainted with her kidnapper? The young woman did not take out her most recent paycheck or use her credit cards after she vanished. This implied that her disappearance was probably not voluntary. The detective also talked to the girl's friends and co-workers, who had a very different perspective on Ginger's life. Initially, the girl was not as ecstatic about her career advancement as it may have appeared. She felt that she ought to have pursued a solo career by now, instead of serving as a backup vocalist. Second, some strangers who saw her on stage made persistent advances and even harassed her, which she didn't like. Thirdly, she experienced severe mood swings as a result of having to take weight loss pills. Lastly, she had been living in a hotel for a while in order to avoid going home because her marriage was not going well. Detective Rosen believed Mark was concealing something because he had heard enough. but Mark's tale had remained unchanged. Ginger's parents maintained that it was a waste of time and money to suspect Mark because he had no apparent reason to hurt his wife. However, there were no other leads in the investigation. Only Mark's story had been told. The girl's purchases were verified by the shop owner, of course, but could anyone be certain that Ginger didn't go back to the car before Mark did something to her? Mark fervently hoped his wife had just escaped. At least she was safe, even though it wounded his pride. He even made an effort to carry out his own investigation, interviewing people and looking for Ginger or any leads in the city with George. Mark was Ginger's husband, so on the one hand he loved her and undoubtedly spent every moment he had free looking for her. Detective Rosen, however, interpreted this as an effort to deflect attention away from himself. In fact, Mark's leads were insignificant compared to the police's subsequent lead, which was aimed directly at Mark. Patrol officers discovered what turned out to be Mark's burning car in the parking lot of a nearby shopping center. What did he say about this? He was unaware. He just left the car in the parking lot and took a cab home after work when the engine began to make odd noises. To put it another way, the police had to assume it was a coincidence because the probable crime scene, assuming Mark had actually done anything to Ginger, was on fire. Despite the fact that it would take some time, forensic specialists took the vehicle for examination. The detectives decided to restart the investigation from the location where she was last seen by someone other than her husband because they had spent too much time concentrating on Mark. Although John Flowers, the proprietor of Spy Shop, was not there at the time, one of his staff members gave the police permission to search the area. They went through every room, but they didn't perform a thorough search. When Detective Jeff Rosen entered the storeroom, the overpowering smell of bleach nearly knocked him off his feet. But he didn't find anything odd in the store itself. He saw a small reddish-brown stain on the wall that might have been blood. Just in case, they made the decision to take it for analysis. John Flowers was notified by Rosen that the police had come to his store. Although John was shocked that they hadn't located the girl yet, he was happy to answer all of the questions. He clarified that the reason for the bleach odor in the storeroom was that he had to clean up after his dog using it as a toilet on a regular basis. A small drop of blood might have gotten there that way. He would have to visit the store to locate the security camera footage and the book purchase receipts, then turn them over to the police. When Rosen inquired about the books Ginger had purchased, the surprise was revealed. One book focused on contract killers and the other on establishing a new identity. However, why did Ginger purchase these? Did someone coerce her into purchasing these books and then murder her in one of the ways outlined in the second book? Or did she truly intend to vanish? Though it was too small to analyze, the tiny spot on the wall may have bled. But since everyone already knew Ginger had been in the store and gone, determining her subsequent whereabouts was far more important. Given Ginger's remarkable beauty and public appearances, there were, in fact, a number of potential leads. She could have been seen by a large number of people, including those with malicious intent. In addition, her father was a dealer at one of Vegas's most well-known casinos. Things can get messy when it comes to money. Weeks passed, and there was less and less chance that the girl would be found alive. When the response about Mark's car arrived, guess what? They discovered nothing at all, including no blood or indications of struggle. It was then that Rosen remembered John Flowers. He thought about watching the security camera footage to see if Ginger had been approached at the store's exit, but it was too late for him. "Where have you been all this time, guys?" John exclaimed, explaining that he had watched the video and witnessed Ginger walk into the store, select the books, pay with cash, and walk out. The video had been replaced with fresh footage from the security camera because no one had arrived to watch it. John was also unable to locate the book's receipt, even though he was positive it was somewhere. John appeared reluctant to continue working with the detective after this, in part because of the negative impact that the police, the media, and interested bystanders had on his business following Ginger's disappearance. Although it made sense, selling lockpicks and phony police badges in a store already stocked with law enforcement gear severely strained his small business. Rosen was aware of this, and John had nothing to encourage him to speak with them. The police had no fresh leads, and the case was put on hold. The truth was there, in fact, but it would take several more months for the detectives investigating Ginger's case to realize it. A team of hunters discovered a shallow grave in the Mojave Desert on May 5, almost 400 miles from Las Vegas. The body in the grave was identified by the medical examiner as that of a young, dark-haired girl between the ages of 15 and 18. The murderer had not taken her very distinctive jewelry, which included a pink ring with 3 different colored stones and another ring that resembled wire loops intertwined to form the letter Mem or W. Could the M represent Mark? Or was it a family heirloom because Ginger's mother's maiden name was Waterworth? However, she had no identification on her person. The local police released pictures of the jewelry in the hopes of garnering public support, but they would not find out for a very long time. Meanwhile, the detectives needed a body or a lead to solve the case. On August 16, 1997, Jeff Rosen was suddenly contacted by phone. The caller claimed to have a lead on the Ginger case and identified himself as an Arizona federal agent. Rosen was curious. What was the connection between Ginger and John Flowers' alleged sale of unlawful eavesdropping devices? The agent clarified. The agent went on. John had fled because he didn't want to be taken into custody, but Cheryl Subzone, his wife, had been taken into custody to be questioned. She abruptly began discussing Ginger Rios, who had vanished in Vegas a few months prior. While they were curious about the whereabouts of her husband, the agent went out of the room to call Rosen. Only now did Rosen realize that he had never asked the proprietor of the spy shop where Ginger was last seen a formal question. Nevertheless, Ginger's spouse had mentioned that a man and a woman were behind the counter. Rosen rushed to Arizona after requesting that the agents keep an eye on Cheryl. Rosen had no idea what would come out of Cheryl's interrogation. John Flowers turned to Cheryl and asked her to go buy film when Ginger came in to look at the books. When they worked together at the store, she frequently ran errands, so this wasn't out of the ordinary. After 10 minutes or so, Cheryl came back, and Mark entered. John informed Mark that his wife couldn't have gone very far because she had just left. After thanking them, Mark walked away. Cheryl's husband appeared to be a completely different person. His face was filled with fear. The man said, "I did something terrible. Whatever you do, don't go into the storage room." Cheryl didn't know what he meant, and she never thought her husband had hurt anyone. She asked him what was going on. She was disturbed by his actions, though, and after a little while she made the decision to look in the storage room. She discovered a young girl's lifeless body inside, with a pool of blood encircling her head, and there was blood on the carpet. The girl had suffered severe physical abuse. Before John sent Cheryl to get film, the same girl had come into the store. When Cheryl realized that John was right behind her, her disgust quickly gave way to fear. He took her by the neck before she had even turned around, warning her that if she talked about what had happened there, something bad would happen to both her and their child. Although Cheryl complied with his orders, she made the decision to speak the truth now that John was fugitive. John's explanation of the situation to Cheryl was of interest to the detective. John informed her that Ginger was in possession of a note from 2 of his former workers requesting payment. John was allegedly so enraged by Ginger's impudence and the contents of the note that he struck her so forcefully in the face that she fell back, struck her head, and passed away. But Cheryl had never seen the note and was certain that this was a lie. She was certain that John had spent hours in the storage room, wrapping the girl's body in plastic bags and dousing her in bleach after stealing garbage bags. He had informed the staff member that the dog had urinated in the room. After placing the body in his van, he instructed Cheryl that they must depart for Arizona right away. At that point, Ginger's husband and father came up to them and begged them to play the security camera footage. Ginger was lying inches from John and Cheryl, but they looked them in the eyes and lied. That's not all, though. Cheryl was also aware of the location of her husband's burial. You see, John and Cheryl had visited the Mojave Desert on multiple occasions. John once drove off with their baby and the body of the girl, leaving Cheryl in the middle of nowhere. He obviously drove home after burying her and coming back for Cheryl. For him, though, this was insufficient. In order for John to cover the shallow grave with a layer of concrete, they returned there multiple times. Cheryl was pretty sure the police had already found Ginger's body because it was the last time John had run back, screaming in panic, "They found her! They found her!" At any rate, she consented to show the detectives the place in return for not being charged. Since they didn't think Cheryl had anything to do with the murder, they accepted her offer. They followed her to the location. Upon their arrival in the desert, the local officers began to make connections between Cheryl's revelation and the body discovered by hunters in May. After asking them to stop, Cheryl took them to the location where her husband had been. Instead of discovering an empty grave, the police arrived at what appeared to be an undisturbed concrete slab. They found the body wrapped in plastic bags there. They were initially identified as Ginger because of a tattoo on her lower back, but they chose to hold off on telling her family until DNA testing was completed. Several questions were left unanswered by this. Were there two victims? Did John murder them both? Why, if so? Who was the other girl? They were now able to obtain a search warrant for the store in Vegas, where they discovered evidence of Ginger's blood. Later, the DNA analysis verified that she was also the owner of the body found in the desert. Mark was devastated because he had hoped that his wife had just moved on and started a new life. He held himself responsible, believing that he ought to accompany her to the store. But how could he have thought that his wife, a mother and his devoted wife, would be attacked by a total stranger, the proprietor of a well-known and often visited store? After a brief period of hiding, John was taken into custody at a Los Angeles hotel. The detectives found that John Flowers, the proprietor of the spy shop chain, was not present when the extradition procedure started. Rather, a 26-year-old man named Craig Jacobson was wanted for offenses in Florida. The boy had battled mental health problems since he was 10 years old, with borderline personality disorder, paranoia, and probably antisocial personality disorder. After a year in a mental health facility, he was sentenced to 30 months in prison and 3 years of probation. However, he vanished in 1995. John appeared in his place. In addition to this discovery, 2 months earlier, the police had discovered another possible victim of Craig or John. Before she could even look at the merchandise, the owner of the Vegas store came up to the adolescent girl, slung her over his shoulder, and carried her into the storeroom without saying a word. She was extremely lucky, because John Flowers let her go after being frightened away by another customer who entered the store. Fear prevented this young woman from calling the police, and it might have been problematic for her to contradict the statement of a well-known businessman. Naturally, this was prior to the revelation of John's true identity. Psychiatrists examined him several times over the next few months and concluded he was not fit to stand trial. Despite being certain that Craig was lying, the prosecutor was concerned that the crime might go unpunished. He informed Ginger's family that a plea bargain would be the best course of action. Prior to being eligible for parole, Craig was sentenced to 25 years in prison after entering a guilty plea to the murder. Craig said that the other girl's name was Mary Stoddard. When he abducted and murdered her, she was the 18-year-old daughter of a chiropractor who had traveled to Vegas. In order to at least receive a life sentence or perhaps even the death penalty, Ginger Rios' family hoped that he would be charged with Mary's murder. The catch is that Mary Stoddard, who Craig described as the daughter of a chiropractor, was still alive and well. They had already taken a DNA sample and made a 3D model of the unidentified girl's possible appearance, but her body had already been exhumed. As it turned out, the documents containing information about her place of burial were lost, and no one knew which grave she was in, so this was all the police had. To put it another way, they had lost the body. The police, however, persisted in their efforts to identify her. There were 300 people on their list of missing persons. After 13 years, they were finally able to identify the girl on June 30, 2010. She was, more specifically, a 15-year-old girl from Phoenix, Arizona named Christina Mary Martinez. The girl lived in a group home, but she was mistreated there, so she frequently fled. She was taking a load of laundry to a self-service laundromat when she vanished on May 3, 1997. She passed Phoenix's spy shop on her way. Even though Christina had a rough upbringing, she had a lot of loved ones who were always looking for her, including her friend Valerie. To raise awareness of Christina's disappearance, Valerie set up a number of social media accounts. Valerie used to say, "I will never stop thinking about her, and I won't give up, no matter how long it takes. She is more than just a case number to me. I cherished her." Never giving up on finding someone is the essence of true love. Valerie had no idea that Christina, who was 16 years old when she vanished in the desert, had been found a week later. Regarding the girl's ring's mystery, the letter M on it stands for Martinez. It's interesting that Craig dated Mary Stoddard when they were both younger, according to the real Mary Stoddard's sister. If this is accurate, The man was already acting strangely at the time, and he might have become so obsessed with Mary that, after they broke up, he would constantly look for women who looked like her to vent his resentment. Given that Mary is still alive and Craig referred to Christina as Mary, it's plausible that, like many murderers, particularly serial killers, he had this fantasy in his mind when he committed the murder. Like the teenage girl from Vegas who survived because another customer scared the killer away, Craig most likely didn't plan his crimes, but instead gave in to impulsive behavior. Given that we know Ginger had visited the store prior to her disappearance, it's also possible that he specifically targeted victims. Craig never gave an explanation for his actions, but because Ginger's underwear was discovered around her ankles, investigators think the killings were motivated by violence against women. In any event, he will now be imprisoned for the remainder of his life after being charged with a second murder. Craig's ability to fool so many people with such ease is astounding. Mark and George, who were looking for Ginger, his own wife Cheryl, who was unaware of his secret personality, and even seasoned Vegas police officers who had seen a lot in their careers. A store owner with his wife and infant behind the counter makes you wonder where one can feel safe. He really seemed like a typical family man. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Two roommates, Lori Lister, age 21, and Melinda Aguilar, age 18, were the victims of a horrific attack in their Houston, Texas apartment on Sunday, May 23, 1982. They appeared to be the target of a man who was obviously trying to kill them. He restrained them and tried to drown Lori in the bathtub of their apartment. Melinda managed to get away though by feigning fainting and then plunging headfirst from her balcony. She asked for assistance and she and her roommate were saved with the help of a neighbor. As he tried to escape, the offender, Coral Watts, 28, was taken into custody. Nobody could have predicted that he was suspected of killing nearly 100 other women in addition to being involved in these two attempted murders. In 1982, he admitted to the murders of 13 women and was sentenced to 60 years in prison. Then, in a startling turn of events in the early 2000s, this man, who had committed multiple murders, was about to be released from prison. He was reclassified as a non-violent felon as a result of a contentious court decision. Remarkably, well-behaved non-violent felons could have 3 days taken off their sentence for every day they served under Texas law. Model inmate Watts had accrued enough time deductions to be eligible for release on May 9, 2006. The public, police, and relatives of the victims were all in complete shock and terror. Everyone was plagued by the unanswered question, why? How could a murderer like him be freed against all logic? What possible reason could there be for releasing a serial killer who has killed numerous people? Richard Eugene Watts and Dorothy Mae Young were the parents of Carl Eugene Watts, also known as Coral, who was born in Killeen, Texas, on November 7, 1953. His mother was a kindergarten art teacher, and his father was a private first class in the Army. Watts was raised by his mother after his parents divorced before he turned 2. After they moved to Inkster, Michigan, Dorothy Mae married Norman Caesar, a mechanic, in 1962. The two of them had 2 daughters. Watts and his sister fought meningitis when Watts was 8 years old. He was held back in school for an additional year and missed the 3rd grade because of the illness, which almost took his life. Watts was temporarily housed at Herman Kiefer Hospital, where he required isolation from other patients and spinal taps. Journalists reported that Watts' body temperature rose to dangerously high levels, which raised questions about possible brain damage. His family observed a change in his personality after his illness. His memory deteriorated, his attention span was shortened, and he became shy, quiet, and introverted. Having been held back a grade and experiencing chronic insomnia, Watts struggled to keep up academically. His sleep cycle was disturbed by violent dreams in which he battled and killed the evil spirits of women. At the age of 12, Watts started to enjoy his sleep-induced fantasies of torturing and killing girls and young women. When asked later about his crimes and the reason he killed his victims, Watts explained that he wanted to free their spirits because they had evil eyes. Watts began stalking girls at this time, still a teenager, and it's believed he may have killed his first victim before turning 15. Police identified Watts as the attacker in the July 29, 1969 attack on 26-year-old Joan Gave when she was 15 years old. Watts knocked on Joan's apartment door while delivering his newspaper, and when she opened it, he attacked her severely. He carried on with his delivery route as if nothing had happened, with no remorse. Coral was arrested at his residence as a result of Joan's quick reporting of the incident to the authorities. He was then ordered to receive mental health care at a mental hospital in Detroit called the Lafayette Clinic. A psychiatric evaluation indicated a delusional thought process and a full-scale IQ of 75, indicating mild intellectual disability. He did poorly in school, but a police officer later said he was very, very intelligent and had a great memory. On November 7, 1969, Watts was discharged from the Lafayette Clinic. Watts received a football scholarship to Lane College in Jackson, Tennessee, after graduating from high school in 1973, despite having academic difficulties. After 3 months, though, he was expelled on charges of stalking and assaulting women. Watts' expulsion was also influenced by suspicions surrounding his ruthless killing of a female student. Even though there was not enough evidence to convict him, he moved to Houston, Texas after being expelled. Coral and his girlfriend Dolores Howard welcomed their daughter, Nikisha Watts, in 1979. Coral and Dolores, however, went their separate ways and broke up soon after her birth. Following that, Coral married Valeria Goodwill. Not long after they were married, Valeria saw that Coral was acting strangely. He broke candles, melted them on a table, rearranged furniture all the time, chopped up houseplants with knives, and strewn trash all over the floors without cleaning up after himself. Furthermore, he would abruptly depart after intimate moments, going missing for a few hours. Sadly, they were only married for 6 months. Although there are hints that Watts may have had more victims before this, his murders officially started in 1974, when he was 20 years old. After abducting his victims from their homes, he tortured them until he killed them. His victims were mostly slender, attractive white women between the ages of 14 and 44, and he struck in different states. Watts killed his victims by a variety of means, such as drowning, bludgeoning, stabbing, and strangulation. 10:45 a.m., Coral knocked on the door of Lenore Knizaki's apartment on October 25, 1974, saying she was trying to find Charles, one of his siblings. He carried on a conversation with Lenore. Coral asked if he could leave a note when she opened the door, the chain still fastened. He unexpectedly attacked Knizaki and strangled her until she passed out as she went to get paper. Lenore later called the police, but they couldn't find her attacker. Gloria Steele, 20, was thought to be Watts' second victim and was brutally murdered and tortured 5 days later on October 30, 1974. Gloria was a mother and a Western Michigan University student. She was discovered with 33 stab wounds to her chest from a wooden carving tool, as well as a crushed windpipe. Because there was insufficient evidence, Watts was not charged with direct murder. Diane K. Williams, an apartment resident manager and the sole witness, saw a black man looking for Charles throughout the apartment building. Coral grabbed her when she saw Williams, pried open her door, and pulled her inside. Williams' phone rang during their struggle, so she knocked it off the hook and yelled for assistance. Williams saw her assailant getting into a tan Pontiac Grand Prix as he ran away. Both Williams and Knizaki recognized Coral in a police lineup. Coral had been arrested for stealing plywood from the campus of Western Michigan University. On November 16, 1974, he was arrested and charged with assault and battery in connection with the Nakazaki and Williams cases. Watts was moved to the Center for Forensic Psychiatry in Michigan after being diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder and attempting suicide with a length of cord at the Kalamazoo Mental Hospital. When asked about Gloria Steele's death in 1975, he confessed to attacking about 15 other young women and acknowledged being close to her the day before she passed away, but he denied being the cause of her death. Under a search warrant, Detroit police searched Watts' home and found a wooden carving tool, but no evidence connecting him to Gloria's death. Watts was given a year in the county jail after entering a no-contest plea during his trial for the assault and battery of Knizaki and Williams. When Watts was evaluated by psychologists, they described him as incredibly dangerous, lacking regret for his crimes, reckless, careless, emotionally distant, and prone to relapsing. Following that, he killed 5 women in a series of attacks that took place in the Detroit area over the course of a year. One odd finding was that most of his crimes took place on Sunday mornings. An Ann Arbor newspaper gave the offender the sinister moniker, Sunday Morning Slasher, because of this peculiar pattern, which added to the mystery surrounding the timing of these horrific attacks, which all took place at approximately 4 a.m. On April 20, 1980, Shirley Small, then 17 years old, was fatally stabbed twice outside her Ann Arbor, Michigan home. On July 13, 1980, 26-year-old Glenda Richmond was the target of a similar attack. Although there was not enough evidence in either case to convict, Watts' traits were evident. On September 14, 1980, 20-year-old graduate student Rebecca Huff was discovered dead after suffering about 50 stab wounds, the first murder that can be directly linked to Coral. On October 6, 1980, a 20-year-old named Delpy survived an attack, but he suffered serious injuries, such as muscle weakness and partial paralysis. Agnes, a 30-year-old woman, raised the alarm on her way back from a Halloween party on November 1, 1980, and barely avoided being attacked by a hooded man who looked like Watts. She recognized Watts from pictures, but there was still some doubt because of the dark surroundings. When Watts became the focus of local homicide investigators in July 1980, a task force was established to investigate the Sunday slashings. Watts was intermittently monitored, and in November, a court order permitted officers to equip his vehicle with a tracking device. Around 5 in the morning on November 15, 1982, Ann Arbor patrol officers were near Main Street when they noticed a suspicious man in a car following a woman as she walked home. When the woman realized she was being followed, she tried to escape by hiding in a doorway. When the police stopped Coral's car for having out-of-date license plates and driving with a suspended license, they arrested him because he was upset about losing sight of the woman. When police inspected his car, they discovered a package with several screwdrivers and wood-filling tools. The most important item they found was a dictionary that belonged to Rebecca Huff and had the carved words, "Rebecca is a lover." Despite this, there was not enough evidence to connect him to her murder. Coral moved to Columbus, Texas in the spring of 1981 and found work with an oil company. On weekends, he would make the more than 70-mile journey to his next hunting location in the Houston area. Watts murdered scores of women, including dozens, between 1974 and 1982. Watts avoided being identified as a serial killer for almost 8 years in spite of the long list of victims. This elusiveness was caused by multiple factors. The fact that Watts operated in multiple jurisdictions and even states made it more difficult to link the crimes. His method of operation also deviated from the norm because, in contrast to many other serial killers who prey on women and girls, he never had physical contact with his victims. As a result, connecting the crimes was difficult, even after DNA testing was developed. Law enforcement did not recognize Watts as a possible criminal until his arrest in 1982. And those who knew him did not view him as a suspect. Watts broke into the Houston apartment of Melinda Aguilar, then 18, and Lori Lister, then 21, on May 23, 1982. Watts strangled Lori down the steps outside the apartment after she returned from work. He then went into the apartment and strangled Melinda, who feigned unconsciousness. Melinda was able to avoid being fully strangled. Watts intended to drown Lori, so he wire-tied her hands behind her back. He filled the bathtub with water and carried Lori's body upstairs to the bathroom, but Melinda took advantage of the situation and jumped out of the window to get assistance. Watts first attempted to elude capture, but was caught, and Lori was saved. Investigators began connecting him to recent murders of women while he was in detention. Texas prosecutors felt there was not enough evidence to convict Watts of murder despite the connections. After Melinda Aguilar and Lori Lister were attacked, Harris County Assistant District Attorney Ira Jones negotiated a plea deal in May 1982. Watts would be charged with burglary with intent to murder in exchange for his complete admission of guilt and immunity from prosecution for murder. For this offense, he consented to a 60-year sentence. After Watts agreed to the terms, investigators found the remains of 3 victims. At last, Watts admitted to assaulting 19 women and killing 13 of them. While he acknowledged that he killed some victims, he did not confess to the deaths of others. His cases in Michigan, however, remained open after Michigan authorities refused to take part in the agreement. When the Texas Court of Appeals decided shortly after Watts' prison sentence that he had not been told that the bathtub and water he used to try to drown Lori Lister were deadly weapons, the hope for justice took a tragic turn. Due to this ruling, he was eventually granted early release and reclassified as a nonviolent felon. This was due to Texas law at the time, which allowed nonviolent felons to have 3 days taken off their sentences for each day they behaved well. As a model prisoner, Watts accrued time deductions that resulted in his potential release on May 9, 2006. There was little comfort in the early release law's subsequent repeal, which was brought about by public outcry because the Texas Constitution prohibited its retroactive application. As Michigan Attorney General Mike Cox looked for evidence to convict Watts of murder and stop his possible release in 2004, a call for justice reverberated across the country. Westland, Michigan resident Joseph Foy courageously came forward to describe the horrific scene of Watts-like man killing 36-year-old Helen Dutcher on December 1, 1970. 979 12 stab wounds had claimed Helen's life. Foy recognized Watts by his eyes, which he described as evil and emotionless in a haunting way. Michigan had no such agreement, even though Watts was exempt from prosecution for the 13 confessed murders in Texas. Law enforcement officials begged the trial judge to admit the Texas confessions into evidence as the 2004 trial drew near, and he agreed. Watts was found guilty of killing Helen Dutcher and Gloria Steele, and he was given 2 life sentences without the possibility of release in a Michigan jail. He was given a sentence on November 17, 2004, to serve his time in an Ionia, Michigan, maximum security prison. But a few years after this sentence started, on September 21, 2007, he died in a Jackson, Michigan hospital from prostate cancer. Ultimately, his dark story came to a somber conclusion when he managed to avoid serving his entire sentence for the lives he took. A vicious serial killer named Coral Eugene Watts terrorized the nation with his numerous murders. Despite his confessions, he was nearly released due to legal loopholes that allowed for a reduced sentence. The extent of his darkness was revealed by his subsequent conviction for Helen Dutcher's murder in 1979. In April 2379, Watts' legacy is haunted by the fact that he left the Ann Arbor murders unsolved, a terrifying reminder of hidden evil. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video examines the events that occurred in the U.S. state of Washington in 2001. The mother of 8-year-old triplets, Dana Laskowski, 36, was discovered in her own home lying face down on a couch. It was a complicated mystery with multiple suspects for the police. Dana's ex-husband, her boyfriend, and other men were all investigated by detectives. However, this story had an unexpected conclusion, and Dana's family was shocked by the revelation of the truth. Dana Laskowski lived in Puyallup, Washington, a charming, peaceful city with tree-lined streets and nature trails. In 2001, although Puja has a low crime rate and is a safe city, on a typical August 2001 day, police receive a disturbing call regarding one of the city's newest residents. Dana was supposed to get to work at 7:30 a.m., but she never did. She was watching 2 doctors. She is very responsible, so this was really out of the ordinary for her. The police were contacted by her employers to inquire about her well-being. The police showed up at Dana's house at 11 a.m. to check on her. There was no response when they knocked on the door. The back door was open, so they chose to enter the house even though they had checked the perimeter and the windows and saw nothing out of the ordinary. Dana was discovered by the officers under the covers on the living room couch. Her other hand was behind her back as she lay with her head resting on her arm. Sadly, she had passed away. The body was briefly examined by police to check for wounds from gunshots or stab wounds. They saw injuries on her neck, but they didn't find any of it. She had been strangled, judging by the marks. Indeed, there are crime scenes with bloodstains, a victim on the ground, obvious wounds, and possibly a mess everywhere. In Dana's home, that did not occur. Nothing was broken, and there were no weapons. When police turned Dana over, she was face down on the couch. They discovered dried blood around her ears and nose, as well as bruises on her neck. Dana was strangled to death, most likely by her own scarf, according to the medical examiner's ruling. In order to try to identify the murderer, police searched for any trace evidence, DNA, bodily fluids, or other items. Dana's body was in an awkward position on the couch. She wrapped one arm behind her back. She was in a face-down position. This indicated that she and the offender had engaged in combat. The person who did this was strong enough to overcome someone who was actually struggling for her life. It was clear from the facts that the offender was powerful. Dana was not killed, as evidenced by the abrasions on her elbows and knees on the sofa. Blood traces were discovered on the carpet in the living room after forensics applied luminol to it. This meant Dana had been killed on the ground. After that, the murderer picked her up, laid her down on the couch, and wrapped her in a blanket. Investigators hypothesized that the murderer was attempting to comfort Dana. In this instance, the fact that she was wrapped in a blanket might suggest that the offender was experiencing regret or guilt. It's possible that the murderer had feelings for Dana. The house wasn't broken into by a random burglar. When searching for suspects, it's critical to consider the possibility that this person knew her. Important information was obtained by the police following the autopsy. Detectives started interviewing neighbors, and one of them claimed to have heard a woman's screams coming from around 1 a.m. This gave police their first idea of the time frame. The medical examiner was able to estimate that Dana had been dead for a few hours before police arrived and had most likely died during the night or early morning hours of that day. Dana was probably dead by 7:30 a.m. because she had not shown up for work. Following the conclusion that Dana was murdered between 1 and 7:30 in the morning, the investigation probed further into her life in an effort to identify potential suspects. Dana was the mother of 8-year-old triplets who lived with their father, Steve, her spouse. The police learned that she had recently separated from him at the time of her death. There were more possible suspects among those Dana might have invited into her home because she had begun a new life and made new friends. The people Dana worked for as a nanny mentioned a man named Adam who started stalking her, so detectives contacted her employers to find out if any of the people she was dating had disturbed her. Adam, a cable company employee, was working at Dana's house after she recently moved. He asked Dana out on a date after finishing the work. He kept trying to spend the evening with her, but she refused. Adam refused to accept no from her, and his actions eventually started to terrify Dana. She mentioned gifts, flowers, and notes left on the door, as well as incessant messages from him that didn't stop. These behaviors suggested obsessive, domineering, and irate behavior that might make Adam think about committing a crime. Police discovered that Dana had threatened to hold Adam accountable if she were to suffer any harm. Adam became the main suspect and was in the spotlight. Despite everything, his actions and potential motivation appeared to be strong evidence of guilt. Adam denied any role in Dana's demise. The police conducted a thorough investigation of his surroundings while he was being questioned. They looked through his work locker and his car, but they didn't find anything unusual. When questioned about his whereabouts, Adam acted aggressively and insisted on his innocence. Adam stated that he stayed at home with friends the night of the murder. His statements were verified by a review of his phone records. As a result, he was placed lower on the investigation's list of suspects, forcing the police to focus on other individuals. A phone number written fluently in pen on Dana's hand was the tiny but crucial piece of evidence that investigators concentrated on. They looked up the number and found that it belonged to Julian, a 35-year-old man. The importance of the phone number to Dana was evident from the fact that it was written in pen on her hand. To learn why Julian's number was inscribed on Dana's hand, detectives located him and asked him to come in for interrogation. Their suspicions were aroused by his unwillingness to provide a cogent response, which led them to investigate his relationship with Dana further. Julian acknowledged under duress that he was close to Dana, despite the fact that she was seeing his best friend Matt. Detectives started to question whether Julian could have been the murderer after this discovery, but when his alibi was examined, it was discovered that witnesses and establishment employees had verified that he was at the bar from 10:30 p.m. to 1 a.m. on the night of the murder. Julian was thus disqualified as the murderer by his alibi. The detectives began to question whether Matt could have committed the crime after discovering that Dana was having an affair with his friend. Romantic relationships have the power to arouse our emotions, and although it may not be immediately apparent to everyone, out-of-control feelings are frequently the root cause of such crimes. Personal intimacy is frequently the cause of crimes of this kind. Matt, Dana's romantic partner, was immediately elevated to the level of suspicion as a result. Investigators examined Dana and Matt's relationship more thoroughly after receiving Julian's information. The asymmetry of feelings was clear. Dana believed she had allowed Matt into her life, but Matt was blazing with passion for her. Lacked such intense emotion. According to phone records, Dana and Matt were in constant contact the night of the murder, with calls taking place between 11:30 p.m. and midnight. As a biker who abused illegal substances and was able to confront multiple men at once, Matt was described by Dana's friends as being abrasive and rude, all of which made him an obvious suspect. Investigators found that Matt lived close to Vancouver, Canada. While looking into Dana Laskowski, however, this did not absolve him of suspicion. In a couple of hours, he could have driven from his house to Dana's. When asked, Matt claimed that he was not involved in the crime because he had intended to meet Dana but was stopped at the border due to issues with his documents. His alibi was confirmed. Investigators asked Matt for any information that could help solve Dana's murder after he was exonerated of any suspicion. According to Matt, he had called Dana the night of the murder and observed that she appeared uneasy during their chat, which may indicate that someone was present in the house with her. Matt surmised that the unidentified individual might have been Steve, Dana's ex-husband. Dana had spent a portion of her life with Steve, so it was obvious that she needed to talk to him. Her triplets were his children. Breaking up is a tough experience, and depending on the situation, it can cause anger that can turn into murder. Maybe Steve decided to commit a crime because he was so furious after Dana left him. He might have committed murder out of passion, jealousy, or rage, all of which needed to be taken into account. When investigators started looking into Steve's identity, they discovered that he had given Dana a life insurance policy, which expanded the pool of potential explanations for what transpired to include financial ones. When Steve was brought to the police station to be questioned about his relationship with Dana, he seemed unusually distant and withdrawn, seen in his feelings. His emotions seemed to have been smothered. Another suspicious detail was discovered by the detectives during the interview. Steve's knees were abrasive, just like Dana's elbows and knees. Investigators thought that on the night of the murder, there might have been a disagreement between the two. Steve explained that he had sustained the abrasions on his knees while playing baseball when detectives questioned him about them, but according to one of the detectives there, who was a real baseball expert, those kinds of injuries were not typical of the sport. Steve was even more anxious after that, but did he have a chance to murder Dana? Steve responded that he was at home, 5 hours away from Puyallup, when asked where he was on the night of the murder. The following morning, he said, he put the children to bed, filled up the gas tank, and drove to a nearby campground. His explanation was intriguing. The triplets' absence from Dana's home the night she passed away could have been a coincidence, but it could also indicate that Steve had prearranged the entire situation. It took 10 hours to travel back and forth between Steve's and Dana's homes. If Steve had gone to Dana's house, investigators realized, he would undoubtedly need to stop at a gas station, so they gave careful thought to the possibility that he could have put the kids to bed, driven to Puyallup, committed the crime, and driven back. They looked into locations where he might have refilled up with gas and went back his potential path. Investigators removed Steve as a suspect after reviewing surveillance footage and examining areas of the road where his car might have been spotted. They were unable to find any concrete proof that Steve had made the trip. The investigation hit an impenetrable wall after all suspects were ruled out. which caused great frustration. The fact that Dana's body was covered in blankets seemed particularly strange, a behavior that amply demonstrated the unusual nature of the perpetrator. The investigators had reached a point where they had no viable suspect or explanation for the nature of the crime. In light of this, the police made the decision to enlist the FBI in the inquiry. Because the local police lacked the requisite experience to identify such specific signs, the investigators sought the FBI specialist's assistance in creating a psychological profile of the potential offender. After carefully examining the case, the FBI concluded that the crime was likely committed impulsively and in a fit of rage, revealing a disordered personality. The person who was in Dana's home that fateful night, according to experts, had no intention of killing her. They probably knew one another, spoke, and then he attacked in a fit of rage. The search had to be expanded after the police had already looked at the ex-husband, the boyfriend, and even the stalker. This crime was committed by someone. It was unclear who made the decision to expand the search for suspects in the Dana Laskowski case in light of fresh FBI information. Police were now searching for someone who could have lost control if provoked. Detectives examined the video footage from Dana's funeral in an effort to find fresh evidence. Finding out who was there and how people acted on this day of mourning was essential. It was crucial to observe who attended Dana's funeral and who did not, both from a psychological perspective. Given that most murders are carried out by someone the victim knew, it is possible that the murderer was one of these individuals. It's possible that the murderer attended the funeral because it would have been suspicious to skip it. However, how did he respond to that circumstance? Did anything have the potential to reveal him? The police discovered an entry in the guest book that caught them off guard. His loved ones wrote that they missed Dana and were shocked by her passing, expressing their sorrow over the loss. However, Amanda Dana's niece's entry was especially noteworthy. "I apologize for not being the best niece," she wrote. "It's been 34 days since I broke free from addiction. You are the reason for this." Amanda was characterized by some family members as a wild and erratic young lady. According to what was written, Amanda had overcome her addiction following Dana's passing. She also did it for Dana's benefit, which said two crucial things. Her love for her aunt was the primary factor, but it also revealed that she felt bad about her death for whatever reason, which was important because it raised the possibility that she was involved in Dana's demise. Dana was a compassionate, kind individual. Dana loved her family, and in an effort to keep her niece, Amanda 17, out of trouble, she would often let her stay with her. Amanda was a frequent runaway from home. Because Amanda was a reliable adult who was always there to support them through any problems at home, Amanda and her friends would frequently visit Dana's house. The detectives looked at Amanda to talk about the circumstances surrounding her aunt's death. They had scheduled a meeting with her. Amanda disclosed that she and Dana had been like mother and daughter. She and her friends had always had the support of their aunt. They were teenagers with unstable home lives who spent time in the park and associated illegal substances and alcohol with their future. All of them had just finished high school, but they had no clear plans for the future. Dana was attempting to establish a secure location that Amanda and her friends could visit day or night. As a result, when investigators questioned Amanda about Dana's murder, the back door of her home was always left open at night. She gave a list of those who had visited the house, naming Zane in particular. "He was a strong man with a violent temper," she said. Then Amanda revealed something even more unsettling. She described how she had once been beaten by Zane. He threw her on the couch and started acting aggressively. He would try to hit on her hard and she would push him away and ask him why. Zane merely chuckled at this, displaying his strength and beauty, as though he was taking pleasure in the situation. The detectives made the decision to examine Zane more closely and search the databases. Zane was a suspect due to his criminal history of fighting and dealing illegal substances. To find out more about Zane, one of the detectives got in touch with his young informant. In their meeting, he talked about Dana's murder and recommended Zane as a potential suspect. But according to the informant, Zane was not the one who killed Dana. Emily, a young woman from Amanda's group, was the murderer. Emily Lauenborg, a 17-year-old drug user, lived close to Dana's home. Emily and Amanda had a close relationship. They might have even been best friends. After hearing the story, the detective started to question its authenticity. He couldn't believe that Emily, a 5'2" girl who was frail, could strangle a 36-year-old mother of 3. The informant responded that she was no longer the frail girl she had been. She had matured and gained muscle. Because she enjoyed wrestling men, she was known as the mutant. Emily wasn't your usual suspect, but as the investigation progressed, it became clear that she was the strongest of the problematic teenagers, impressing everyone, including the guys, with her physical prowess and wanting arm wrestling and even regular wrestling. Emily was taken to the station by the detectives to be questioned about her potential role in Dana's murder. After placing her hands on the table, Emily threw back her head and frantically looked from side to side before leaning forward and angrily telling her that she had been slandered. Emily was asked by the police where she was when Dana was killed. Emily and Amanda both stated that they were present at the party when the crime was committed. But around midnight, Amanda and Emily left the party, and the police were able to track them down. Consequently, they could have arrived at Dana's residence by 1 in the morning. Everything suggested that they were concealing something and were most likely involved in the crime. However, what had actually occurred? Was Emily responsible for the murder? The police were able to secure a search warrant for Emily's rented room because of mounting circumstantial evidence against her. Her private journal was one of the things confiscated. It had the usual entries of a 17-year-old girl, but it quickly disclosed surprising information. A wish list that included the desire to murder someone and escape punishment was one of the entries. Emily expresses her anger towards Amanda in a different entry, stating that she wants to strangle Amanda in the same manner that she strangled her aunt. Emily's guilt was confirmed by this startling discovery. The murder, Dana's strangling, and the intention to potentially strangle Amanda in a similar way were all described in the diaries. Crucially, detectives had not yet made public the news that Dana had strangled to death when they discovered Emily's diary. This further suggested that Emily was to blame for Dana's ordeal. Amanda was questioned by detectives once more and was accused of lying about the night her aunt was killed. They questioned why she had deceived everyone. After all, Emily stated that she wanted money and that she wasn't there under duress. Amanda couldn't stand it any longer and told the detectives everything she knew before they even got to Dana's house. Dana woke up as they walked into the living room and heard a noise. The sight of them startled her. Dana responded that she didn't have any money when they told her they needed it. Emily, however, was not happy with that response and asked Dana for money once more. Emily was gently nudged in the direction of the exit when Dana asked them to leave. Emily didn't like it though, and she wasn't going to put up with it. In front of Amanda, she launched an attack on Dana and strangled her. Emily refused to listen to Amanda's cries for her to stop. The fact that Amanda did nothing but watch Emily kill her aunt suggests that she either feared Emily or that it happened so fast that she was likely unaware of what she was seeing. Amanda's scream, not Dana's, was heard by a neighbor at 1 in the morning when Dana was killed. Emily covered Dana's body with a blanket and placed it on the couch. Before they left, they took what little money Dana had. Emily took a brief break to get a black shirt out of Dana's closet. Emily wore that exact shirt when she attended Dana's funeral. It was her display of power and authority. Motive was the question that the investigators were struggling with. Emily had expressed her anger to her friends about Amanda's constant abandonment of her for her aunt. Given their close relationship, Emily might have killed Dana in order to fully control Amanda. However, Amanda was given a plea deal and would not be imprisoned for her involvement in Dana's murder. After much deliberation, investigators decided that Amanda was needed as a witness because she had witnessed the murder and would have the right to remain silent if she were charged with a crime. As a result, Amanda became a witness and gave information about what transpired that fateful night. It was the vital data that the authorities required. However, because of Emily's unremarkable size, prosecutors were unsure they could convince a jury of her guilt and allowed her to enter a guilty plea to the lesser charge of manslaughter. After being convicted and serving 5.5 years in prison, Emily Lollenborg was released in 2008. She later moved back to Puyallup, changed her name, got married, and had kids. Locals will undoubtedly be concerned about Emily's freedom to roam the streets. Like serial killers who wear mementos of their crimes, she was dressed in the victim's clothing, having already killed once and never regretting it at the funeral. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The police didn't know they were entering a house of horrors when they started looking into a murder case on February 16, 1981. There was something really strange about the house. The nightmare that started inside those walls, however, would not stay contained. Indeed, it was on the verge of seeping into reality. Although the nation would be shocked by Alan Bono's murder in Connecticut, Arnie Cheyenne Johnson's terrifying allegation of demonic possession would garner the most media attention. Supported by Ed and Lorraine Warren, paranormal investigators, this case was unheard of. But were the demons inside, or the supernatural really to blame? Many believe David was just suffering from a mental illness. The true crime behind the film, The Conjuring, The Devil Made Me Do It, is presented to you this Halloween. The first illegal killing in Brookfield's history had occurred on the evening of February 16, 1981. With dense woods on either side, Brookfield Police Department Sergeant Gordon Fairchild slowed his patrol car when he saw a man stumbling down the road. The figure looked confused, as if intoxicated, and his appearance suggested a straightforward case of public intoxication. One particular detail, however, would lead to the most contentious case of the decade. Tiny blood droplets were scattered all over the man's clothing. He didn't appear to be in a state to describe the bloodstains or his location. He admitted to the officer that he had a drinking problem and needed assistance. The man was captured by Fairchild, who escorted him back to the cruiser. The sergeant didn't know the man, but that night would be the beginning of the most bizarre case he would ever work on, one that would ultimately rock the foundations of the American legal system. A call came in as he was getting the man settled in the car. 2 miles away, a horrific murder had been attempted. According to reports, the suspect had escaped into the woods. Detective Fairchild knew then that the man they were searching for was Arnie Cheyenne Johnson, who was seated next to him. They took him in to question him. Investigating the horrifying murder attempt further, they found that Alan Bono, 40, was lying in a pool of his own blood. A 5-inch knife had stabbed him several times in a gory manner. One of the stab wounds extended from his stomach to the base of his heart, which made the situation worse. The autopsy had completed the case, the fingerprints on the knife had been positively identified, and there were eyewitnesses to the assault. The proof was unquestionable. Investigators were certain that Alan Bono was murdered by Arnie Cheyenne Johnson. However, it was the why, the reason for the action, that would transform this otherwise straightforward case into a riddle that defied reason and has sparked debate to this day. Alan, the victim, was still receiving medical attention at a hospital on the day Arnie was captured. Arnie was told that he would now face murder charges after Alan passed away from his injuries. Arnie's unexpected reaction was to take a 25-minute power nap. Police Detective Sergeant John Lucas formally charged him with first-degree murder after reading him his rights when he awoke. Arnie's only response during the interrogation was that he had no memory of the murder's time and that he didn't intend to harm anyone. Before the murder, he last recalled being out to lunch with his landlord Alan Bono with his wife Debbie Glatzel, her cousin Mary, and his own sister Wanda Johnson. His memory went blank after that. Debbie, Arnie's wife, was called in to answer questions about what happened that day and to fill in the blanks her husband had left. The detectives had no idea that her story would lead to a barrage of the strangest explanations they had ever heard during questioning. She started by giving a description of the deceased, Alan Bono, an Australian who had offered Debbie a job and rented his house to them. For the young couple, he was more of a friend than a landlord or boss. The beginning of that afternoon was pleasant, full of laughter and family, but Alan's attitude changed as he drank too much. In addition to taunting Arnie about a sinister past that had been buried but was now resurfacing, he started making offensive comments about the girls. Alan kept pushing Arnie's buttons, but there was something about his past that disturbed him, something so sinister. Alan provoked Arnie more and more with each taunt until he lost control and got to his feet. But there was a problem. A low, guttural sound escaped Arnie's throat as his body tensed and his expression twisted. He was growling, not just angry. It became evident that a physical altercation was unavoidable, Despite Wanda, Mary, and Debbie's best efforts to defuse the mounting tension, Wendell flung herself between the two men, but Arn suddenly produced a knife, and the women watched in horror as what transpired. As though possessed, Arn repeatedly and wildly stabbed Alan until he was lying in a pool of blood. Then Arn suddenly jerked to her feet and fled. Debbie said it wasn't just different from Arn. It wasn't Arn at all. He wasn't acting alone, supposedly. During this strange interrogation, renowned paranormal investigator Lorraine Warren called the Brookfield police station because they believed that an outside force, which they dubbed the Beast, was silently pulling the strings. She was going to say something so out of the ordinary that it would make the case even stranger. It was a malicious demon within Arn, she thought, and he was innocent. Despite the fact that the detectives clearly didn't believe her, she persisted and requested that they look over their earlier records. The police were astounded by what they saw when they examined the documents from a few months prior. Lorraine had called, and she had already told the detectives that a murder like this one was bound to happen. Neither Ed Warren nor Lorraine Warren had attained their later prominence at this point. However, it was becoming evident that Debbie and Arne had a strong ally in the Warrens, who were willing to support their bizarre allegations with their contentious knowledge, if they were lying to get away with murder. If there was a demon, why would it attack Alan? How could he have caused such a violent reaction? The demon that lived in Arn allegedly took control and showed Alan where he belonged because Alan had constantly made fun of and taunted him. Lorraine implied that the demon had a purpose and was connected to something much more profound than just a random force. She claimed that the solution was found in the troubled past of Debbie's family, which included not only the Warrens, but also her brother David Glatzel, who was 11 years old. The clock was running out as the investigators got ready to delve into this sinister past, and the story was only going to get stranger by the second. The realities that awaited them were more horrifying than their worst fears. It started in Bridgeport, Connecticut, during the summer of 1980. Arn and young Debbie were searching for rental properties to move in together after becoming engaged. At that point, they discovered a house close to a well. They made the decision to move in since the house was roomy and better than others in their price range. Debbie's family provided assistance with the move. However, their idyllic reality would soon be shattered by the dream home. David, Debbie's younger brother, had been asked to sweep the master bedroom, but after a while she discovered him outside in the yard, clearly shaken. He insisted on going home without cleaning the room. Debbie gave the assignment to her older brother Alan after realizing something was amiss. However, Alan also felt uneasy shortly after beginning and promptly requested to leave. During dinner at their mother's house that evening, David and Alan both related disturbing tales about what had happened to them that day. These tales would soon be woven into something much darker. David said a man shoved him back onto the bed and threatened to hurt him and his family. Alan said he had had a similar experience. The door suddenly slammed shut in his face as he felt a ghostly presence watching him. The family believed in the supernatural and was very religious. They were therefore certain that the house was haunted. They started looking for other options after giving up the rental property. The family's encounters with the paranormal did not end there, though. David started exhibiting alarming symptoms of an unidentified cause right away. He frequently communicated the beast's messages to the family because he thought he could hear it in his ears. He thought the beast had come through the storage beneath the house and was at their door one day. Each of these incidents then added to the others, and the family was unable to turn back. David claimed to have had the impression that someone was following or watching him. He was terrified and unable to sleep as a result of his intense nightmares, which were full of images of hideous people. Family members started to see David's distress firsthand. Some reported that he would speak in deep, strange voices or show unusual strength. David's family sought assistance from famed paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren after realizing how serious the situation was. Famous for their work on a number of haunting cases, the Warrens thought David was under demonic possession. They documented the strange events through a series of investigations and interviews with the Glatzel family. David reportedly had violent outbursts during one particularly intense session, claiming that a malevolent entity was torturing him. The Warrens thought that this ghost had taken hold of David and was attacking him physically and mentally. The Warrens and a number of priests performed several exorcisms at the Glatzel residence, in an effort to rid David of the alleged demon. David frequently screamed, convulsed, and displayed strange behaviors during the rituals, making these sessions tense and frightening. The Warrens claim that David's suffering was so intense that he would physically attack family members and anyone else who was around when the exorcisms were taking place. During these sessions, the exorcists claimed to have seen odd things like moving objects, cold spots in the room, and a sense of an oppressive presence. David claimed to have overheard voices mocking him during this period, claiming that he was helpless and would never be able to escape its hold. The young child suffered a severe psychological injury, becoming scared and perplexed, and frequently doubting his own reality. Following months of suffering and several unsuccessful attempts, a team of priests, assisted by Ed and Lorraine Warren, performed David Glatzel's last exorcism. Among the rituals carried out, this exorcism is frequently characterized as the most severe and hazardous. David's behavior peaked in a terrifying way during the session. It was reported that his voice sounded unnaturally guttural. "You are repulsed by Jesus," the priests chanted, "Leave this child alone." Those involved claimed that David had demonstrated supernatural strength well beyond his physical capabilities and had levitated off his bed. Following what felt like hours of fervent spiritual struggle, David's condition abruptly changed. His body, which had been stiff and tense during the exorcism, began to loosen up. David was calm for the first time in months, as his screams stopped. The priests and the Warrens thought that the demon had finally been expelled at this point. David didn't display the violent and unpredictable behavior he had previously displayed. Instead, he looked tired but lucid. Witnesses to his ordeal, his family described the moment as a relief, a weight being taken off their lives and their home. Nevertheless, although the exorcism was terminated, the demon continued to exist. Everything would be completely upended at this point. Here, the startling link between Arn and the eerie case of demonic possession started to emerge, exposing facts that nobody could have predicted. Ed and Lorraine Warren, as well as the Glatzel family, said that Arn had grown impatient with the demon's seeming control over David. During one of the exorcism sessions, Arn confronted the entity thought to be torturing David in a show of defiance and concern. He yelled at the demon, demanding that it abandon David and take possession of him instead. They said, "Take me on," Arn said. "If you're so strong, leave David alone and come into me." These words were meant to be a taunt, challenging the evil force to target him instead of young David. This challenge that Arnie presented to the demon deeply troubled Lorraine. She thought a horrible thing might happen, so she called the Brookfield police to express her fear that something terrible was going to happen. And it did. As events transpired, investigators were certain that Arnie and his followers had a story that was both frightening and humorous, but unquestionably implausible. From the investigators' point of view, the day's events were simple. After consuming excessive amounts of alcohol, Arn and Alan ended up with young girls. Alan's offensive comment about Arn's sister-in-law pushed Arn over the edge, escalating the tension. Under the influence of alcohol and his tumultuous past with the Glatzel family, Arn either lost his mind or used this as an easy excuse to confront Alan physically before leaving. The charges against him were based on this. However, what would Arn's defense entail? Did he have a crime? He would make a plea that would catch the attention of everyone on the planet, not just one of simple guilt. Ed and Lorraine Warren said during the trial, which started in October 1981, "We're going to take the devil to court." Martin Minella, Arn's defense lawyer, claimed that because Arn was under the influence of a demon at the time of the murder, he was not accountable for his actions. Such a defense was employed for the first time in American history. Minella attempted to have the Warrens testify regarding the alleged possession by Johnson and the exorcisms. Additionally, he intended to subpoena the priests who were performing the exorcisms. The defense team maintained that Arnie's actions could only be explained by demonic influence. However, the defense of demonic possession was promptly dismissed by the case's presiding judge, Judge Robert Callahan. Because it was not verifiable by any legal or scientific standards, he decided that such a defense could not be used in court. Supernatural claims are not admissible under the American legal system, which is founded on observable facts and logical reasoning. After the demonic possession defense was rejected, Arn's legal team turned to self-defense. Judge Callahan said, "The courts have dealt with the existence of God, Now they're going to have to deal with the existence of the devil. The next question on the trial was whether Arnie had acted in self-defense during an altercation with Alan Bono while intoxicated. According to testimony given during the trial, Alan started the deadly altercation by grabbing Mary Glatzel, the sister of Arnie's girlfriend, and refusing to let her go. Although the specifics of the altercation were unclear, witnesses stated that Alan had been drinking excessively and had become agitated. Assistant State's Attorney Walter Flanagan led the prosecution's argument that Arne stabbed Alan on purpose, although the prosecution argued that the murder was the consequence of a heated argument rather than any supernatural influence. Johnson had a history of good behavior and no violent tendencies. The jury deliberated based on the evidence presented in court, despite the case's sensational nature and the initial defense's reliance on the demonic possession argument. On November 24, 1981, the jury found Arne Johnson guilty of first-degree manslaughter. Following 15 hours of deliberation, the jury agreed with the defense's arguments of mitigating circumstances, such as the fight between Arnie and Alan, and rejected the notion that the murder was premeditated or that Johnson had acted with malice aforethought. Due to his good behavior, Arnie was released from prison in 1986 after serving only 5 of the 10 to 20 years that he had been sentenced to. The case has had a long-lasting impact on popular culture, in addition to the legal field. Its status in paranormal lore has been solidified by Ed and Lorraine Warren's involvement with the case. Standing by their assertions that Arne Johnson had been influenced by a malevolent force and that the devil was the one who forced him to do it, they continued to write books and give interviews. The case further cemented its place in the history of the paranormal in America when it was dramatized in the popular movie The Conjuring, The Devil Made Me Do It, in 2021. As a result, the February 16, 1981 case, which was initially thought to be an open and shut case, has been a source of fascination and wonder for many years, and is still one of the most fascinating cases to be remembered on Halloween. Why did the demon, if it was responsible, attach itself to David in spite of multiple exorcisms, but lay dormant in Arne both before and after the murder? Did Arne get away with the most egregious excuse in criminal history? How did Lorraine Warren alert the Brookfield police prior to the actual murder, if it wasn't paranormal? Those who read this terrifying story are still plagued by these questions. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A terrifying discovery broke the quiet of a comfortable Goshen home on the evening of February 6, 2015. Respected policeman Daniel Green was discovered dead in his own restroom. 1 bullet to the forehead, 4 shots. The shots went unheard. Nobody noticed anything unusual, and there were no hints that would identify the offender. This was no coincidence. It all appeared to have been done with cold, deliberate precision. An officer had devoted his entire career to serving the community. Who could have killed him? Nobody close to him could have predicted how complicated and sinister the answers would be. In the tiny town of Goshen, encircled by orchards, the silence of the deserted house was suddenly broken. A dead man lay flat on his back on the bathroom floor. On February 6, 2015, at precisely noon, Daniel Green, a well-respected police officer, was discovered. His coworkers went to Daniel's house because they were worried that he hadn't arrived for work. They were completely shocked by what they discovered there. The 31-year-old officer was killed by 4 bullets, one of which hit his forehead. Nothing had been heard by any of the neighbors. No one had contacted the police, and there was not a single clue that identified the offender. No weapon or DNA evidence was found. The criminal left behind nothing but emptiness, as if they knew exactly what they were doing. Daniel Green had spent his whole life in Goshen. The people of the town held him in high regard during his 11 years of service with the California Police Department. He always sought to make a positive impact on the community and loved his work. His life ended so suddenly and brutally in this place, which was like a fortress in a quiet corner where everyone knew and trusted one another. As soon as the police started their investigation, they turned their attention to Daniel's private life. Following his divorce from 27-year-old Erica Sandoval, he had been living alone. It was not an easy relationship with her. Daniel's friends and co-workers were aware that Erica had not let him go and was still meddling in his affairs, even after they had split up. Despite their formal separation, she frequently attempted to manipulate him. Almost instantly after receiving a message from a friend, Erica showed up at the scene on February 6, 2015. In front of the officers, she sobbed uncontrollably as she entered the house, claiming she had nothing to do with what had happened and that she hadn't seen Daniel that day. But the investigators were suspicious of her actions. There were too many unresolved questions, she reacted too emotionally, and she got to the scene too soon. The Tulare County Sheriff's Department was rocked by Officer Green's death. His co-workers started to question whether his untimely death had anything to do with his work or if it was a personal matter. One thing was certain, despite the growing number of questions, these mysteries needed to be resolved as quickly as possible. Motives, relationships, personal disputes. Investigators put in endless effort, step by step, to find the truth, looking everywhere. Daniel's twin brother and sister, Matthew and Misty, were devastated by his passing. The twin brothers had grown up together in Porterville, a small Californian town, where they had known early on that they wanted to work in law enforcement. Matthew chose to pursue a career in law after starting out in the police force. In contrast, Daniel remained in the force, becoming an officer and taking pride in his career choice. Their sister was proud of her brothers and was always there for them. Daniel Green was well known for his love of motorcycles, in addition to his work as a police officer. He enjoyed the feeling of speed and freedom while he was a member of a motorcycle club. Daniel had a special bond with James Bonds Downey, one of his closest friends. Both of them loved riding their bikes through the countryside, relishing the freedom they felt on the road. Daniel had a busy personal life. He was rarely by himself and loved going on dates. For a while, he would bring a new girlfriend to family get-togethers every month. This went on until he met 22-year-old nurse Erica Sandoval in late 2009. Everything changed for him when he met Erica. He made the decision to settle down after falling deeply in love. He was still single at that point, but his sister and brother were already married. But things were different with Erica. She captured Daniel's heart. According to Erica's close friend Angelica Ramirez, Erica was incredibly infatuated with Daniel at the start of their relationship. They appeared to be the ideal couple at first glance, and their passion was strong. But as Daniel's sister remembered, even though Erica was friendly, she could lose her temper easily if something didn't go her way. Tension in their relationship increased over time, leading to frequent disputes and arguments. Born into a middle-class family in Southern California, Erica Sandoval grew up there. David Sandoval, her brother, recalled how Erica always felt special as the only daughter. Her parents tried to give her the best of everything and spoiled her. She grew up expecting her wishes to be granted without question and never faced hardship or mistreatment. Due to her parents' and brother's unwavering support and attention, Erica developed a sense of entitlement and the conviction that she should be given preferential treatment. Everyone close to Daniel Green and Erica Sandoval was caught off guard when they learned of their covert Las Vegas wedding. When they made the decision to get married without telling anyone beforehand, Daniel was 26 and Erica was 23. When Daniel's brother and sister got a late-night message with a picture of the marriage certificate, they were astounded. A few weeks later, Daniel wore a black suit and Erica wore a white dress, and the newlyweds threw a small wedding celebration for their loved ones. But even though they seemed content, Daniel and Erica's relationship was anything but ideal. Daniel's friend and fellow motorcycle rider Herb Adams recalled how Daniel once told him that they had a fight even before they were married, and Erica took a razor and cut the furniture in his house. According to Herb, it was a concerning indication that shouldn't have been disregarded. Daniel's brother Matthew saw the damage firsthand and expressed concern, but Daniel maintained that it was only an emotional outburst. Within the family, the disputes persisted. One of these incidents occurred during a dispute between Matthew and Daniel's sister. Erica shouted at Daniel as she grabbed him. Daniel's brother and sister heard him sob in the adjacent room. It was one of the most agonizing times in Matthew's life, he recalled. Hearing his brother weep broke his heart. However, it was challenging to get involved in Daniel and Erica's relationship. The Green family had a difficult upbringing. Daniel's mother, brother, and sister recalled the harsh treatment they received from their stepfather. He frequently drank excessively, used illegal substances, and had a criminal history. Being older than their sister, Matthew and Daniel frequently took the brunt of the abuse in order to keep her safe. Their stepfather died shortly after their mother finally obtained a restraining order. They were all affected by these incidents. There were concerning similarities between Daniel's relationship with Erica and his early years. Family members observed that Erica verbally denigrated her husband, kept him away from friends and family, and controlled him. Even though Daniel works as a police officer and regularly deals with victims of domestic abuse, he was unable to acknowledge that he had experienced a similar circumstance. He was aware that he was turning into a victim, but there was nothing he could do about it. He was hampered by his fear, shame, and unwillingness to admit his vulnerability. For the same reasons that women do, men frequently fail to report domestic violence. In February 2011, Daniel and Erica's marital problems peaked. Daniel's neighbor overheard the couple getting into a heated argument. In an attempt to push her husband over the edge, Erica was shouting and making fun of him. Knowing that losing control could cost him his career, Daniel made an effort to maintain his composure. He once requested that the neighbor contact emergency services in order to put an end to the situation. Despite the gravity of the incident, Daniel declined to file charges against Erica, so she was quickly freed after the police took her into custody. Daniel concluded that their relationship was over after this incident became irreparable. Only a year after their formal marriage, they got divorced and separated in January 2012. Erica revealed to her friends that she was expecting Daniel's child a few months after the divorce. Daniel was informed promptly, and in spite of everything they had experienced, he made the decision to try to start over for the benefit of the unborn child. They moved back in together and resumed their relationship. The family of Daniel hoped that this time would be different and that their arguments would no longer be a problem. Daniel eagerly awaited the baby's birth and did everything he could to keep the peace at home. Nevertheless, the issues persisted. Erica frequently bemoaned Daniel's severe demeanor to her friend Angelica Ramirez. She said she was unhappy in the relationship with Daniel and that he could be cold and uncaring. Angelica remembered that Erica used to claim that Daniel had tried to strangle her by grabbing her by the neck. One day, she feared it might end tragically. Although she was aware of her limited influence, Angelica made an effort to assist Erica. Daniel's friends and family discussed Erica's violent behavior at the same time. She demonstrated uncontrollable behavior by damaging Daniel's property by slashing couches and mattresses. Month after month, the disputes intensified, but neither side asked for assistance. Tension only increased and their relationship remained precarious. Despite their best efforts to keep the family together, Daniel and Erica were always at odds. Friends and family saw that their relationship was becoming more and more like a vicious cycle, where both parties suffered but neither dared to break free. Their story turned into a string of accusations and suffering because neither of them wanted to ask for help. Erica gave birth to a son on January 5, 2013, and they named him Aiden. Their relationship appeared to be finally getting better at that point. Daniel felt his life had a new purpose and was overjoyed to become a father. He made the decision to sell his motorcycle for the benefit of his family, realizing that their security and welfare came first. Though it was difficult for him, he made this choice for Aiden's sake and their family's stability. Daniel shared images of himself and his son on social media. These were the happy times in his life. But after only 6 months, tensions began to rise once more. Arguments and ongoing disputes increased in frequency. Erica accepted Daniel's suggestion to move out, but she took Aiden with her and severed all communication with her ex-husband. Daniel became depressed after being unable to see his son. He made the decision to battle for custody of Aiden, which sparked a heated argument between them. These things happened in the context of another incident that had a big impact on Daniel's life. Daniel's brakes abruptly failed while riding a motorcycle with a friend just before Aiden was born. Daniel found that some wires had been cut when they pulled over. He thought Erica might have been the culprit right away. He confronted her head-on when he got home, but Erica denied everything. Never would she do anything that would endanger his life, she insisted. In an effort to deflect attention and prevent future confrontations, Daniel decided not to call the police or tell anyone about the incident. Erica was adamantly against Daniel's love of motorcycles. They were dangerous in her opinion. They quarreled each time he came back from a ride, and their relationship only became more tense. Following the incident with the cut brakes, the motorcycle's disputes peaked. In an attempt to maintain control and lessen the consequences, Daniel chose to keep quiet even though he knew their relationship was becoming toxic. Daniel thought that his family would enter a more tranquil phase after selling the motorcycle and having his son, but the arguments persisted. Daniel was thoroughly shaken by an incident that happened in the fall of 2014 while he and Erica were spending another night together. When he awoke in the middle of the night, Erica was standing over him brandishing a gun. She pointed it at him and claimed to have had a nightmare about Daniel cheating on her. She expressed her desire to take his life in order to relieve herself of that suffering. By telling her that it was only a dream and that he had never betrayed her, Daniel was able to calm her down. Erica lowered the gun and appeared to relax. Daniel came to the realization that their relationship had become risky after this. After sharing the incident with his friends, he made the decision to permanently break off the toxic relationship. They reconnected in January 2015 to commemorate their son Aiden's second birthday in spite of this incident. Everyone saw Daniel and Erica chatting lovingly at the family get-together for close relatives. Many believed they were back together, after Daniel even gave her a cheek kiss. Daniel, however, was aware that they could not have a future together and did not wish to resume their previous disputes and arguments. Following that encounter, Daniel announced to his friends that he had a new girlfriend, Brenda Vela, who was 20 years old. He shared the good news on social media with a picture of the two of them. Many believed that he was finally starting a new, more tranquil chapter in his life because he appeared to be truly happy. However, a tragic incident soon followed. As agreed upon, Daniel dropped Aiden off at Erica's house early on February 6, 2015. He then proceeded to the gym. When he got home from his workout, his life abruptly ended. After entering the restroom and taking a seat, Daniel was shot 4 times, in the forehead, neck, chest, and arm. He had no time to defend himself before he was killed. Their relationship had always been characterized by animosity and accusations directed at one another. They were consistently aggressive in their text messages. There were insults and rage in hundreds of messages. Daniel claimed that Erica was attempting to take away his son, which was the thing he valued most. In response, Erica accused him of being a bad father and selfish. They argued about everything from personal attacks to parenting concerns. The tension only increased because there was no fruitful discussion. Then, however, there was a surprising reconciliation. Why they began spending time together again was a mystery to their friends and family. At first glance, it seemed like they were reestablishing their relationship. It appeared that they had achieved some harmony and that the arguments had stopped. However, as we all know, this tranquility was short-lived, and things quickly returned to normal. The day following Daniel's passing, Erica was taken in for interrogation. She said she had nothing to do with what had happened and hadn't visited his house in weeks. She was told by investigators that they had video from a nearby home security camera that showed her entering the house on the day of the crime. The investigators chose to use this strategy to make Erica panic, even though her identification from the video was actually inconclusive. This tactic was successful. Erica confessed because she was unable to cope with the pressure. She even indicated the location where she had thrown away the gun that was used in the crime. The prosecutor contended that jealousy and the sense of being supplanted by a different woman were the driving forces behind the crime. A note containing Brenda's name and birth year was discovered in Erica's purse when she was taken into custody, suggesting that she had been following Daniel's new girlfriend. Despite the strong evidence against her, the trial didn't begin until October 1, 2019, which was 5 years after the terrible incident. In an attempt to get back in touch with Daniel, Erica called him roughly 170 times in the days before the crime. She had heard that Brenda was spending time with their son Aiden, whom Daniel had introduced to her. She had been pushed over the edge by this. The prosecutor added that Erica erased a number of Daniel's phone messages following the crime. She tried to persuade Daniel that she would improve and change in these messages. Daniel, however, had replied that he planned to move on and didn't want to interact with her anymore. Erica's lawyer maintained throughout the trial that Daniel had been an abusive husband who routinely attacked her. They played audio recordings of heated arguments during which Daniel was heard threatening and insulting Erica. These recordings, which showed cruelty and aggression in their relationship, were an essential component of her defense. Speaking in court, Erica detailed the various abuse incidents she had experienced over the years. She said Daniel had threatened her, grabbed her by the neck, and physically abused her. According to Erica, she lived in continual fear and decided not to call the police because she believed it would be pointless. She claimed that because Daniel was a police officer, he had the ability to sway any investigation and was too strong for her to demand justice. Since Daniel was a respected member of the community, Erica thought no one would believe her. Erica said she had a phone conversation with Daniel on February 5, 2015, the day before the crime. She claimed that she had hope of rekindling their relationship because they were flirting with one another. She made the decision to visit his home the following day to see if they could get back in touch. She was instantly uneasy when she walked inside and saw 2 guns on the table. Erica made the decision to take a closer look around the house and discovered a partially open safe in one of the rooms. She discovered 2 private images of what she believed to be minors inside. She was taken aback by this and began to worry that Daniel might endanger their son. According to Erica, looking at those pictures altered her opinion of Daniel. She realized that his interests might be far more sinister than she had initially believed when she recalled how he had forced her to wear school uniforms. Erica put the papers back and then heard a car arrive. Daniel was the one. Unsure of what to do, she snatched up both loaded guns in a panic and fled into one of the rooms. Daniel went through the rooms when he first arrived at the house. Erica heard him take the guns in her hands and go to the bathroom. She was so terrified that she followed him. Daniel was seated on the toilet when she walked into the bathroom. When he saw her, he yelled in a threatening tone. She claims that's when she started shooting. She continued shooting until she thought the threat had passed, though she couldn't recall how many shots she had fired. She then threw the weapons away, ran out of the house, and attempted to escape. In addition, Erica acknowledged that she kept having sex with Daniel in spite of all the abuse because she was afraid of how he would respond to her rejection. She asserted that he would turn hostile if she didn't appease him. She stayed with him in part because of this. She was afraid of what might happen if she tried to resist his demands or refused to comply. She believed that obeying his wishes was directly related to her safety. During the trial, Erica first brought up the pictures she had discovered in Daniel's safe. She claimed that because she didn't trust the authorities and thought they would support her ex-husband, she had purposefully kept quiet about it during the investigation. Daniel's family members were appalled by these allegations and flatly denied their veracity. Erica maintained that she was afraid her words would be misunderstood or disregarded. Erica's assertions were unsupported, though. When the police searched Daniel's house, they didn't find any illegal images or proof to back up her claims. According to the prosecutor, Erica lied about everything she said in order to escape punishment. Erica's lawyer attempted to paint Daniel in a bad light by pointing out that hundreds of private images and videos of adults were on his computer and phone. The lawyer also pointed out that more than 1,000 pictures had been removed from Daniel's phone years prior, which he believed might reveal sinister secrets. Perhaps Erica had good reason to be afraid of him. Erica apologized to Daniel's family and said she was sorry for what she had done. She claimed that her actions were motivated by panic and fear for her son, and that she never intended for things to end so tragically. Additionally, Erica's lawyer contended that Daniel himself was equally responsible for Daniel's death as Erica. Both of them were unable to break free from the traumatic relationship they were in, and it appeared that their fate was doomed to end tragically. A mistrial resulted from the jury's inability to reach a unanimous verdict after nearly 4 days of deliberation. Since it gave them a chance to review the case and create a fresh defense plan, Erica's lawyer saw this as a success. In spite of this, Daniel's brother Matthew Green and his wife adopted Aiden, and Erica lost her parental rights. A new trial was planned for 2020, but the pandemic caused it to be repeatedly postponed. Although a final decision has not yet been made, the most recent hearing was held in December 2022. As of right now, Erica Sanville is being held pending trial. If convicted, she could be executed. The next stage of the trial, which could be pivotal in this intricate case, is still being prepared for by the lawyers on both sides. Many people learned from this tragedy, which served as a reminder of the extent to which personal demons and jealousy can lead if assistance is not sought, and toxic relationships are not ended promptly. Too many lives were lost, too much suffering was endured, and too many words remained unsaid. Nevertheless, despite this gloom, some people persisted in fighting for a better future and made every effort to ensure little Aiden's happiness. Even though the story is over, its reverberations will last for a very long time, serving as a constant reminder of what can occasionally be concealed behind the closed doors of homes that appear to be ideal. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Aurora, then 26 years old, and Mark, then 32, decided to take their honeymoon to the stunning island of Corsica in the late spring of 1995. The girl had chosen this location for their first vacation together after Aurora and Mark got married 2 months prior. The young wife was eager to see Corsica's villages, mountains, and beautiful scenery. They made a stop in the quaint little town of Calvi that day. Here, a restaurant with a view of the bay hosted a candlelit dinner for the newlyweds in the harbor. Following dinner, Aurora and Mark made their way to the Notre Dame de la Serra Chapel, a well-liked tourist destination where lovers go to watch the sunset, the perfect location for a romantic day's end. Around 10:30 in the evening, they got into their car and drove back to the hotel. Right at the end of the railing, some animals abruptly leaped onto the road in front of the car, putting the young couple on a very dangerous road that descended sharply. The car plunged off the cliff as Mark swiftly turned the wheel. Aurora remained calm in spite of the dire circumstances. Before the car fell, she jumped out and opened the door. Mark was less fortunate. He and the car fell 140 meters. Aurora was alive, but she was in shock. In the middle of the night, in complete darkness, she bravely decided to go down barefoot to assist her husband. After locating Mark inside the vehicle, Aurora dragged him out. She washed his face and pulled him by the legs toward the sea. The girl then ascended the cliff once more in order to signal for assistance and stop a passing vehicle. Calvi firefighters showed up on the scene. Her husband was down there with a head injury and unconscious, and Aurora was screaming and sobbing in hysteria. In order to save him, she pleaded with the rescuers to descend as soon as possible. The firefighters immediately made their way to the cliff's base in an attempt to locate Mark, but their search was severely hampered by the night's darkness and the uneven ground. Just finding the car, which was empty, took them 30 minutes. But they saw that the man had a serious head injury and there was a lot of blood. When divers signaled that they had found something at 6 a.m., the weary firefighters were about to give up after hours of unrelenting searching. Mark's body was 3 meters deep in the water, floating next to the car. Unfortunately, it was too late for the newlyweds when they managed to bring his body to the surface. After compiling a report on yet another regrettable incident along that particular stretch of road, the police closed the case. The body of Mark was taken back to his home country of Belgium. The young widow was in complete despair. She spent several days in a specialized clinic after being unable to handle the grief on her own. As Mark's family hurried to comfort her, she proclaimed that she didn't want to see anyone and cut herself off from the outside world. Mark's family didn't press because they understood her mental state. She had lost her husband on their honeymoon when she was 26 years old. However, her actions captivated Mark's family more and more in the days that followed. Slowly, suspicion replaced concern. His parents strongly objected to Aurora's insistence that her husband be cremated. She left the farewell ceremony earlier than anticipated on the day of the funeral, shocking the family even more. The relationship between her and Mark's family has grown more complex ever since. When she got back to the family home, she changed the locks and refused to let her mother-in-law in, who had come to pick up some of her son's sentimental but cheap possessions. Aurora listed the house for sale in the weeks that followed. In addition to the EUR 250,000 she received from the sale of the house, there was more. After her husband passed away, it was discovered that she had gotten 7 insurance payouts. Aurora was given EUR 750,000 in total. The Van Burr couple, who were shocked by their daughter-in-law's actions, took legal action and complained about the suspicious death. As a result, the coroner demanded that Mark's death circumstances be looked into. Investigators started by researching the couple's lives in order to comprehend what truly transpired that night. Mark Vander, 31, was employed at a reputable financial firm in Brussels in April 1994, about a year prior to the incident. Everything in his life seemed to be going well, or nearly so, and he had a great job, devoted parents, and amiable co-workers. But he had yet to find a woman he wanted to live a lifetime with. Mark wanted to start a family because he was old enough. In Brussels, Mark and Aurora met at a bar. Aurora was selling ironing boards door to door at the time, which wasn't a very lucrative job. There was immediate chemistry between Mark and Aurora. Mark was enamored with the attractive girl and fell in love with her right away. Their lively relationship left Mark's friends in awe and jealousy. Mark was shy, a little overweight, and uninterested in sports, whereas Aurora was very attractive, athletic, and fit. However, Aurora moved in with Mark a few weeks after they first met. Seeing that their son was content with her, the future husband's family embraced her as their future daughter-in-law and the mother of their grandchildren. When the young couple decided to tie the knot a year later, nobody was shocked. The girl asked Mark to put half of the house in her name, among other requirements for her future husband. Although this might have seemed strange or improper, Mark, who was incredibly in love, accepted all of the bride's demands. The young couple exchanged vows on March 11, 1995. Only the bride's twin sister was present from her side of the family, but the entire husband's family was present at the wedding. The husband's family gradually realized that their daughter-in-law avoided discussing her family and evasively responded to all inquiries about her background, education, and relatives. She acted as though she was from a wealthier family than theirs. More than a year after Mark's passing, on September 5, 1996, Aurora received an invitation to be questioned at the police station. She reaffirmed her earlier claims that she and Mark had gone to a chapel after dining at a portside restaurant. A wild animal unexpectedly leapt in front of their car on the way back. An unfortunate accident happened when Mark turned the steering wheel. Aurora opened the door and leaped out just before the car plunged off the cliff. No more information could be gleaned from her by the police. On October 8, 1996, Mark's body was exhumed in an effort to learn the truth. Some of the injuries were caused after death, according to the forensic expert. Although the body had many wounds, none of them were bleeding, suggesting that Mark passed away before the car plunged off the cliff. The widow was nowhere to be found when the police wanted to question her again. 2 years after the incident, the detectives made the decision to look into the crime scene in Corsica. The newlyweds' car plunged into the ravine, and Belgian police officers were at the edge of it. Armed only with photographs and without the car, the task became more difficult. However, the expert was able to reconstruct the car's pre-fall trajectory. A person's reaction to an unexpected event on the road, such as an animal running out, is to turn the steering wheel but not all the way around. Under no circumstances could the car have ended up where it was found if it had veered off the road and fallen into the water. The expert also observed another contradiction in the accident theory. When firefighters arrived on the scene, they reported that the bushes growing on the cliff's top had been crushed. The bushes would have been cut off if the car had sped down. It was clear from the crushed vegetation that the car had remained on the bushes for a while before descending gradually. Additionally, blood droplets were discovered unevenly distributed between the car and the water following the incident, indicating that the body was carried rather than dragged. Could an 80-kilogram man have been carried by Aurora, who weighed less than 50 kg? Aurora's version of events did not match the investigation's conclusions. The car was pushed off the cliff, according to the expert's conclusive findings. The investigators were now interested in learning what transpired following the incident. Did Aurora come down to assist Mark? Did she have the bravery and strength to go barefoot down the rocks? It was possible, as hard as it may seem to believe. Since Aurora Martin was a skilled athlete and a champion rock climber, the police found it difficult to deny that she had truly gone down to assist her husband. For them, it was a dead end. Since there was still no update on the young lady, the investigators made the decision to learn more about her past. Really, who is she? What secrets are concealed by her evasive responses? In actuality, the girl had a very challenging upbringing, devoid of both a loving family and a quality education. Her mother moved to Germany after her parents divorced when she was 12, so she hardly ever saw her daughter. Although her father was not very involved in her life, she led a carefree life with her 2 sisters. With lofty aspirations, the girl left her childhood home when she turned 18. Aurora entered beauty pageants in hopes of becoming a model, but was not very successful. She thus found employment as a bar hostess and occasionally as an escort service model. At the age of 24, Aurora made the most of her beauty and lived life to the fullest. In February 1993, she went to a rock climbing club one day as usual, where she met Peter Schwett, who would be her fateful encounter. He shared her love of mountaineering and was young, attractive, and wealthy. She was 24 years old and he was 23. At first sight, it was love. Aurora was able to move on from her previous life next to Peter. This tale sounded too good to be true. In fact, the investigators discovered an oddity while looking into Peter Schwett's past. He was a widower for a young man his age. The circumstances surrounding his wife's death were suspicious. 2 years earlier, on his 21st birthday, Peter was serving in the German army in Belgium. Peter liked going to clubs, and one night he met Ursula Deschamps, a young student, while he was out with friends. They fell in love quickly, and 3 months later Peter proposed to her. Ursula soon learned, though, that Peter was not content with a single woman. Other surprises were in store for her. At their house, Ursula discovered counterfeit documents and substantial sums of money. She wanted to tell the police what she had discovered. Their young marriage became strained, and they made the decision to file for divorce. However, Peter was supposed to teach his wife how to drive, so he and Ursula got into a convertible and left on a trip on the evening of August 29, 1992. The outing was peculiar for soon-to-be ex-houses. Peter was behind the wheel and driving as fast as he always does. The car crashed into a canal at high speed after he lost control. Although Peter was able to flee in time, he was unable to save his wife, who perished in the water with the car. He remembered that even though he touched her hand, he was unable to grasp her and drag her to the surface. A few days later, Ursula's body was discovered. Nothing from the autopsy would raise any questions about the girl's drowning. Peter provided a convincing explanation of how he had gotten out of the car through the rear window when the police recreated the crime scene. However, Ursula's family never thought it was a sad accident. First of all, Peter had never lowered the top of a convertible before. Second, Ursula could swim very well. An expert who later examined the case claimed that Ursula had time to get out of the car because drowning takes 3 minutes or so as the water fills the car. The Belgian police, however, handled it as a regrettable mishap brought on by the driver's carelessness. The case was closed after the young widower received a sentence of 3 months in prison. Investigators couldn't help but notice coincidences between two scenarios, two crime scenes, and two cases. In both instances, a traffic accident occurred. The car ended up in the water after the driver lost control. While the other spouse's body was not discovered in the vehicle, one of the spouses was able to flee in time. Since Aurora and Peter were now the primary suspects in the murder of Mark Vander, detectives had an immediate need to locate them. Although investigators suspected Peter of Ursula's murder as well, it was possible to drop the possibility of charging him with the same crime again because Peter had already served 3 months in connection with that case. In the meantime, the police discovered the likely cause of Ursula's death and the reason Peter became so rich following the death of his wife. He was able to leave the army and woo the stunning Aurora after receiving an insurance payout of $1,500. After a year of romance, the young couple broke up in early 1994 for unspecified reasons. The girl registered with a marriage agency during this period. According to her, the perfect man would be well off, have a flat of his own, be amiable, and not be overweight. Her relationship with Mark Van Burr began in April 1994. The girl insured Mark in August 1994, 4 months after they first met. It's interesting to note that the documents had Aurora's signature rather than Mark's, indicating that he was obviously ignorant of this. She signed the paperwork on his behalf, claiming that his hand was hurt. Before long, a regrettable incident happened. After selling the house and getting the insurance money, Aurora vanished. She wasn't hidden for very long, though. Investigators discovered her trace in Luxembourg 2 months after Mark was murdered. She opened a bank account and deposited EWAR 275000 into it. She and someone named Peter Schwett were the only ones with access to the account. Had they gotten back together and relocated to Miami, Florida? Before, an article in a major French newspaper referred to them as diabolical lovers and detailed the police suspicions against them. The couple had been living a lavish lifestyle for nearly 2 years, complete with fancy apartments, cars, and a yacht. Peter and Aurora grew extremely wary. They only used telephone booths to make calls and altered their appearance. Before Peter was taken into custody in a supermarket parking lot, they were able to remain hidden for a while. He offered the police the roughly $50,000 he was carrying in exchange for their release, but they turned him down. Aurora was taken into custody by the police in the apartment where the lovers were hiding 2 days later. Aurora and Peter made every effort to evade extradition. Nevertheless, they were sent back to Belgium on December 3, 1998. Aurora declined to provide any testimony right away. In contrast, Peter talked a lot, but not much of it was accurate. The police had no hard evidence against them because they obviously did not want to cooperate with the investigation. An anonymous phone call altered the case's trajectory. Over the phone, a woman disclosed that she had information regarding Mark's murder. The woman was later identified by the police as Fabienne Lefevre. Aurora's stepmother, Fabienne, had recently split from the girl's father and made the decision to either get even or atone for her transgressions. According to Fabienne, she hurried to the hospital to console her stepdaughter following the tragedy in Corsica, but the girl who met her was entirely different, not even in mourning. Fabienne claims that Aurora told her everything. "It was all Peter's doing," she said, "and he handled everything." Peter and 3 accomplices, his German friends, pulled over Aurora and Mark as they were on the road. They used baseball bats to beat Mark. Fabienne claims that because Mark pleaded with the men to spare his wife and let her go, he was unaware of the betrayer until the very end. They loaded Mark's body into the car and pushed it off a cliff after the beating was finished. However, because it didn't fit Peter's personality, the police were unable to track down the accomplices or provide evidence of their existence. Furthermore, there were numerous questions regarding Fabienne's veracity. First, there was tension between Fabienne and Aurora. Second, why did she make an anonymous call, and why did she call the police sooner? She was afraid, the woman said. However, the police sought additional evidence because they were certain that Fabienne's words alone could not be used to build a strong case. Police in Germany discovered that one of Peter's brothers had postcards from Corsica and pictures of the car that crashed off the cliff. The interesting thing about these souvenir photos is that they were taken 6 months prior to Mark's murder. Was it deliberate planning, or just a coincidence? 4 years had gone by since the murder, but the specifics of the crime were still unknown. The police made the decision to recreate the airport crime scene on June 16, 1999. The vehicle was being driven by the driver at a maximum speed of 35 kilometers per hour. As if attempting to leap out, Aurora was supposed to open the car door wide. Even when the car slowed down considerably, she didn't do it. In an attempt to find an explanation for her failure, she lost her temper, started crying, and had hysterical outbursts. Peter stepped in and tried to protect Aurora. Since, in theory, he was not present at the crime scene in Corsica, it is unclear why he was involved in the reconstruction at all. Following this experiment, the researchers were certain that Mark Van Burr was murdered rather than killed in an accident. The trial started. A revised version of events was put forth by the defendant's attorneys, who claimed that Mark had a heart attack shortly before he fell from a height. Put another way, since he passed away just seconds before the collision, all of his subsequent injuries were post-mortem. This hypothesis had the potential to disprove the prosecution's entire theory. Such a version did not match the autopsy results, but even the forensic expert thought it was a smart move. Another crucial detail that the forensic expert disclosed during the trial was that Mark had not eaten anything for several hours prior to the crime. He was starving. The juror's last straw was when Aurora even made up a story about having a romantic dinner with her husband that night. Both of them were convicted. Peter received a 20-year sentence, and Aurora received a 15-year sentence. They probably didn't even complete half of their sentences. They were made available a long time ago. As of 2021, they remained together even after Aurora was forbidden from leaving the country and Peter was deported to Germany. Peter secured employment as a carpenter, and Aurora is employed due to her multilingualism. The most amazing aspect of this case is that Aurora and Peter committed 2 nearly flawless murders. If Aurora had been a little more patient and hadn't slammed the door in front of her husband's family, the second murder would have probably gone undetected. She would have quietly left after a few months if she had continued to be the kind girl they knew, and the Van Burr family would never have suspected her of anything. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. After meeting in high school, Lloyd and Michelle got married in 1991, not long after they graduated. After getting married and attending college, they soon began a family. Prior to landing a job as an engineer in a factory, Lloyd Neurotter served as a professor of exact sciences at a college. After earning his engineering degree in the mid-1990s, Michelle was a professor of English and also held a college degree. Their first daughter was born at about the same time. 2 more daughters were later born to Michelle. In the 1990s, as their lives were changing significantly, they moved to a large house in the charming town of Corning, New York. The two seemed happy. In addition to working hard, Lloyd spent a lot of time with his family, particularly his 3 daughters. Michaela was cheerful and energetic, keeping occupied with housework and the children. She homeschooled the kids in addition to being a teacher. Many of their friends looked up to them as an example of the perfect family. But Lloyd's actions changed significantly over time. He changed from being a devoted husband and father to a despot who aimed to rule the whole household. He insisted on complete obedience and following the guidelines he established. In order to get his wife and kids to comply with his wishes, Lloyd was willing to use force if needed. Relationships within the family consequently quickly deteriorated. The only daughter with whom Lloyd had a positive relationship was Carrie, the middle daughter. She was different from her sisters in that she was devoted to her father. By taking her to events like the ballet, doing her hair and makeup, and giving her extra attention, Lloyd showed her how much he valued her loyalty. He brutally imposed order and control over the rest of the family, though, and showed them no such kindness. Carrie was compassionate and kind as a child. She was involved in many humanitarian endeavors and especially loved working with the homeless. Up until 2008, when America went through a serious financial crisis, the family was able to get along. Millions of Americans experienced financial and employment difficulties during this period. After losing his job, Lloyd started looking for another one right away, but his efforts proved fruitless. Michelle began looking for work as well, but she found it difficult to juggle her search with taking care of their daughters and the house. Lloyd eventually secured a reputable position in New Jersey. The fact that her husband had at last found work pleased Michelle. She continued to take care of the kids while finding part-time employment in Corning, her hometown. Michelle found it more and more challenging to run the family alone after Lloyd moved to New Jersey on his own. When Lloyd demanded a divorce a few months later, things took an odd turn. The decision was unexpected because there were no urgent grounds for separation. No serious arguments between the couple were known to friends or acquaintances. Michelle found herself in a challenging situation after Lloyd's decision caught her and the kids completely off guard. She had been a great wife and mother, but she was in a difficult situation because of her husband's behavior. According to Lloyd, he no longer wanted to get back together with Michelle because they had become estranged during their separation. After landing a job teaching English at a college, Michelle started raising her kids by herself. The divorce lasted for a number of years. After she and her kids relocated to a new residence in the same city, Michelle's life became a little simpler. By that time, her daughters were old enough to help out around the house, giving Michelle more time to concentrate on her work. She was establishing herself professionally and earning a good living. She still had to deal with Lloyd, though, who wanted sole custody of their kids. Additionally, the two were embroiled in a savage argument about child support. Lloyd repeatedly tried to defame Michelle in court to obtain full custody during the protracted divorce process, which lasted more than 5 years. Michelle retaliated in spite of the challenges, defending herself and filing counterclaims against her ex-husband. Their family's ongoing legal troubles started to come up in court and among their friends. Master manipulator Lloyd was. In the years after 2010, the middle child, Carrie, moved in with her father. She loved and missed her father very much, so she thought it was her decision. The judge, however, disagreed with Carrie's decision and supported the other children's decision to remain with their mother throughout the trial. To pick up the youngest daughter for swim practice, a family friend drove to Michelle's house on August 28, 2017. He caught a glimpse of Michelle through the living room window, but she was standing strangely close to the stairs. He exited the vehicle and walked toward the house, but when he knocked on the door, nobody answered. The dog was barking non-stop, and Michelle was standing where she was. He went in and stepped closer, as if the door were open. He was horrified to see that Michelle was hanging from the railing rather than standing. Her hand was cold and stiff when he felt for a pulse. He reported that it looked like Michelle had killed herself, and promptly dialed 911. Emergency workers confirmed that Michelle, 46, could not be saved when they arrived. She was dead already. When police searched the house, they discovered that Michelle and her 14-year-old daughter were the only occupants. The oldest daughter, Carrie, had gone off to college and was living with her father. Initially, it appeared that Michelle had committed suicide, but as police looked into it more, they found a number of irregularities. It appears that the scene was staged because Michelle had facial marks that were incompatible with suicide, and there was no sign of the youngest daughter, who was supposed to be at home. In addition to considering the possibility of kidnapping, police started looking into the possibility of murder. Michelle's husband and daughters were contacted by detectives. It turned out that Carrie, who was the first to reply, was accompanied by her younger sister. Since the younger sister had not missed her swim lesson and had no justification for being with her father and sister, the police thought this was suspicious. When asked, Carrie disclosed that she had gone to spend the night with her mother. She said that because Lloyd was attempting to take away her youngest daughter and the court appeared to be siding with him, Michele had been upset and crying all night. Carrie claimed that just before the family friend found Michele's body, she and her sister left their mother's house. She clarified that she was afraid to leave her with Michele, who had been acting strangely and inappropriately all day, so she brought her younger sister along. But this account didn't seem likely. Michele's friends and acquaintances gave the police a different account. 2 days prior to her passing, Michele had gone back to court for a custody hearing concerning her youngest daughter, according to one friend. Despite being involved in a contentious custody dispute, Lloyd did not show up for the final hearing. It was very unusual for him to not even answer or call his cell phone. Lloyd's absence shocked everyone involved in the process. However, Michele felt that the custody dispute had been settled in her favor, and she was truly happy. She was so sure that she would now have full custody of her daughter that she even celebrated with her lawyer. Her mother suspected Lloyd of being involved in Michele's death and promptly reported it to the police. Michele's decision to commit suicide and leave her children in the care of strangers was unthinkable to her. Given the contentious nature of their divorce and Lloyd's lengthy history of trying to deny Michele parental rights, he was made the main suspect. At first, it was hard to get in touch with Lloyd. He helped Carrie settle in before she started college, and she said he was with her when the murder occurred. In addition, Lloyd was lodging at a hotel in Rochester, which is roughly 160 kilometers away from Corning. After that, he made the roughly 4,000-kilometer journey to California for a job interview. Lloyd didn't seem very upset when investigators finally got to him and told him about Michele's passing. He just took a plane to Corning and went directly to the courthouse to stop paying alimony, which seemed very suspicious in the situation. He confirmed Carrie's claims at the police station after the hearing, saying he had been assisting her with her move and was in a different city when Michele died. Lloyd never followed through on his promise to take a polygraph test. Detectives did not have enough evidence to charge Lloyd despite his evasive behavior, but as their suspicions grew, they started looking into his whereabouts. Through the examination of CCTV footage and cell phone records, they found inconsistencies in Lloyd's alibi. He seemed to have occasionally forgotten his cell phone, perhaps to conceal his whereabouts. According to the video, the younger sister was with Lloyd and Carrie when they left the Rochester hotel the night of the murder, and did not return until the following morning. This ran counter to Lloyd's assertions. A closer look showed that Lloyd was in serious financial trouble. He was in dire need of money and owed more than $100,000 on his credit cards. He had purchased a more than $200,000 life insurance policy on Michele, which would pay out to him after she passed away. Investigators' suspicions were raised by this discovery, and they started actively looking for Lloyd as a suspect. Investigating further, investigators discovered that Carrie continued to show up at crucial points in the case. They made the decision to listen in on Lloyd and Carrie's phone conversations, which showed that they were concealing something. Carrie was frequently rudely interrupted by Lloyd, who seemed to sense that they were being watched. He stressed during these calls that they should not discuss certain topics over the phone and suggested that they speak face-to-face instead. The police believed they were headed in the right direction. The medical examiner's report added credence to the murder theory. Michele had been attacked from behind and strangled, as evidenced by the marks on her chin and the bruises around her eyes. It was almost impossible for her to resist the killer's use of a rope to squeeze her throat. To make the scene appear to be a suicide, it had been sloppily staged. Armed with this evidence, investigators once again focused on Carrie. Detectives confronted her after her college classes, despite her repeated refusals to come to the police station for interrogation. Carrie initially denied any involvement, but after being coerced, she acknowledged that she and Lloyd had spent the morning of the murder at her mother's house. She said that after an argument between her parents, Lloyd and Michele went upstairs, after which Michele fell silent. But when the investigators dug deeper, Carrie told a far more sinister tale. While making sure her younger sister didn't see the crime, Carrie admitted that Lloyd had killed Michele. She had actually been involved in the murder. She clarified that Lloyd had been outlining how to set up the scene to appear as though it was a suicide, a week prior to the incident. Although she was unable to provide a clear explanation, Carrie's startling admission made it clear that she had publicly detested her mother. She acknowledged that her feelings had been impacted by her father's continual disparaging remarks about Michelle. Because of Lloyd's manipulation, Carrie had turned against her mother and was prepared to help him commit the crime. Police moved to arrest Lloyd, and Carrie was taken into custody as an accomplice, but there was no sign of him. When police finally caught up with him in Princeton, he threatened to jump from a fifth-story parking garage railing. Officers were able to subdue and arrest Lloyd Neureuther, who was 45 at the time, after 2 hours of negotiating. Carrie and Lloyd were both charged with Michelle's murder. Lloyd was charged with tampering with evidence, conspiracy to commit murder, and first-degree murder. He strongly refuted the accusations, saying he was at a hotel when the murder took place. On the night of the murder, however, security footage showed him leaving the hotel with Carrie and coming back the following morning with her younger sister. Furthermore, GPS data indicated that Lloyd was close to Michelle's residence at the time of the crime, and his DNA was discovered on her pajamas. Carrie was accused of conspiracy to commit murder, concealing evidence, and second-degree murder. She entered a guilty plea and consented to cooperate with the prosecution in exchange for a reduced sentence, as she faced the prospect of a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 25 years. It was anticipated that she would testify against her father. The prosecution emphasized the case's unsettling aspects throughout the trial. Carrie had helped her father plan and carry out the murder, so she had been a willing participant in the crime. Despite having numerous chances to prevent the crime, she assisted Lloyd in killing her mother. There was proof that Carrie and Lloyd had gone to Michelle's house early in the morning. Unaware of their intentions, Michelle opened the door out of trust. Carrie made sure her younger sister didn't wake up and find out what was going on, while Lloyd attacked her from behind and strangled her with a rope. The younger sister was not aware of the tragedy, because they woke her up after the murder and fled through the back door. More than 26 folders of evidence were presented by the prosecution, showing how Lloyd had tricked Carrie into detesting her mother. He had disparaged Michelle on numerous occasions over the years, severing Carrie's connection with her mother and presenting her in a negative light. Carrie's hatred and willingness to commit the crime were fostered by Lloyd's persuasion that Michelle posed a threat to her and her siblings. The prosecution claims that Lloyd's desire to avoid sharing custody of his youngest daughter and financial gain were the driving forces behind the murder. Lloyd and Carrie thought they could claim Michelle's death as a suicide and use the money from the life insurance policy to live comfortably. Carrie testified that because of his crippling debt, which included $6,000 in monthly child support payments, her father had threatened to kill him or commit suicide unless they killed Michelle. Carrie tragically decided to help her father because she was influenced by him. In the end, Lloyd entered a guilty plea to charges of murder and forcing his daughter to assist him. He tried to defend his actions, though, by saying that he killed Michelle to keep the kids safe from her, but no one took him seriously. The court acknowledged that Carrie had suffered from her father's moral abuse and manipulation. Lloyd was given a life sentence without the possibility of release after being found guilty of first-degree murder and other offenses. Supported by her maternal grandmother, Carrie received a prison sentence ranging from 1 to 3 years for her role in concealing evidence. On January 16, 2020, she was released early after completing a portion of her sentence. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Perhaps the most vulnerable time in a person's life is during their adolescence. It's a period of time when people are neither children nor fully grown adults. Even though they are still innocent and carefree, they frequently keep secrets, sometimes out of embarrassment or fear. Tragic events can occasionally result from an inability to communicate those difficulties to a loved one or trusted parent. Florida has been rocked by the case of Justice Garrett, whose life was tragically cut short in 2018 at the age of 16. Her mother's realization that she had failed to recognize or comprehend the nightmare her daughter had been living through was heartbreaking. Justice's story revolves around a horrible secret she kept out of fear of being judged, which ultimately resulted in an unthinkable tragedy that took her life. Born on March 19, 2002, Justice Mary Garrett was the oldest of 2 daughters born to Danielle and Sebastian Garrett. She grew up with Jeanette, her younger sister, who was 10 years her junior. The majority of Justice's early years and adolescence were spent in the tiny Florida town of New Smyrna Beach, which is situated in Volusia County. The sisters remained with their mother after Justice's parents divorced in 2016. After meeting Robert Kern approximately a year later, Danielle quickly started dating him. By the fall of 2017, Danielle and her 2 daughters had relocated to Robert's house in the little rural town of Sorrento, Florida, which has a population of just over 1,000. Justice had the most trouble adjusting to the new surroundings and the relocation. She missed her close friends who were still in New Smyrna Beach to start. Second, she had to change schools in the middle of the school year while she was a high school student. Third, she disliked both her mother's partner and her new home. Despite her frustrations, Justice acted politely and made an effort to avoid causing trouble. Justice made friends at her new school right away because of her outgoing, gregarious, and humorous personality. A classmate named Rochelle became particularly close to her, and the two were essentially inseparable. The girls even listed each other as sisters on social media, and Justice often stayed over at Rochelle's house. Justice missed the school bus on Friday, April 13, 2018, because he slept in too late. She didn't have time for breakfast that day because she was rushing to get ready for class. Her mother intended to take Jeanette to the hospital, but her younger sister stayed at home because she was feeling ill. Since school was just a few stops away, Justice chose to ride the public bus there. After packing her backpack and bidding her mother farewell, she departed from the house. Justice was last seen alive at that point. Danielle wasn't worried when Justice didn't arrive home from school on time. She figured her daughter, who frequently went to Rochelle's house after class, had done so. By nightfall, Danielle assumed Justice had made the decision to spend the night at her friend's house, as she had been doing often. She wasn't immediately alarmed by the fact that Justice's phone was off. On Saturday morning, though, Rochelle called Danielle and anxiously inquired as to Justice's well-being. With a shiver running down her spine, Danielle questioned in a shaky voice whether Justice hadn't spent the night at Rochelle's house. She was shocked by the answer. Since Thursday, Rochelle disclosed, she had not seen Justice. Justice's phone had been off for almost 2 days, and she hadn't arrived at school on Friday. Danielle went into a panic. She hurried to the local police station and reported her daughter missing after multiple unsuccessful attempts to get in touch with her. The hunt for Justice started right away. Officers initially thought Justice might have returned to her hometown for a weekend visit with friends, after learning that she had only been in the area 6 months prior. Authorities believed she would reappear soon, because teenagers of that age frequently leave home on their own initiative, whether in protest or for other reasons. Danielle, however, was adamant that her daughter would never do anything like that without telling her. Finding out Justice's social circle and whether she had a boyfriend, had been in a recent argument, or had any other information that could help piece together what happened the day she was last seen was the first step. All of Justice's possessions were still at home, and she had not taken any cash. Shortly after she left for school, her phone stopped working. She hadn't returned any calls or messages, and her social media accounts hadn't been active since late Thursday night. She hadn't gotten in touch with anyone, so none of her friends knew where she might be. Justice didn't experiment with illegal substances or drink alcohol, according to her close friends and family. She had never engaged in serious romantic commitments and was not in a relationship. Justice had never broken the law, had no enemies, and had no conflicts with other people. Her peers viewed her as sweet, kind, and compassionate, and her teachers at school gave her positive reviews. Police promptly reviewed all local traffic accidents, incidents, and crime reports in the region. One possibility they entertained was that she had been in an accident and was unable to speak. She was not, however, listed as having participated in any such incidents. Investigators were able to follow her movements on the morning of her disappearance by using information from her phone. Justice left her house at 7:30 a.m. and started to walk in the direction of the school. After about 15 minutes, she started acting strangely. After a brief pause, she made a sudden direction change. Her phone was switched off shortly after. The small, sleepy town was filled with rumors and conjecture after Justice vanished. Any incident became the focus of attention in a community where nothing ever happened. It was quickly spread by gossip and frequently embellished with lies. Some residents found amusement in spreading rumors, and they saw no harm in doing so. Many of Justice's classmates and friends sincerely wanted to assist with the investigation, but others saw it as a chance to attract attention, increase their own significance, or even experience a brief moment of fame. A number of people reported seeing Justice Garrett in various locations around town. According to some, She entered an enigmatic black vehicle with tinted windows. Some speculated that she had been recruited into a religious sect, while others suggested she was out on the street with a group of teenagers who didn't fit in. Investigators found it challenging to distinguish fact from fiction because these rumors appeared out of nowhere. Consequently, all information, no matter how unlikely, had to be carefully verified. A girl who was one grade up from Justice stood out for her actions. She claimed that the teenager had fled with a secret boyfriend and was expecting his child, and she created a whole blog devoted to Justice's disappearance. By spreading sensationalized and completely made-up stories, the girl was merely trying to gain popularity and attention at school. She was temporarily suspended from school while the investigation was underway as a result of her actions, which resulted in disciplinary actions. Her social media accounts were also deleted for disseminating misleading information. 4 days after Justice vanished, on April 17, a man called the police with a terrifying message. He claimed to have discovered something unsettling in a forested area outside of DeLand. An enthusiastic runner, the man frequently jogged along a remote path that wound through a park and into the woods. As he made his way farther into the woods that morning, he detected a potent, disagreeable stench of decay. He initially believed it to be a dead animal's carcass and considered reporting it to the proper authorities so that it could be taken out. But his curiosity overcame him, and he made the decision to look into the odor's origin on his own. The runner left the trail and ventured into the brush for roughly 15 feet. He saw a horrifying scene there. A severely decomposed human body that was completely deformed. It looked like a young woman, judging by the long hair and traces of clothing. To make sure he didn't unintentionally disturb any possible evidence, the man waited on the trail and called the police right away. Officers thoroughly examined the scene and the remains after they arrived. It became evident that a violent crime had been committed here, and the victim was, in fact, a very young woman. The fact that her clothes were ripped and her underwear was gone suggests that the crime was probably violent and intimate in nature. The legs bore obvious bite marks, probably from untamed animals, but a corrosive chemical had done the most serious damage. The girl's face had been eroded to the bone by this substance, which had also been poured over her intimate areas, lower abdomen and chest. It was evident that the offender had tried to remove any traces of DNA in addition to disfiguring the victim. A strategy that, as it turned out, worked. Investigators suspected right away that the girl who had vanished days earlier was the owner of the body discovered in the woods. However, DNA testing was necessary for confirmation because of the extensive chemical damage and decomposition. Sadly, the worst fears of the Garrett family came true. Justice had been discovered dead. About 30 minutes' drive from the town where she resided, her remains were found. Her nose, cheekbone, and several ribs were broken, which was evidence that she had been severely beaten prior to the crime. The precise cause of death was assumed to be mechanical asphyxiation due to the advanced state of decomposition, which made it impossible to determine with certainty. During his police interview, the man who found the remains gave important information. "I often ran along the same trail every other day," he explained. He had seen a suspicious-looking man come out of the woods close to the location where Justice's remains were later discovered 2 days prior to discovering the body. Since the witness had only seen the man for a brief moment from behind and a considerable distance away, he was unable to give a detailed description of him. According to his description, the person was a short, stocky white man wearing jeans and a black hoodie. When the man realized he was not alone, he hurried out of sight and vanished behind the trees. The runner didn't give the encounter much thought at the time, but he thought it was strange. That day there was no discernible smell of decay, and he pushed the encounter from his thoughts. But 2 days later, when he found the remains, he remembered the odd man on the trail and told the police about it. Detectives suspected the stranger in the woods might be the criminal who committed the crime right away. He might have gone back to hide his tracks and obliterate the evidence. Experts concluded that chlorine bleach was the corrosive agent used on the body. The remains became unidentifiable due to the rapid decomposition caused by the chemical and the humid climate of the area. However, after passing a polygraph and offering a strong alibi for the day Justice vanished, the jogger was excluded as a suspect. Justice's mother claims that her daughter had intended to ride the public bus to school that morning, but according to street cam surveillance footage, Justice never went to the bus stop. The mystery was further complicated when a neighbor claimed to have seen Justice get into her stepfather Robert's vehicle. Detectives now had to question the teen's parents again to find out why they hadn't told the truth. which fundamentally altered the course of the investigation. Danielle confessed right away, stating that Robert Kern, her partner, had recently had his driver's license temporarily revoked, but he agreed to give her a ride because her daughter was running late that morning. In order to keep Robert from getting upset, Danielle had kept this information from him. She thought Justice was still alive and would soon be going home at the time of the first interview. To confirm the stepfather's account, detectives immediately asked for footage from security cameras close to the school. But according to the recordings, Robert had not dropped Justice off at school or any other location. There were no cameras on his car on the way to the school. Where had they gone then? It was evident from this new information that Robert was probably the last person to see Justice alive. Robert acknowledged driving Justice that morning in spite of having his license suspended when he was questioned again. He claimed that Justice had pleaded with him to take her to DeLand, a nearby town, rather than to school, where she was allegedly scheduled to meet with a covert boyfriend. Robert said he had originally refused to take her there because he didn't know the name of the person she was meeting, but in an attempt to mend their tense relationship, he finally acceded to her requests. He allegedly promised Justice that he would not tell her mother about this outing. She told him that she would come back alone later in the day, and that since it was Friday, she would spend the night at a friend's house. Robert concurred because he saw nothing out of the ordinary or worrisome about the circumstances. A potential secret boyfriend was added to the case as a result of this discovery. Investigators had to find him and identify him quickly. He might have been the last person to see Justice alive, or he might have been involved in her disappearance. Law enforcement chose to look through Justice's contacts and social media activity as the first step in the search. Detectives confiscated her laptop because her phone had not been found, and what they found led to further inquiries. Justice regularly engaged with her online and real-life friends through her numerous accounts on different social media sites, but there was no sign of a boyfriend or romantic conversations. However, one account caught our attention as being especially odd and dubious. Investigators soon turned their attention to this profile in an attempt to identify its owner and any possible link to Justice's disappearance. In recent months, Justice Garrett had been the object of unusual interest from a young man named Kevin. He liked her posts, commented on her pictures, and messaged her every day. But Justice didn't appear to care. She didn't want to stay in touch, hardly ever responded to him, and frequently ignored his messages. Later, Justice's friends confirmed that she had spoken of a devoted fan who messaged her on social media all the time, but she didn't find him flattering. Instead, she found him annoying. According to his profile, Kevin lived in the same town as Justice and seemed to be 2 years older. Only a few pictures of a young athletic man were included on his page, but Justice's family and friends had never laid eyes on him. The photos had been stolen from the internet, and the account was soon found to be fraudulent. Experts swiftly gained access to the account and tracked down the information that led to its creation. The inquiry showed that the account was linked to an adult man, Robert Kern, Justice's stepfather, rather than an adolescent. Robert was summoned back for interrogation. Investigators questioned him about why he hadn't told them sooner and why he had made a phony account to communicate with his stepdaughter. Although he seemed taken aback that investigators had discovered his involvement with the account, Robert soon collected himself and provided an explanation. He claimed that he had created the account to help Justice feel better about herself because she was the new girl in town and at school and might value the praise from a young man who seemed attractive. As was previously mentioned, Justice was new to the area, but she had already assimilated into her school community and made a lot of friends. But her behavior had changed recently. According to those close to her, the formerly upbeat and carefree teen had grown more tense and anxious. She frequently stayed over at her best friend Rochelle's house, but she kept the reasons for this change a secret. Though she never told Rochelle what was bothering her, Justice spent so much time there that it seemed like she had moved in. Rochelle claimed that Justice's stepfather had visited her home multiple times to collect her and take her home. Every time, Justice would attempt to avoid going with him and appeared clearly anxious. She would call her mom and beg to stay at Rochelle's for a couple more nights, pledging to finish all of her chores and concentrate on her studies in return. Danielle frequently complied with these demands. It was well known among her friends that Robert and Justice had a tense relationship from the beginning. But Justice never charged him with being aggressive or acting inappropriately. Additionally, nobody in her immediate vicinity, including her mother, had ever noticed anything that appeared inappropriate in Robert's interactions with his stepdaughter. Robert Kern emerged as the sole suspect in the investigation into Justice's untimely death as suspicions about him grew. Police investigated his background and way of life while holding him for additional interrogation. Robert, 43, had a lengthy criminal record that included convictions for physical altercations, possession of illegal substances, and burglary. It had been almost impossible for him to find steady work because of his criminal record. He took on odd jobs to make ends meet and occasionally worked illegally as a carpenter at a nearby sawmill. Now, investigators were trying to piece together Robert's dubious past, his actions toward justice, and the circumstances leading up to the horrifying crime. Danielle was unaware that she was living with a man who had a criminal past because Robert had taken great care to hide it from everyone around him. She was shocked and eventually spoke up when investigators told her the truth about him. Despite Justice's protests, Danielle acknowledged that Robert had offered to drive her to school that day. Danielle became concerned when Justice failed to come home, but Robert reassured her that Justice was staying overnight at her friend Rochelle's house. He even prohibited her from contacting Rochelle or the police. After looking through Robert's devices, investigators found that Justice had been regularly looking up information about drugs that could make someone unconscious or immobile online in the months before his disappearance. Additionally, he had investigated buying such drugs on the dark web, and it seemed he had been successful. That wasn't all, though. Additionally, Robert had investigated methods of removing DNA from a body, concentrating on common household chemicals like bleach and disinfectants. He had even looked at satellite images of the wooded areas in the area, especially the DeLand outskirts, where Justice's body was eventually discovered. It became evident that Robert had spent months carefully preparing to commit his crime, dispose of the body, and remove any evidence. From the start, his motivation appeared to be clear. Robert had become unnecessarily fixated on justice and understood that using force was the only way to fulfill his perverted impulses. He had made the decision to eradicate her completely in order to escape legal repercussions for his actions. When investigators examined the geolocation data from Robert's phone that day, they were able to eliminate any remaining doubts regarding his involvement. Together with Justice, he had driven away from their house toward her school before turning suddenly and coming to a stop in a remote location. Robert most likely turned off Justice's phone at this point and rendered her unconscious with a chemical, most likely chloroform. But he neglected to turn off his own gadget, which later recorded his movements. After being tracked toward DeLand, Robert's car came to a halt for about an hour. He would have had enough time during this period to attack Justice, cause her physical harm, strangle her to death, and conceal her body in the woods. In order to destroy any possible evidence, he poured a tiny bottle of a chlorine-based substance over her face and other parts of her body that day. But Robert started to worry that he might have left traces. He brought a big container of bleach back to the scene 2 days later. In a last effort to eliminate any last traces of Justice's involvement in the crime, he then liberally doused Justice's head, chest, and lower body with the chemical. The jogger later found Justice's body and reported it to the police after spotting the attacker when he returned to the crime scene for the second time that morning. Kern's alibi, meanwhile, was soon discredited. Unofficially working at a nearby sawmill, he had asked 2 co-workers to attest that he was on time that day, despite being almost 2 hours late. After being cautioned that they might be charged with perjury and hiding evidence of a violent crime, both witnesses eventually confessed to the truth when pressed further. Despite Robert Kern's denial of all charges, the case proceeded to trial due to the overwhelming evidence against him. According to witness testimony, Justice spent the final months of her life avoiding her home as much as possible because she was constantly afraid. But she never talked to anyone about her worries, not even her mother. Danielle never asked Kern about his past because she was too enamored with her new partner to notice what was going on around her. Kern's claims were methodically refuted by prosecutors, who demonstrated that he had carefully planned this horrible deed with the express purpose of ensuring Justice wouldn't live. Kern was further connected to the crime scene when particles found on his car mats were matched to moss and soil samples from the location where Justice's body was found. However, the corrosive chemical Kern used had eaten away at the victim's remains down to the bone, destroying all DNA evidence and tissue samples, making it impossible to prove the claims of an intimate assault. Nearly 2.5 years after the crime, in August 2022, Kern was found guilty of premeditated violent murder. He will never be freed because he was given a life sentence without the chance of parole. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. I'll see you in the morning, Mom. Misty Morse never spoke to her mother again after making that unfulfilled promise. What would motivate someone to take such action? How will Misty Morse never spoke to her mother again? Now is the time to start looking for answers. On April 10, 1978, Misty April Morse was born in Springfield, Ohio. When her family finally relocated to Indian Harbor Beach, Florida, it was a significant turning point in her life and gave her the opportunity to develop and discover new interests. Misty had an exciting and adventurous childhood in the Sunshine State, but when her parents divorced in 1996, her life took a dramatic turn. Misty and her mother, Linda, moved to a new house in Brevard County following the divorce. She stayed close to her father in spite of the change. Misty found work at a number of local bars and clubs during her late teens and early 20s, working a variety of jobs to make ends meet. After some time, she made the decision to continue her education and enrolled in a nearby college. Misty was characterized by friends as an adventurous, carefree young lady who never took life too seriously. When Misty got home from work early on July 22, 2000, she started preparing for a night out with a friend. Linda, her mother, was also up, getting ready for her 3 a.m. shift. Misty got a few brief phone calls while she was chatting with her mother. Misty promised to see her in the morning, as she said goodbye after the call. She had no idea that this would be her final farewell. Misty wasn't home the following morning when her mother got home. At first, she didn't give it much thought, assuming Misty must have spent the night at a friend's house. Misty had not returned or gotten in touch after another day. Her mother started calling Misty a lot out of concern. Misty rarely checked in, especially if she was going to be gone for a day or two. Fearing that no one had seen or spoken to her, her mother contacted Misty's friends and then her father. The more days went by, the more she worried. A retired judge went for a peaceful walk on July 24, 2000, to see how his boat, which was moored in the lagoon behind his house, was doing. He had no idea that a somber discovery would soon upend this serene moment. He was walking along the wooden dock when he noticed an odd object floating in the water below. His eyes widened in surprise as he leaned in to get a better look. When he followed the strong odor to the edge of his property, he initially believed he had discovered a dead manatee that had washed up in his backyard. Then, to his surprise, he soon discovered that it was a young woman's body. The man, appalled, hurried back to his home, picked up his phone, and dialed 911 telephone. Upon their prompt arrival, Brevard County Sheriff's Office officers immediately began their investigation. They observed that the body was in a highly decomposed state, indicating that the woman had been dead for a number of days. Her death was clearly not a coincidence. A marine rope was used to tie her hands and feet, with elaborate knots holding her wrists to her ankles, and white duct tape was used to firmly bind her mouth, eyes, and neck. Rolls of spline, a rubbery black substance, held the Publix plastic grocery bags strapped around her body. To sink the body, investigators thought these bags might have been weighted with sand or rocks. Due to the body's decomposition, detectives were unable to find any clues along the shoreline, including a wallet, phone, or purse that could be used to identify her. Medical examiners suspected asphyxiation but were unable to determine the cause of death. After that, investigators looked for any recent missing persons reports that might be related to the unnamed woman, but they were unable to find anything. The police had not yet been notified of Misty's disappearance. Finally, they attempted fingerprinting. She was eventually identified through the database after forensic specialists used a technique known as degloving to lift fingerprints despite the skin's deterioration. Officers called Misty's mother, Linda, to break the terrible news after verifying the identity of the body. The harsh reality of her daughter's fate completely broke Linda's heart. Her voice trembled and broke into screams of anguish as she called a family friend, her grief echoing in every word. Investigators later showed up at Linda's house to conduct an interview. She tried her best to relive those last moments, now permanently altered by loss, as she described the events of the last night she saw Misty, her voice laden with grief. Although Misty had not disclosed her intended date for the evening, Linda saw her daughter's casual attire and deduced that Misty was probably meeting someone with whom she was totally at ease and with whom she didn't feel the need to impress. Linda remembered that early on July 20, Misty got 2 calls. Investigators quickly subpoenaed Misty's phone records just before she left, but in 2000, it could take weeks to get such information back. They continued interviewing Misty's closest friends and co-workers in the interim. Brought up the possibility that Misty was pregnant, which investigators couldn't ignore as a possible lead. Was her pregnancy a contributing factor? Linda also provided some names to the authorities, including Teddy Underwood, Misty's boyfriend. Investigators questioned whether Teddy might have reacted negatively to the news of Misty's potential pregnancy, given that they had only been dating for 2 months at the time. When Teddy was brought in for interrogation, it soon became clear that he didn't think their relationship was serious. Additionally, he stated that he was unsure if Misty was pregnant. He gave an alibi for the early hours of July 20 by claiming to be at work, which investigators subsequently verified, exonerating him from suspicion. The intricate knots that bound Misty's body caught the attention of detectives as they combed through the crime scene's evidence. This degree of specificity implied that the murderer may have had knot-tying experience, which made them think about careers as a Coast Guard member, a boat captain, or a person with Navy training. They hoped that this clue would bring them one step closer to the truth. Misty's hands and legs were tied with a rope that featured a cow-hitched knot, which isn't something that most people are familiar with. Investigators focused on the numerous layers of tape that were wrapped around the victim's hands, limbs, and face. She had a hat on. Her freedom of movement was limited. The head had tape wrapped around it. She was under control. She was tied up and bound. Despite having the appearance of duct tape, this tape was unique because it was white instead of the usual metallic gray. Because white duct tape was so uncommon at the time, the authorities were more interested. Their hopes were dashed when no trace evidence, such as DNA or fingerprints, turned up on the tape's adhesive. Another dead end, it seemed. They then discovered a few short black hairs adhered to the tape, almost by accident. Given that the victim's hair was a distinctive shade of brown with a hint of red, the detectives knew these couldn't be hers. This finding raised the possibility that the hairs belonged to the murderer. All of the evidence was sent for testing after the crime scene was carefully examined. Unfortunately, this lead could not be fully pursued in 2000 due to the lack of precise DNA analysis technology. As they met with the medical examiner the following day to discuss the autopsy results, their frustration increased. The body had been submerged for less than 72 hours, according to the examiner's report. However, it was impossible to determine the precise cause of death due to exposure to the weather. There were no visible signs of trauma, no broken bones, and no gunshot wounds. Detectives were left with 2 terrifying options. Either the victim had been thrown into the water while still alive, or the tape covering her mouth and nose had strangled or suffocated her. In an effort to reduce the number of suspects on their list, investigators continued to interview people. Linda recommended that they investigate Bobby Cooper, whom Misty had recently met at a house party. Given that Bobby had visited their house only a few days prior to Misty's passing, Linda was especially wary of him. Bobby, though, was promptly disqualified as a suspect. He didn't match the murderer's description. He didn't own a boat, he hadn't been in the military, and he had no criminal history. Bobby's interview, however, proved to be a pivotal moment in the investigation. Brent Huck, Misty's ex-boyfriend, gave the detectives a name that appeared to fit the profile they were looking for, even though he wasn't the murderer. Investigators tracked down Brent Huck, who resided on South Merritt Island, just south of the location where Misty's body was found. After receiving a tip from Bobby Cooper, Brent accepted their invitation to participate in an interview. Brent disclosed in the interview that he was a charter boat captain and that he was from a wealthy family. He also acknowledged having been a member of the Navy SEALs. Brent acknowledged that he had kept up his relationship with Misty after their breakup, even though he was now in a new one. Brent admitted that he was the likely father of Misty and that he had spoken to her the night before she vanished, in the early hours of July 20, 2000. He also acknowledged that he knew she was pregnant. Brent was a prime suspect because of his background as a former Navy SEAL and charter boat captain, his relationship with Misty, and his contemptuous demeanor during the interview. After that, Brent gave the authorities permission to search his house. When investigators arrived, they saw a Rottweiler with short black hair that matched the duct tape that was used to bind Misty. According to Brent, Misty gave him the dog as a gift. A roll of rubber spline, which is usually used to weatherproof windows, was found during their search, an odd item for a home. Red flags were raised by this and other items discovered in Brent's bedroom and kitchen that matched evidence from the crime scene, such as white duct tape and Publix bags. Outside, Brent gave officers permission to search a boat he claimed was his, which was anchored in the nearby waterway. They discovered matted hair next to a fishing rod holder and 2 hair strands on the floor. The boat's ropes were identical to the kind that were used to restrain Misty. When investigators questioned Brent after gathering the evidence, he said something startling. There couldn't be an explanation for a woman tied up and thrown in the river. He was further implicated by this statement, which disclosed knowledge of information that had not yet been made public. The state attorney was reluctant to file charges because, in his opinion, the circumstantial evidence was not strong enough. He maintained that commonplace supplies like rubber spline, rope, and duct tape could be found anywhere, and that Misty's hair on the boat might just indicate that she had paid Brent a visit. Both the investigators and Misty's family were extremely frustrated by this setback. Authorities persisted in their investigation in the hopes of a break, unfazed. Pet DNA became admissible in court in 2002 after a landmark decision in a California case. The black dog hair discovered on the duct tape was compared to Brent's dog's DNA by investigators, and the results verified that they were a match. The state attorney's office decided to move forward with the prosecution after receiving this crucial piece of evidence along with the mounting circumstantial evidence. Brent Huck was taken into custody and accused of killing Misty Morse on October 23, 2002. Prosecutors claimed during the trial that Brent killed Misty because he was afraid her pregnancy would jeopardize his new relationship. They described in graphic detail how he used the pretense of reconciliation to entice Misty to her demise. The crucial DNA match from the dog hair discovered at the crime scene was among the strong circumstantial evidence gathered by detectives and presented by the prosecution. It was time to decide Brent's fate after all the arguments and supporting documentation had been presented. Brent Huck was found guilty of first-degree felony murder and felony kidnapping in May 2003. He received 2 consecutive life sentences without the chance of release. He is presently incarcerated at the Apalachicola Correctional Institution in Florida. This decision ensured that Misty's terrible death was not unanswered and gave her family a sense of justice and closure. This case emphasizes how crucial it is to persevere in pursuing justice despite obstacles. It also reminds us how important it is for communities and committed investigators to hold people responsible for their actions. Even though Misty's life was tragically cut short, her story would live on thanks to the pursuit of justice. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.